On that fateful day, the ice queen of the campus slammed the pregnancy test report before me, her voice frigid. "It is yours." I replied, "I shall take responsibility." Ding! A strong sense of responsibility detected in the host, binding the supreme daddy system. Henceforth, my sole mission became clear: to pamper the aloof campus beauty into a doting, affectionate young mother-to-be. Task list: she finds the environment noisy. Reward: 100 billion, enough to purchase the prestigious Tangshan Epine mansion outright. She suffers from morning sickness and a lack of appetite. Reward: culinary skills of the highest caliber, airlifting global ingredients solely to elicit her smile. She faces ridicule and humiliation from antagonists. Reward: mastery of combat techniques, publicly striking back to bolster her sense of security. Her family arrives to coerce her. Reward: when the pampered second-generation rich scoffed at my inability to afford a home, I casually swiped 500 million. When her conservative family regarded me as insignificant, I had already transformed into a capital tycoon they needed to look up to. She nestled in my embrace and softly inquired, "Chunyang, how many secrets do you truly possess?" I gently pinched her delicate face and smiled tenderly. "I have but one secret, and that is my love for you." It was only later that I discovered her identity as the sole heir of the Divine Phoenix Group, and the so-called Supreme Bloodline concealed a staggering secret. Chapter 1. The Ice Queen of the Campus and a Pregnancy Report. At Magic City University, in a library. The afternoon sun streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, casting mottled shadows, while the air was imbued with the fragrant aroma of old books and a hint of ink. This is a vast ocean of knowledge, a harbor for diligent students. Yet at this moment, it was so quiet one could hear the beating of their own heart. In a corner, at a window-side seat, the atmosphere was starkly cold, contrasting with the surrounding tranquility. The renowned ice queen of the school, Yi Qingzhu, sat there. She donned a simple white dress, her unadorned face strikingly beautiful, resembling a snow lotus untouched by dust. However, in her eyes, which should have been as clear as water, a layer of unyielding frost now lingered. Opposite her sat a boy named Chunyang. He possessed a handsome visage, dressed in an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, the kind of nondescript university student who would blend into a crowd. At this moment, his gaze was firmly fixed on the table. A thin sheet of paper, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. It was the pregnancy report issued by the First People's Hospital of Magic City. The words "pregnant," 6 weeks, seared into his vision like a red-hot branding iron. "I am pregnant." Yi Qingzhu finally spoke, her voice devoid of warmth, akin to stones striking the ice on a winter's day. She paused, enunciating each word with piercing clarity. "It is yours." Boom! Chunyang's mind instantaneously crashed, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears as the entire world spun around him. Countless chaotic fragments of memory erupted in his mind, ultimately crystallizing into that sweltering night 3 months prior. During a class reunion, intoxicated by alcohol, he was rendered senseless by several roommates. The subsequent memories became hazy and tumultuous, leaving only soft sensations, intoxicating fragrances, and the stark reality of awakening the next day to find himself utterly alone, with nothing but a faint lingering scent and a crimson stain upon the sheets. He had always believed it to be a ludicrous dream. Yet, he could never comprehend that in that dream, despite being utterly lost, he was ultimately grasped by a gentle hand. And then, in a daze, he had rushed in that direction 7 or 8 times, only to collapse, drenched in sweat and unconscious. To his astonishment, the protagonist of that dream turned out to be the very embodiment of an untouchable ice goddess before him, Yi Qingzhu, in all of Moda University, who was unaware of Yi Qingzhu. Not only was she an academic prodigy in the finance department, but she was also universally acknowledged as the campus belle, with admirers queuing from the lecture halls to the school gates. Yet, she remained as frigid as ice towards anyone, keeping suitors at bay and never bestowing a kind glance upon any male. Chunyang and she were supposed to be 2 parallel lines that would never intersect. However, now, a pregnancy test report had brutally entwined their fates. Time ticked away, the air thick with suffocating tension. Chunyang's breath transformed from hurried to measured as he slowly lifted his head, his astonished pupils refocusing. He displayed no panic, no sign of distress, nor did he shirk or evade as Yi Qingzhu had anticipated. He simply gazed steadfastly into Yi Qingzhu's icy eyes, his penetrating stare seemingly delving into the depths of her soul. "What do you intend to do?" His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Yi Qingzhu faltered slightly. She had envisioned countless possibilities. Qinyang might react with shock, doubt, fear, seek excuses, or even demand she terminate the pregnancy, offering her some compensation. Yet, she never imagined he would remain so tranquil. Give birth. Qinyang did not afford her the opportunity to respond, continuing with a tone as firm as iron. "I will take responsibility." These simple 3 words struck like thunder, unleashing a tempest within Yi Qingzhu's heart. In her eyes, that ice-like indifference finally displayed a crack, a flicker of incredulity crossing her features. The tips of her fingers, gripping the report, turned pale from the tension. Responsibility? What could he possibly offer in that regard? How could an ordinary student, who might need to rely on part-time work for living expenses, take responsibility for an impending life? She had assumed this would be a difficult negotiation, perhaps even an ugly quarrel. "I do not require your responsibility." Yi Qingzhu swiftly reined in her emotions, donning her icy facade once more, her voice colder than before. "I can handle this myself." She possessed her own pride. She should not have sought him out for this matter. Yet, the life within her compelled her to make this decision after countless sleepless nights of turmoil. She merely wished to ascertain what kind of man this unexpected intruder into her life truly was. Now that she had seen him, her resolve to handle the situation had only strengthened. "No." Qinyang shook his head, leaning slightly forward, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. His gaze was fearfully resolute, his demeanor unyielding, leaving no room for rejection. "This is not solely your affair. From the moment you confided in me, it became our matter." He articulated each word deliberately, as if they were vows etched in stone. "From this moment forth, I shall protect you and the child." Protect? Yi Qingzhu's heart quivered violently. This word, which she had never felt emanating from any male of her age, bore in primal and domineering force that crashed against the softest recesses of her being. At the very instant Qinyang made this solemn vow, a cold and emotionless mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind, detecting the host's profound sense of responsibility and paternal instinct. Conditions met, binding God-level all-purpose daddy system. 10-50-99. Binding successful. Qinyang's pupils constricted sharply. He thought he was hallucinating. However, a virtual panel, glowing with a faint azure hue and visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Host, Qinyang. Binding target, Yi Qingzhu wife, unnamed fetus, son, daughter. Bloodline detection, Divine Phoenix bloodline, supreme. System purpose, to assist the host in becoming the universe's strongest father, providing the utmost nurturing environment and happiest life for his wife and child of supreme bloodline. Beginner task issued. As a qualified father and husband, you must ensure that your pregnant wife and your child of supreme bloodline are not exposed to a noisy and unstable environment. Within 24 hours, provide them with an absolutely safe, comfortable, and private haven. Task difficulty. Entry level. Task reward. Beginner's gift pack, 100 billion cash. A torrent of information cascaded through Qinyang's mind like a data waterfall, rendering him utterly paralyzed. God-level all-purpose daddy system, supreme bloodline, 100 billion cash. Is this for real? Before he could fully process this earth-shattering turn of events, his phone vibrated with a buzz. Instinctively, he picked it up, and a message from Global Black Card Bank appeared. Dear Mr. Qinyang, your secret account received a transfer on XXXX year, X month, X day at 1604, amounting to 100 billion yuan. Your current account balance is 100 billion yuan. Your dedicated account manager, Tian Long, will be at your service at all times. 100 billion. A string of zeros so numerous it was dizzying, nearly impossible to count. Qinyang stared intently at the terrifying number on his screen, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He was not dreaming. This was all real. He took a deep breath, inhaling again, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous shock and elation within him. Wei lifted his gaze once more. His expression had regained its calm, even deeper and steadier than before. He gazed at Yi Qingzhu, who was still somewhat dazed by his declaration of, "I am here to protect," a smile gracing his lips that felt foreign to her. "This place is not tranquil and is unsuitable for a pregnant woman to rest," he stated, rising to his feet with an air of nonchalance. "Let us relocate," Yi Qingzhu instinctively inquired. "Where to?" Chun Yang fixed his gaze upon her and uttered a name that could send tremors throughout the entirety of Magic City. "Tang Pin, what do you think?" Chapter 2. Can you afford Thompson Riviera? The name Thompson Riviera signifies the pinnacle of wealth, status, and opulence in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. It is not merely an ordinary residential complex, but a prestigious luxury residence standing majestically along the banks of the Huangpu River. Gazing across at the Bun's array of international architecture, an unattainable dream for countless individuals throughout their lives. When Chun Yang uttered this name, Yi Qingzhu's initial reaction was one of incredulity. She scrutinized Chun Yang's expression, hoping to find a hint of jest, but was met only with an unprecedented seriousness. "Let us go," Chun Yang said, offering no further explanation as he naturally extended his hand, clasping her cool wrist. His touch radiated warmth. Yi Qingzhu froze momentarily, instinctively wishing to pull away, yet his broad, strong hand exuded an irresistible gentleness that rendered her attempts at resistance futile. Ultimately, she found herself inexplicably compliant, allowing him to lead her out of the library and beyond the gates of Shanghai University. Half an hour later, a taxi came to a halt before the grand entrance of Thompson Riviera. Chun Yang guided Yi Qingzhu inside the opulent sales office, her skepticism palpable. Beneath her feet lay gleaming Italian marble, while above her, a breathtaking Swarovski crystal chandelier dazzled in all its glory. The air was infused with the scent of high-end fragrances, each detail proclaiming its exorbitance. The extravagance of this place left even the exceptionally privileged Yi Qingzhu feeling surreal. She glanced at Chun Yang, still clad in his ordinary t-shirt and jeans, then at herself, in a simple dress. The two of them appeared strikingly out of place amidst such resplendence. "Good day. How may I assist you?" approached a saleswoman adorned in an exquisite professional outfit, her heavily made-up visage betraying a barely concealed disdain as her gaze swept over Chun Yang and Yi Qingzhu. To her, these two seemingly student-like youths were likely here merely to glimpse the affluent lifestyle and take photographs for social media, a facade of poverty. "Viewing properties," Chun Yang replied coolly. "Viewing properties?" The saleswoman's lips curled slightly, her tone turning somewhat caustic. "Of course, you may view them, but I must caution you that our models are quite expensive. Feel free to look, but please refrain from touching. If you break anything, you certainly won't be able to afford the damages." Her words were harsh, laced with an air of superiority and blatant humiliation. Yi Qingzhu's complexion paled momentarily. She had never endured such indignity. Just then, a flippant voice, tinged with mockery, echoed from the entrance. Well, if it isn't the Ice Queen of Shanghai University, Yi Qingzhu." A wealthy young man, impeccably groomed and clad in designer attire, strolled in, his arm wrapped around a girlfriend with an exaggeratedly enhanced visage. His name was Zhao Tian, a second-generation rich kid whose family was entrenched in real estate. Notorious for his ostentatious behavior and lavish spending, he had once fervently pursued Yi Qingzhu, only to be spurned, harboring resentment ever since. Zhao Tian's gaze roamed over Yi Qingzhu with unabashed greed and jealousy. Upon noticing Chun Yang beside her, his disdain morphed into overt ridicule. "What is this?" Yi Xiaohua has finally come to her senses, realizing that living a life detached from reality is dull. So she's brought along a poor boy to Thompson Riviera to broaden her horizons and experience the high society? His tone was dripping with sarcasm, pitched just right for the entire sales office to overhear. "Ah, Zhao Gongzi, what a pleasure to see you." The saleswoman, who had previously regarded Yi Qingzhu and Chun Yang with contempt, now transformed her demeanor as though she had encountered a long-lost relative. Her face alight with sycophantic smiles as she approached him, bowing and scraping. "Please don't misunderstand. These two are merely here to view the models. I'll have them leave immediately so as not to intrude upon your property viewing." Other sales staff and prospective buyers turned their attention toward the unfolding spectacle, whispering and pointing, reveling in the drama. So, they're just impoverished students seeking a cool spot with air conditioning. How shameless to come to Thompson Riviera dressed like that. The girl is quite beautiful, but what a pity she's with such a pauper. Each remark pierced Yi Qingzhu's heart like sharp needles, leaving her feeling a profound sense of humiliation and discomfort. Throughout her life, she had always been regarded as a paragon of privilege. Never had she been ridiculed and scrutinized so brazenly in public. Gripping Chun Yang's shirt hem, her voice quivered as she implored, "Chun Yang, let us leave." She yearned to escape this place, even for a fleeting second. Chun Yang remained steadfast, turning to gaze at Yi Qingzhu's reddened eyes and pale cheeks. A tumult of unarticulated rage and compassion swelling within him. He gently patted her hand, which clutched his garment, reassuring her with his eyes. Then he pivoted, disregarding the still chattering Zhao Tian and the obsequious saleswoman, fixing his gaze upon the sales manager approaching from a distance. The manager, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wore a smile as he spotted Zhao Tian, preparing to greet him. Yet, he was halted by the intensity of Chen Yang's gaze. Chen Yang's voice, though low, resonated throughout the silent sales hall. "I'll take the penthouse in Building A." An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Everyone appeared momentarily frozen. Disbelief etched across their faces as they stared at Chen Yang. After a brief interlude, uproarious laughter erupted. "Ha! I can't breathe. What did he say? He wants to buy the penthouse? Is this kid mad? Is he here to amuse us?" Zhao Tian laughed uncontrollably, doubling over in hilarity, tears nearly streaming down his face. "Kid, do you even know how much that penthouse costs? 500 million. A staggering 500 million. Even if you sold your entire family, you couldn't afford a bathroom in that place." The previously scornful saleswoman also covered her mouth, cackling derisively as she remarked, "Manager, don't mind him. He's just a crazy, broke student spouting nonsense in our establishment." The sales manager's expression soured, his brow furrowing as he prepared to have security escort this disruptive individual out. However, Chen Yang remained unfazed by the ridicule and laughter surrounding him. He simply reached into his pocket and produced a card, an obsidian black card, unembellished save for a vividly engraved golden dragon in the corner. This was the global black card, freshly generated by the system. He extended the card toward the utterly dumbfounded sales manager, his tone as nonchalant as if requesting a bottle of water. "Full payment, right now." The sales office fell into a profound silence once more. All eyes were riveted on the mysterious black card. Zhao Tian's laughter ceased abruptly as he fixated on the card, the unique texture and extraordinary aura emanating from it eliciting an inexplicable jolt within him. Upon catching sight of the black card, the sales manager's pupils dilated in shock. As a sales manager for a premier luxury residence, he had encountered countless affluent individuals and high-end cards, yet he had never seen one quite like this. The golden dragon seemed almost alive, exuding an intimidating presence that left everyone breathless. His cold sweat instantly cascaded down. Daring not to be negligent, he trembled as he accepted the card, cradling it with a reverence akin to that of a pilgrimage, and cautiously approached the POS machine. Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, the sales manager inhaled deeply and began to input the dizzying array of numbers. 500 million. Beep, beep, beep. The rhythmic sound of the digits being entered resonated in the hearts of everyone present. All held their breath. Even Zhao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that this penniless youth could possibly produce such a sum. Finally, the input was complete. The sales manager's finger hovered nervously over the confirmation button, his palm slick with perspiration. Stealing a glance at the composed Chen Yang, he steeled himself and pressed down. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. Beep. A resoundingly crisp alert echoed throughout the eerily silent sales hall. On the POS machine screen, 4 green characters glared back at them, capable of dislodging the souls of all present. Transaction successful. The words transaction successful struck like 4 heavy hammers upon the heads of everyone in the sales office. The world appeared to be stripped of all sound. The hall, which had just erupted in laughter, now lay in a deathly silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be distinctly heard. The smirk and mocking laughter on Zhao Tian's face turned to stone. His mouth agape as if to swallow an egg, his entire demeanor frozen as if struck by lightning. 500 million. Paid in full. Successfully charged? How could this be possible? Absolutely impossible. The once snobbish saleswoman's complexion drained of color, transforming from a shade of liver to a ghastly pale. Her legs weakened, almost collapsing beneath her. She recalled her earlier cruel words, realizing she had dismissed a potential buyer of the grandest estate as a mere pauper. An overwhelming dread and regret enveloped her in an instant. She was finished. Her career was irrevocably over. "Sir, Mr. Chen." The sales manager was the first to regain his composure, his face instantly alight with an unprecedented fervor and respect. Cradling the black card and POS receipt in his hands, he practically sprinted to Chen Yang's side, bowing at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling with excitement. "Mr. Chen, your card. The paperwork. I shall handle it immediately. I will personally ensure the property deed and keys are delivered to you at the fastest speed." In his eyes, Chen Yang was no longer just a client. He was a living embodiment of wealth. To casually swipe 500 million for a property, what a terrifying figure this was. Such an individual would command respect not only from him, but even the chairman of their entire group would address him with reverence. Minutes later, The complete set of property deeds, keys, and access cards were presented to Chun Yang in an exquisite velvet box, the manager bowing deeply in respect. Throughout the entire transaction, Chun Yang's expression remained unchanged. He did not spare a glance at the ashen-faced Zhao Tian or the nearly fainting saleswoman. To him, they were as insignificant as squashed ants. Not worth a moment of his energy. He merely took the hand of the still-dazed Yi Qingzhu, who had yet to recover from the astonishing turn of events, and softly uttered, "Let us go home." With that, he strode directly into the exclusive elevator leading to the grand estate, under the complex gaze of awe, fear, envy, and jealousy from everyone in the sales office. It was not until the elevator doors slowly closed, isolating them from the outside world, that the sales hall erupted in gasps of disbelief. Zhao Tian's legs gave way, collapsing onto the floor, his face ashen. He realized he had just stumbled upon a force capable of obliterating his entire family. The private elevator ascended swiftly and smoothly. Inside, the polished mirror reflected the figures of the two. Yi Qingzhu gazed at her reflection and then at the familiar yet strange man beside her. Her mind still a blank canvas. She felt as though she were caught in a surreal dream. From the pregnancy test report at the library to Chun Yang's declaration of responsibility, and now to the jaw-dropping confrontation at the sales office. Culminating in this 500 million mansion, everything unfolded too rapidly, too unrealistically. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. As the doors opened, a vast, luxurious realm resembling a palace in the sky unveiled itself before Yi Qingzhu. The duplex structure boasted a nearly 10-meter high living room. Panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offering a 360-degree view of the most dazzling river scenery and city skyline of the metropolis. Lavish decor, top-tier furnishings, and a living room spacious enough to host parties. Everything here exceeded her wildest imagination of what a home could be. Standing at the entrance, Yi Qingzhu felt at a loss. Unable to contain herself, she turned to Chun Yang and asked the question that had been gnawing at her for so long. "Chun Yang, who exactly are you? Are you the heir of some hidden elite family? Or a young master from a secluded, mysterious clan?" She could conceive of no other possibilities. Chun Yang gazed into her eyes, filled with confusion and inquiry, and did not answer her question. Instead, he smiled tenderly. He stepped closer, reaching out to gently tuck a stray hair behind her ear, his touch as delicate as that reserved for a rare treasure. His gaze was intense and affectionate. "From this day forth, I am your husband, the father of our child." This answer was not what she had anticipated, yet it seemed to be precisely what she needed. Without elaborating on his identity or flaunting his wealth, he simply made the most straightforward and resolute declaration of his identity. Yi Qingzhu's heart skipped a beat. The words husband and father filled her with an inexplicable sense of comfort and warmth. However, just as her mind began to flutter, a sudden wave of nausea surged violently from her stomach, racing up her throat. Ugh! Yi Qingzhu's face paled, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, turning to sprint towards the nearest restroom. The sounds of her violent retching echoed from within, tugging at the hearts of all who heard. Morning sickness had commenced without warning. Chun Yang furrowed his brow and followed closely behind, finding Yi Qingzhu hunched over the toilet, her small face pale, retching violently, nearly expelling bile. He approached her gently, patting her back and offering a cup of warm water. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Detecting that the host's wife is experiencing a loss of appetite and emotional distress due to pregnancy reactions. Super Dad mission released. Please prepare a meal within 1 hour that will stimulate her appetite and elevate her mood. Mission requirements. Ingredients must be top-notch. Flavors must be exquisite. Presentation must be elegant. And most importantly, it must be infused with the host's abundant love. Mission reward. Superlative culinary skills. As soon as the task directive concluded, Chun Yang felt as though his brain had been violently penetrated by an immense information USB drive. Buzz. In an instant, a deluge of information, vast as the ocean, surged into his mind. The legendary recipes from Sui Yuan Shirdan, the lost imperial court culinary secrets, the lifelong mastery of Michelin 3-star chefs from around the globe, the chemical formulas of molecular gastronomy, the techniques for handling top-tier ingredients, and the unparalleled skills in knife work. All of the pinnacle knowledge and skills regarding gastronomy, spanning from ancient times to the present, and from within to beyond, were seamlessly integrated into his being in mere seconds, etched into the depths of his soul. He was now, without a doubt, the culinary god. Feeling the immense knowledge newly added to his mind, Chun Yang slowly opened his eyes. His gaze swept over the pristine yet empty kitchen, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. A skilled cook cannot perform miracles without ingredients. He promptly retrieved his phone, locating the number labeled Dedicated Client Manager, Tianlong, and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. "Mr. Chun, good day. I am your Dedicated Client Manager Tianlong. How may I assist you today?" A voice filled with respect and authority resonated from the other end of the line. Chen Yang wasted no time, issuing an undeniable command in a tone that brooked no argument. I do not care what methods you employ. Within half an hour, deliver the finest ingredients from around the world to the top floor of Tower A in the Thompson Riviera. I require Alba white truffles, Kaluga caviar, Australian Wagyu M12, the belly of Mediterranean bluefin tuna, as well as the freshest organic vegetables and seasonal fruits. Chen Yang rattled off a list of ingredients that would send any top chef into a frenzy. Yes, air freight, with a helicopter landing directly on the rooftop. I need them immediately. Though Tianlong was taken aback by this seemingly fantastical request, he did not hesitate to agree. Understood, Mr. Chen. I will ensure the task is completed. After hanging up, Chen Yang tucked his phone away. At that moment, Yi Qingzhu emerged from the restroom, having just finished rinsing her mouth. Leaning against the wall, her face pale, she caught sight of Chen Yang on the phone. She looked at him, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Air freight? A helicopter? Who on earth was he calling? Meeting her gaze, the stern demeanor Chen Yang had just displayed vanished in an instant, replaced by a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze. He approached her, steadying her arm, and softly said, "Darling, why don't you rest on the sofa for a bit? Just wait for me for half an hour." He flashed her a slight smile, one brimming with confidence and affection. "It will be ready soon." Chapter 4. With a single phone call, the world trembled. From the other end of the line came a voice imbued with respect and confidence. "Mr. Chen, good day. I am your dedicated client manager Tianlong. How may I assist you today?" Chen Yang spared no words, his gaze fixated on the pristine, yet empty top-tier kitchenware, and commanded in an unmistakable tone, "I do not care what methods you employ. Within 1 hour, deliver the finest ingredients from around the world to the top floor of Tower A in the Thompson Riviera. I require Alba white truffles, Kaluga caviar, Australian Wagyu M12, the belly of Mediterranean bluefin tuna, as well as the freshest organic vegetables and seasonal fruits." Chen Yang enumerated a list of ingredients that would send any executive chef in a 5-star establishment into a frenzy. Each item was a luxury in the realm of culinary ingredients, many requiring months of advance booking, some even being scarce commodities. His demand to gather and deliver them from across the globe within an hour was a challenge not easily met by mere financial means. It required the mobilization of extraordinary resources. On the other end of the line, Tianlong, despite being a top client manager at the global black card bank, was momentarily taken aback by this seemingly absurd request. However, he exhibited no doubt or hesitation, promptly responding with resolute certainty. "Understood, Mr. Chen. I will ensure the task is completed." After hanging up, Chen Yang stowed his phone in his pocket. Meanwhile, in a fortified financial edifice at a remote corner of the world, in the office of the Asia-Pacific president of the global bank, a man of distinguished demeanor, clad in a tailored suit, was using another encrypted phone to dial a number. Upon connection, he spoke in a hurried yet grave tone. "Initiate the highest priority Dragon Sparrow directive. Coordinates: Thompson Riviera, Tower A, top floor. I have sent the demand list. The time limit is 50 minutes. What?" A languid and arrogant voice responded from the other end, belonging to Li Wenbo, the Asia-Pacific president of the premier supplier of top-tier ingredients, Yushenfang. As he leisurely sipped an 82 Lafite while gazing out at the nightscape, his brow furrowed at this directive. "Tianlong, have you lost your mind? A Dragon Sparrow directive for a private order? Do you realize what this entails? This means I must mobilize military-grade transport channels to serve one individual. Who is it? Does he possess the qualifications?" Yushenfang serves not for money but for power. Their clientele comprises the wealthy and influential, individuals standing atop the global hierarchy. Yet, even among those elite figures, few dare to initiate a Dragon Sparrow directive. Tianlong's tone remained unyielding, growing ever colder. "Presently, I lack the qualifications, as do you. But the one who issued the directive does." He paused for emphasis, articulating each word. "Client code, God. God." Upon hearing this code name, Li Wenbo's glass shattered on the floor, the expensive wine spilling everywhere, yet he remained oblivious. His pupils dilated, and all traces of arrogance and laziness evaporated, replaced by sheer horror and trepidation. Only a core family member of the founding lineage of Yushenfang could know that supreme code name, God, hidden above all client tiers. The bearer of this code name is the most mysterious and esteemed presence within the entire global black card bank system. His authority transcends all rules. "Is it that esteemed individual?" Li Wenbo's voice trembled in fear as he sprang from his comfortable sofa, bowing 90 degrees toward the phone, cold sweat instantly soaking through his expensive custom shirt. "Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I will make arrangements immediately." After terminating the call, Li Wenbo wasted no time, frantically bellowing as he pressed a red emergency button in his office. "Highest directive. S-class supply task. Australian Division. I want to see the freshest Emperor lobsters loaded onto the fastest plane within 5 minutes. East Japan Division. Kobe A5 Wagyu, cut and packed immediately. Mediterranean Division. Catch bluefin tuna at once. I require only the finest belly meat. In that instant, Yushinfang's branches scattered across the globe sprang into action simultaneously. Countless top chefs, procurement experts, and transport teams, who typically served royalty and heads of state, went into a frenzy, all driven by a singular objective. Private jets soared from secret airports worldwide, racing toward the eastern metropolis at breakneck speeds. At the pinnacle of Thompson Riviera, a palace awaited. Yi Qingzhu finished rinsing her mouth, leaning against the wall, her pallid complexion evident as she emerged from the bathroom. Just then, she caught sight of Chun Yang, who had just completed a phone call, standing with his hands clasped behind his back in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond the glass, the dazzling nightscape of the Magic City unfolded, with the Huangpu River resembling a golden ribbon, shimmering with brilliance. His silhouette, framed by the glow of countless lights, appeared strikingly tall and shrouded in an air of mystery. Airlift? Helicopter? Who could he possibly be calling? The enigma surrounding this man was akin to an unfathomable vortex, leaving her increasingly alarmed and bewildered. Chun Yang turned to meet her gaze, the previous commanding coldness on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a warmth akin to a spring breeze. He approached her, steadying her icy arm, and gently said, "Wife, please take a moment to rest on the sofa. It will be ready shortly." He offered her a slight smile, infused with an undeniable confidence and a comforting affection. Soon, she would be able to savor the fragrance of miracles. As time ticked away, fewer than 50 minutes passed. Suddenly, a colossal whirring sound of helicopter blades shattered the tranquility of the penthouse. Startled, Yi Qingzhu instinctively glanced out the window. A heavy helicopter, entirely black and exuding a sci-fi aesthetic, descended without prior notice, disregarding all aviation regulations, and hovered precisely over the penthouse as private helipad. The cabin door swung open, and several individuals clad in specially designed chef outfits emblazoned with the Imperial Kitchen's Golden Dragon insignia swiftly leaped from the craft. Each carried a sleek, silver cold chain box, reverently delivering the containers into the kitchen in an almost pilgrimage-like manner before expeditiously retreating, not uttering a single superfluous word. The helicopter's arrival was swift, and its departure even swifter. In the blink of an eye, it appeared and vanished within 3 minutes, as if everything had merely been a figment of imagination. Meanwhile, in an adjacent opulent duplex on the top floor, an elderly man with flowing white hair, exuding an ethereal aura, was diligently practicing Tai Chi on the terrace. He was He Yunshan, a retired national banquet chef, revered for his extraordinary culinary skills. Once a top chef serving generations of the highest dignitaries, he was a titan in the culinary realm of Huaxia. The thundering roar of the helicopter interrupted the meditative concentration of the elder. He slowly concluded his practice, frowning as he turned to the source of the commotion. Upon noticing the helicopter's tail adorned with the Imperial Kitchen's crimson and gold dragon emblem, along with the legendary S-Class cold chain boxes in the hands of the staff, he felt as though struck by lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. The S-Class supply from the Imperial Kitchen. How could this be possible? He understood all too well what this entailed. Such a protocol was only activated for receiving foreign heads of state or for the most urgent and significant national banquet tasks. To mobilize such a display solely for a private order? Who exactly was the master of this household? At that moment, Chun Yang stood before an array of exquisite ingredients, a multitude of long-lost recipes racing through his mind, ultimately settling on a royal secret medicinal dish designed for the ancient empress's well-being. The Jade Phoenix returns to nest. He turned to Yi Qingzhu, still momentarily dazed by the earlier spectacle on the sofa, and softly instructed, "Wife, close your eyes and rest well. The next moment will be one of witnessing miracles." Chapter 5. The Lost Medicinal Dish. Jade Phoenix returns to nest. As Chun Yang stepped into the kitchen, his demeanor underwent a profound transformation. If moments ago he had been a gentle and considerate husband, a decisive and affluent man, now he embodied the supreme deity who commanded all flavors of the world. His gaze was focused and profound, as if the kitchen were his divine realm, and the premium ingredients were his disciples awaiting the infusion of their souls. Yi Qingzhu reclined on the soft sofa in the living room, her body still frail, yet her attention was irresistibly drawn to the busy figure in the kitchen. She watched as Chun Yang grasped an ancient-style knife. In the next instant, a flash of cold light erupted. His wrist flicked with grace, the blade dancing upon the cutting board, creating a dazzling array of images. The A5 Wagyu beef, airlifted from Japan, with marbling as perfect as marble, transformed in his hands as if it were mere tofu, sliced into paper-thin, uniformly sized pieces in the blink of an eye. The belly of the Mediterranean bluefin tuna was expertly extracted, only the richest, most succulent portions retained, with the texture of the fish preserved beautifully, presenting an enticing pink hue. His knife skills were as swift as lightning, yet unfathomably precise, transforming each ingredient into a masterpiece of culinary art. This was no mere preparation. It was a magnificent ballet of blades. Yi Qingzhu watched, entranced. She had never imagined that a man in the kitchen could exude such allure and charisma. That silhouette, though near, emanated an overwhelming sense of power, soothing the anxiety and uncertainty that had been gnawing at her heart due to her pregnancy and the unknown future. A peculiar warmth began to stir in the depths of her long-frozen heart. Qinyang commenced his cooking. There were no complex procedures, no ostentatious techniques. Each movement was stripped to its essence, flowing effortlessly yet imbued with an indescribable rhythm, as if perfectly attuned to the fundamental truths of the universe. Hot pan, oil stir-fry, toss. Each simple action became a visual delight in his capable hands, brimming with a calm elegance that transcended the ordinary. Suddenly, an indescribable and extraordinary aroma began to waft from the kitchen. This fragrance was not overpowering. In fact, it could be described as subtle, yet it held a commanding presence. As if it possessed life itself, infiltrating the very depths of the soul. It bore no resemblance to any culinary scent. Rather, it was akin to an ethereal herb, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, releasing its spirit upon being refined, and upon inhalation, it instilled a profound sense of relaxation throughout one's being. On the adjacent terrace, He Yunshan remained stunned by the earlier revelation of the Imperial Kitchen's S-class supply. When this extraordinary fragrance wafted towards him on the night breeze, penetrating his nostrils, he trembled violently. What on earth was this aroma? His hands, steady from decades of Tai Chi practice, began to quiver uncontrollably, his movements scattering in disarray. His expression shifted from bewilderment to ecstatic joy, ultimately transforming into sheer incredulity. As a titan of the culinary arts in Huaxia, he had tasted and cooked countless exquisite delicacies throughout his life, confident in his refined palate, able to discern any ingredient or spice with remarkable accuracy. Yet, this aroma surpassed the limits of his understanding. It was elegant yet rich, simple yet layered with boundless complexity. Most astonishingly, within this fragrance lay an essence of vitality. Yes, vitality. It seemed capable of nourishing all things, awakening the very essence of life itself. He Yunsan could no longer concern himself with the demeanor of a master. He resembled a madman who had stumbled upon a new world, staggering towards the edge of the terrace. Stretching his neck, he exerted every ounce of strength to greedily inhale the miraculous aroma wafting from next door. A miracle indeed, he murmured to himself, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, in the living room, as the delightful scent invaded her nostrils, Yi Qingzhu experienced an identical marvel. She felt the refreshing fragrance seep into her body with each breath. The nausea that had previously swirled violently in her stomach was, in an instant, completely soothed and dissipated. In its place emerged an unprecedented and overwhelming hunger that surged from her belly. How hungry, how desperately she yearned for food. This thought consumed her mind with fervor. For the first time since her pregnancy, she craved sustenance so fiercely, no longer able to remain seated. Her body seemed to act of its own volition as she stood up and walked, step by step, to the doorway of the kitchen. She gazed blankly at the figure of Chun Yang, who was still busy within the kitchen. At that moment, he was finalizing the presentation of his dish, adorning the meticulously arranged ingredients on a warm, jade-like white porcelain plate were white truffles and caviar, artfully placed in an intricate pattern. As the last piece, a carrot carved into the shape of a phoenix feather, was set down, a breathtaking dish, resembling a phoenix returning to its nest and radiating a soft, jade-hued glow, emerged. This dish transcended mere earthly food, transforming into a living work of art, with its gentle luminescence manifesting the vibrant life and energy contained within. The confluence of divine culinary skills, top-tier ingredients, and Xuanyang's boundless love for his wife and child had finally birthed this extraordinary creation, the Jade Phoenix returning home. As Qinyang lifted the plate and turned, his gaze met Yi Qingzhu's eyes, which brimmed with astonishment and desire. He smiled gently at her and said, "Darling, it's time to eat." Chapter 6. Morning sickness cured. The iceberg melts. Yi Qingzhu, hand in hand with Qinyang, sat dazedly at the enormous marble dining table. Her gaze was fixed firmly on the Jade Phoenix returning home before her, feeling as though she were ensnared in a bizarre dream. The dish was too exquisite, too extraordinary to belong to this world. It lay serenely in the white jade plate, shaped like a phoenix with wings outstretched, peacefully nestled in its abode. A delicate, Visible sheen enveloped the surface of the dish, from which emanated a subtle, yet commanding aroma. She could even sense the fetus within her, seemingly rejoicing at the enticing scent. "Try it," Chen Yang urged, handing her a pair of ivory chopsticks, his voice imbued with warmth. Yi Qingzhu took a deep breath, suppressing her astonishment, and with trembling hands, carefully picked up a slice of beef as thin as a cicada's wing. As she placed it in her mouth, boom! An indescribable explosion of exquisite flavor detonated on her palate. The beef melted in her mouth, its rich fat transforming into the most luxurious sweetness, instantly enveloping her entire mouth. Following closely were the briny freshness of caviar, the earthy aroma of white truffles, and the crisp sweetness of vegetables, each flavor distinct yet harmoniously intertwined, creating an unprecedented resonance of taste. This transcended mere flavor. What astounded her further was that, as the food slid down her throat, a gentle yet powerful energy flowed down her esophagus, rapidly spreading to every limb and cell within her body. All her fatigue, discomfort, and the weakness that accompanied her pregnancy were washed away in that moment, leaving only an unparalleled sense of comfort, fulfillment, and happiness. It felt as though she were immersed in the warmest spring water, receiving profound nourishment and healing from her soul to her body. Yi Qingzhu emitted a soft, contented hum, her eyes squinting in bliss. She could no longer restrain herself. The persona of the icy school beauty, the reserved pride, everything was cast aside at this moment. She began to eat voraciously, her chopsticks moving so swiftly they seemed to blur. This was the most delicious, satisfying, and joyous meal she had had since her pregnancy. Chen Yang did not touch his own chopsticks. He sat across from her, resting his elbow on the table, his chin cradled in his hand, quietly observing her with the gentlest and most indulgent gaze in the world. Her manner of eating was far from elegant. It was almost a ravenous feast, yet to him, she was the most adorable sight. He occasionally passed her a glass of warm water, and when sauce smeared the corner of her mouth, he would gently wipe it away with a tissue. In his eyes, there was only her. As Yi Qingzhu continued to eat, her movements suddenly slowed. She looked up to find Chen Yang's gentle, focused gaze upon her, and her nose tinged with sudden emotion. Crystal tears rolled down her beautiful cheeks, one after another, splattering onto the table and creating tiny splashes. She cried, tears streaming like rain on pear blossoms, unable to speak. But this time, it was not out of grievance or fear. It was from profound emotion. Throughout her life, she had lived under the halo of the heir to the Shenhuang group, revered and feared by everyone. Yet no one had ever cared for her body or tended to her emotions with such meticulous attention as Chen Yang did. In her most uncomfortable and helpless moments, he had not uttered hollow words of consolation, but rather, in the most direct and effective manner, alleviated all her suffering. The feeling of being cherished in the palm of someone's hand was a warmth she had never experienced in 20 years. Seeing her cry, Chen Yang's heart ached. He immediately stood, walked to her side, and gently enveloped her in his arms, resting her head against his solid chest. He did not ask why she was crying. Instead, he lovingly stroked her back with his broad palm and softly said, "Silly girl, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. From now on, I will cook for you every day." This simple, heartfelt promise shattered the last barrier in Yi Qingzhu's heart. The iceberg that had resided within her melted at that moment, transforming into a warm current that flowed through her soul. Unable to contain herself, she burst into tears, like a child seeking comfort after having been wronged. She instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Chen Yang's waist, burying her face in his warm embrace as if she wished to meld into his very being. For the first time, she felt the emotion of reliance emanating from a man. This embrace was so warm, so reassuring. Outside, He Yun-san, the national banquet chef, was nearly beside himself with anxiety. He pressed his face against the peephole of his door, yet saw nothing. Only catching whiffs of that intoxicating aroma and faintly hearing the girl's satisfied hum and subsequent sobs from within. In a fervor, he paced back and forth at his doorstep, muttering, "Who is this divine being? Which divine being has descended to the mortal realm? I must pay my respects and seek him as my mentor, regardless of the cost." Chapter 7. The Royal Banquet Chef? Unworthy to carry his shoes. Yi Qingzhu's sobs gradually subsided, leaving only soft sniffles. Akin to a frightened kitten that has been comforted by its owner, her entire being melting into Chen Yang's embrace. Her hands remained tightly wrapped around his waist, as if he were the only piece of driftwood she could cling to in a tempestuous sea. This embrace was solid, warm, and suffused with an aura that instilled in her an unparalleled sense of peace. She pressed her cheek against his chest, clearly hearing the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, that thud, 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 strangely soothing the last remnants of her unease. All right, no more tears." Chen Yang gently patted her back, his voice filled with tenderness and concern. If you keep crying, our little one will be unhappy as well. Upon hearing the term little one, Yi Qingzhu's body quivered slightly, her cheeks flushing with warmth. She lifted her head slightly from his embrace, her beautiful eyes, still red and swollen from crying, glistening with unshed tears, appearing pitiful yet imbued with an unfamiliar sense of dependence. I'm full, she murmured softly, her voice still thick with nasal tones. The plate of jade phoenix nest had been completely devoured by her, not a drop of broth left behind. She felt a warm wave of energy enveloping her, banishing the profound sense of weakness that had gripped her moments before. The nausea that had roiled within her had entirely vanished, replaced by a sense of nourished satisfaction. Chen Yang gazed at her returning rosy complexion, nodding in approval as he gently brushed his fingers against her delicate nose. As long as you're full, from now on, tell me what you wish to eat, and your husband will prepare it for you. The term husband made Yi Qingzhu's heart skip a beat, her cheeks instantly reddening to the point of almost bursting. Shyly, she lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Yang's gaze, responding with a faint and barely audible mm. In that moment, the facade of ice that had encased her heart melted away, transforming into a gentle spring, solely tender for him. Just as Chen Yang prepared to tidy up the utensils, the doorbell rang abruptly, its urgent tone indicating the anxiety of the person outside. Who could it be at this hour? Yi Qingzhu pondered, a hint of confusion in her expression. Don't worry, just rest here. I'll go take a look. Chen Yang reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand as he rose to head towards the door. Peering through the peephole, he spotted an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in a white martial arts uniform, standing at the entrance with a face full of urgency. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Chen Yang opened the door. The moment the door swung open, an extraordinary aroma, imbued with vibrant life, wafted from inside. The white-haired elder, He Yunshan, the royal banquet chef residing next door, was struck as if by lightning upon inhaling this intensified fragrance, his body trembling violently. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance as he fixated on Chen Yang, his voice quivering with excitement. May I ask, esteemed sir, was that divine dish you just prepared? He dared not refer to it simply as a dish, but elevated it to the status of a divine culinary masterpiece. To him, the aroma emanating from such a dish could not possibly belong to ordinary food. Chen Yang regarded the elder's fervor with a calm nod, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. He was unfamiliar with the elder before him, merely assuming he was a neighbor drawn by the enticing scent. However, in the next moment, He Yunshan performed an astonishing act that left everyone dumbfounded. With a thud, the esteemed culinary figure, revered in the culinary world of China, who had served several generations of top leaders, suddenly knelt before the barely 20-year-old Chen Yang. Not only did he kneel, but he also prostrated himself fully, his forehead striking the cold, hard floor with considerable force. Junior, He Yunshan humbly beseeches the master to accept me as your disciple. I implore you to impart your divine skills. I am willing to serve you as a slave for life, without hesitation. His aged yet passionate voice echoed in the empty corridor, filled with reverence and yearning. In the living room, Yi Qingzhu, curious at the commotion, approached the door. Upon seeing the white-haired elder kneeling at the entrance, she was momentarily struck dumb, covering her mouth to suppress a gasp. She recognized this elder, He Yunshan. He had appeared countless times in national news, his figure prominent in various high-profile banquet reports. Within the intelligence system of the Divine Phoenix Group, this elder was regarded as a national treasure, his status so esteemed that even her grandfather treated him with the utmost respect. Yet now, this divine figure was kneeling before Chen Yang, asking to be his disciple. Yi Qingzhu felt her worldview shatter within a single day, becoming fragmented and disoriented. Chen Yang, too, was taken aback by the elder's actions, furrowing his brow. He was not fond of others kneeling before him. He reached out to assist He Yunshan back to his feet, his tone remaining unperturbed. I have no interest in taking on disciples. Pausing, he added with a hint of undeniable gentleness, I only cook for my wife. He Yunshan, now upright, remained bent over, unable to meet Chen Yang's gaze, his face etched with urgency. Master, please do not hastily refuse. I am a retired royal banquet chef, immersed in the culinary arts for over 60 years. I believe I possess a modest reputation. If you would accept me, your standing in the culinary world. He presumed that invoking his identity as a royal banquet chef would at least earn him a modicum of respect from this unfathomable master. However, before he could finish, Chen Yang, now impatient, interrupted him. Upon hearing He Yunshan's words, the faint interest Chen Yang had vanished entirely. Royal banquet chef? How troublesome, he scoffed, a hint of disdain creeping into his voice. And your dishes? Do they even deserve to be compared to what I make for my wife? Please leave. My wife needs to rest. With that, Chen Yang slammed the door shut, unceremoniously rejecting the culinary titan from the threshold. Outside, He Yunshan stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. A royal banquet? Troublesome? Unworthy to serve his wife? Such was the audacity, such was the arrogance of his words. Had anyone else dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have long since departed in a huff. Yet, from the mouth of this master, he felt no anger. Rather, it seemed entirely justified. Indeed, a person capable of crafting such divine dishes had long transcended the realm of mundane culinary arts. How could he possibly regard a mere royal banquet with any seriousness? In his eyes, the banquet skills he prided himself on paled in comparison to the dish just presented. Unworthy even to carry the master's shoes. No, he was not even qualified to catch a whiff of that dish's aroma. Instead of anger, Yunshan's reverence soared to unprecedented heights. He bowed deeply, his head nearly touching the ground. As he faced the closed door, his expression solemn, eyes filled with fervent admiration. Not for fame, not for fortune, but to humbly serve one individual in the culinary arts. This exemplified the true demeanor of a master. This was the highest realm of culinary philosophy. He murmured to himself, as if he had experienced an epiphany. The esteemed chef of the national banquet, that very evening, utilized all his connections to subtly, yet significantly relay the news of a mysterious culinary maestro, who only cooked for his wife, to the upper echelons of Chinese society. In no time, a multitude of powerful elites became intensely intrigued by the enigmatic Master Chun. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Yang had unwittingly cloaked himself in the first layer of an aura both mysterious and formidable. At that moment, he was gently holding Yi Qingzhu's hand, guiding her to sit comfortably on the sofa. Pay no mind to him. He is merely an eccentric old man. You should rest well. I will handle the dishes. As Yi Qingzhu watched Chun Yang step into the kitchen, tying on an apron and becoming engrossed in his tasks, her heart swelled with conflicting emotions. She understood that this man was far more complex than he appeared. He harbored secrets deeper than the Mariana Trench. Yet, she no longer cared. All she knew was that this man was the father of her child, the one who had sheltered her during her most vulnerable moments. That was enough. Chapter 8. A break from school, turmoil resurfaces. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the soft carpet of the bedroom. Yi Qingzhu enjoyed the most restful sleep she had experienced since her pregnancy began. No nightmares, no morning sickness. Upon awakening, she felt rejuvenated, as if she had been reborn. At the dining table, Chun Yang had already prepared a sumptuous and nutritious breakfast for her. Once again, his culinary prowess shone through. Each bite brought her unparalleled delight and nourishment. After breakfast, we should return to school to complete the withdrawal procedures, Chun Yang remarked, while peeling an egg for her. Since he had decided to allow Yi Qingzhu to focus on her pregnancy, her studies naturally had to take a back seat. Upon hearing the words return to school, Yi Qingzhu's hand, which held the spoon, hesitated slightly, a flicker of worry and resistance crossing her face. I don't want to go, she whispered. She was afraid of returning to that familiar yet alien place, of facing the peculiar, probing, and even disdainful gazes of her classmates. Most of all, she dreaded encountering trouble again, like the incident with young Master Zhao the previous day. Although Chun Yang had effortlessly diffused the situation in the restaurant, the humiliation and fright she had endured lingered, casting a shadow over her heart. All she wished for was to quietly remain by Chun Yang's side, without going anywhere. Chun Yang noticed her apprehension, and he set the egg aside, extending his warm hand to gently clasp her cool fingers. Do not worry, his voice, though soft, carried an undeniable strength that instantly dispelled the gloom within her. With me here, no one dares to cast even a fleeting glance your way, let alone cause you any distress. I assure you. Gazing into Chun Yang's deep and earnest eyes, Yi Qingzhu's tumultuous heart miraculously found solace. She nodded softly in agreement. An hour later, a sleek, jet-black sports car, its lines smooth as a work of art yet remarkably understated, glided out of the underground garage of the residence. A Koenigsegg Gemera, a vehicle hailed as the world's first Super GT, limited to just 300 units globally, with a base price exceeding 100 million. Even wealth alone could not guarantee ownership. This was the vehicle Chun Yang had just redeemed from the system using a few of his paternal points that morning. The rationale behind his choice was simple. It offered 4 seats, ample space, and comfort, while its understated appearance stood in stark contrast to the ostentatious Lamborghinis and Ferraris, making it ideal for a grocery getter. The car cruised smoothly through the streets of the metropolis, ultimately coming to a gentle stop at the grand entrance of the university. However, as soon as the vehicle halted, Chun Yang's brow furrowed slightly. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, effectively blocking the way. At the forefront stood Zhao Tianyu, the same young master who had fled in fright the day before. Today, Zhao Tianyu's entourage was even more imposing. Behind him, a dozen similarly clad, arrogant young elites flanked him, along with more than 20 burly, intimidating bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses. These bodyguards, with their bulging temples and hawk-like gazes, were clearly seasoned fighters, far removed from the mere showpieces of yesterday's restaurant. They had been waiting for some time, their objective clear, to intercept Qinyang. Humph. You poor wretch, you finally mustered the courage to show your face. Zhao Tianyu immediately spotted the valuable car, which he did not recognize but assumed could not possibly belong to Qinyang. Arrogantly, he and his entourage surrounded the Koenigsegg, forcefully slapping the hood. Get out! Get out of the car! He bellowed. Yesterday, you managed to put on a show in front of Qingzhu. Today, I will ensure you understand the consequences of offending Zhao Tianyu. I want you on your knees, licking my shoes clean, before I break your legs and make you crawl out of the city like a dead dog. His boisterous tirade attracted an increasing number of onlookers among the students. Countless eyes converged on the besieged vehicle, pointing and whispering. Isn't that young Master Zhao? Who is he confronting today? Could it be the poor guy who embarrassed young Master Zhao yesterday at the Western restaurant? I heard that fellow is now entangled with our campus beauty, Yi Qingzhu. How audacious. He's finished. Young Master Zhao has brought along so many people today, and those bodyguards look professional. That guy will be lucky to escape unscathed. He deserves it. He should take a good look in the mirror before trying to compete for women with Zhao Tianyu. Various voices of ridicule and schadenfreude seeped through the car windows. Inside, Yi Qingzhu's face turned as pale as a sheet. Her worst fears had come to pass. She gripped Qinyang's arm tightly, her body trembling slightly from anxiety and fear. Qinyang, should we call the police? Just then, a cold, mechanical prompt echoed in Qinyang's mind. Ding. Detected that the host's wife is severely disturbed due to external harassment, resulting in a significant decrease in her sense of security. Superb all-purpose daddy system task issued. Task name: eliminate the garbage, restore joy. Task requirements: eliminate all sources of distress for the host's wife within 10 minutes, ensuring she regains 100% sense of security and joy. Task rewards: mastery of ultimate combat skills, ownership of the global leading security company, Tian Shield Security. Boom. As the system's notification faded, an overwhelming surge of combat instinct and an avalanche of information flooded into Qinyang's mind, like a dam bursting. The techniques for exerting every muscle in the body, the weaknesses of every joint, the essence of all mainstream and niche fighting styles, and the lethal skills to face 100 opponents in extreme environments, all surged forth into his consciousness. Countless knowledge and instincts were flawlessly imprinted into the depths of his body and soul in the fleeting span of a single second. His gaze transformed instantaneously. If just moments ago, there lingered a hint of tenderness in his eyes for the woman in his arms, now they were left with an icy indifference capable of freezing all. He slowly turned his head to regard Zhao Tianyu, who was still raucously cursing outside the window, his expression akin to that of a man gazing upon a corpse. He released Yi Qingzhu's hand, gently patting the back of hers, his tone chillingly calm as he uttered, "Do not fear. Remain in the car and cover your ears. In no more than 10 seconds, all will be silent." Chapter 9. Masterful Combat. One strike to victory. At the school gate, the throng of onlooking students grew ever larger, the scene becoming a veritable impasse. Every mobile phone was raised high, aimed at the Koenigsegg encircled by a wall of black-clad figures. Zhao Tianyu, noticing the occupants of the vehicle remained motionless, wore an increasingly sinister and impatient expression. He felt akin to a clown performing desperately on stage while the true protagonist hid behind the curtain. A humiliation that weighed heavily upon him. Damn it! A coward hiding away. He spat viciously, waving his hand to issue his final command to the more than 20 bodyguards clad in black. Go. Smash the car. Drag them out. He paused, a flicker of lewd malice and resentment flashing in his eyes as he added, for the man, break his limbs and toss him into the river to feed the fish. For the woman, humph, bring her to my car intact. Today, I shall make this pauper witness how his woman submits to another. His vile words elicited gasps of horror from some timid girls nearby, who cast him looks of disgust. Yes, young Master Zhao. The more than 20 bodyguards responded in unison, their voices booming with a palpable air of menace. They surged forth like ravenous wolves, charging towards the still Koenigsegg from all directions. Inside the car, Yi Qingzhu trembled with rage upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's foul words, her face drained of color. She was about to disregard everything and push the door open to confront him, only to be restrained by Qinyang's firm grip on her shoulder. I told you. Stay in the car and do not move. Qinyang's voice remained eerily calm, yet beneath that calm lay an anger capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Click. Just as the first bodyguard's fist was about to crash through the car window, the door of the driver's seat swung open. Qinyang stepped out. He did not even glance at the approaching bodyguard, merely standing calmly by the door, as if these 20-plus menacing figures were nothing more than fragile, unworthy opponents. seeking death. The bodyguard, witnessing this, roared in fury, his fist's momentum intensified, creating a gust of wind aimed squarely at Qin Yang's face. This punch was infused with such force that it could shatter a brick. Among the onlookers, some could no longer bear to watch, closing their eyes as they anticipated the gruesome scene that was sure to follow. However, in the next moment, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. Just as the fist was a mere centimeter away from Qin Yang's cheek, he moved. His figure was so swift that it left a faint afterimage in the air, striking first from behind. No one discerned his movement, only catching a glimmer of cold light. It was a knife-hand strike, seemingly casual, yet as swift as lightning. Precise to the millimeter. Crack! A sound that was painfully crisp echoed as a bone shattered. The bodyguard's fist halted in midair, his body collapsing like a marionette with its strings severed, his eyes rolling back, unable to emit a scream, as he slumped to the ground. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle, instantly losing consciousness. With a single move, just one strike, and a seasoned professional bodyguard was dispatched in an instant. The entire scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden and utterly decisive display. Yet this was merely the beginning. After taking down the first bodyguard, Qin Yang did not pause. He stepped forward, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, charging directly into the wall of bodyguards. He employed no flashy techniques. Instead, he wielded only the simplest, most direct, and efficient killing skills. Knife-hand strikes, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and finger jabs. Each of his attacks landed with pinpoint accuracy on the human body's most vulnerable joints, nerves, and vital points. His figure darted among the crowd, moving so fast it was nearly bewildering. The spectators could only hear a cacophony of bone-crunching snaps and muffled groans of pain, forcibly suppressed in the throats of the bodyguards. This was not a fight. It was a one-sided, crushing massacre. As a bodyguard swung a punch from the side, Qin Yang did not even turn his head. A precise back elbow struck hard against the ribs, causing the bodyguard to double over, frothing at the mouth before collapsing. Another bodyguard attempted a sneak attack from behind, aiming to lock Qin Yang's neck. Yet Qin Yang seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, bending impossibly low as he reversed his hand into a knife-hand strike against the opponent's spine, eliciting a horrific wail that was unrecognizable as human. As the lower half of the body instantaneously lost sensation, one after another, the once formidable bodyguards fell before Qin Yang like dolls made of paper. They could not even graze the hem of his clothing before being taken down in various twisted postures, completely devoid of combat capability. 5 seconds, 8 seconds, 10 seconds. When Qin Yang finally halted, he remained in his original position as if he had never moved. Surrounding him lay the more than 20 black-clad bodyguards, all sprawled on the ground. Some clutched their broken arms, wailing in agony. Others pressed their hands to their crushed chests, convulsing, while some, like the first bodyguard, had simply fainted, entirely unresponsive. The entire ordeal took less than 10 seconds. The scene was enveloped in a deathly silence. All the spectators, including those wealthy heirs who had previously reveled in the spectacle, now stood agape, their eyes wide as saucers. Their expressions akin to that of seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Their minds had completely short-circuited. What had they witnessed? A single person, within 10 seconds, had incapacitated over 20 professional armed bodyguards with bare hands? Was this a movie? No. Even if it were a film, the special effects could not dare to portray such a scene. This entirely surpassed their understanding of human combat prowess. Zhao Tianyu and the dozen or so wealthy heirs beside him were so frightened that their legs buckled, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. The arrogance and malice that once adorned their faces had vanished without a trace, replaced by a profound terror and shock that ran to their very bones. They had never seen nor imagined that such terrifying prowess existed in this world. This man was not merely human. He was a demon, a killing god risen from the depths of hell. Gulp! Zhao Tianyu struggled to swallow, a warm dampness already creeping into his pants. He was utterly terrified, paralyzed with fear. Under the hushed gaze of the crowd, Qin Yang slowly raised his hand and delicately brushed off the pristine sleeve of his attire, as if he had merely shaken off a few specks of dust. Then, he turned, his icy gaze fixating on the crumpled figure of Zhao Tianyu, who sat trembling on the ground. With deliberate steps, he advanced towards the now petrified young master Zhao, each footfall echoing like a heavy hammer striking against Zhao Tianyu's heart. His eyes were frigid as steel, devoid of any emotion, radiating an oppressive aura of lethal intent. Chapter 10. A phone call. The principal kneels in fear. Silence enveloped the scene, a stillness so profound one could hear their own heartbeat. Hundreds of students stood frozen, like puppets caught in a moment of collective shock. Their expressions locked in a shared horror. All eyes converged on the man, Qin Yang. He had dispatched over 20 armed bodyguards, Yet his inexpensive white t-shirt remained untouched by a speck of dirt. His breathing was as steady as if he had just returned from a leisurely stroll. A mere gesture of brushing off his sleeve felt like an invisible hammer, striking deep into the nerves of every onlooker. Then, Qinyang turned around. His emotionless gaze penetrated the stagnant air, locking onto the feeble Zhao Tianyu, who lay sprawled on the ground. Qinyang stepped forward. Thud, thud, thud. Each step resonated like the drumbeats of death, shattering Zhao Tianyu's last vestige of psychological defense. A shriek, sharp and distorted, erupted from Zhao Tianyu's throat. He scrambled backward, limbs flailing like a maggot crushed halfway into the ground. A warm liquid rapidly spread from his pants, releasing a noxious stench. He was utterly terrified. Don't come any closer. Please, don't. He babbled incoherently, his face streaked with snot and tears, utterly stripped of his previous arrogance. I was wrong. I truly was. Please spare me. My father is Zhao Tianhai. I'll give you whatever you want. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Qinyang remained unmoved by his pleas. His gaze was imbued with an intensity that suffocated, fueled solely by unadulterated murderous intent. He approached Zhao Tianyu, towering over him like a judge of fate. Without uttering a word, he slowly lifted his right foot. The pattern on the sole of his shoe became alarmingly distinct in Zhao Tianyu's widening eyes. He had no doubt that when that foot came down, his head would burst like a ripe watermelon. Stop. At that moment, a commanding voice boomed from the crowd. The throng parted, revealing a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and an air of authority, flanked by a bespectacled dean and a dozen campus security personnel. Lu Guodong, the president of Magic City University. Upon witnessing the fallen bodyguards and the sight of his student, Qinyang, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Zhao Tianyu. Lu Guodong's scalp prickled, and his blood pressure surged. Before he could speak, the dean, Wang Chong, leapt forward, ignoring the unfolding chaos. He recognized only the privileged Zhao Tianyu and the impoverished Qinyang. In his twisted logic, the truth was inconsequential. Status was all that mattered. Pointing a finger nearly to Qinyang's nose, he scolded sharply, Qinyang, you have some gall. Fighting in front of the school gate and beating a fellow student to this extent. This is a crime. You, a disgraceful wretch, are a shame to Magic City University. I hereby declare your expulsion. Immediately. At once. He spat out his words, embodying a caricature of righteousness. On the ground, Zhao Tianyu saw his savior and instantly reignited with hope. He crawled to Lu Guodong's feet, sobbing uncontrollably, President Lu, you must stand up for me. This madman wants to kill me. Quickly arrest him. Throw him in jail. I want him to rot in there. Meanwhile, in the car, Yi Qingzhu's heart raced. Her small hands clenched tightly together. Yet, Qinyang's expression remained serene. He even found the frenzied dean unworthy of a glance, regarding him as one might a bothersome fly. Just as Wang Chong instructed the security to apprehend Qinyang, the phone in Lu Guodong's pocket vibrated violently. Annoyed, he pulled it out intending to hang up, but upon seeing the number on the screen, he froze in shock. It was an unmarked number that sent shivers down his spine, a personal number belonging to a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Education. The authority and fury that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound dread. Trembling, he answered the call, adopting a posture of near servitude as he pressed the phone to his ear. Hello? Yes, Minister. The voice on the other end uttered something, and Lu Guodong's complexion shifted from fear to pallor, eventually morphing into an obsequious demeanor. His back involuntarily bent as he bowed repeatedly towards the phone, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Yes, please rest assured. It was my folly. I failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. By the way, may I inquire if this pertains to the esteemed Mr. Chu from the National Banquet? A cold snort seemed to emanate from the other end. I understand. I comprehend. Please, do not be angry. I will do everything in my power to satisfy all of Mr. Qinyang's requests. I assure you, he and his family will be 100% satisfied. The call ended. Lu Guodong felt as though he had just emerged from icy waters, his shirt thoroughly soaked. He stood in a daze for a full 3 seconds before abruptly turning, fixing a fierce glare on the still bellowing Wang Chong. President, what are you still doing? Hurry, tell the security to act. Break his legs first. Wang Chong's words trailed off. Slap. A crisp and resounding slap cut through the air. Lu Guodong summoned all his strength to deliver a powerful blow to Wang Chong's face. The dean's glasses flew off, and he spun around, landing on the ground with a thud, half his face visibly swelling. He was utterly bewildered, clutching his face and stammering, President, why did you hit me? Lu Guodong ignored him entirely. In an astonishing turn of events, the once imposing president dashed towards Qinyang, then executed a perfect 90-degree bow, deeply apologizing. His voice trembled with unmistakable fear. Mr. Chun, I am sorry. It was my lack of discernment. I failed to manage the situation properly. Please show mercy and do not hold a grudge against a mere insignificant person like me. Boom. The world seemed to collapse beneath the weight of that bow. Chapter 11. Director Zhao, you should investigate a god. The uproar at the school gate concluded in a manner that shattered everyone's perception. Qinyang opened the car door, gently assisting the still reeling Yi Qingzhu out. He wrapped his arm around her waist and, under the silent gaze of the assembled crowd, strode confidently into the campus. His silhouette appeared as an invisible barrier, effectively severing any cacophony and malice that lurked behind him. Principal Lu Guodong trailed behind them like a wayward schoolboy. His face adorned with a mask of humility and trepidation, his demeanor reduced to dust. The education director, Wang Chong, who had been taken aback by a sharp slap, finally realized the enormity of the misstep he had made. His complexion turned ashen with fear as he crawled on the ground, bowing his head in apology, only to be silenced by a mere glance from Qinyang, which rendered him too intimidated to approach any closer. As for Zhao Tianyu and his fallen entourage of bodyguards, they had long been overtaken by the blaring sirens of ambulances and police cars. The entire Modi University was set ablaze by the tidal wave initiated by the name Qinyang, acquiring a century-old prestigious institution solely to provide peace of mind for his wife. What an extravagant, domineering, and utterly indulgent act. On the tree-lined path of the campus, Qinyang walked slowly with Yi Qingzhu by his side. Did you really purchase our university? She leaned against him, her voice as soft as a feather, imbued with a profound sense of unreality. She felt as if she were ensnared in a dream from which she could not bear to awaken. Yes, Qinyang nodded, his tone nonchalant, as if he were merely stating he had bought a cabbage. From now on, this will be our private garden. You can come here for a stroll whenever you wish. He reached out and gently tucked a stray lock of hair, tousled by the wind, behind her ear. There will be no more meddlesome flies to disturb us. Yi Qingzhu tilted her head to gaze at his chiseled profile, his deep-set eyes reflecting only her image. Her heart swelled with a warmth known as security, filling her completely. This was the sensation of being cradled in someone's palm, of being unreservedly shielded from harm. This was the essence of home. She no longer questioned the secrets of Qinyang, nor did she dwell on the origins of his inexplicable capabilities and wealth. All she knew was that this man was her sky, her earth, and the most steadfast support for her and their unborn child. Meanwhile, at the top-tier VIP ward of Modu First People's Hospital, Zhao Tianyu lay in a hospital bed, his arm encased in plaster, wailing at a stern-faced middle-aged man. Standing beside him was his father, Zhao Tianhai, chairman of Tianhai Group and a formidable figure in Modu's real estate arena. Zhao Tianhai regarded his son's pitiful state with a tightly clenched expression. Having navigated the business world for decades, he was accustomed to the Zhao family being the ones to intimidate others. He had never before endured such a humiliating affront. His only son, in broad daylight, had his hand broken and was so frightened that he had embarrassed himself publicly. This was not merely a slap to his son's face. It was a deliberate crushing of Zhao Tianhai's own dignity. Silence. Zhao Tianhai snapped, his voice low yet commanding, halting Zhao Tianyu's cries immediately. Tell me everything about that Qinyang, every detail. Trembling under the weight of his father's fierce gaze, Zhao Tianyu recounted the events with embellishments, conveniently omitting his own disrespectful remarks. He even boasted about acquiring Modi University. Dad, he's just a lucky pauper. You must destroy him. Zhao Tianhai remained silent, dismissing all onlookers from the ward with a wave of his hand. He then produced an encrypted phone and dialed a number. Investigate this individual. His tone revealed no hint of emotion. Qinyang, a student at Modi University. I want all background information on him from birth to present. 10 minutes. As a local power player, Zhao Tianhai's intelligence network was unparalleled. Within minutes, an encrypted email appeared on his phone. He opened it and read rapidly. Name, Qinyang. Age, 22. Status, orphan, with no relatives or social background. Financial status, information updated. Yesterday afternoon, acquired a Citibank Infinite Black Card, purchasing the top penthouse of Thompson Riviera A block for 8.2 billion. Source of funds. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Tianhai's pupils constricted sharply. The final line of the email bore 3 glaring red words. Permission too high, unable to trace. His breath momentarily halted, and he straightened in his seat. A nouveau riche? A lottery winner? Such laughable thoughts flickered through his mind for a second before being extinguished. The existence capable of evading his top-tier intelligence network was not merely a stroke of luck. Behind this lay a colossal entity he could scarcely fathom. This Qinyang was not a sudden wealth-bursting koi fish. He was a white glove, a pawn pushed forth by some towering figure or an obscure family. Zhao Tianhai's complexion shifted as he unconsciously tapped his fingers against the phone screen. He realized that breaking his son's hand was merely a warning. A show of force. This was a declaration of ownership over the woman named Yi Qingzhu. His son's foolish provocation had unwittingly placed him in the line of fire. Dad, Zhao Tianyu, observing his father's grave expression, felt a pang of fear. The fury in Zhao Tianhai's eyes gradually receded, replaced by the shrewdness and ruthlessness characteristic of a businessman. A pawn is ultimately just a pawn. As long as it is a pawn, it remains expendable. He could not directly remove this piece from the board, but he could stir up a storm beyond it, compelling the player to make a choice. A newly activated piece and a local power player with decades of experience, who holds greater weight, the player would surely discern. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Zhao Tianhai's mouth. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of President Wang of Modu Commercial Bank. Hello, President Wang. This is Zhao Tianhai. Ah, Mr. Zhao. What a rare pleasure. Shall I host you at Tianyu Mansion tonight? President Wang responded with immediate enthusiasm. The matter of dining was easily arranged. Zhao Tianhai's tone grew casual, as though engaged in small talk. President Wang, I'd like to inquire about a recent client of yours named Chen Yang. I presume his Citibank Black Card has been doing business with you lately? He refrained from mentioning freezing accounts, merely probing. On the other end, there was a sudden silence. After a full 3 seconds, President Wang's voice trembled with fear as he replied, Mr. Zhao, why do you ask about this? In the luxurious penthouse of Thompson Riviera, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the Huangpu River's nightscape, sparkling like a diamond-studded galaxy, with the Oriental Pearl Tower casting a mesmerizing glow. The living room was softly illuminated. Yi Qingzhu had changed into loose loungewear, her fair legs swaying gently like a lazy kitten curled up on the sofa. Clutching a soft pillow, she was engrossed in a sweet romantic drama, an involuntary smile gracing her face. Upon returning from school, she felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over her, as the fears and anxieties that had lingered in her heart dissipated entirely. With Chen Yang by her side, this place transformed into the safest haven in the world. No matter how tumultuous the outside world became, it could not disturb her in the slightest. Chen Yang emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly cut fruits, strawberries, blueberries, and cherries, each exuding an enticing sweetness. He gently placed the fruit platter on the tea table in front of Yi Qingzhu, his voice soft. Darling, don't forget to replenish your vitamins while watching TV. Yi Qingzhu responded sweetly, picking up a bright red strawberry and savoring it, her eyes narrowing in bliss. So sweet. Chen Yang smiled indulgently, just as he was about to sit beside her. At that moment, his phone vibrated subtly, revealing an encrypted message. Chen Yang picked up the device, opened the message, and scanned the content. Dear Chairman, Tian Shield Securities Shanghai Branch reports, Zhao Tianhai, Chairman of Tianhai Group, is mobilizing his entire business network with the intent of launching a comprehensive commercial blockade against you. The targets include freezing assets, undermining investments, and generating negative public opinion. The first wave of attack is expected to commence tonight. The source of this information was none other than the globally premier security firm, Tian Shield Security, of which he had recently acquired ownership. The intelligence capabilities were indeed astonishing. As soon as Zhao Tianhai conceived his malicious intent, Tian Shield had already laid bare his cards. After reading the message, Chen Yang's expression remained impassive. A sense of amusement washed over him, akin to a dragon overhearing ants beneath its feet clamoring to trip it. He set the phone down, returning his gaze to Yi Qingzhu, who was giggling at the cheesy lines from a romantic drama, her innocence and beauty radiating. His voice remained gentle, yet carried an almost imperceptible chill. Darling, the television is a bit loud. Yi Qingzhu blinked in confusion. Is it? I think it's fine. Chen Yang moved to sit beside her, enveloping her in his embrace and kissing her smooth forehead, his tone eerily calm. What I meant was, there's an oblivious fly buzzing outside, which is rather annoying. I'll head to the study for a moment. I'll swat it and return to accompany you. As he spoke, he rose and walked toward the study. The instant he entered, a cold, mechanical alert rang out in his mind. Beep. Detected a foolish jester attempting to disturb the host through commercial means, posing a potential threat to the wealth security of the host's wife. God-level omnipotent father system task initiated. Task name, the tip of the iceberg. Task requirements. Utilize the resources of the tip of the iceberg to utterly crush all invading adversaries, making the host's wife acutely aware of the meaning of absolute. Overwhelming wealth security. Task reward, God-level investment skills. Boom. As the system notification concluded, an incomprehensible torrent of information surged into Chen Yang's mind. The history of modern finance, the evolution of global capital, the legendary maneuvers of Wall Street, countless investment models, and thousands of financial derivatives, all knowledge and theories transformed from mere cold text and data into an instinct etched into his soul as naturally as breathing. At that moment, The entire financial market unfolded before Qinyang, devoid of secrets. The flow of all capital, along with the underlying logic and trajectories, was laid bare before his eyes. He was no longer a mere spectator, but the sole player controlling the game. Qinyang approached his desk, opening the laptop equipped with the world's most advanced computing power. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and the screen instantly displayed the real-time stock information for Tianhai Group. The red candlestick chart moved steadily, the stock price at 352 yuan, with a market capitalization of approximately 48 billion. To the average person, this represented an unattainable commercial empire. Yet, to Qinyang, it appeared as a paper boat riddled with holes. He identified at least 17 potentially fatal structural flaws. Naive. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qinyang's lips. To contend with an opponent of this caliber, no complex financial instruments were necessary. Only the simplest, most brutal approach. He donned his Bluetooth headset and dialed the private banking manager of a Swiss bank. "It's me. Good evening, esteemed Mr. Chun. I am at your service," came the exceedingly respectful voice from the other end. "Prepare $100 billion. Qinyang's tone brooked no argument. The breath on the other end hitched, followed by an exuberant response. "Yes, sir. The funds are in place and ready for deployment." "Excellent." Qinyang's gaze returned to the red candlestick chart, his eyes icy. "Follow my instructions. Target: A shares, Tianhai Group, stock code 600XXX. Step 1. Utilize 500 billion, regardless of cost, to acquire all circulating shares in the market. Step 2. The moment the acquisition is complete, sell all shares en masse at the limit down price. Step 3. Notify all rating agencies and financial media under our control to release a negative report on Tianhai Group's financial fraud and insolvency within 3 minutes, disseminating it across all channels globally. Step 4. Activate all associated short-selling funds, employing 300 times leverage, and short with full force. A seamless execution of moves, simple, brutal, and ruthlessly effective. This was not merely commercial competition, it was a massacre, a cost-agnostic, return-seeking operation, solely aimed at annihilation. Utilizing $100 billion in international capital to strike at a regional real estate company valued at less than $100 billion. This was not akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito, it was akin to mobilizing a planet to squash a fly. "Understood, sir. Your will is our mission." The voice of the client manager trembled with excitement and reverence. He understood that tonight, the capital market of Huaxia would witness a miracle, a slaughter worthy of the annals of history. With the orders dispatched, a global capital storm erupted instantaneously, an unfathomable tide of terrifying funds, akin to an ancient beast breaking free from its shackles, roared forth from the snowy peaks of Switzerland, transcending time zones and the barriers of the internet, zeroing in on its diminutive prey. Meanwhile, at the Tianhai Group headquarters, in the chairman's office on the top floor, Zhao Tianhai stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, a glass of premium Lafite in hand, relishing the resplendent night view below. Before him stood several of his most capable subordinates. "Chairman, we have contacted all cooperating media outlets. Once you give the word, the scandal regarding that upstart can be spread across the internet instantaneously." Chapter 13. Zhao Tianhai. I have provoked a god. At the Tianhai Group headquarters, on the top floor, the vast expanse of the city lay illuminated beyond the massive windows. A galaxy of lights that never dimmed. Zhao Tianhai reclined on an opulent leather sofa, holding a glass of Romani Conti, his demeanor one of utter satisfaction. He reveled in the feeling of having the entire city beneath his feet. Several executives of the group stood before him with deference etched onto their faces. "Chairman, the media and the online army are all in place." The vice president bowed slightly as he reported. "Once you give the nod, that fellow named Qinyang, with all his sordid tales of being kept by wealthy women and the murky origins of his funds, will be disseminated across the internet tonight. I assure you, before dawn breaks, he will face social obliteration." The chief financial officer chimed in to take credit. The cooperating bank has also been alerted and can freeze all his assets at any moment under the guise of risk control. It is entirely reasonable to investigate a poor student who suddenly amassed billions. Zhao Tianhai gently swirled his wine glass, the crimson liquid clinging to the sides, reflecting the machinations and ruthlessness lurking in his eyes. He intended to employ such legitimate commercial tactics to convey to the mysterious player behind Qinyang that he, Zhao Tianhai, has been a formidable force in the metropolis for decades. "You, a newcomer, wish to tread upon my domain? Let us see if your pieces are resilient or if my foundation runs deep." He was confident that the other party would make the most prudent choice, sacrificing a pawn for the sake of peace. "Father, eliminate him. He must be eliminated." From the inner lounge came Zhao Tianyu's hoarse wail. Zhao Tianhai's brow furrowed, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. Useless. Were it not for this fool provoking the wrong individuals, I would not find myself in this predicament. Just as he was about to scold, the heavy door of the office was forcefully flung open. Bang! His chief secretary, a woman known for her composure, burst in disheveled. Her face drained of color, leaving only pure distortion and horror. In her haste, she stumbled in her high heels and fell to the carpet, her voice torn by fear. Chairman, the stock price has collapsed. In an instant, the smugness on Zhao Tianhai's face froze. One of the executives instinctively scoffed. Secretary Li, are you joking? The market hasn't even opened yet. The laughter caught in his throat as Zhao Tianhai, like an enraged beast, lunged towards the desk, trembling hands opening the trading software. The next moment, the heartbeat of everyone in the office ceased. On the screen, the K-line graph of Tianhai Group displayed a trajectory that defied all financial logic. Just a minute ago, a staggering volume of sell orders, like a black divine punishment, pierced through the entire trading board at the limit down price. There was no competition, no tug of war, not even a second of warning. It was a pure, vertical green line plunging downwards. 352 yuan. 3,258 yuan. In an instant. Limit down. The opening was the end. Impossible. Zhao Tianhai's eyes bulged, veins bursting across the whites of his eyes. Gripping the edge of the desk, he screamed, "Who is it? Our company does not have such a massive circulation. Who is crashing the stock?" Yet this was merely the prelude to a nightmare. Buzz, buzz. In the office, every executive's phone emitted a sharp, frantic resonance simultaneously. "It's over. Chairman, it's all over." The public relations director answered a call, listened for less than 3 seconds, then dropped the phone, collapsing to the ground. The Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, and hundreds of top financial media outlets just simultaneously published negative reports about our group. Financial fraud, tax evasion, shoddy projects, broken funding chains. Each accusation is a capital offense. Boom. Zhao Tianhai's body trembled violently. How could the original sins he buried so deeply be unearthed and made public in an instant? Ding, ding, ding. The chief financial officer answered another call, his face as pale as a sheet. Yes, it was the president of the commercial bank. His lips trembled as he looked at Zhao Tianhai. He said our credit rating has been downgraded to junk status and demands that we repay 30 billion yuan in loans within 24 hours. Otherwise, asset liquidation will commence. What? Another call. Chairman, all partners are demanding to terminate contracts. They want us to pay penalties for breach of contract. Suppliers have ceased deliveries. We have been excluded from all projects. One after another, these dire tidings pierced Zhao Tianhai's body like a barrage of sharp blades. The 100 billion empire he had painstakingly built over a lifetime was collapsing at an unprecedented pace beyond his comprehension. No, it cannot be. Zhao Tianhai was utterly deranged. Grabbing his phone to call his connections. Hello? Director Zhang? It's me, old Zhao. Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up directly. Hello? Secretary Li? It's Tianhai. You have dialed the wrong number. A cold, unfamiliar voice replied. Director Wang. Save me. Our years of friendship. Zhao Dong. I don't know you. Please don't call again. Indifference. Disavowal. Fear. The network of connections he took pride in shattered like glass before absolute power. He finally realized that the entity he had provoked was not merely a player. It was a deity. A true god who commanded all with a mere utterance. In just 1 hour, Tianhai Group's market value evaporated by over 90%. All assets were frozen. All funds siphoned away. Only a piece of paper stood between him and bankruptcy. Zhao Tianhai slumped in his chair, his face, once filled with authority and calculation, now reduced to ashen despair. With his last ounce of strength, he sought through a gray channel to trace that world-destroying hand at any cost. He yearned for clarity. 10 minutes later, a message arrived on his neglected phone. The message was simple, just one name. As the two characters, Chunyang vividly reflected in his bloodshot pupils. The string named Reason in Zhao Tianhai's brain snapped. He emitted a gasping sound from his throat, mouth agape, yet voiceless. Ultimately, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Chapter 14, Kneeling in Plea, the property manager. The cold scent of disinfectant pierced his nostrils. Zhao Tianhai, who had fainted, was forcibly yanked back to reality. He opened his eyes abruptly to see the stark white ceiling of a hospital room. Father, you're awake. Dad. Beside him, Zhao Tianyu. His arms still in a cast, rushed over, a look of relief washing over his face. However, Zhao Tianhai's first reaction upon waking was not one of comfort, but rather a resounding slap. He summoned all his remaining strength and struck Zhao Tianyu across the face with a fierce blow. Slap. The sound echoed chillingly, shattering the silence of the hospital room. Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, clutching his instantly reddened face, unable to comprehend his father's actions. Dad, why did you hit me? Beast. You wretched beast. Zhao Tianhai's eyes were bloodshot, akin to a cornered beast on the brink of death. He seized Zhao Tianyu by the collar and yanked him down from the bed. His voice was hoarse, filled with desperate anguish. The Zhao family is finished. Completely finished. All because of you. It is all because of you, that reckless fool. In his mind, only two words collided in a frenzy. Qinyang. He was not merely a pawn, nor anyone's glove. He himself was the deity. The one who could casually spend 800 million on real estate, whose mere glance could compel the principal to bow. And with a flick of his finger could turn 100 billion conglomerate to ashes, a terrifying existence. How dare his own son, that worthless waste, attempt to lay claim to his woman? Is this not courting death? A chilling, soul-freezing fear completely consumed Zhao Tianhai's reason and dignity. He violently shook off his son and tumbled off the hospital bed. Paying no mind to his shoes, he dashed outside barefoot. Father, where are you going? Zhao Tianyu, terrified by his father's frenzied demeanor, scrambled to follow. To beg for mercy. Zhao Tianhai's voice was thick with anguish, trembling uncontrollably. We are not seeking vengeance. We are here to bow our heads and plead for our lives. Hurry, quickly. If we delay, it will all be over. Half an hour later, a frenzied Rolls-Royce skidded dangerously in the underground garage of Tongchen Yiping, tires screeching against the ground, nearly colliding with a load-bearing pillar. The car door swung open, and the disheveled father and son burst out. They dashed into the private elevator, frantically pressing the button for the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, the pair stumbled forward, collapsing before the dark golden door that symbolized supreme power. Then, through Zhao Tianyu's utterly shattered vision, he beheld his once mighty father, Zhao Tianhai, who could command the winds and rains of the entire metropolis. Thud. The sound echoed as both knees crashed heavily onto the cold, hard marble floor. The impact was like a hammer, shattering the last remnants of pride within young Master Zhao's heart. Mr. Chun, please open the door. Zhao Tianhai, ignoring the agony of his knees, pressed his forehead to the ground, summoning all his strength to scream. I have failed to recognize a titan. I am not worthy of being called a man. I have raised my son poorly, and I have offended you and your wife. I beseech you, grant us a sliver of mercy, please. As he shouted, he pounded his head against the floor, his forehead quickly swelling and bleeding, yet he remained oblivious, mechanically repeating the act under the compulsion of fear. Beside him, Zhao Tianyu was already terrified out of his wits. He finally grasped the magnitude of the entity he had provoked. He too collapsed, mimicking his father's actions, pounding his head and weeping uncontrollably, snot and tears streaming down his face. Mr. Chun, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I will never dare again. Please spare me. The cries and thuds of the father and son echoed through the silent corridor, haunting and desperate. At that moment, with a click, the tightly shut doors slowly creaked open. Chen Yang's figure emerged from behind it. Clad in simple loungewear, he cast his gaze downward, observing the kneeling, bloodied father and son before him. His handsome face devoid of any expression. No anger, no disdain, not even a hint of emotion. His gaze seemed to merely brush past them like two bothersome specks of dust. Yi Qingzhu stood behind Chen Yang, cautiously peering out. Upon witnessing the once arrogant Zhao Tianyu and the business mogul Zhao Tianhai, whom she had only seen on the covers of financial magazines, now kneeling at her doorstep, bloodied and begging for mercy, her heart was struck by an indescribable force. Is this the power of her man? Simply because they had disturbed her? So, 100 billion conglomerate was reduced to nothing? This was no mere tyranny or pampering. This was a miracle. Chen Yang's gaze swept over the father and son, his brow barely furrowing. He spoke in a calm tone, his words resonating like a final judgment in their ears. You disturbed my wife while she was watching television. With those words, Zhao Tianhai and Zhao Tianyu's bodies froze in place. The next moment, a more profound, bone-chilling fear engulfed them. Merely for disturbing his wife while she was watching television. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. We deserve to die. We will leave right away. Zhao Tianhai was so terrified that his insides churned, pulling his son to flee. Wait, Chen Yang spoke again. Zhao Tianhai's body instantly locked in place. Cold sweat soaking through his back. Chen Yang appeared to ponder an inconsequential matter, then pronounced their fate in an emotionless tone. Death may be avoided, but living punishment is inescapable. Your Zhao family's Tianhai group, along with all its subsidiaries, I shall acquire for the sum of $1. His gaze fell upon Zhao Tianhai. As for you, Zhao Tianhai, come work at Tongchen Yiping. The property manager position is currently vacant. With those words, instead of feeling humiliation and despair, Zhao Tianhai felt as if he had clutched the only lifeline in a sea of despair, relief flooding over him. The terror in his eyes was instantly replaced by a fervent gratitude as he fervently bowed again, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for the opportunity to serve you and your wife. It is my Zhao Tianhai's honor to be your steward. Though he had lost his 100 billion fortune, he and his son's lives were spared. Not only that, but they would remain by the side of this towering figure. serving as mere watchdogs. What a tremendous blessing. Watching Zhao Tianhai, who was filled with gratitude and bowing incessantly, Qin Yang lost all interest. He closed the door, completely shutting out the scene of humiliation and wailing outside. In the living room, the sweet sounds of a romantic drama continued uninterrupted, as if everything that had just transpired was merely the swatting of a fly that had ventured into the house. Qin Yang returned to Yi Qingzhu's side, gently pulling her into his embrace, softly asking, "Did I frighten you?" Yi Qingzhu shook her head. She buried her small face deep into his chest, holding him tightly. Feeling the strong, steady beat of his heart, she said nothing, but Qin Yang could sense the deep-rooted dependence of the girl in his arms. That was enough. The stockpile of drafts from the past few days has been released all at once. Thank you for your support. Chapter 15. Shenhuang Group, Initial Test. After crushing the buzzing fly that was the Zhao family, the top floor of Tongchen Yiping was once again enveloped in warmth and tranquility. Qin Yang's life returned to its sole focus, Yi Qingzhu and the baby in her womb. That morning, sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting soft patches of light. "Darling, let us go for the first official prenatal checkup today." Qin Yang tenderly handed a glass of perfectly warm milk to Yi Qingzhu. Thanks to his divine culinary skills, her pregnancy symptoms had greatly diminished, and her once pale face had regained its rosy fullness, sparkling with vitality. Yi Qingzhu nodded obediently, delicately sipping from her cup of milk. The mere thought of soon undergoing an ultrasound to catch her first glimpse of the baby within her stirred a ripple of mixed anticipation and anxiety within her heart. The two were preparing to change clothes and step out when, unexpectedly, the doorbell rang. Qin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. At this hour, visitors were unlikely. Save for the property management. He accessed the surveillance footage, revealing a stranger, a middle-aged man standing outside. The man, appearing to be in his 50s, donned a flawlessly tailored handmade suit, his hair meticulously styled with wax. Gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and his sharp, discerning gaze radiated acumen and intensity. He exhibited neither impatience nor restlessness, simply standing there quietly, yet an aura of long-held authority and ingrained arrogance emanated from him, palpable even through the screen. Qin Yang opened the door. Almost instantly upon seeing the man, Yi Qingzhu's complexion drained of color. Her previously relaxed demeanor tensed instinctively. A small hand grasped the edge of Qin Yang's shirt, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. The man's gaze flicked over Qin Yang, lingering for no more than half a second, as though appraising a cumbersome piece of furniture. Though the scrutiny and disdain in his eyes vanished in an instant, he maintained an impeccable demeanor of a butler. With a slight bow, his voice steady yet imbued with an innate sense of distance, he introduced himself. "Greetings. I am Li Zhong, the steward of Shenhuang Group. I come on behalf of the master of the house." Shenhuang Group. The inevitable had arrived. Qin Yang's inner turmoil was unperturbed, his exterior as tranquil as water. He stepped aside, his tone indifferent. "Please, come in." Li Zhong entered, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the opulent penthouse. The view of the Huangpu River, the top-tier design, a value of 800 million. Yet to him, it was merely a facade constructed of wealth, a crude display of ostentation by nouveau riche eager to flaunt their fortunes. True depth lay in lineage, in the sedimentation of power, elements that money could never procure. He completely disregarded Yi Qingzhu, who stood by, pale and biting her lip, as if she were invisible. His attention returned to Qin Yang, appraising him as one would a piece of merchandise, a flawed item, tainting noble blood. "Mr. Chun, is it?" Li Zhong showed no intention of sitting, standing above as if from a pedestal. Elegantly, he retrieved a check from his suit pocket, pinching it between two fingers before placing it gently on the polished coffee table, producing a barely audible sound. "Here is 50 million. The master wishes for you to accept this sum and refrain from appearing before our young lady henceforth." These words struck Yi Qingzhu like a dagger, piercing her heart with cruel precision. She trembled with rage, her eyes welling with tears. "Uncle Li, how can you treat him, like this?" She was about to rush forward to argue when a warm, strong hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. Qin Yang signaled her to remain calm, then turned to Li Zhong, his tone as placid as if inquiring about the day's weather. "What if I refuse?" Li Zhong appeared to have anticipated this response, a smirk of blatant mockery gracing his lips. He leisurely adjusted his expensive cufflinks, adopting a tone of notification. "Mr. Chun, I hope you understand that I am not here to negotiate. You and our young lady inhabit entirely different worlds. The wealth you possess may seem substantial in your sphere, but before Shenhuang Group, it is as insignificant as a speck of dust." He paused, the threat in his words as chilling as a venomous snake's flicking tongue. "Should you persist in your entanglement, what awaits you will not merely be a check. Your studies, your prospects, every trace of your existence in this society can be rendered utterly non-existent." Is it worth sacrificing everything for a woman who does not belong to you? The naked threat left no room for ambiguity. Yi Qingzhu's tears threatened to spill over. She never imagined her family would resort to such despicable means to harm her dearest. Yet, both she and Li Zhong were unprepared for Chunyang's reaction. Upon hearing these words, his face bore no fear, no anger, not even the slightest ripple of emotion. Instead, he smiled, a smile steeped in scorn and irony. 50 million? Chunyang shook his head, his gaze akin to that of one observing a futile performance of an exhausted comical monkey. Li Zhong's brow furrowed deeply, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. This young man's calmness was unsettling, too calm for comfort. Just then, Chunyang turned away from him, approaching a seemingly unremarkable laptop on the desk. His long fingers danced across the keyboard, and then he pivoted the screen towards Li Zhong. Before you decide how to erase me, I suggest you take a look at this. Li Zhong's frown deepened, filled with confusion and disdain, as he directed his gaze to the computer screen. Just one glance, and all his arrogance, composure, and superiority froze, crumbled. The screen displayed not a bank statement nor corporate documents, but a sprawling, pulsating map of a financial empire, a network of shares interwoven with countless multinational corporations, banks, and funds. And at the pinnacle of this power pyramid, dominating all, the name read, Chunyang. Li Zhong's pupils constricted violently at those two words. His gaze frantically descended through the dense branches of subordinates, landing on a name that sent tremors through his very soul. Swiss Union Bank Group, UBS. No, this cannot be. Li Zhong's voice twisted, hoarse and distorted with shock. Swiss Union Bank, the largest private wealth management institution in the world, the custodian of most of Shenhuang Group's offshore assets, the financial lifeline of the Yi family. And now, this graphic, irrefutably, indicated that this impoverished student he deemed an ant, easily dismissed with 50 million, was, in fact, the ultimate owner of this bank. How could this be? This shattered every notion he had ever held. Chunyang observed the color drain from Li Zhong's face, the coldness at the corners of his mouth intensifying. He offered no explanations. He merely extended a finger to the touchpad, gently tapping it. The screen shifted to reveal a high-level command interface. A classified authorization document materialized before Li Zhong's eyes. Highest authority directive, effective immediately. Freeze all assets of Shenhuang Group and its associated family members within the Swiss Union Bank Group, and initiate the highest level of anti-money laundering and asset source review procedures. Authorized by Chunyang. Instruction status, pending execution. Thunderous. Li Zhong's mind was struck as if by a black lightning bolt that pierced through the heavens and the earth. His legs weakened, and with a thud, the once imperious steward of the Shenhuang Group fell to his knees, crashing heavily onto the cold marble floor, producing a dull, resounding echo. His gold-rimmed glasses slipped from his nose and shattered upon impact with the ground. The keen and discerning eyes that once held sharpness now reflected a hollow void. Drained of soul, filled only with fear and despair. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the entity he had provoked, along with his self-important, vast family behind him. They were not mere dust, nor insignificant insects. They were a being who, with a mere flick of a finger, could effortlessly erase their entire lineage. Along with the wealth and status they so proudly possessed, from existence, a true deity. Chapter 16. A word determines life and death, the tremor of Shenhuang. The living room lay shrouded in utter silence. The sound of his kneecap colliding with the marble reverberated through the air like a funeral bell, shattering all armor of arrogance that encased Li Zhong. His mind halted, fixated solely on the execution command displayed on the screen. Alongside the signatures of Chunyang, like a searing brand, it seared into the depths of his soul. UBS, the lifeblood of the Shenhuang Group. The colossal wealth accumulated over generations by the Yi family, enough to draw the envy of any nation, was stored there. It was the foundation upon which the family stood resilient against any storm. And now, this young man, whom he regarded as mere dust, attempting to dismiss with 50 million, was the ultimate master of this bank. He finally understood why Zhao Tianhai's 100 billion empire had crumbled into ashes within an hour. This was not merely a commercial conflict. This was a deity, displeased, casually erasing an annoying insect. And now, he and the entire Shenhuang Group had become the next target in the divine gaze. No, please. Li Zhong's throat constricted, producing a dying plea. His body trembling violently as he reached out, seemingly grasping for something, yet his hands fell powerless. Chunyang regarded him with an expressionless visage, devoid of warmth in his gaze. He refrained from pressing the execution key. For a man like Li Zhong, allowing him to live in an endless abyss of fear, perpetually on the brink of reckoning, was far more cruel than a swift obliteration. Uncle Li. Yi Qingzhu gently tugged at Chunyang's sleeve, her voice laced with compassion. Though enraged by her family's actions, witnessing the steward who had watched her grow in such a state stirred a poignant discomfort within her. More importantly, she feared that Chunyang might, in a fit of rage, annihilate her family. There was her beloved grandfather to consider. Sensing her turmoil, Chunyang's icy demeanor melted in an instant. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The system detected that the host's wife was distressed due to familial pressure. Please exhibit absolute control within 10 minutes to eliminate her concerns. Task reward. Divine Intelligence Network. Heavenly Eye System. Basic Authority. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chunyang's lips. Just in time, he turned and gently enveloped Yi Qingzhu in his embrace. Whispering in a tone only she could hear, do not fear. In this world, no sound should ever provoke a frown from you. His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable dominance and affection. Yi Qingzhu felt her heart swell with warmth at his simple words. All her worries and anxieties dissipated like mist. She buried her small face into Chunyang's broad chest, nodding vigorously. With her consent, Chunyang redirected his gaze to Li Zhong, who was nearly drowning in terror. He approached the desk and casually shut off the interface that could induce instant shock to the entire Shenhuang group. Upon seeing the interface vanish, Li Zhong's taut nerves slackened, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as cold sweat thoroughly soaked his expensive suit. He was alive. He was still alive. Get back. Chunyang's voice descended from above, unruffled. Inform your master, the so-called head of the Yi family. Chunyang stood before Li Zhong, looking down upon him, each word resonating like a divine decree, indelibly inscribed in Li Zhong's mind. First, Yi Qingzhu, and the life she carries, from this moment forth, belong to my domain. You have no right to interfere. Second, cease your underhanded tactics. This check represents the first and the last time. Chunyang paused, his gaze sweeping over the check on the coffee table, then lifted his foot to gently crush the paper that symbolized 50 million, the motion slow and deliberate. Should there be a next time, it will be the Shenhuang group that gets crushed. Third, a hint of amusement tinged Chunyang's voice. Return and inform everyone in the Yi family to prepare for my arrival. But not just yet. Wait until you learn the proper demeanor with which to greet your master. Master. Those two syllables struck Li Zhong's heart like two searing iron hammers. His pupils dilated in shock. The color drained from his face. This was not a warning, nor a threat. It was a blatant proclamation from a higher plane of existence. A declaration of his absolute ownership over the Shenhuang group and the entire Yi family. Listen. Do you comprehend? Li Zhong's teeth chattered uncontrollably. He dared not raise his eyes to meet Chunyang's gaze, desperately bowing his head. The sound of his forehead striking the ground resonating with despair. Leave. Chunyang uttered his final word. Li Zhong felt as though a great pardon had been bestowed upon him. He scrambled to his feet, hastily crawling towards the door. He did not dare retrieve his shattered glasses, once a symbol of his identity and dignity, now a bitter irony. As he burst through the ornate golden door, he leaned against the wall, utterly spent, his legs no longer able to support his weight, sliding down to the floor. He cast a glance back at the closed door, his eyes reflecting only endless terror. He knew that from this day onward, not just the city of magic, but the entirety of the world would change. And he had borne witness to the descent of this new deity. Inside the room, Chunyang nonchalantly tossed the check he had stepped on into the trash can. As if discarding a piece of used paper, he returned to Yi Qingzhu, lifting her effortlessly into his arms as he made his way to the bedroom. All right, my dear. Let us change clothes. It is time for your prenatal checkup. His tone was light, as if the tumultuous events that had just transpired were merely the swatting away of a bothersome fly. Yi Qingzhu nestled in his embrace, her small hands gripping his collar tightly, her clear, bright eyes reflecting nothing but his image, filled with unwavering admiration and affection. Chapter 17. His child, the twilight of Shenhuang. Magic City International Maternity Hospital. This establishment is the ultimate choice among the affluent elite, where a single bed can fetch astronomical prices on the black market. Those privileged enough to establish a record here are undeniably the pinnacle of society. Yet today, this hospital, accustomed to grand spectacles, was enveloped in a palpable reverence, almost as if time itself had come to a standstill. The venerable director, his hair as white as snow, stood with a cadre of department heads at the entrance. Impeccably dressed in their finest suits, their expressions taut, even their breaths deliberately subdued. A black sedan glided silently to a stop before them. The director swiftly stepped forward to personally open the car door, bending at the waist in a deep bow. Chunyang emerged, turning to carefully assist Yi Qingzhu from the vehicle, his movements gentle, as if handling an exquisite treasure. Mr. Chun, Mrs. Chun. His voice, though belonging to a man in his 60s who stood as a titan in the medical field, trembled imperceptibly. Everything had been meticulously arranged. The finest team of specialists awaited in the VIP treatment area on the top floor. An hour prior, an encrypted call from the highest echelons of Tian Shield security had reached his private phone, conveying a single imperative. Mr. Chun and Mrs. Chun require a prenatal examination. Specifications at the highest level. Those words carried more weight than any threat could. What is Tian Shield security? It is the global authority in security, relied upon even by heads of state from small nations. The mere fact that someone of such stature had personally conveyed the message left the director trembling. He knew that even the slightest misstep could obliterate both him and the hospital from the metropolis. Yi Qingzhu gazed at the grandiose scene, feeling somewhat out of place. She gently tugged at Chunyang's sleeve and whispered, "Are we being too ostentatious?" Chunyang chuckled, playfully tapping her delicate nose, his tone exuding an air of rightful dominance. "My wife, my child, are entitled to nothing but the best. This is merely the beginning." To him, it was just a fundamental operation. In his mind, the system's voice resonated as expected. Ding. The host has successfully provided the highest standard prenatal care environment for his wife, imparting an unparalleled sense of importance and affection. Reward. Life Gene Optimization Liquid, fetal specific, has been dispatched to the system space, capable of enhancing the baby's future potential and establishing a perfect foundation. A subtle smile graced Chunyang's lips. This was the essence of the nurturing father system. Amidst the director and the throng of experts, the couple was ushered directly to the top floor of the building. This space resembled not a clinical examination room, but rather a luxurious presidential suite of a top-tier hotel, infused with a custom soothing fragrance. No queues, no waiting. The chief ultrasound expert personally attended to them, employing gentle techniques. As the cool gel made contact with her skin, Yi Qingzhu instinctively tightened her grip on Chunyang's hand. He responded with a firm hold, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, silently conveying reassurance. Soon, a grayish-white image materialized on the high-definition display. "Mr. Chun, Mrs. Chun, please take a look." The expert pointed to a tiny speck on the screen, his voice brimming with excitement. "This is your baby. Although it is merely a gestational sac at this stage, we have already detected a heartbeat." As the words fell, a faint yet remarkably resilient heartbeat resonated through the room via the speakers. The sound, though soft, struck each person's heart like the universe's first cry. In that instant, Yi Qingzhu's tears cascaded down unexpectedly. She instinctively caressed her abdomen, feeling a profound resonance from deep within her bloodline. An instinct known as maternal love completely enveloped her. That was her child. Her and Chunyang's child. Chunyang's body trembled slightly. He fixated on the minuscule life symbol on the screen, listening to the rhythmic sound. An unprecedented emotion flooding his chest. It was a sense of fulfillment far stronger than that of acquiring a trillion-dollar asset or managing a multinational corporation. From that moment forth, his life had acquired a new coordinate. He was a father. Ding. The host has detected the first time hearing the fetal heartbeat, deeply igniting paternal instincts. The bond with the supreme bloodline has intensified. Special reward. Global top-tier maternity care team, royal level. The team has departed globally and will arrive in the metropolis within 24 hours, ready to serve. Reward. Future Education Fund has been initiated. With an initial capital of $10 trillion, managed by the system for all future expenses of the baby. Chunyang's expression remained serene. His child must stand atop the world. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, on a private island that did not exist on any map, at the headquarters of the Shenhuang Group, an atmosphere so stifling it felt suffocating enveloped the hall, which harmoniously blended classical gardens with futuristic technology. Yi Zhenxiong, the patriarch of the Yi family, sat in a grand chair, two priceless purple gold walnuts in his hands, having long ceased their rotation. Beneath him, Yi Tianhong, Yi Qingzhu's second brother, wore a grimace. He was the conservative leader advocating a marriage alliance with the Rothschild family, viewing Chunyang as a stain upon their lineage. In the center of the hall, Steward Li Zhong knelt, recounting the recent events at the Taichung Yiping with meticulous accuracy. He dared not embellish nor conceal anything. Before that presence, any lie would be swiftly pierced through. As the words Swiss Union Bank Group and the Asset Freeze Directive left his lips, Yi Tianhong sprang up, pointing at him. His voice a furious roar. "You've lost your mind. Li Zhong, are you insane? A 20-year-old impoverished student is the master of UBS? How dare you present such nonsense before our father?" He could not accept nor believe it. If this were true, then his proud identity as the second heir of the Yi family would be nothing but a complete joke before that individual. On the main seat, Yi Zhenxiong remained silent. His eyes, having seen through half a century of tumult, were now fixed intently on Li Zhong. After a long pause, he finally spoke. His voice hoarse yet imbued with a chilling intensity that pierced to the marrow. "Uncle Zhong, you have served me for 40 years. Can you stake your entire family's lives on every word you have spoken? Li Zhong trembled violently, his forehead crashing heavily to the ground. His voice filled with raw fear and weeping. Patriarch, I dare. I stake my family's lives on it. That Qinyang, he is no mere mortal. He is a deity. I have seen the highest authority backhand of UBS with my own eyes. Witnessed the directive that could uproot us at any moment. We have provoked a true god. Boom. Yi Tianhong's mind went blank, staggering backward to slump into his chair, his face as pale as a sheet. He knew Li Zhong far too well. This man would never dare to lie about his family. Thus, everything must be true. Yi Zhenxiong closed his eyes, a deep sense of powerlessness surfacing for the first time on his aging visage. He waved his hand, his voice weary. You may leave. Li Zhong fled the inferno in a frenzy, grateful for the reprieve. In the hall, only the father and son remained. Father, what shall we do? Are we truly to bow before a mere boy? Yi Tianhong's voice brimmed with indignation and humiliation. Bow before him. Yi Zhenxiong's eyes snapped open, radiating a terrifying brilliance, devoid of any trace of age. Tianhong, do you still not comprehend? He slowly rose, walking to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the vast empire belonging to the Yi family. He said he would come, and now we. Yi Zhenxiong's voice carried a despair reminiscent of a crumbling edifice. You are not even worthy of bowing your head. Chapter 18. Home. Excluded from the Magic City. After the prenatal checkup concluded, they found themselves at the National Gold Center, the pinnacle of luxury boutiques in the Magic City. Qinyang intended to select a new array of maternity wear for Yi Qingzhu, as her previous garments had begun to constrict her gently burgeoning elegance. Hand in hand, they strolled across the lustrous floor, a striking couple. Qinyang's chiseled features and Yi Qingzhu's stunning beauty drew the attention of passers-by. Yi Qingzhu, unaccustomed to such scrutiny, felt her cheeks flush, instinctively inching closer to Qinyang. Noticing her shyness, Qinyang paused, enveloping her delicate form completely in his embrace. Lowering his head to bestow a possessive kiss upon her smooth forehead. My wife is meant to be showcased to the world, he murmured, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Yi Qingzhu's heart swelled with sweetness, both bashful and elated. She playfully thumped his chest with her small fist, though the smile on her lips could not be suppressed. This feeling of being cherished, constantly proclaimed as his, left her utterly enchanted. They entered a premier maternal and infant luxury brand store named L. Guardian Angel. However, an abrasive voice shattered this moment of bliss. Oh, isn't this the renowned ice queen of Magic University, Yi Qingzhu? A flamboyantly dressed young man in Versace, with his golden hair and flanked by two companions, obstructed their path at the entrance. His face, gaunt from indulgence, bore a gaze filled with unrestrained greed and possessiveness directed at Yi Qingzhu. Even Yi, the campus beauty, shops at places like this? How peculiar. He blatantly disregarded Qinyang, his eyes brazenly roving over Yi Qingzhu, finally settling on her subtly rounded abdomen. A smirk playing on his lips. TSK, it seems your belly has grown since I last saw you. I wonder which blind man had the good fortune to swell the belly of our exalted Yi. Yi Qingzhu's expression turned icy, her eyes brimming with barely concealed revulsion. Wang Hao, a scion of a second-rate family in the Magic City, had relentlessly pursued her during their school days. Wang Hao, clean up your mouth, she replied coldly. Oh, are you angry? Wang Hao, rather than retreating, stepped forward, his hand adorned with a gaudy watch reaching towards her face. Don't be so distant, Qingzhu. What is the point of being with a pretty boy like him? Come with me, and I promise to. His words were interminable. Suddenly, a firm grip seized his wrist, unyielding as iron. It was Qinyang, a smile on his face that lacked any trace of warmth. My wife does not appreciate filthy hands touching her. What the hell do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Wang Hao's wrist throbbed with pain, his fury evident as he balled his other hand into a fist, launching it at Qinyang's face. Yet, that punch was effortlessly intercepted mid-air by Qinyang. A bone-chilling crack echoed. A ghastly scream, not quite human, pierced the ambience of the mall. Wang Hao's wrist had been grotesquely bent at an unnatural angle, the white of his bone breaking through the skin. My hand. He writhed on the floor, soaked in cold sweat, his expensive shirt rendered useless. Are you all dead? Get him. Kill him. He bellowed at his two stunned lackeys. As if awakening from a dream, they lunged at Qinyang. But he didn't spare them a glance. He merely lifted his foot and brought it down. Thud, thud. The sound resonated like heavy objects crashing onto the carpet. The two burly henchmen seemed to be struck by an invisible force, their bodies arching backward before they flew several meters, colliding with the wall and collapsing to the ground. Frothing at the mouth, instantly unconscious. The entire episode transpired in less than 3 seconds. The store fell into a deathly silence, soon followed by an uncontrollable wave of screams. Yet, Qinyang appeared to have merely brushed away 2 specks of dust. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Tion Dunn Security. National Gold Center, 3rd floor. Guardian Angel Boutique. 3 flies to be eliminated. His voice was soft, yet carried an unmistakable command. Furthermore, notify the management of the National Gold Center. I do not wish to see anyone with the surname Wong or any associated enterprises here again. Yes, I mean forever. Upon hanging up, Chen Yang's gaze returned to the moaning Wang Hao, whose cries abruptly ceased, as if his throat had been squeezed. What kind of gaze was that? It held no anger, no disdain, only the coldness of one surveying a corpse. He finally comprehended that he had not encountered mere iron, but an insurmountable mountain. Within 30 seconds, a flurry of disciplined, almost silent footsteps echoed from all directions of the mall. A dozen imposing figures clad in black suits with sunglasses and earpieces emerged like phantoms, swiftly cordoning off the scene. They made no unnecessary noise, their movements synchronized as they erected barriers, isolating the crowd, the palpable aura of lethal intent suffusing the air. The captain hurried to Chun Yang's side, executing a standard 90-degree bow. Boss, Tion Dunn Security S-Class Action Team is here to manage the situation. Please give your orders. Boss. The word reverberated like thunder in the ears of all present. Tion Dunn Security, the legendary global security titan. The S-Class Action Team existed solely to protect the highest echelons of power. This young man was there, boss? Wang Hao, sprawled on the ground, felt a warm trickle spread across his trousers, a foul odor filling the air. His family's influence paled to insignificance before the might of Tion Dunn Security. Take him away. Qinyang commanded succinctly. Yes. 2 team members advanced, dragging the wretched, urine-soaked Wang Hao and his unconscious lackeys away like discarded carcasses. Everyone knew that what awaited them was a fate far more despairing than hell itself. The captain bowed once more. Boss, the scene has been cleared. The chairman of the National Gold Center is en route to beg your pardon on behalf of himself and his wife. No need. Qinyang waved his hand. Do not disturb my wife's shopping experience. Understood. The S-Class Action Team departed as swiftly as they had arrived, leaving the scene in tranquility as if nothing had transpired. The only remnants were the lingering stench and the awe-stricken gazes of the onlookers, bearing witness to the divine spectacle that had unfolded. Chun Yang took Yi Qingzhu's hand once more, the earlier frigid atmosphere dissipating instantly, restoring him to the tender man who belonged solely to her. Did I frighten you? Yi Qingzhu vigorously shook her head, her sparkling eyes brimming with admiration. Scared? No. Her man, for her sake, had summoned a tempest of wrath, obliterating all that was vile. This profound sense of security, safeguarded by absolute power, brings her a happiness that eclipses any romantic confession in existence. The Wang family has met its demise. Within the span of an hour, this news swept through the upper echelons of the magical metropolis like a tempest. The catalyst? Merely the Wang family's ineffectual scion, who dared to offend a mysterious young man at the National Financial Center. That young man, with a single phone call, mobilized the S-level action team of the Sky Shield. With one command, the billion-dollar Wang group crumbled in an instant, its assets forcibly liquidated, while core family members were apprehended by Interpol on charges of multiple transnational financial crimes. Reduced to ashes, the swiftness of it all was almost beyond belief. The ruthlessness was chilling. All would remember one surname, Chun, and beside him, the woman he cherished to the core, Yi Qingzhu. At the headquarters of the Shanhuang Group, Yi Tianhong held the information transmitted from the Tianshu intelligence network. His expression grave. The data was painfully ordinary, a poor background, exemplary grades, an utterly typical university student. The sole point of suspicion lay in a sudden windfall of wealth. Dad, look, this information is utterly. Yi Tianhong's words were abruptly interrupted by an urgent phone call. Upon hearing the report of the Wang family's downfall on the other end, his hands began to tremble violently. He lowered his gaze to the mundane document in his hands. In that moment, the flimsy paper appeared more terrifying than a death sentence from hell. Chapter 19. His world comes for you. On the top floor of Tangchini Pen, the last glimmer of the sunset sank below the horizon. Outside the window, the lights of the magical metropolis sequentially illuminated, merging into a dazzling galaxy. The living room was softly lit by a single warm-colored floor lamp, casting a gentle glow. Yi Qingzhu curled up in Chun Yang's embrace. Her cheek pressed against his solid chest, the rhythmic sound of his steady heartbeat resonating in her ears. Her world had never been so serene. Yet, the events of the day stirred tumultuous waves in her mind. The distorted visage of Wang Hao in the National Financial Center clashed with Chun Yang's indifference as he shattered Wang's arrogance. On the examination room screen, a tiny luminous point pulsed with the rhythm of life, piercing through the soul. Thunderous strength belonged to him, yet the utmost tenderness was also his. Both facets belonged to the man who held her. This absolute sense of tranquility, however, birthed an uncontrollable thread of anxiety. She clutched the fabric of Chun Yang's shirt, nuzzling her small face against him, her voice muffled. Yang, do you think Dad and the others will really come? Fear gripped her. She was not afraid of the family's formidable power that could shake the magical metropolis. She knew it was fragile against Chun Yang's might. What terrified her was the irrevocable rift of familial ties, the fear that her dearest father would stand in opposition to Chun Yang. Chun Yang lowered his head. The girl in his arms resembled a frightened kitten, evoking tender affection. He tightened his embrace, holding her more securely, gently brushing his chin against her silky hair. They will come. His voice was calm, but imbued with unwavering certainty. Moreover, a subtle hint of amusement laced his tone. They are not coming to see me. They are coming to plead for an audience with you. Yi Qingzhu gazed up, her eyes meeting his fathomless depths. Within them, there was no coldness that looked down upon the masses, only a resolute warmth that could melt her entirely. The turmoil within her was swiftly quelled. She ceased her inquiries, burying her little head back into his embrace, a smile tugging at her lips. At that moment, the tranquility was shattered. The phone on the coffee table vibrated abruptly, breaking the serene ambience. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number from Geneva. Chun Yang glanced at it, swiped to answer, and activated the speakerphone. He was curious to see which unwitting soul sought to invoke his displeasure. A voice, laden with a European accent yet profoundly humble, trembled through the connection. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen? It is I. Chun Yang's response was as calm as still water. Yet, the breath on the other end hitched sharply. Moments later, the voice soared an octave higher, mingling elation with profound reverence. Hello, Mr. Chen. Oh my God, it is truly you. I am Hans Kruger, the Director General of the World Health Organization. Acting on the highest orders, I am here to report to you. From this moment forth, I, along with the global expert pool of the WHO, am on standby 24 hours a day, ready to heed your summons. The United Nations? The World Health Organization? Director General? Yi Qingzhu's mind buzzed as if struck by an invisible hammer, leaving her in utter shock. The name, usually found alongside world leaders in international news, was now reporting to Chun Yang. Before she could fully comprehend this overwhelming revelation, her phone screen lit up again, vibrating incessantly with another call from the United States. Chun Yang answered expressionlessly. Mr. Chun, I am George Daly, the Dean of Harvard Medical School. God is my witness. I have finally reached you. Our top experts in obstetrics, neonatology, and genetics are gathered at the airport. I have canceled a meeting with the prince, and we shall arrive in the magical metropolis within 12 hours. As soon as he finished, another call surged through. Chun Yang didn't even glance before answering again. Mr. Chun, John Nosworthy from the Mayo Clinic. We have loaded the world's only zero-radiation superconducting MRI onto a transport plane. It will provide you and your wife with the most precise and safest monitoring. Please accept our services. It is the utmost honor for us at Mayo. Mr. Chun, I am Philip Roselle. I have delivered 3 generations of royal family members in Europe. To serve you is the greatest honor of my life. Mr. Chun, the Royal Nutritionist team from the East has customized 300 meal plans perfectly suited for the Supreme Lineage's nurturing phase. One after another, the calls flowed in like a well-orchestrated chain reaction. The moment one ended, another would ring through, unceasingly. Harvard, Mayo, Johns Hopkins. Each name represented the pinnacle of human medicine. Each institution was one that Yi Qingzhu's Shunhuang Group could scarcely hope to summon, even with all its resources. Yet, in this moment, these legendary authorities were akin to a throng of acolytes vying to pledge their loyalty, adopting the most humble stance to offer everything they had, merely to earn the privilege of serving Chun Yang. Yi Qingzhu was utterly frozen. Nestled in Chun Yang's arms, she listened as he responded with calm, measured affirmatives to these titans of the medical world, rendering her completely dazed. She felt as though she was not merely listening to a phone call, but witnessing a divine being effortlessly plucking the strings of the world's melody, with the entire universe resonating in fervent harmony for him. Finally, the cacophony of the ringing phone subsided. In the living room, silence reigned. One could hear a pin drop. Chun Yang looked down at the girl in his embrace, who had turned to stone, her small mouth agape, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. A smile crept onto his lips. He reached out, gently brushing his finger against her delicate cheek. What's wrong? His tone was laced with tenderness. Are you dissatisfied with today's hospital experts? I will ask them not to come tomorrow and replace them with this group. In a fleeting moment, this statement jolted Yi Qingzhu's chaotic thoughts back to reality. It dawned upon her that these extraordinary medical resources, which even a head of state would revere, were merely a casual arrangement made by Chun Yang for her and the baby, a prenatal care team. She opened her mouth in disbelief, unable to utter a single word, and could only shake her head vigorously, her eyes unknowingly brimming with hot tears. Observing her endearingly foolish yet charming demeanor, a broader smile graced Chun Yang's lips. He lifted her soft body effortlessly, cradling her horizontally as he made his way toward the bedroom, whispering tenderly in her ear, "Do not be so astonished, my wife." His gaze locked onto hers, and the gentleness within his eyes was potent enough to melt ancient glaciers. This is merely an appetizer. Chapter 20. His world crowned for you. The term appetizer, though light and airy, ignited an unprecedented spiritual tsunami deep within Yi Qingzhu's soul. The Director General of the World Health Organization led a team to deliver the news. Harvard, Mayo, Johns Hopkins. These names, emblematic of the pinnacle of human medicine, formed a celestial medical consortium that existed solely in dreams. And yet, for him, all of this was merely a trifling appetizer? Yi Qingzhu stared blankly at Qinyang, observing the nonchalance etched on his handsome face and the innate calmness reflected in his profound eyes. In that moment, her eyes unexpectedly turned red. Large, crystalline tears broke free from their confines, cascading down her flawless cheeks and ultimately landing on Chunyang's chest, leaving a small, warm mark. These tears bore no association with grievance or fear. They were the epitome of shock, overflowing with emotion, a profound sense of safety found in the world's most secure haven. At that moment, all the doubts and shackles that had burdened her heart shattered with a resounding crash. She finally comprehended. The man she had fallen in love with was never the impoverished yet handsome college student she had imagined. Instead, she had discovered a deity, one who could effortlessly mobilize global resources for her and their child, a god who alone could support the vast cosmos above her. All her insecurities, concerns, and worries paled in comparison to Chunyang's godlike prowess, rendering them insignificant, even somewhat laughable. Was she still anxious about her father and second brother's approval? Was she still afraid of placing pressure on her and Chunyang's future? As Chunyang had articulated, the current Shenhuang group, her family, perhaps lacked even the qualifications to kneel before him in seeking forgiveness. An unprecedented and fervent love surged within her, hot enough to incinerate all in its path. Akin to a volcano that had suppressed its fury for eons, obliterating her final barrier of modesty. She abruptly lifted her head, her tear-filled, beautiful eyes fixed intently on Qinyang. In the next moment, she boldly and resolutely pressed her lips against his. The gesture, tinged with youthful innocence, held the weight of surrendering everything, a declaration of her feelings. It was her first time expressing her emotions so actively and fervently toward him. She poured all her love, admiration, reliance, and trust into that kiss, wishing to convey that from this moment onward, her world contained only him. Qinyang's body momentarily stiffened. A sense of fulfillment, stronger than that of claiming global wealth or wielding the world's fate, flooded his chest. No system reward, no earthly power, could compare to the heartfelt kiss from the girl in his arms. He ceased to be passive. His arms tightened, drawing her soft form deeper into his embrace. He responded to her with a gentle yet possessive fervor, absorbing all her innocence, unease, and trembling, converting it into the sweetest nectar to return to her. The kiss lingered, tender and entwined, until Yi Qingzhu felt weak and breathless, prompting Chunyang to reluctantly release her. He rested his forehead against hers, their noses nearly touching, savoring the warmth of their shared breaths. Gazing at her exquisite face, now flushed from lack of oxygen, his voice took on a husky, low timbre. "Wife, do not ignite flames recklessly in the future." Yi Qingzhu, inhaling his delightful scent, felt her cheeks flush deeply upon hearing his affectionate, yet cautionary words. She buried her scorching face once more into his embrace, akin to an ostrich finding the safest nest, too shy to meet his gaze again. Qinyang held her soft, jade-like form, relishing the unique dependence she bestowed upon him, enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility and contentment. At that moment, a cold and authoritative system notification echoed distinctly in his mind. Ding! The emotional connection between the host and the destined female lead, Yi Qingzhu, has reached soul bond. The female lead has shed all psychological burdens and regards the host as her sole faith and haven. The first phase core anchor point, protector of the wife, has been solidified. Special phase rewards are being calculated. Reward 1, words manifest, family version. The system panel unfolded. Words manifest and law follow, family version. Your words will generate an imperceptible, irresistible subconscious correction field upon targets with a direct blood relation to the female lead, Yi Qingzhu. This field will forcibly correct the target's cognition and emotions, ensuring absolute alignment with your viewpoints, completely dissipating any feelings of resistance. Qinyang's gaze remained calm and unwavering. This ability arrived just in time. It was not meant for reasoning, but for directly altering the very essence of reason itself. Yi Qingzhu's emotional entanglement lay within familial ties, and this ability was the sharpest sword to sever those ties. Reward 2, Heart of the Divine Phoenix, Dormant Authority. Heart of the Divine Phoenix. You have obtained absolute controlling and decision-making authority over the Shenhuang Group. This authority is currently dormant and will activate automatically in the event of any internal occurrences that may threaten the female lead, Yi Qingzhu's status, safety, or induce negative emotions. At that time, you will have the power to determine the group's existence and ownership with a single word. A faint smile curved Qinyang's lips. This was precisely how a supreme paternal system ought to operate. It never provided the process of problem-solving. It directly offered the ultimate answer to the problem. He understood that. From this moment forward, something significant had irrevocably changed. He had undergone his first genuine transformation of identity since arriving in this world. This metamorphosis was not merely how the external world perceived him. Evolving from a financially disadvantaged college student to a mysterious figure whom even the Tian Shield security must acknowledge as their boss. More importantly, it transformed his standing in Yi Qingzhu's heart. He was no longer the boyfriend who needed to earn the Yi family's recognition or strive for their future. He is a figure so formidable that the Yi family, the Divine Phoenix Group, and indeed the entire world must bow before him, an absolute sovereign. The seemingly insurmountable goal of capturing the heart of the fated heroine has been fully realized, leaving her utterly devoted and free from any lingering concerns. Thus, the mission has been accomplished beyond expectations. Qinyang, cradling the peacefully slumbering Yi Qingzhu in his arms, slowly approaches the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the nightscape of the Huangpu River dazzles with brilliance. Thousands of lights converge into a splendid sea of illumination, while the Oriental Pearl Tower stands in the distance like a sword thrusting into the sky. The splendor of the entire magic city lies beneath their feet. This is merely the beginning, Qinyang whispers softly. Chapter 21. The Ascension of Zhao's Father in the Early Morning, at Building A of the Tangchen Yiping. As the first rays of sunlight bathe the banks of the Pujiang River, the entirety of the magic city awakens from its slumber. Yet the entrance of Building A has already manifested a scene both grim and surreal. The former tycoon of the real estate industry, Zhao Tianhai, worth hundreds of billions, now stands clad in a pristine property manager's uniform, his hands respectfully clasped before him, dutifully stationed to one side of the entrance. His hair is immaculately styled, his shoes polished to a shine, and his posture is perfectly erect. Yet the countenance that once radiated confidence is now marred by profound trepidation and reverence. Behind him, nearly 20 former executives of the Zhao Group stand in a line. Just yesterday, any one of them could have caused tremors throughout the business world with a mere stomp of their foot. They are the former core executives of the Zhao Group, vice presidents, financial directors, project managers. Yet today, they all don the same employee uniform of the property company as Zhao Tianhai, from security personnel to cleaning supervisors, all heads bowed, not daring to breathe, resembling a group of prisoners awaiting judgment. In the span of a single night, the 100 billion empire of the Zhao Group crumbled under Qinyang's unseen, thunderous methods, all assets swiftly acquired by an offshore company, the sole shareholder of which is none other than Qinyang himself. Zhao Tianhai and his former subordinates have not faced bankruptcy or imprisonment, yet they have received a punishment more unbearable than death, to serve as employees of the property company owned by the very man who has interred their empire. Listen closely. Zhao Tianhai turned to face his former confidants, his voice strained yet imbued with undeniable authority. From this day forth, Mr. Chun and Miss Yi on the top floor of Building A are our deities. Their every whim, even the slightest furrow of their brow, must be met with immediate and uncompromising action. He meticulously inspected every tile from the entrance to the elevator of Building A, his white-gloved hands brushing each handrail. Any minuscule flaw sent shivers of dread coursing through him, prompting him to unleash a torrent of scolding upon the responsible parties. Cleanliness. Security. How many times have I reiterated this? It must be absolute. Do you understand? I want this place so pristine that not even a fly can enter. I demand that the air here is sweet. If the lady is disturbed, I will toss each of you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. The assembly trembled, silenced by fear. They had never witnessed Zhao Tianhai in such a state of dread. At that moment, the elevator doors of Building A chimed open. Qinyang, hand in hand with Yi Qingzhu, emerged leisurely, ready to take a stroll. T.S. here. Zhao Tianhai's body quivered, as if wound like a clockwork toy, instantly transforming into a visage of utmost humility as he hastened forward. Coming to a halt 3 meters from Qinyang, he deeply bowed at a precise 90 degrees, performing a standard greeting. Mr. Chun, Miss Yi, good morning. His voice rang out, reverberating with heartfelt respect. I am the new property manager, Zhao Tianhai. How may I serve you? Yi Qingzhu gazed upon the scene before her, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Was this not the same man she had seen in the financial news yesterday, whose son's misdeeds had led to the collapse of his entire group within an hour? A billionaire, once towering above all, now donned the garb of a property manager, bowing before her and Chunyang as though he were a mere servant. Instinctively, she glanced at Chunyang beside her, her admiration and affection for this man deepening uncontrollably. This was his power, able to turn the tide, rendering the master of a commercial empire as humble as dust. Chunyang's expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded, as if everything were utterly natural. He casually remarked. Please ensure the stray cats and dogs in the community are removed. I wouldn't want to startle my wife. These seemingly inconsequential words struck Zhao Tianhai like a divine decree. He immediately snapped to attention, like a soldier responding to a general's command, and loudly affirmed, yes. Please rest assured, Mr. Chun. I will promptly establish a special ecological management team for the community, conducting round-the-clock patrols. I assure you, not even a fly shall venture into the lady's line of sight. Chunyang remained noncommittal, his gaze drifting over the meticulously manicured lawns and greenery at the community's center. It's too monotonous here, he remarked, casually gesturing. I don't like it. Yet another seemingly trivial statement sent Zhao Tianhai's mind racing, instantly grasping the underlying implication. Understood, Mr. Chun. I completely comprehend. He bowed again, his tone fervent. It is my oversight. The landscape here is wholly unworthy of your and the lady's esteemed status. I will today immediately contact the Royal Dutch Horticultural Society to expedite the air shipment of the world's rarest flowers, perfectly timed for blooming, to create an unparalleled exclusive sky garden for you and the lady. I guarantee that each day, you and the lady will awaken to a different view and fragrance. Chunyang finally nodded in satisfaction. He took Yi Qingzhu's hand and walked past Zhao Tianhai, leaving behind a simple command. Go do it. Yes, yes. Farewell, Mr. Chun. Farewell, Miss Yi. Zhao Tianhai maintained his 90-degree bow until Chunyang and Yi Qingzhu's figures completely vanished around the corner of the community before daring to slowly rise. At that moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He exhaled a long, deep breath, feeling as though he had just emerged from water, utterly exhausted. He knew that for now, he and his family's fates had been spared. Today, I must make a decision that defies my ancestors. I will complete the entire 80,000-word manuscript. Grant me strength, brothers. Chapter 22. She wishes to take leave, yet he purchases an entire university. Morning at Tangshan. Sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden glow throughout the dining room. The air was infused with the sweet scent of fruit. Chunyang leisurely peeled a lychee, its translucent flesh still glistening with morning dew, and offered it to Yi Qingzhu's lips. Her petite face flushed with a charming rosy hue as she obediently parted her lips to receive it. The sweet juice burst upon her taste buds, sending waves of bliss cascading down her throat and into her heart, nearly overwhelming her with happiness. After last night's soul-stirring revelations, her gaze towards Chunyang had entirely transformed. No longer was it merely the admiration of a boyfriend. It was the reverence of gazing upon a deity who traversed the earthly realm, yet belonged solely to her. His imprint was indelibly etched upon her world, her future, her very essence. This realization did not invoke panic. Rather, it bestowed an unprecedented tranquility upon her. Shall we visit the school today? Yi Qingzhu inquired softly, her voice tender and somewhat endearing as she savored her food. I wish to arrange my leave of absence. She yearned to remain by his side for 24 hours, to feel the nascent life growing within her, and wished to be free from the distractions of academic trivialities. All right, Chunyang replied, his fingertips deftly peeling another piece of fruit. At that moment, his personal phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number with a local Shanghai area code. He answered casually, switching to speaker mode, while continuing to prepare fruit for his little pregnant companion without missing a beat. On the other end, a voice suddenly escalated, laced with obsequiousness and an unmistakable tremor of anxiety. Is this Mr. Chen? I am Li Weiguo, the newly appointed president of Shanghai University. I have been urgently dispatched by the Ministry of Education to assume control of all university affairs as of 5 this morning. I am here to report to you. The president, newly appointed. Yi Qingzhu paused mid-motion, her hand hovering as she prepared to grasp another lychee. The former president, Sun, was a towering figure in the realm of education. How could there be such a sudden and silent transition? Chunyang, however, remained unfazed, as if he were listening to an inconsequential recording. Get to the point. Just those 2 words caused Li Weiguo to momentarily halt his breath. He dared not squander a moment, promptly adjusting his tone to one of urgent reporting, rapidly relaying the information. Yes, Mr. Chun. Regarding your entrusted investment of 100 billion into our university through Tianqi Capital and your acquisition proposal, the former board of directors unanimously approved it at 3 this morning. All documents are prepared and await your signature. Yi Qingzhu's ears buzzed. The world around her seemed muted. 100 billion? Acquiring Shanghai University? She stared at Qin Yang in disbelief. What had this man done last night? Li Weiguo pressed on, determined to demonstrate his utmost efficiency to this almost mythical figure. The former president, Sun Disheng, and the director of education, Wang Chong, have been dismissed at 4 o'clock this morning due to their mismanagement, which posed a potential threat to the well-being of student Yi Qingzhu. Relevant departments are currently investigating. In accordance with your highest directives, we shall ensure your wife's peace during her leave. At 5:50 this morning, we established the Yi Qingzhu Maternal Protection Leadership Group. I will personally serve as the group leader. The first resolution, to guarantee absolute privacy and tranquility for Miss Yi, her previous residence, Building 36, has been entirely vacated as of 6 this morning. All students have been properly relocated. This building will be transformed into a private lounge for Miss Yi during her time at the university. The second resolution, to ensure Miss Yi's absolute safety. All routes from the school gate to the classrooms will be fitted within 24 hours with top-tier Swiss anti-slip and noise-reducing carpets. Security personnel will be stationed every 3 steps and guards every 5 steps to guarantee complete safety. Yi Qingzhu was left utterly stunned. Her mouth agape. The silver spoon she held clattered to the exquisite floor, producing a sharp sound. All she wanted was to arrange a leave of absence. How did it escalate to emptying an entire dormitory and laying carpets? This was not merely paperwork. It was akin to a royal procession. Li Weiguo's voice continued to resonate through the receiver, each declaration more outrageous than the last. The third resolution. All campus dining facilities will undergo immediate reforms. A special service window will be established exclusively for Miss Yi. All ingredients will be delivered daily by the culinary team of the esteemed Mr. Chu Yunshan, ensuring each meal for the lady and the future young master meets state banquet standards. The fourth resolution. Students who previously slandered Miss Yi on campus forums and in private have been identified. Counselors have conducted in-depth one-on-one ideological education overnight. I assure you from now on, they will regard Miss Yi with utmost reverence and will not dare to show any disrespect. As for those led by Zhao Tianhai, the board has issued the highest order for their expulsion. Their families have also received significant attention this morning. I guarantee, in Shanghai, no one will dare to disturb the lady in the slightest. Report concluded. Li Weiguo held his breath, awaiting the verdict that would determine his fate. The restaurant was eerily silent. Yi Qingzhu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. This was far too extravagant, far too humiliating. She was merely Chun Yang's wife, not some regal monarch. She tugged at his sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a quiver. Yang, I truly just wanted to arrange a leave of absence. Qin Yang set down the fruit, bent to retrieve the spoon, meticulously cleaned it with a napkin, and placed it aside. Then, he picked up the phone and calmly stated, Understood. You did well. On the other end, Li Weiguo nearly fainted from excitement upon hearing those words. Serving Mr. Chun and the lady is my lifelong honor. After hanging up, Chun Yang regarded the blushing figure nestled against his chest, too shy to meet his gaze. His mood brightened. He gently pinched her heated, delicate earlobe. What's wrong? Do you not approve? Should I have him retract all this and reinstate the former president? No. Yi Qingzhu cried, her head shaking vigorously in panic. She had no doubt that if she merely nodded, Qin Yang would indeed have the new president removed within the hour of his appointment. Observing her adorable mix of shyness and urgency, Chun Yang's smile widened as he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Come, my queen, let us inspect your university. Half an hour later, the sleek Bugatti Veyron glided silently to the entrance of Shanghai University like a lurking shadow. The sight awaiting Yi Qingzhu, seated in the passenger seat, left her breathless once more. At the entrance, the newly appointed president, Li Weiguo, along with the leaders and directors of all university departments. Nearly 100 individuals clad in formal black suits stood in 2 lines, perfectly poised like sentinels. As the vehicle came to a halt, Li Weiguo was the first to spring forward, personally opening the passenger door before bowing deeply, his esteemed head lowered in reverence. Welcome, Mr. Chun. Welcome, Miss Yi. We are honored by your presence at our university. Behind him, nearly 100 professors and directors bowed in unison, their movements synchronized. Welcome, Mr. Chun. Welcome, Miss Yi. Their voices echoed, resonating through the air. A brand new, opulent dark red carpet, seemingly worth a fortune, had been laid from the entrance all the way to the distant entrance of the lecture hall. On either side of the carpet, countless students clad in volunteer attire erected a cordon, distancing the onlookers by 10 meters. Those who had previously whispered and pointed fingers at Yi Qingzhu now stood at the forefront of the crowd, their faces adorned with expressions of utmost reverence and fervor, diligently maintaining order as if guarding their deity. In this moment, The entirety of Magic City University was forcefully imbued with a new truth. Yi Qingzhu was, from this day forth, the sole and eternal queen of this century-old prestigious institution. The architect of this grand spectacle, Chen Yang, merely held her hand as they descended from the vehicle, his countenance remaining as serene as ever. As if this magnificent event were but a casual act of brushing away the dust from the road before facilitating his wife's leave of absence. Li Weiguo hurried alongside, his posture perpetually humble, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Mr. Chen, Miss Yi, are you both satisfied with the arrangements? Chapter 23. The Prenatal Examination Team, Star-Studded. Upon returning to the opulent residence of Tangchen Yiping, Yi Qingzhu found herself enveloped in a sensation akin to weightlessness. It felt as though she had traversed a surreal grand dream. The principal, flanked by 100 professors, had personally welcomed her. The red carpet stretched from the gates to the heavens, all for her leave of absence. And an entire dormitory building had been cleared just for her. This was all the result of several casual phone calls made by Chun Yang along the way, who never once left her side. What other extraordinary powers lay hidden within this man? She dared not ponder further. Her chest brimmed with a singular emotion named happiness, teetering on the brink of overflow, causing her fingertips to tingle with warmth. As they reached the penthouse, just as Chen Yang helped her settle onto the sofa, the intercom system chimed. The screen displayed the face of the property manager, Zhao Tianhai, etched with humility and trepidation. Mr. Chun, there is a visitor. His voice trembled violently, as though he were announcing the end of days. He claims to be Hans, here to conduct a prenatal examination for Miss Yi. Hans. Yi Qingzhu felt a flicker of familiarity with the name, yet the specifics eluded her grasp. Chen Yang's demeanor remained unwavering. Let him come up. The elevator doors soon opened to reveal an elderly foreign gentleman, his hair a snowy white, yet full of vitality, dressed in a well-tailored suit. Under Zhao Tianhai's almost obsequious guidance, he strode in briskly. The moment Yi Qingzhu beheld the elder's features, her breath caught sharply. Professor Hans, the Nobel laureate in medicine from the previous year, lauded by global media as the man closest to the hand of God. What was he doing here? Professor Hans paid no heed to Zhao Tianhai, who was nearly bowing to the ground, his gaze precisely locking onto Chun Yang seated upon the sofa. He advanced swiftly, halting 3 steps away, and with the meticulous poise characteristic of a leading scholar, he bowed deeply. Mr. Chun, I am Hans. By divine decree, I have come to provide comprehensive prenatal health assurance services for you and your wife. His Mandarin was impeccably clear, tinged with a hint of Germanic firmness. Yi Qingzhu's mind came to a standstill. Inviting a Nobel laureate to one's home for a prenatal examination? This was no exaggeration. It was a narrative befitting a myth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. For the next hour, the access control system of Tangchen Yiping's building experienced scarcely a moment of tranquility. Mr. Chun, the dean of Harvard Medical School, Professor Martin, has arrived. Mr. Chun, chief specialist at the Mayo Clinic, Dr. Williams has arrived. Mr. Chun, from Johns Hopkins University. Zhao Tianhai's announcements transitioned from initial trepidation to a state of numbness, ultimately devolving into a mechanical recitation. The former executives of the Zhao family, now property staff, had long since abandoned any semblance of rational thought. They merely stood, eyes glazed, watching as one after another. Names that existed solely in global headlines and elite medical journals materialized as real individuals, entering the building with utmost deference. They arrived on private jets from the farthest corners of the globe within a mere 12 hours. The assembly of this team was enough to incite envy in any head of state. No one was assigned to 5-star hotels. Security personnel from Tiandun directly accommodated them in the remaining floors of Tangchen Yiping building. From this moment forth, this building was no longer a luxury residence. It transformed into a fortified, on-call private medical sanctuary. Once the final expert arrived, Professor Hans once again bowed to Chun Yang. Mr. Chun, the team is now complete. We recommend conducting the most comprehensive physical examination for your wife immediately. Chun Yang nodded, casting his gaze down towards the now utterly dazed Yi Qingzhu, his voice gentle. My dear, is that all right? What more could Yi Qingzhu say? She could only nod in a dazed manner, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Thus, within the lavish living room of Tangchen Yiping's penthouse, a scene unfolded that would be etched into the annals of medical history. Dozens of the world's foremost medical experts, with practiced ease, retrieved gleaming portable medical instruments from specially designed cases. Within half an hour, a fully equipped temporary examination room, surpassing the standards of any top-tier hospital's VIP ward, materialized in the center of the living room. Professor Hans led the team personally, donning sterile gloves. He conducted a delicate examination of Yi Qingzhu, precise to a terrifying degree, from cellular layers to genetic sequences. Throughout the process, every expert held their breath. Each action performed with the utmost caution, as though they were handling a treasure that bore the hopes of human civilization. Yi Qingzhu reclined on the soft examination bed, gazing at these medical titans, typically admired only from afar on screens, now bustling around her like students, feeling as if she were truly suspended in an unreal dream. An hour later, all examination data was consolidated onto Professor Hans's tablet. The elder, accustomed to witnessing miracles of life, trembled involuntarily as he beheld the final report. He abruptly removed his glasses, repeatedly polishing them with a silk handkerchief before donning them anew, his gaze riveted upon the lines of data on the screen. His expression transitioned from meticulousness to shock and ultimately culminated in a near-manic fervor. A miracle. This is a genuine medical miracle, Professor Hans exclaimed, rushing towards Qinyang, proffering the tablet with both hands, his voice reaching a sharp pitch from overwhelming excitement. Mr. Chun, your wife's health is exceptional. However, the vitality of the fetus far surpasses our comprehension. The rate of cellular division, energy levels, and the stability of the genetic chain all present theoretically impossible perfect values. This is akin to a deity being nurtured. He paused for a moment, striving to steady his breath, casting a gaze towards Qinyang imbued with the quest for universal truth. Most critically, we detected an unprecedented active factor in your wife's blood, possessing extraordinary nourishing and restorative capabilities. Could this be related to the medicinal dish you previously provided, Jade Phoenix returning to nest? In response to Professor Hans's fervent inquiries, Qinyang's demeanor remained as tranquil as a placid lake. He took the tablet and casually glanced at the intricate data that could bewilder any medical student, his fingertips lightly swiping across the screen to turn the page. His focus was not on the so-called marvels. What trace elements are essential during early pregnancy? When is it appropriate to commence prenatal yoga? Are there any specific dietary taboos that require special attention? Qinyang posed several of the most ordinary, commonplace questions regarding pregnancy. The living room was instantly enveloped in silence. Professor Hans was taken aback. The esteemed medical team behind him, composed of renowned physicians from across the globe, were equally stunned. They were discussing a groundbreaking discovery that could potentially revolutionize modern medicine and even rewrite the textbooks of human biology. Yet, the man orchestrating it all was merely concerned about his pregnant wife, pondering over what she should eat next and whether she could engage in physical activity. After a brief silence, the fervor on Professor Hans's face dissipated, replaced by profound admiration and a sense of shame that resonated from the depths of his soul. He once again bowed deeply to Qinyang. Indeed, we have overlooked this, Mr. Chun. He promptly turned to his team, issuing directives. Immediately, craft a comprehensive pregnancy care plan tailored for Mrs. Chun, detailing every aspect from now until delivery, precise to the minute. Dietary needs, exercise, daily routines, psychological support, environmental parameters, everything must achieve absolute perfection. Yes, the expert team sprang into action, transforming the living room into the most efficient command center. In less than 10 minutes, a voluminous 100-page plan was printed, bound, and respectfully presented before Qinyang. Yi Qingzhu merely cast a glance and felt a wave of dizziness. 730, rise. Consume 200 milliliters of 285-degree constant temperature glacier spring water from the southern slopes of the Alps. 815, breakfast. A delicacy of bird's nest and lily porridge prepared exclusively by the Imperial Kitchen team, accompanied by Australian Angus calf rear leg meat. 1000. Engage in 15 minutes of prenatal Pilates, with real-time heart rate strictly maintained between 110 and 120 BPM. 1015. Supplement with vitamin C, sourced from the core region of the Amazon rainforest, to be freshly juiced within 30 minutes of landing. Gazing at this plan, so precise to the second and extravagantly absurd, and observing the once unattainable medical luminaries now appearing like schoolchildren anxiously awaiting their teacher's feedback, Yi Qingzhu entwined her arm with Qinyang's, resting her cheek gently on his shoulder. In her world, there were no Nobel laureates, no medical titans, only him, and the unparalleled affection that accompanied him. Chapter 24. His name has become a taboo. The tranquility of Building A in the Thompson Riviera resembled the heart of a solitary island. Beyond it, the invisible storm stirred by the name Qinyang was transforming into a colossal wave, surging toward the pinnacle of power in this nation and indeed, across the globe. In the capital city, within an ancient Sihyuan not marked on any map, an elderly man clad in a plain tang suit practiced a form of Tai Chi. His movements were slow yet imbued with immense strength, each push appearing to stir the very essence of the universe. Beside him stood Chu Yunshan, a culinary relic of Huaxia, the national banquet chef, standing in utmost reverence. Even the rhythm of his breathing deliberately slowed, fearful of disturbing the serenity. Xiao Chu, your trip to the magic city has unsettled you. The elderly man gradually concluded his movements, his voice unassuming, yet seemingly capable of penetrating the heart. Chu Yunshan instinctively bowed lower, his face, usually composed in countless situations, now a tapestry of bitterness, fervor, and reverence. Chief, I witnessed a miracle. Oh. The elder accepted the towel handed to him by a guard, leisurely drying his hands, a glimmer of interest shining in his eyes. For someone of Chu Yunshan's pride, revered as a culinary deity, to utter the word miracle indicated that the matter was far from simple. I tasted the dish, Jade Phoenix returning to the nest, personally prepared by Mr. Chen for his wife. Chu Yunshan's voice trembled, not merely a recollection but akin to a soul's imprint. That was no longer mere culinary skill. It was the Tao? An unparalleled path that transforms the mundane into the extraordinary, turning stone into gold. All that I have learned throughout my life pales in comparison to that dish. Like a child playing with mud, his emotions ran high, revealing profound disappointment and unwillingness. I beseeched to be accepted as his disciple. Even merely to observe him chop vegetables once would suffice, yet he declined. The elder fell silent, acutely aware of Chu Yunshan's pride. What kind of extraordinary being is this young man named Chun Yang? Who could provoke such a reaction? Have you investigated? Yes. Chu Yunshan's voice grew increasingly bitter, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of gall. The only thing left from the subject was a single phrase. My culinary skills exist solely for my wife. What a declaration, existing solely for his wife, the elder echoed, a sudden gleam of unsettling brilliance igniting in his slightly clouded eyes. Intriguing, truly intriguing. At the same time, in the Magic City, deep within an unremarkable building by the Huangpu River, security was stringent, infused with a chilling sense of futuristic technology. In a dim room illuminated solely by the glow of holographic screens, torrents of data cascaded like waterfalls. A man clad in black tactical gear, his expression austere, reported to a shadowy figure in the darkness. His voice bore no hint of emotion, akin to the most intricate of machines. Boss, the target is Chun Yang. All related incidents have undergone cross-validation. The Zhao Group has collapsed overnight. All assets were swiftly absorbed by the offshore company Tian, with Chun Yang as the sole shareholder. The entire board of directors at Magic City University voluntarily resigned, triggered by Tianqi Capital's investment of 10 billion and acquisition offer. The ultimate beneficiary of Tianqi Capital remains Chun Yang. A global elite medical expert team has secretly arrived in the Magic City within 12 hours, utilizing various private jets. All arrangements, jets, coordinated by Tianqi. The objective is to provide prenatal checkup services for his girlfriend, Yi Qingzhu. At this point in the report, the temperature in the room plummeted. The figure in the darkness remained silent, the stillness itself exerting a pressure akin to a cataclysm. Beads of sweat formed on the report giver's brow as he continued, his pace unchanged but betraying a bewilderment and dread he could scarcely comprehend. All clues point to a single individual, Chun Yang. However, he paused, seemingly formulating an exceedingly absurd conclusion. We have utilized the highest authority of Tianyan, allied with 7 of the world's top intelligence organizations, even enlisting the legendary hacker team codenamed Phantom to conduct the most in-depth information excavation on him. The result is 0. The holographic screen displayed Chun Yang's handsome visage alongside a peculiarly pristine dossier. Humble origins, orphaned, a student at Magic City University, subsisting on scholarships and part-time work. The records were impeccable, devoid of any trace of manipulation, each entry verifiable. This, indeed, was the greatest terror. An ordinary individual, as pure as paper, has, over the past month, demonstrated a divine power capable of upending the global capitalist landscape, rendering a 100 billion empire into mere ashes in an instant. The man delivering the report swallowed hard, his voice lowered even further. We have reason to believe that all information regarding our target, Chun Yang, is shrouded by a force that transcends our existing cognitive dimensions. Any attempts to probe into his past actions will be obliterated by this power, even leading to a physical form of reverse destruction. The Ghost Team, while endeavoring to breach the firewall, saw 7 core members, stationed across various computer motherboards around the globe, simultaneously incinerated by high-voltage currents. No one survived. The room was enveloped in a prolonged, suffocating silence. After some time, a figure in the darkness broke the stillness with a hoarse syllable. Understood. Cease all direct investigations into Chun Yang. Elevate his threat level to the highest rank, divine. From this moment forth, this name shall be deemed the utmost taboo. In the capital city, at the ancestral residence of the Yi family, within an elegantly antiquated study, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered. Yi Zhenxiong, the patriarch of the Yi family, revered as the stabilizing force in the Chinese business realm, reclined in a grand armchair with his eyes closed in contemplation. Before him lay a mahogany table. upon which rested a piece of intelligence that had just been transmitted through the highest-level encrypted channel. The content of this intelligence was a chilling investigation report that had sent tremors through global intelligence agencies. Yi Zhenxiong did not open his eyes, but the dry fingers of his hand lightly caressed the warm purple clay teapot, though the subtle tremor betrayed the tumult within him. The heir to the Shunhuang group. His most cherished daughter, Yi Qingzhu, was pregnant. The father of the child was an impoverished student he had never heard of. He had initially thought this was merely a family scandal that could be easily smoothed over with money and power. An insignificant aunt, merely requiring a sum of money that would suffice for a lifetime, could vanish from existence with ease. However, now, this report struck him like a merciless hammer, shattering the fortress of understanding he had built over 80 years. To secure his daughter's peace of mind in her studies, he would acquire a century-old prestigious school. To silence the disrespectful remarks of others, he would annihilate a 100 billion group. For a routine prenatal checkup, he would summon a medical team capable of attending to a head of state. These earth-shattering events were interconnected by an invisible thread. At the other end of the thread was the name he had once dismissed. Qinyang. His past was a chasm of fog, his present a divine punishment. This was not something that could be explained by a deep background. It was the means possessed only by a deity walking among mortals. For the first time in over 50 years, Yi Zhenxiong felt a chilling sensation emanating from the depths of his soul. The thunderous tactics he had prepared to compel Qinyang to leave Yi Qingzhu now seemed utterly ludicrous and ignorant in his mind. Could the power of the Yi family suppress a god? Was the Yi family truly qualified? Preparations were made for a journey to the magic city. Yi Zhenxiong finally opened his eyes, and within those eyes that had witnessed countless tides of time, for the first time, an emotion called reverence surfaced. He must meet this young man in person, not to judge him as the head of the Yi family, but rather to visit him as a senior. Meanwhile, at the top-tier apartment in Tangshan Yiping, the outside world's tumult seemed entirely isolated by an invisible barrier. Qinyang held a 100-page prenatal care plan, his brow slightly furrowed. 14:30, nap time. Indoor humidity must be maintained at 55, temperature at 24. 5 degrees Celsius, playing sleep-inducing music specially recorded by the Vienna Philharmonic for fetal education. He glanced over to the expansive sofa, where Yi Qingzhu was sleeping soundly. She resembled a lazy kitten that had found its safest harbor, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing her lips. Qinyang cautiously removed his coat, gently draping it over her. Then, he picked up his phone and dialed Professor Hans's private number. The call was answered almost instantly. "Mr. Chen, how may I assist you?" came Professor Hans's exceedingly respectful voice. "I have reviewed the plan," Qinyang replied, lowering his voice and never taking his eyes off Yi Qingzhu's serene face. "This afternoon's prenatal Pilates is cancelled. My wife is asleep. Do not disturb her." Yes, I will adjust immediately. The real-time state of the madam is our utmost priority. All plans must yield to her rest." After hanging up, Qinyang quietly sat on the edge of the sofa, gazing at Yi Qingzhu's sleeping visage. In his world, there were no global storms, no forbidden names, only this woman, who slept restlessly and needed him to shield her with the entirety of his being, and the little life soon to arrive within her. This was everything to him. Just then, his personal phone vibrated gently on the coffee table. The screen lit up, revealing an unread message from an unknown number, registered in the capital. The message was simple, containing but a single line. "Mr. Chen, Yi Zhenxiong, the head of the Yi family, will arrive in Shanghai tomorrow and hopes to meet with you." Qinyang's expression remained unchanged. He merely glanced at it before extinguishing the screen and tossing the phone aside as if it were a mere spam message, unworthy of his attention. His gaze returned to Yi Qingzhu. He reached out, using his fingertip to gently tuck a strand of hair that had fallen onto her cheek behind her ear. The gesture was tender and focused, unexpected yet within reason. It is uncertain whether everyone enjoys this narrative or finds it satisfying. Your feedback is welcome. Chapter 25. His visit, unrelated to judgment. The following morning, the restaurant in Tangshan Yiping was once again embraced by the morning light. In the air, alongside the scent of fruits, lingered a hint of the elegance of medicinal cuisine. Qinyang pushed a small bowl of warm, calming herbal soup toward Yi Qingzhu. This was a concoction that Professor Hans's team had adjusted over 100 times overnight based on her latest health data, ultimately overseen remotely by Chu Yinshan, who had dedicated 8 hours to its meticulous preparation. Yi Qingzhu took a spoonful with a small silver spoon. The warm, soothing liquid glided down her throat, inducing an indescribable comfort that made her eyes squint in bliss. She had fully adapted to this life of indulgent pampering. Qinyang had not concealed the message from the capital from her. Upon seeing the name Yi Zhenxiong, the patriarch of the Yi family, her entire body involuntarily stiffened, and her delicate face instantly drained of color. It was an instinctual reaction etched deep within her bloodline. evoking fear of the highest authority in her family. Fear? Chunyang delicately wiped away a bit of soup from the corner of her lips with a napkin, his movements skilled and natural. Yi Qingzhu lifted her gaze. Looking into his calm, ocean-like eyes, the heart that had leapt at the mention of her father miraculously began to settle back into place. She shook her head, her small hand reaching out to grasp Chunyang's broad one. I am not afraid. As long as you are here, I fear nothing. Chunyang uttered no further words. He merely enveloped her delicate hand within his own. His phone lay quietly on the tea table nearby, its screen dark, as if the message capable of shaking the very foundations of the elite circles of Huaxia had never existed. At the same moment, in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, at Hangzhou International Airport's private helipad, a sleek silver Gulfstream G650 glided silently to its designated spot. The stairs descended slowly, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in a modified Zhongshan suit, his demeanor vibrant and alert, stepping out of the cabin alone. There were no attendants, no bodyguards, not even a secretary. Yi Zhenxiong, the helmsman of the Shanhuang Group, could no longer remain at ease. The 2-hour flight from the capital to the metropolis felt like the most agonizing stretch of time in his life. The confidential information regarding Chunyang questioned every tenet of the sturdy belief system he had meticulously built over 80 years. Overnight, the Zhao family had been obliterated, and 100 billion in funds had been mobilized to acquire Shanghai University. Such feats were within the capabilities of the Shanhuang Group, yet they could never be executed with such stealth, such swiftness, such an air of the absurd. This was not merely a business maneuver. It resembled the ephemeral manifestation of a thought. Even more chilling was the sudden appearance of a global elite medical team, featuring Professor Hans and Dean Martin, medical giants so prestigious that even a fleeting meeting required months of prior arrangements to align schedules. Yet, they had been summoned from across the globe within 12 hours, solely for a routine checkup. This could not be explained by wealth or power. It was divine intervention. A black Hongqi limousine, having awaited his arrival, glided silently before him. The driver exited respectfully and opened the door. Yi Zhenxiong settled into the back seat as the vehicle smoothly commenced its journey, merging into the stream of traffic heading towards the city center. He gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery, turmoil churning within him. He could not comprehend how his daughter, who had been showered with affection since childhood and for whom he harbored grand aspirations of a future empress, could become so deeply entangled with an ordinary university student whose background was as unremarkable as his own. He found it even more unfathomable that this so-called ordinary person possessed such extraordinary means. Initially, he had perceived this as a scandal that tarnished the family lineage. His first instinct was one of thunderous rage, a swift and decisive eradication. He could simply wield his wealth and influence to ensure that the audacious young man vanished without a trace. However, that thought extinguished within the third second of encountering the intelligence report, replaced by a chilling realization that arose from the depths of his soul. To deploy the power of the Shanhuang Group against a being shrouded in an abyss of mystery? The question lingered in his mind throughout the night, unanswered. Ultimately, he relinquished all pride and fury. He personally sent a message requesting a visit, not a meeting, nor a notification. His arrival was solitary, devoid of any entourage, representing the utmost gesture he could convey. The vehicle gradually entered Lujiazui, where the iconic structures of Thompson Riviera came into view. Yi Zhenxiong felt an involuntary tightening in his breath. Throughout his life, maneuvering through the seas of commerce, facing countless international titans, he had never experienced such a level of apprehension as he did at this moment. The car came to a halt beneath Building A. Yi Zhenxiong adjusted his collar and stepped out. As he gazed up at the towering edifice, the last remnants of his dignity as a patriarch were quietly subdued. He understood that this meeting would determine the future of the Shanhuang Group and, by extension, his relationship with his most cherished daughter. He stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the luxurious door that required multiple verifications. Inside the lobby, the personnel from Tiandun Security merely cast a calm glance in his direction. A man in a black suit approached promptly, bowing slightly. Mr. Yi, Mr. Chun is awaiting you on the top floor. There were no inquiries, no barriers. They even seemed to know his identity and purpose with uncanny precision. The last vestige of hope evaporated from Yi Zhenxiong's heart. In this city, within this building, he had no secrets left. The representative guided him to a private elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The doors of the elevator closed slowly, and the metallic chamber ascended smoothly. The crimson numbers displayed on the screen flickered continuously, resembling a cold countdown. He had mentally prepared countless arguments, intending to probe for background, to reason through pros and cons, to appeal emotionally by recounting the bond between father and daughter. Yet now, as he stood alone in the confined ascending space, enveloped by an invisible, overwhelming pressure emanating from the rooftop, all his rhetoric seemed pale and absurd. Perhaps he had but one objective in this endeavor: to behold with his own eyes the man who had captivated his granddaughter and stirred the world into upheaval. Ding! A crisp chime resonated as the elevator reached the top floor. The doors opened slowly, allowing a rush of light to flood in, momentarily blinding him. Yi Zhenxiong instinctively squinted. As his eyes adjusted to the brightness and he beheld the scene beyond the doors, his entire body froze, as if his blood had ceased to flow in that instant. There stood Qin Yang, casually dressed in simple loungewear, his expression devoid of any emotion, neither welcoming nor hostile, as tranquil as a bottomless ancient well. Behind him, his daughter, Yi Qingzhu, the one he had cherished since childhood and held high expectations for, instinctively clung to Chun Yang's arm, her form partially shielded behind him. She gazed at her father in the elevator, her exquisite visage reflecting a blend of tension, reliance, and a hint of resolute determination that she herself had yet to recognize. This was not the demeanor of a junior encountering a senior. It was a profound trust and guardianship, entrusting her entire world to the man before her. Yi Zhenxiong felt a sudden constriction in his chest, his breath becoming labored. He opened his mouth, but no sound escaped his throat. A lifetime of triumphs and conquests had culminated in this moment, and yet, on this day, at his own doorstep, he found himself utterly defeated before even uttering a single word. Chapter 26. His world revolves only around her. The air outside the elevator solidified into a palpable substance the moment Yi Zhenxiong comprehended the scene before him. This titan of the Chinese business world, capable of determining fortunes with a mere word, stood frozen in place, a statue bereft of spirit. His gaze pierced through Chun Yang's shoulder. Fixating on the daughter he had nurtured since childhood, he perceived the tension etched upon her face, and beneath that anxiety, he recognized a radiance he had never witnessed before, an essence of happiness and security. Such sentiments could not be bestowed by the title of heir to the Shenhuang Group, nor could they be amassed through countless riches. They were gifts he had failed to provide despite 2 decades of indulgence. This was a pure, unadulterated fulfillment belonging to a woman who had found the most steadfast anchor in the world. A sudden constriction seized his chest. Yi Zhenxiong, having fought valiantly throughout his life, regarded his heart as unyielding as iron. Yet, in this moment, a chilling sensation known as defeat surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He had lost. Even before uttering a single word, he was utterly vanquished. His daughter's heart had long ceased to belong to the Yi family, now wholly entrusted to the young man standing protectively before her. After a long pause, Yi Zhenxiong's throat constricted, forcing out a few words from his parched voice. "Mr. Chun, let us converse." The authority of the head of the Yi family had dissipated, leaving only a weariness and hoarseness that felt foreign to him. Qin Yang offered no response, merely turning slightly and gesturing with one hand in a manner that invited him in. Yet, his presence remained immovable, like a wall that separated Yi Zhenxiong from Yi Qingzhu. This subtle gesture plunged Yi Zhenxiong's heart once more into despair. It was a stance, a declaration so clear that it required no words. "You may enter my abode, but between us, there will forever stand her." With legs heavy as lead, Yi Zhenxiong stepped into the opulent penthouse overlooking the bustling metropolis. He did not take in the lavish surroundings. Instead, he walked directly to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Years of accumulated prestige compelled him to straighten his back, attempting to reclaim a semblance of control befitting the family patriarch. However, Qin Yang first assisted Yi Qingzhu, ensuring she was comfortably seated on an adjacent armchair, placing a soft cushion behind her waist. Only after attending to her did he turn to face Yi Zhenxiong, standing resolutely without taking a seat. His calm, elevated posture loomed over the elderly man on the sofa. This confrontation of standing versus sitting caused the fragile psychological barrier Yi Zhenxiong had just constructed to collapse in an instant. An oppressive silence enveloped the room once more. Yi Qingzhu's small hand gripped the armrest of the sofa, her palms slick with sweat. She yearned to speak but swallowed her words upon seeing the broad, steady back of Chun Yang, choosing to place her trust in him unconditionally. At last, Yi Zhenxiong shattered the silence, opting to confront this out-of-control crisis in the manner he knew best. "State your terms." He maintained a stoic demeanor, forcing himself to dismiss the humiliation of being looked down upon. "As long as you restore cooperation with all subsidiaries of the Shenhuang Group and ensure that you treat Qingzhu well, we can discuss anything." He intended to leverage the name of Shenhuang to exert pressure. Yet the words transformed into a near plea as they left his lips. Qin Yang chuckled, not in mockery or disdain, but rather in recognition of the absurdity of the situation. "My conditions?" he echoed. "Yi family head, you have misconstrued the matter. From the very beginning, it was not I who petitioned for cooperation." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle in the air. "My conditions have been stated before, and I will reiterate them now." Ignoring the elderly man's rapidly paling complexion, Qin Yang calmly raised a finger. "First, You must apologize to my wife for the Yi family's rudeness. The mention of my wife pierced Yi Jinxiong's ears like 3 searing needles. He turned sharply to look at Yi Qingzhu, only to find her little face flushed with embarrassment, her head bowed deeper, offering no rebuttal. Qinyang raised a second finger. Second, acknowledge my identity. The living room fell into a deathly silence. The first condition was an affront to Yi Jinxiong's personal dignity, while the second was a subversion of his entire familial values. To apologize to a younger generation, to a young man he deemed a pauper, it was more painful than death. To concede that this enigmatic man was to become the husband of the future empress of the Shenhuang group? To accept him as his son-in-law? Preposterous. Yi Jinxiong's breathing grew labored, his chest heaving, and his wrinkled face flushed crimson. He longed to rise in indignation, to rebuke the audacity of this young man. Yet, the report regarding the apocalypse, the celestial shield, and the hierarchy of deities loomed over his reason like an insurmountable iceberg, rendering him immobile, even as every fiber of his being screamed for action. Qinyang observed him quietly, neither urging nor pressuring, simply awaiting a conclusion. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. Yi Jinxiong's face shifted from red to green, then to pale. The words "I'm sorry" lodged in his throat, unspoken. Qinyang discerned his obstinacy, and the last trace of emotion faded from his countenance, leaving only a veneer of indifference. It seemed that the Yi family head had come today without sincerity. He turned away, not casting another glance at Yi Jinxiong, and walked directly towards the door. No need for farewells. The 2 words, light as a feather, struck Yi Jinxiong's heart like a hammer. Qinyang's hand grasped the heavy doorknob of the apartment. The door, a barrier separating 2 worlds, was on the verge of closing. This time, once it's shut, there may never be another opportunity to reopen it. Chapter 27, An Apology. The lock emitted a faint click. It was the sound of Qinyang's wrist turning, the bolt about to engage. A simple action, yet it signified a chasm soon to be drawn. Inside the door lay his world. Outside, the dust of the Yi family. Yi Jinxiong's heartbeat abruptly stilled at the sound. He stared intently at that retreating figure, one that, though not imposing, separated him from his daughter. It was over. This thought crashed over him like a frigid tide, instantly drowning his remaining will. Just as the heavy door was about to close, a tremulous yet piercing voice shattered the silence of the living room. "Father." The voice was not loud, but it halted Qinyang's hand mid-turn, freezing him in place. He did not look back, while Yi Jinxiong, nearly petrified on the sofa, trembled, the blood vessels in his aged eyes bursting forth. He turned toward the source of the voice. Yi Qingzhu emerged from the sanctuary of Qinyang, step by step, confronting him directly for the first time that day. However, the words she spoke were not those of familial warmth, but rather a judgment upon an era. "You should leave." 3 words, lightly uttered, bore weight that caused Yi Jinxiong's chest to heave violently. A bitter lump lodged in his throat, neither rising nor falling. His weathered face turned a deep shade of purple from the effort of disbelief as he gazed at his daughter, the one in whom he had placed hopes for the future empress. The future of the Shenhuang group. Before an outsider, she had called him father, yet it was solely to bid him farewell. An invisible hand clutched his heart, the agony rendering his vision dark. Yi Qingzhu did not glance back at him. She walked resolutely to Qinyang's side, taking hold of his hand that rested on the doorknob, enveloping it with her softness and coolness. Their fingers intertwined tightly. Only after completing this act did she turn to face her father, her gaze imbued with an unprecedented tranquility. "I do not need the inheritance of the Shenhuang group, nor do I require the identity of a Yi family heiress. At this moment, all I desire is to live quietly with Qinyang and our child." Each word resonated clearly in Yi Jinxiong's ears, encapsulating everything he had strived for throughout his life. The glory he believed he could bestow upon his descendants was effortlessly cast aside like mere dust by his daughter. All for the man by her side and the unborn child nestled within her womb. Yi Jinxiong's body trembled violently before he collapsed heavily back onto the sofa. As if all the bones in his body had been extracted, he had lost. If he could not relinquish that ludicrous dignity today, he would lose not just a potential ally endowed with divine power, but he would forever lose his beloved daughter. Qinyang remained silent, merely tightening his grip on Yi Qingzhu's icy hand, gently rubbing her delicate wrist with his thumb, conveying silent warmth and strength. His stance depended entirely on her choice. Should she wish to fight, he would pave the world for her. Should she desire tranquility, he would shield her from the storms. The living room descended once more into a prolonged silence. Yi Jinxiong closed his eyes, which had witnessed half a century of tumultuous business tides. Within his mind, the report that had ranked Qinyang at a divine level clashed with the resolute expression etched on his daughter's face, creating a wild frenzy. Tycoons, power, lineage, dignity, his fortress of understanding, steadfast for over 50 years, was utterly crushed in an instant before the might of the divine and the heart of his daughter. which had been fully surrendered. In that moment, everything that was Yi Jinxiong became a mere joke. After a considerable time, when Yi Jinxiong opened his eyes again, all the shrewdness, authority, and heroic essence had vanished, leaving only endless grayness and age. He struggled, summoning every ounce of strength to rise from the soft sofa. Stooping, he took deliberate steps towards Yi Qingzhu. Then, under her astonished gaze, the man who had commanded the Shunhuang group for half a century, a titan whose mere presence could shake the business world in China, bowed deeply before his daughter. A full 90 degrees. A century's pride shattered in that singular moment. Qingzhu. His voice was raspy, as if ground down by sandpaper. I was wrong. I should not have treated your beloved in that manner. Yi Qingzhu's body stiffened, her eyes instantly reddening. She instinctively reached out to support him, but Chunyang gently restrained her. This was the price Yi Jinxiong had to pay. Slowly, he straightened up, no longer looking at his daughter. He turned around and, for the first time, regarded Chunyang with a gaze that was level, even tinged with a hint of reverence. It was no longer the judgment of a patriarch upon an aunt, but rather a solemn entrustment from an elder to another man. Chunyang, he enunciated each syllable, as if expending the last remnants of his strength. What transpired before was the fault of the Yi family. As Qingzhu's father, I apologize to you. That apology resonated like the collapse of Yi Jinxiong's lifetime of power. As dust settled, Chunyang had yet to respond, but Yi Qingzhu could no longer contain herself. She gazed at her father, the man she had always viewed as a deity, unyieldingly upright, now revealing unprecedented defeat and vulnerability before another man. The phrase, as Qingzhu's father, pierced her heart, awakening a deep-seated softness within. Tears began to form in her beautiful phoenix eyes, but she stubbornly held them back, not moved by the belated apology itself, but by this man's humility, by his first bow in 50 years, evoking a profound ache from within. Chunyang sensed the change in the small hand within his palm. Warmth was ebbing away, becoming cold. He turned his face to see her reddened eyes and the struggle to hold back tears. The exhilaration of victory, accompanied by a cold hardness, was instantly melted away by her expression. The moment had arrived. If he pressed further, her heart would surely ache. Under the gaze of Yi Jinxiong's murky, lifeless eyes, Chunyang finally moved. He released Yi Qingzhu's hand and stepped forward without superfluous words. With both hands, he supported Yi Jinxiong's slightly stooped arm, lifting him from his humiliating posture. The elder's body was rigid, instinctively resisting yet powerless to escape. Yi Jinxiong raised his head, his weathered face a tapestry of mixed emotions, confusion, disbelief, and an overwhelming numbness, awaiting the final judgment. He was prepared to accept any outcome. Even if Chunyang demanded he relinquish the entire Shenhuang group, he might merely nod in acquiescence. However, what he received was a phrase that rendered his mind utterly blank. Dad. The address rolled off Chunyang's tongue as naturally as if they had always been a family. Family does not speak in terms of two clans. Those 9 simple words, without tumult, without fluctuation, stated an established truth. Dad. Yi Jinxiong's lips trembled violently, the utterance detonated in his ears, its potency far surpassing all previous humiliations and threats. He froze in place, the heart that had been battered by fear, anger, resentment, and despair since last night was gently cradled in a warm hand at that moment. It was not an act of charity, nor was it a display of victory. It was acceptance of the stubborn old man who once sought to bring him to ruin, acceptance of the Yi family, which had represented trouble and arrogance in his eyes. A surge of warmth flooded from his chest to his eyes, and for the first time in over 50 years, Yi Jinxiong felt an impulse of uncharacteristic vulnerability. In that instant, he understood. Chunyang's call of dad was not for him at all. It was for the daughter behind him, whose eyes were reddened. It was to reassure her, to free her from the turmoil of being caught in between. This young man, from the very beginning, had acted with a singular logic, all his decisiveness and assertiveness emanating from one source, his wife, Yi Qingzhu. With this realization, the last remnants of Yi Jinxiong's unyielding pride dissipated completely. He was utterly subdued. Well, good child, the Titan of Commerce responded, his voice nearly choked with emotion, thick with nasal tones. He turned his hand and patted the back of Chunyang's hand firmly. A genuine acknowledgement from an elder to a younger. The air, once thick with tension, began to flow miraculously between the utterance of dad and good child. The oppressive weight that had stifled them vanished entirely. Chunyang supported Yi Jinxiong back to the sofa. Dad, please sit. He personally poured a glass of warm water for the elder and handed it over. Yi Jinxiong accepted the cup with trembling fingers, not drinking but cradling it in his palms, absorbing the warmth it offered. His gaze traversed past Chunyang, settling upon his daughter. More precisely, it lingered on her abdomen, subtly curved beneath the loose fabric of her home attire. The weathered lines of his face, once etched with authority and calculation, softened to reveal the purest form of paternal affection and anticipation. "Qingzhu, how have you been feeling lately? Is there any discomfort?" His inquiry brimmed with concern. Even a hint of supplication. Yi Qingzhu bit her lip, observing the harmonious scene before her, tears of joy finally cascading down her cheeks. She shook her head, her voice muffled by a nasally tone, softly replying, "No, no. Qinyang has been taking excellent care of me." "Good, good. That's wonderful," Yi Zhenxiong repeated, as if a weight of 1,000 burdens had been lifted from his shoulders. Qinyang, witnessing this tender exchange, chose not to intrude on the warmth shared between father and daughter. He stepped aside, picking up the phone resting on the coffee table. With a few taps on the screen, a directive was dispatched through a secure channel in an instant. Having completed this task, he placed the phone back with a nonchalant gesture. Then, addressing Yi Zhenxiong, he spoke calmly. "The collaboration between Tiandun Security and all companies under the Shun Huang Group shall be fully restored, effective immediately." At these words, Yi Zhenxiong's hand, which held the cup, trembled violently. He gazed at Qinyang in astonishment. "Fully restored? Effective immediately?" To lift a global commercial blockade involving hundreds of subsidiaries requires countless procedures. Yet for Qinyang, it was merely a matter of conveying information. This transcended mere commercial strategy. It was a decree, a divine edict. Once again, he grasped the profound weight of the word divine as stated in the report. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Yi Zhenxiong quickly regained his composure. Qinyang was reciprocating, offering the Yi family and his newly acknowledged father-in-law a monumental opportunity. Having lived for 50 years, Yi Zhenxiong was well versed in the intricacies of human relationships. He could not allow Qinyang to bear the burden alone. He set the cup down firmly on the coffee table, determined to present his own sincerity, an offering commensurate with Qinyang's stature, one that would silence the entire Yi family. "Qinyang," Yi Zhenxiong's address shifted once more, this time imbued with genuine closeness. He too retrieved his phone, dialing a number. The call connected instantly. "Is this Lawyer Wang from the legal department?" "It's me. Please draft a stock transfer agreement for me immediately." His command was clear and resolute, devoid of hesitation. "Transfer my personal holdings of 5% of Shun Huang Group to Mr. Qinyang. Yes, without compensation. This agreement is my dowry for my son-in-law. Within the hour. I expect the document delivered to Tang Chenyi Pin." He ended the call. A silence fell upon the living room, palpable as a pin drop. Even Yi Qingzhu was left astounded, gazing incredulously at her father. 5% of Shun Huang Group. It was not merely a number, it represented significant influence within the corporation, a bargaining chip that could drive any tycoon to madness. Its value amounted to hundreds of billions. This was the utmost sincerity her grandfather could offer. Upon completing this act, a genuine sense of relief washed over Yi Zhenxiong. He looked at Qinyang, explaining, "This is not just a dowry, it is also my investment in you. I believe that with your assistance, Shun Huang Group will ascend to a new pinnacle." Qinyang did not decline. He accepted this generous gift. This 5% stake was not merely a monetary value. It was a gesture of respect from his father-in-law, a stepping stone after bowing his head, and a safeguard for his wife, an unborn child. What he accepted was not currency, but the future posture of the Yi family. The phone call that would dictate the future of Shun Huang Group concluded with casual ease. The living room was engulfed in an eerie silence. Yi Zhenxiong remained frozen, the echo of his words regarding his dowry for his son-in-law still buzzing in his ears. He felt like a jester, offering his most cherished treasure only to discover that the recipient's palace was entirely constructed from such offerings. To leave was to flee, to stay was to endure. His lifetime of navigating intricate social dynamics crumbled to dust before Qinyang's unorthodox and absolute power. In that thickened air, Qinyang spoke. "Dad, why not stay for dinner?" His tone was calm, yet unassailable, as though the confrontation that had just undermined the Yi family's dignity was merely an appetizer before the main course. Yi Zhenxiong's body quivered imperceptibly. "Dinner?" His mind went blank, and he could only manage a dry, "All right." Yi Qingzhu, sensing her father's discomfort, approached him, linking her arm through his and whispering, "Dad, Qinyang is an excellent cook." Her youthful exuberance, tinged with a hint of pride, flowed like a warm current, slightly easing Yi Zhenxiong's taut nerves. Seeing the unprecedented happiness radiating from his granddaughter, the final vestiges of his resistance crumbled. What more could be done? This was the best resolution possible. "Then I shall savor it." He forced a smile, more painful than tears. Qinyang gently instructed Yi Qingzhu, "You stay and chat with Dad." With that, he vanished into the open-concept kitchen, reminiscent of a futuristic exhibition hall. Yi Zhenxiong's gaze instinctively followed. He was keen to witness what this man, deemed a deity by the intelligence agency, was like in the kitchen. What he observed was a scene he would never comprehend in his lifetime. Qinyang merely rolled up his sleeves, standing before the iridescent countertop. His movements were deliberate, almost languid, yet infused with an ethereal rhythm akin to a gazelle-esque grace. A simple kitchen knife glided through his hands, producing only the crisp sound of slicing. The potato shreds were as fine as hair, the tofu cubes as delicate as gossamer. The entire process was devoid of any culinary chaos. It resembled a divine craftsman creating a masterpiece destined to astonish the world from the most rudimentary ingredients. Yi Jinxiong's heart constricted sharply. He had encountered many top chefs, yet none had ever instilled such profound pressure within him. It was an absolute mastery over the rules of culinary art. Yi Qingzhu leaned closer to her father, speaking in a hushed, proud tone. He just learned this recently. He said it's good for the baby. Those words struck Yi Jinxiong like a hammer to the chest. Just learned? For the child? He had only practiced for a few days to attain such an otherworldly level of skill? Absurd. A profound sense of absurdity and helplessness washed over him. Half an hour later, a series of exquisitely presented dishes graced the table. At the center, a bowl of soup served in white jade porcelain sat, its color as clear as amber, featuring a phoenix intricately sculpted from top-quality ingredients, lifelike in its presentation. Father, do taste this, the jade phoenix returning to its nest. Qinyang personally served a small bowl to Yi Jinxiong. As Yi Jinxiong lifted the bowl, an indescribable, exotic fragrance wafted into his nostrils, instantly clarifying his muddled consciousness. He scooped up a spoonful and brought it to his lips. The moment the broth slipped down his throat, he froze, transfixed. A warm yet potent surge erupted from his throat, sweeping through his limbs and bones in an exhilarating cascade. He could distinctly feel the aching temples, burdened by years of worry, and the stiffness in his aging joints, both responding with joyous sighs to this soothing stream. Long-standing ailments that had tormented him for years seemed to dissolve with the very first sip. This was no mere food. This was an elixir of life that would drive heads of state to madness. He could no longer maintain any semblance of decorum, consuming bowl after bowl, until beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, reluctantly setting the bowl down, yet still yearning for more. It was as if he had rejuvenated by a decade. At the dining table, Yi Jinxiong observed Qinyang meticulously removing fish bones for his daughter Yi Qingzhu, who accepted each morsel with a blissful smile. The effortless intimacy between them extinguished any lingering hopes he had harbored. After a satisfying meal, Yi Jinxiong wiped his mouth, resolved to pose the question he most longed to ask, yet also dreaded. Adopting a tone he deemed casual and equitable, he ventured, Qinyang, with your collaborations with Tiandun and your acceptance of my gift, as your father-in-law, I ought to have some understanding of your background, for my own peace of mind. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Qingzhu, too, looked at Qinyang with curiosity. She knew Qinyang was enigmatic but remained largely in the dark regarding his true nature. Qinyang set down his chopsticks, seemingly contemplating where to begin. After a brief pause, he spoke with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing the pleasant weather. I possess a modest portfolio, rather eclectic. The Tiandun security here in Shanghai is, in fact, mine. The first name detonated in Yi Jinxiong's mind like a precisely guided bomb. Tiandun security. The entity corresponding to the two characters of divinity in that report. Though he had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed from Qinyang's lips sent a jolt through his heart. The hidden prowess and global influence of Tiandun rivaled that of the Shun Huang group. This was merely one of his assorted ventures? Yi Jinxiong's hand trembled slightly as he raised his water cup. Qinyang, apparently oblivious to his discomposure, continued, in Switzerland, there exists a bank known as Panga Bank, of which I happen to be the largest shareholder. Yi Jinxiong, who had just swallowed a mouthful of water, found himself choking violently, his face flushed with embarrassment. Panga Bank. This name was a taboo and a legend within the circles of their elite financial class. Allegedly, a world-class private bank that even royal families could not penetrate. Its owner remained a mystery, yet it controlled clandestine wealth capable of upending the world. The Shun Huang group, which he held dear, had expended immense connections merely to establish the most basic savings account at Panga Bank. And Qinyang was the major shareholder? Yi Jinxiong's mind buzzed, rendered blank. He finally grasped how utterly ludicrous his gift, valued in the billions, must seem in the eyes of the other. It was not a grand offering. It was akin to a mere country bumpkin flaunting a newly acquired gold chain before the king of the world. A wave of scorching shame surged from his feet to the crown of his head. However, Qinyang's revelations were far from over. He glanced at Yi Qingzhu, who regarded him with adoration, a hint of fondness gracing his features. Oh, by the way, I noticed Qingzhu seemed a bit bored at school, what with all the interruptions. I casually acquired Shanghai University. The words, though softly spoken, struck Yi Jinxiong like a primordial thunderbolt, shattering what remained of his rationality. What did he just say? Bought Shanghai University? To alleviate his granddaughter's boredom? This was no mere building. nor a mere company. This was one of the top 3 prestigious institutions in China. A colossal entity steeped in a century of heritage and entangled in intricate political and business relationships. Such a thing could not be measured by mere currency. It was a symbol of power and authority. Yi Jinxiong sat rigidly, utterly incapable of thought. He finally comprehended the true meaning of divinity. What mortals cherished as empires, wealth, and power, in the eyes of the divine, were not but trivial toys given to loved ones to alleviate their boredom. Yi Jinxiong stood frozen, his mind not blank, but rather astonishingly lucid, each cell screaming the same undeniable truth. Divinity, mortals cannot fathom. The commercial empire he had painstakingly built, the esteemed status he held as a tycoon, in the eyes of the other, was not even worthy of being regarded as a plaything. It was merely a casual gesture to amuse a beloved. This realization was more devastating than any humiliation he could endure. After a prolonged silence, Yi Jinxiong summoned the last of his strength to rise from the sofa. He approached Qinyang and bowed deeply once more. This time, it was not an apology but an act of surrender. It was the submission of one being to a higher dimensional existence, a profound acknowledgement from the depths of his soul. He then turned towards Yi Qingzhu. The lines of age and the traces of a once dominant figure faded from his face, leaving behind only the purest expression of a father's love and reluctance for his daughter. He parted his lips, his throat constricting, yet no words emerged. Ultimately, it culminated in a heavy sigh. This once mighty titan of the business world, hunched and unsteady, exited the apartment. The door quietly closed. With a soft click, it sealed off an entire era. Silence enveloped the living room. In the next moment, Yi Qingzhu could no longer hold herself together. Her body gave way, collapsing into Qinyang's embrace, burying her face deep into his solid chest. Warmth, solidity. This was the only reality she could perceive at that moment. The fears, grievances, anxieties, and uncertainties that had been suppressed throughout the day surged forth in a tumultuous flood. Her body trembled violently, like a helpless leaf in a raging storm. No cries escaped her lips. Only scalding tears soaked through his shirt, pouring out her every vulnerability. Qinyang remained silent. He simply tightened his embrace, enveloping her within his being, using his warmth to thaw her icy limbs, and his steady heartbeat to soothe her chaotic pulse. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. After an indeterminate span, her intense shuddering gradually subsided. A muffled voice, thick with emotion, emerged from his chest. "Thank you." Her face remained hidden, too timid to meet his gaze. Those 3 words seemed to embody all her strength, carrying the weight of her deepest emotions. "Thank you for shielding me from all storms. Thank you for providing me with a sky of my own. Thank you for everything you have done for me." Qinyang lowered his head, gently brushing his chin against her silken hair, bestowing a kiss upon her forehead. "Fool," he murmured softly. "We are husband and wife." Just 6 simple words. Yi Qingzhu's body stiffened once more. Slowly, she lifted her head from his embrace, her beautiful phoenix eyes, swollen from tears, gazing at him unwaveringly. In her gaze, there was no longer a trace of doubt or anxiety. The initial wariness was gone. The fear from her pregnancy had dissipated. The confusion she felt when facing her family had vanished. All negative emotions had been cleansed completely. What remained was a singular emotion, pure to the extreme, and so intense it threatened to overflow. It was love. It was admiration. It began with him decisively acquiring Tangchen Yiping and declaring it their home. It was when he, like a miracle, dispelled all her discomforts of pregnancy with a simple bowl of soup. It was when he faced the Yi family alone, confronting the colossal entity that once suffocated her and effortlessly crushed it. Through countless astounding yet profoundly genuine actions, Qinyang had constructed for her a sanctuary as impenetrable as iron and copper, a haven that was utterly safe and warm, capable of shielding them from all the storms of the world. She once believed that her destiny was to become the future empress, to look down upon the world from the heights of capitalism. But now, gazing at this man before her, the one who had created all these miracles for her, the dream of becoming an empress suddenly felt so distant, so devoid of flavor. She desired nothing more. She simply wished to quietly remain in his embrace, to be his little woman, to bear their children. That was enough. This was her entire world. This thought arose within her like the most devout of prayers, surfacing in her heart in an instant. In Qinyang's mind, a stream of data surged through. Ding. Congratulations, host. The core task of the first phase, to completely capture the heroine's heart, has been perfectly achieved. System evaluation, perfect. The host, with absolute strength as the foundation and extreme pampering as the means, has precisely targeted all of the heroine's emotional needs, exemplifying a textbook-level strategy. Qinyang was momentarily taken aback. Task reward settlement in progress. Reward distribution. The intimacy level between the host and his wife, Yi Qingzhu, has officially risen to 100, maximum value. Congratulations, host. Unique, permanent passive aura, united as one, has been unlocked. Aura effect, heartfelt connection. From now on, the host will be able to clearly perceive his wife's core emotional fluctuations, joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, and can vaguely receive her shallow thoughts. Special reminder, when her love, longing, or dependence on you reaches its peak, you may even briefly share some of her senses. The reverse is also true. This aura will continue to evolve as their feelings deepen. The moment the system's prompt faded, an enigmatic connection abruptly linked Chunyang's consciousness with another pure awareness. In the next instant, a torrent of emotions, foreign yet surging like a tsunami, swept through his very soul. It was an unreserved reliance that regarded him as the entire world. It was a profound gratitude akin to being redeemed by a deity. It was a love so pure that it contained not a trace of impurity, willing to sacrifice everything for him. And it was an ultimate admiration from a little woman for her hero. Countless emotions intertwined to form a warm current, more shocking and satisfying than any reward he had ever received. He didn't even need to look. He could feel her gazing at him intently. He could feel her heart racing wildly for him. He could sense the simplest yet most resolute thought in her mind. This is my man. My heaven, my world. Chunyang's body experienced a momentary stillness. This sensation far surpassed acquiring divine combat skills or obtaining heaven's shield security. It touched the very essence of his soul. He looked down at the tear-streaked, yet blissfully content face nestled against him. He understood that from this moment onward, there would be no more barriers between them. They had truly become one. What's wrong? Yi Qingzhu sensed his rigidity, her small hand instinctively caressing his cheek, laden with concern. The cool sensation of her fingertips traveled through his skin. Simultaneously, a faint worry, why was he not moving, was directly conveyed to Chunyang through their invisible link. Chunyang snapped back to reality, taking her icy little hand and, with a gentle pull, effortlessly swept her into a classic princess carry. Ah! Yi Qingzhu exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her exquisite cheeks turning a deep crimson. A mix of shyness and overwhelming sweetness washed over him. Chunyang, still cradling her, strode towards the bedroom. He gently laid her on the soft bed, tucking her in with care. Your emotions have been too volatile today. It's not good for the baby. He sat at the edge of the bed, his voice gentle. Take a nap. Everything will be all right. Yi Qingzhu nestled under the covers, revealing only her sparkling eyes as she looked up at him, obediently nodding. The blankets are so warm. Your voice is even more soothing. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her, quickly lulling her into drowsiness. She gazed at him, her eyelids growing heavier, her lips unconsciously murmuring, "Will you stay with me forever?" Chunyang did not respond verbally. He merely leaned down, placing a tender kiss upon her lips, simultaneously conveying a resolute thought through their newly formed link, forever. On the edge of slumber, Yi Qingzhu felt this intention. A sweet smile, the most delightful in the world, graced her lips as she drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 31. Undercurrents, the eldest brother's conspiracy. As the doors of Tang Chun Ipin closed behind him, Yi Zhenxiong straightened the spine he had carried throughout his life, only to feel it crumble. The driver had already respectfully opened the car door, and he settled into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. His once formidable visage now reduced to a pallid expression of despair. He did not issue any commands. Instead, he sank into the cold leather seat, silent. Taking out his phone, the dim glow illuminated the deep creases etched into his face. He scrolled through his contacts until he found that number. Tianxiong, his eldest son. Yi Tianxiong. The call connected almost instantaneously. Dad, it's late. Is something wrong? The voice on the other end was steady and respectful, yet concealed an underlying sharpness. Yi Zhenxiong wasted no breath on pleasantries. Stop. 2 words, heavy as lead. Silence fell abruptly on the other end. After a few seconds, Yi Tianxiong feigned confusion. Dad, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. I said. Yi Zhenxiong articulated each word with precision, his voice raspy, as if scraped by sandpaper. Everything regarding Qingzhu and Chunyang ends here. You and your people are not to interfere any longer. This is a command. This time, the silence lingered longer than before. It stretched to the point where Yi Zhenxiong nearly severed the call, only to receive a response from the other end. Yes, Dad, I understand. Yi Tianxiong's voice remained respectful. Yet beneath that veneer of deference lay a fracture of something profound. Without hesitation, Yi Zhenxiong abruptly cut the call. He had no desire to utter another word. He sank heavily into the chair, closing his eyes. In his mind, the tranquil visage of Chunyang loomed large, while the echo of that heart-wrenching dad reverberated in his ears. An unprecedented wave of fatigue engulfed his entire being. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs of the magical city, within a sprawling traditional Chinese estate, in the study, Yi Tianxiong withdrew the phone from his ear. The mask of humility and respect that adorned his face crumbled into ruins the moment the conversation concluded. In its stead surged a ferocity, a distortion, an uncontrollable rage. Bang! An invaluable Ming Dynasty blue and white tea bowl was hurled with tremendous force against the wall, shattering into countless fragments. Damn it! A roar, stifled to its utmost limit, erupted from the depths of his throat. Orders? How dare he issue commands to me? That senile old fool, quaking in fear. Yi Tianxiong's chest heaved violently. Each utterance from his father pierced his heart like a nail. This was the end. No further interference. This was a complete capitulation. He, the patriarch of the Yi family, the sovereign of the Shenhuang group, had lowered his proud head for the first time in 80 years to a penniless student devoid of status. Not only did he bow, he also offered up the family's honor. The mere thought of that 5% share made Yi Tianxiong's blood boil, nearly scorching his reason. 5%. That was no mere cold statistic. It represented a seat on the board, a voice potent enough to influence the entire group's decisions. Assets worth hundreds of billions were thus relinquished. As a token of engagement, given to a wretched lad who had crawled from the shadows. He furiously kicked over a nearby rosewood armchair, producing a thunderous crash. The servants outside the study were struck mute by the commotion, none daring to approach. Yi Tianxiong paced furiously across the carpet, his eyes aflame. He could not accept this. He would not accept it. The Shenhuang group was a commercial empire forged by generations of the Yi family's toil. The bloodline of the Yi family constituted the most sacred and inviolable foundation of this empire. And now, this foundation was being sullied by a commoner, an ant who had fortuitously scuttled into their palace. And his own father, far from crushing this ant, had instead severed a piece of the palace to bestow upon him. His father had been deceived by that boy. He had lost his mind. Yi Tianxiong abruptly halted, a frigid murderous intent coalescing in his eyes. He could not allow this absurdity to persist. If his father had grown too old and senile to safeguard the honor of the Yi family, then it was up to him. He strode back to the desk, seizing a red encrypted phone, and began dialing. Third uncle, it's me, Tianxiong. Fifth elder, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Seventh elder, I have an urgent matter that requires your immediate presence. A series of calls were made. Each individual he contacted was a true, stabilizing anchor within the Yi family. Those who had retired to the sidelines, yet still wielded control over the family's laws and networks. They were the guardians of familial tradition and the most obstinate conservatives. Within half an hour, several gravely composed elders arrived at Yi Tianxiong's study, the atmosphere thick with tension. Tianxiong, summoning us old bones at such an hour must signal a matter that threatens our very foundation, spoke the first, an elderly man leaning on a dragon-headed cane, who held a high standing in the clan as third uncle. Yi Tianxiong's countenance was as dark as water, devoid of any preamble. My father intends to transfer 5% of the Shenhuang Group's shares to an outsider without compensation. His words astonished the assembly. What? 5%? Has Yi Tianxiong lost his mind? Who is this outsider? The very one who has sullied the Qingzhou bloodline. A pauper. Yi Tianxiong snarled, each word dripping with venom. The expressions of the elders shifted to one of grave concern. To them, Yi Qingzhou's premarital pregnancy was already a scandal that threatened their family's reputation. Now, the patriarch intended to lavish rewards upon the instigator? This was not merely a scandal. It was a betrayal of their ancestors. Yi Tianxiong was digging his own grave, undermining a century of the Yi family's foundations. An irascible elder slammed his palm on the table. The rules handed down by our ancestors have been utterly disregarded. How can the phoenix blood of the Yi family be sullied by some unknown bastard? Yi Tianxiong had been waiting for this surge of indignation. He anticipated the fire to reach its zenith before he spoke again, his voice low and laced with persuasion. Esteemed uncles and elders, the situation is far more dire than you imagine. He recast the information he had gathered in a manner designed to incite fervor. Have you considered? How could an ordinary university student possess such formidable resources and influence in such a short span? Tiandun Security? Penga Bank? And what of Modi University? If there isn't a vast, unimaginable organization orchestrating these affairs behind the scenes, would you believe it? He leaned forward, his voice dripping with malice. I strongly suspect that this Qinyang is not merely a fortunate fool. He is likely an agent for a sinister organization lurking in the shadows, harboring ill intentions towards our Yi family. Their ultimate goal is to dismantle our Shenhuang group from within through Qingzhou. And my father has already been ensnared by him through some means. This hypothesis drew a collective gasp from the elders. Compared to a penniless boy striking it rich, a grand conspiracy against the Yi family evidently resonated more with their seasoned instincts. Is this true? Your father has truly been controlled. I possess no direct evidence. Yi Tianxiong admitted candidly, but it is the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, How could my father make such a ludicrous decision to relinquish hundreds of billions in assets and command us not to intervene? The elders exchanged glances, their initial fury gradually giving way to trepidation and gravity. The previously silent third uncle struck the ground with his cane. Thud. The clamor of discussion ceased. Tianxiong, this matter is of paramount importance. The elder's voice was gravelly. Your father is not a fool. That Qinyang is undoubtedly formidable. And do not forget, our Yi family possesses an even older heritage and set of rules. Certain powers must not be trifled with. This served as both a warning and a reminder. A flicker of impatience crossed Yi Tianxiong's face. Third uncle, I understand perfectly. Yet it is precisely because of excessive caution that my father has been led by the nose. He has grown old and timid. Rising abruptly, his imposing figure loomed over the conference table. We cannot remain passive. Confrontation is not a viable strategy. But we can undermine him from the shadows. I shall employ the intricate and clandestine web of relationships that the Yi family has cultivated in both the political and commercial spheres to conduct a thorough background investigation on him. I refuse to believe that he is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. His voice was chilling. The rapid accumulation of wealth by an individual invariably harbors original sin. As long as we can seize upon his vulnerabilities and expose the vile nature of the organization lurking behind him, I can ensure that Qingzhu will witness for herself the grotesque monster she has fallen in love with. At that point, without us needing to dirty our hands, she will cast that man out of the Yi family as if he were mere refuse. This is his confidence, as well as his prejudice. How could a noble daughter fall for a filthy deceiver? The elders were swayed by his words. This was the only means to salvage their dignity and restore order. Excellent. Tianxiong, we support you. You must uncover every detail about that young man. Let him understand just how profound the depths of the Yi family are. An unspoken consensus was reached within the ancient study. A vast net woven from arrogance and prejudice was silently cast towards Qinyang. Yi Tianxiong gazed out into the murky night, a cruel arc appearing on his face. Qinyang, the game has only just begun. He picked up a black satellite phone, one never before used in public, and dialed a number devoid of a stored name. The call connected. He issued his command in a tone devoid of emotion. It is I. Initiate the Phantom Protocol. I desire one individual to be removed from this world. Chapter 32. Chunyang's Fangs, the silent bloodletting of the Shunhuang group. The morning sun adorned the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Tangchen Yipin with a golden edge. Yi Qingzhu awoke, enveloped in warmth. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Qinyang's profile, mere inches away. He slept soundly, his breathing steady and powerful, like a mountain sheltering her. An indescribable sense of fulfillment permeated every fiber of her being. This was her home. This was her man. This was her entire world. Just as the thought formed in her mind, Qinyang's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. His gaze was profound, tinged with the languor of awakening. Yet it precisely captured all her emotions. You're awake? There were no superfluous greetings. Through the mysterious bond of marital unity, he sensed her tranquility from the night before and tasted her overflowing happiness and dependence in that moment. Yi Qingzhu's cheeks instantly flushed a rosy hue. She softly purred, like a kitten, nuzzling closer into his warm embrace. She adored this sensation. Without the need for words, he understood her heart's desire. I'm hungry. Her soft murmur was tinged with an endearing innocence. The next moment, a vivid thought, accompanied by a longing for a specific flavor, surged into Chunyang's mind. She craved the sweet and sour shrimp porridge he made. Chunyang silently chuckled, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Wait for me. Half an hour later, Yi Qingzhu sat at the dining table, savoring her specially prepared breakfast for expectant mothers, her happiness evident in her crescent-shaped eyes. Just then, the doorbell rang. The visitor was the chief legal officer of the Shunhuang group, impeccably dressed, his demeanor respectful to the point of humility, presenting a sealed top-tier document bag with both hands. Mr. Chun, Miss Yi, this is a document from the chairman that must be personally handed over to you. Qinyang accepted it, casually tearing it open. It was a share transfer agreement. Shunhuang Group, 5%. The signature of Party A bore Yi Jinxiong's still domineering yet slightly trembling script, accompanied by a vivid red fingerprint. The effective date was today. Yi Qingzhu leaned in curiously to take a glance, her rosy lips parting slightly. Her father's actions were remarkably swift, weren't they? Just yesterday, he was intent on fighting tooth and nail, and today, an asset worth hundreds of billions was delivered right to their doorstep. She turned her gaze toward Qinyang, her beautiful phoenix eyes brimming with curiosity and admiration. What do you plan to do? She was acutely aware that this 5% stake was not merely about money. It was a wedge into the board of directors of the Shunhuang Group, a ticket to the highest decision-making authority. Qinyang appeared oblivious to the world-shaking implications of that agreement. He simply set it aside, picking up a perfectly boiled egg and methodically peeling it for her. "I want to do anything." He gently placed the impeccably peeled egg into her bowl, his tone flat. "Aren't you determined to become the future empress? As your supportive husband, I naturally need to enter early to help you tidy up your future empire. I'll identify who the loyal ministers are and who the hidden pests are lurking in the shadows. That way, when you officially take over, you won't be troubled by these petty matters." His tone was casual, as if discussing where to stroll in the evening. Yet, Yi Qingzhu's heart was struck by his words. An indescribable, overwhelming sweetness, mingled with the profound feeling of being cherished, instantly engulfed her. It turned out that everything he did was ultimately for her. She nodded vigorously, her eyes welling with warmth, choosing not to inquire further. After ensuring Yi Qingzhu was comfortably settled in the living room to watch television, Xinyang entered the study. He sat at the desk, his long fingers lightly tapping on the smooth surface, his eyes gently closed. "Tianji, sir, I am here." A soft, cold, and emotionless electronic voice resonated within the ocean of his consciousness. This was the super artificial intelligence he unlocked upon receiving the title of God of Investment, used to monitor and control the pulsations of global capital. "As a newly appointed shareholder, I require the highest privileges to access the Shenhuang Group's intranet." Xinyang's command was succinct and ruthless. "Conduct a complete bodily scan of this empire. I want to see the flow of every vein, the composition of every muscle, and every festering sore that is rotting." Command confirmed. Divine perspective is being activated. Before Xinyang, the walls of the study faded away. A vast ocean of blue data unfurled before him. The Shenhuang Group, a behemoth standing at the pinnacle of the business world, had all its decades of accumulated commercial secrets, financial flows, and personnel networks instantly stripped of all disguise before the AI known as Tianji. It was no longer an empire. It was a giant completely dissected and laid bare on the operating table. Financial network scan reveals 137,842 points of anomalous funds. Data tracing, cross-referencing. Locking onto the primary infection source, Yi Tianxiong. Pathological analysis underway. Target Yi Tianxiong and his faction have, over the past 5 years, siphoned off 97.4 billion of the group's assets through 17 overseas shell companies via 897 illicit-related transactions. Evidence chain integrity, 100. A series of reports, cold and precise, sliced through the empire's most unsightly festers like surgical blades. Xinyang's expression remained utterly unchanged. As anticipated, a conservative family business. Its internal decay and avarice are far more shocking than one could ever imagine. Evidence meticulously packed and sealed, awaiting the opportune moment for detonation. Executed. Xinyang refrained from immediately discarding this information, capable of shattering the Yi family, for that would be too lenient. To strike a serpent, one must ensure a fatal blow. His intention was not merely to ruin Yi Tianxiong's reputation, but to thoroughly cleanse and sanitize the entire Shenhuang Group, transforming it into a flawless gem, which he would then personally present to Yi Qingzhu. He meticulously sifted through all of Shenhuang Group's assets, identifying those undervalued or dormant due to technological barriers. Command received. Filtering in progress. The data sea shimmered anew. Countless project reports and exploration data flitted by like fleeting lights. Ultimately, a document marked as having extremely low development value was instantly magnified. Target locked. Kunlun No. 3 abandoned mine. Project description. Located deep within the Premier Plateau, official exploration reports indicate that the mineral complex, designated K3, has been indefinitely shelved due to limited smelting technology, resulting in a core material purification rate below 0.5. The moment the code K3 appeared, Xinyang's paternal system emitted a rapid alert. Ding. Warning. High-purity source crystal or vein information detected. Source crystals are the core driving energy for the system's technological tree interstellar furnace. Their value is immeasurable. Sole suggestion, at all costs, gain complete control of this, or vein. Xinyang lightly tapped his fingertips on the table, a smile curving his lips. So that was how it was. The rewards provided by the system were never isolated. There existed a hidden thread connecting them. Now, this thread pointed toward the most overlooked corner of the Shenhuang Group. He commanded, "Sir, retrieve the complete list of all mid to senior level management personnel within the Shenhuang Group. Conduct a cleansing assessment based on loyalty, capability, and factional background. Assessment model being established, list generation underway. Red indicates staunch loyalty to Yi Tianxiong, yellow represents neutral swing voters, and green identifies potential allies." A vast, intricate web of personnel relations unfolded before Xinyang. The red points of light, representing Yi Tianxiong's faction, densely occupied half of the empire. Initiate the Tianji plan. Xinyang's voice was as cold as ice. From the global talent pool, select matching candidates. Henceforth, under the guise of business optimization and personnel adjustments. Systematically replace all red and most yellow targets, starting with core departments such as finance, human resources, and procurement. I shall ensure that every drop of blood within the Shenhuang Group is pure within 3 months, with our people in every key position. Command confirmed. Silent blood replacement plan generated. The first personnel replacements will commence in 72 hours. The entire process will be as gentle as spring rain, evading any high-level alert. This was a silent coup. While Yi Tianxiong reveled in his own cleverness, preparing to mobilize worldly forces against Qinyang, his foundation, his wings. His everything was being methodically crushed and replaced by Chunyang's godlike power from the ground up. Qinyang quietly surveyed the expansive network diagram. The green points of light representing his allies began to permeate, spread, and consume the filthy red. Just then, a blaring crimson alert erupted without warning at the apex of the data sea. Highest warning. Multiple sources of high-level network intrusion detected. Attack protocol analysis, codename, Ghost. Intent of attack. Erase all traces of target Qinyang from the global internet, freeze all associated assets, destroy his social connections, and execute social death. For the first time, Tianji's voice carried a tremor of data turbulence. Source of the attack has been locked. It originates from within the Yi family, utilizing the highest encryption satellite network. Command issuer, Yi Tianxiong. All of Chunyang's actions came to a halt. He slowly raised his head, his deep-set eyes seemingly piercing through time and space to glimpse the man grinning maniacally in his study. A cold, cruel smile, tinged with a hint of amusement, finally blossomed on his lips. The game had begun. Sir, shall we immediately execute a counterattack? Tianji can incapacitate the opponent's entire network in 1 second and physically locate all of their secret bases worldwide. No, Qinyang spoke slowly, his voice as soft as a demon's whisper. Let him investigate. Open the door for him. Feed him the breadcrumbs we intentionally left regarding the Tian Shield, Panga Bank, and Modu University. Those surface-level yet profoundly shocking pieces of information. I suddenly longed to see the expression on a frog, which had spent its whole life in a well, finally climbing out, believing it had reached the end of the world, only to discover that the sky above was merely a reflection in someone else's fishbowl. Understood, sir. Tianji's voice seemed to tremble with a data disturbance that could only be described as a shudder in response to this exceedingly cruel command. Chapter 33. His tenderness. His fangs. Days seemed to ferment slowly in a jar filled with honey. As her pregnancy entered its most stable phase, the nausea that had once tormented Yi Qingzhu to the point of starvation dissipated like winter snow meeting the warm sun. Her complexion visibly brightened, and her once cold phoenix eyes now shimmered with a layer of moisture. Qinyang had completely transformed into her devoted caretaker. Today's meal consisted of a bowl of clear soup. The broth, as lucid as the finest amber, was made from dozens of rare herbs exchanged from the system, brewed in the purest manner. Upon tasting, there was not a hint of medicinal flavor. Rather, a warm current slid down her throat, instantly soothing her entire being. This is delightful. Yi Qingzhu sipped slowly, her pretty eyes squinting in pleasure, resembling a cat that had just been groomed. She set down the jade soup bowl and, without a word, slid off her chair to nestle into Chunyang's embrace, curling up in the most comfortable position. The warmth of his arms and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat enveloped her. The once unattainable, aloof ice queen of Modu had vanished, replaced by a clingy, adorable, and somewhat unreasonable little pregnant woman. She relished this dependence on him, listening to his whimsical tales. Today, let us hear a story about the stars. Qinyang playfully tapped her pert nose, eliciting a soft, dissatisfied hum from her. His voice was calm and magnetic, weaving together fragments of knowledge gleaned from the system's database concerning Dyson spheres, warp drives, and multidimensional universes, narrated in the gentlest tone. Such knowledge vastly exceeded the current understanding of Earth's civilization. Yet, Yi Qingzhu was entranced. Those extraordinary cosmic wonders captivated her far more than any fairy tale could. She felt as if her man possessed an intimate knowledge of all the world's hidden secrets. This realization intoxicated her. Suddenly, after the story concluded, Yi Qingzhu recalled something. Furrowing her delicate nose in distress, I haven't completed my leave of absence procedures. Though her belly had yet to show signs of pregnancy, she no longer wished to return to school, not wanting to be encircled by curious, probing, or even malicious gazes. All she desired was to quietly reside in his world. Such trivialities. Qinyang gently pecked her lightly pouting lips. Change your clothes. Let us step outside for some fresh air. Half an hour later, in the president's office at Magic City University, the once formidable Principal Wang, who commanded authority during faculty and student assemblies, was now personally serving the two a steaming cup of tea, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. His hand trembled ever so slightly as he set down the teacup. Mr. Chun, Miss Yi, your leave of absence has been processed. All procedures are complete. Your student status will be permanently retained, allowing you to return to your studies at any time. He respectfully presented a document, bowing nearly to a right angle. All Yi Qingzhu needed to do was inscribe her name at the designated spot. From the moment they entered the campus until the task was completed, no more than 5 minutes elapsed, without alarming anyone aside from the principal. As they exited the administrative building, walking along the familiar tree-lined path, Yi Qingzhu felt a touch of unreality. She linked her arm with Chun Yang's, murmuring softly, "They seem quite afraid of you." The esteemed Principal Wang's earlier demeanor was far more anxious than that of her branch office's general manager when he encountered her grandfather. "It is not fear of me," Chen Yang replied, holding her hand as they strolled leisurely. "It is a reverence for the unknown." Yi Qingzhu let out a soft giggle, playfully punching his chest with her tiny fist. She understood he was teasing her, yet she was acutely aware that this uninterrupted tranquility, this unimpeded privilege, was the protective umbrella he had unfurled for her. Instead of returning home directly, they sauntered through the garden of the luxurious Thompson Riviera, reminiscent of a royal park. The afternoon sun shone warmly, neither too harsh nor too mild. In the distance, the property manager Zhao Tianhai was personally leading a team, meticulously testing the acidity of the lawn with professional instruments, his focus akin to that of a researcher engaged in a billion-dollar scientific project. Upon spotting Chen Yang and Yi Qingzhu, he paused from his work, bowed respectfully from afar, and gestured for his team to silently withdraw to another area of the garden. In tandem, all the gardeners pruning the blossoms ceased their electric tools. It was as if the entire world had been muted, fearful that even the slightest noise might disturb the lady's tranquility. Yi Qingzhu gazed at this scene, her heart bubbling with sweetness. This sensation of being delicately cradled by the entire world instilled an unprecedented sense of security within her. Leaning her head gently on Chun Yang's shoulder, her steps became lighter. Upon returning home, a private medical team composed of world-renowned obstetric experts had long awaited their arrival. One of the rooms in the apartment had been transformed into a private medical center equipped far beyond any VIP maternity ward. Yi Qingzhu reclined on the soft examination table, watching the image of the tiny life on the screen, listening as the experts reported the perfection of every metric regarding the fetus. Miss Ye's overall health and the development of the fetus have surpassed all the optimal cases in our database. This is nothing short of a medical miracle, the lead expert, a silver-haired gentleman, spoke with an unmistakable tone of awe and reverence. Throughout, Chen Yang's warm hand enveloped Yi Qingzhu's. She felt no need to contemplate anything, no need to worry about any risks, for he had arranged everything to the utmost perfection. Once the examination concluded, the expert team quietly withdrew. Chen Yang accompanied Yi Qingzhu as they sat together on the soft carpet of the living room, leaning against the sofa while listening to a soothing piece of prenatal music. The melody was tranquil and distant, imbued with a soothing power that penetrated the soul. "Such beautiful music. What is it?" she inquired. "I composed it," Chen Yang replied softly. Yi Qingzhu's body momentarily stiffened, and then a wave of sweetness, richer than any she had experienced before, enveloped her completely. Just how many delightful secrets did her man still hold? She turned to face him, pressing her ear against his sturdy chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. This was the most enchanting lullaby in the world. "Will you sing it for me and the baby?" she asked, her voice laced with a newly acquired, irresistible charm. Chen Yang did not refuse. Clearing his throat, he softly hummed the melody that brought him inner peace, devoid of lyrics, just pure notes. In this warmth and tranquility, Yi Qingzhu's eyelids grew heavier. In the final moments before drifting into slumber, one thought lingered in her mind: how wonderful it was to have him by her side. This was her entire world, precisely as she desired. Gazing at the serene and peaceful visage of the woman in his arms, Chen Yang's movements grew increasingly gentle. He carefully lifted her, carried her into the bedroom, and gently laid her on the bed, tucking her in. Protecting this beauty was the sole purpose of his newfound strength. At that very moment, as Yi Qingzhu succumbed to deep sleep, a cold stream of data coursed silently through the depths of Chen Yang's consciousness. The Phantom Protocol has consumed the first bait. The voice of the system echoed emotionlessly in his mind. Chen Yang exited the bedroom, softly closing the door behind him. With a soft click, warmth and dreams lay within, while the cold reality awaited outside. He settled onto the living room sofa. The tender expression that had just graced his face now transformed into an unwavering facade, as unyielding as an ancient glacier. Analyzing data flow. The target is attempting to trace the funding source of Panga Bank through multiple layers of encrypted proxies, utilizing at least 3 national intelligence networks. In accordance with your directives, a falsified offshore tax haven data channel has been established. All evidence is flawlessly concealed. The system continued its report. It is anticipated that within 48 hours, the opposing party will uncover irrefutable evidence of your bloody acquisition of assets from a small war-torn nation. Qinyang lifted the now-cold cup of tea from the table and took a sip. He could vividly envision Yi Tianxiong's ecstatic and maniacal expression upon discovering such evidence. As he believed he had grasped a fatal incrimination, a man of ill-gotten wealth with dirty hands, he would be eager to hurl these truths at Yi Qingzhu, attempting to use them to validate his foresight and dismantle the divine image Qinyang held in her heart. A pitiful, laughable insect. Sir, Yi Tianxiong has initiated Plan B. The system's voice suddenly bore a note of alarm from the data realm. He has posted an S-level bounty on an international mercenary platform named Red Scorpion. Mission objective: kidnap Miss Yi Qingzhu. Mission requirements: no harm to life, create chaos. His true purpose is to compel you to deploy security forces, thereby exposing the organization behind you and solidifying his conspiracy theories. Qinyang halted his motion of raising the teacup. In an instant, the warm air of the living room seemed to be siphoned away. An invisible weight, heavy enough to distort light, emanated from him. Beside the sofa, the exquisite orchids, meticulously selected and nurtured by Zhao Tianhai, began to curl their vibrant purple petals at a visible pace, fading into a pile of ashen decay within a mere second. He slowly placed the teacup back onto the table, producing not a single sound. Excellent. The two words felt as ephemeral as an illusion. Yet, within the core database of Tianji, a red alert, indicative of an extinction-level threat, was already at its zenith. All S-class agents of Tian Shield Security have been activated. Shall I eliminate all sources of threat in advance? No. Qinyang's command was succinct yet ruthless. Let him come. He gradually lifted his gaze towards the bustling cityscape outside the window, yet in his profound eyes, a vision of a blood-soaked hell was reflected. Prepare the stage for him. Illuminate the lights for him. I require a grand sacrifice, a legitimate reason. The corners of his mouth curled into a frigid arc, as he contemplated personally knocking on the door of his elder brother-in-law, and then erasing him and everything he represented from this world entirely. Chapter 34. The proud young master of the White Tiger clan strikes. Yi Tianxiong's efficiency exceeded Qinyang's expectations. The web he wove, constructed of arrogance and prejudice, swiftly ensnared its first prey, one he deemed both crucial and razor-sharp. The internal conservatives of the Shanhuang group were not merely a handful of elders. They were entangled with those hidden families, bound by generations of marriage alliances or ancient pacts with the Yi family. Among them, the White Tiger clan was the most formidable. Yi Tianxiong did not waste words. He merely conveyed a fact intact. Yi Qingzhu, pregnant out of wedlock, with a mortal of no background. The message was accompanied by a highly provocative assertion. The Yi family's phoenix bloodline has been tarnished. My father Yi Jinxiong has chosen to compromise, relinquishing family assets to appease a mortal. If this continues, the Yi family's foundation is in imminent peril. Once this reached the ears of the White Tiger clan's patriarch, and subsequently to the ears of the promising young master Bai Wuji, it detonated like a dormant volcano. Bai Wuji, a youth indoctrinated since birth with the most extreme theory of blood supremacy, held the belief that Yi Qingzhu, the woman with the Shanhuang bloodline, was his destined fiancée, the sole candidate for producing the strongest descendants. Now, the woman he had designated was usurped by a mortal, and not only that, she was carrying the spawn of that very mortal. This was an affront, a complete humiliation to him, Bai Wuji, and to the entire White Tiger clan. That very day, a sleek black Gulfstream G700 private jet, adorned with a menacing White Tiger insignia, descended upon the metropolis with a brazen disregard for any flight regulations. The aircraft did not head to any airport, but hovered directly above Building A of the Tangshan Epine estate. The thunderous roar of its engines and the violent gusts of wind caused the rare trees in the garden below to sway violently, emitting mournful cries under the strain. The top-tier security system of the entire community was instantly set ablaze with alarms. The property manager, Zhao Tianhai, along with the team, rushed downstairs. His complexion pale as he beheld the hovering behemoth, cold sweat instantly soaking through his shirt. The cabin door swung open. A young man clad in a white training outfit, handsome yet shadowed by an air of menace, was the first to emerge. Behind him trailed several elderly men, their presence weighted, temples bulging. They did not descend via the stairs, but leaped from dozens of meters above, their feet touching the lawn with barely a whisper of sound. Bai Wuji had arrived. He paid no heed to the vigilant security personnel, nor did he cast a glance at the astonished Zhao Tianhai. His eyes were fixated on the floor-to-ceiling window of the topmost floor, where burning fury threatened to incinerate everything in sight. Yi Qingzhu, a roar, imbued with latent energy, resonated throughout the Tangshan Epine estate. Come out and face me. Behind him, an elder stepped forward, carrying several hefty silver briefcases, which he dropped heavily to the ground. The cases sprang open, revealing neatly stacked gold bars and piles of hefty documents. The White Tiger clan, bearing ancestral betrothal gifts, had arrived to fulfill the marriage pact. That wretched spawn who has tarnished the Shanhuang bloodline must emerge at once to face his demise. Arrogance, domineering, unassailable. In the eyes of these ancient martial families, Qinyang was but a fortunate upstart. In the face of power that had endured for centuries, wealth was merely a laughable number. They were here to cleanse their ranks. Inside the apartment, Yi Qingzhu nestled in Chun Yang's embrace, relishing the tranquility of the afternoon. The sudden, thunderous roar from outside startled her, sending a tremor through her body. Following that, the familiar, loathsome clamor pierced through the top-notch soundproof glass, resonating clearly within. Bai Wuji. The name was like a rusted key, prying open her long-buried, most unpleasant family memories. Her complexion drained of color in an instant, as the sense of powerlessness and suffocation, of being treated as mere merchandise, with her fate predetermined, washed over her anew. A warm hand gently rested on her back, rhythmically patting her in a calming cadence. Do not fear. Chun Yang's voice was by her ear, gentle, yet imbued with a strength that could stabilize everything. Just a few flies have wandered where they ought not to. Yi Qingzhu lifted her gaze, her beautiful phoenix eyes brimming with panic and dependence. Qinyang leaned down, pressing a kiss upon her forehead. He was not here to stir trouble. He had come to bring gifts for her and the baby. His words, laced with undeniable magic, instantly soothed all her unease. Yi Qingzhu looked at him and nodded vigorously. She needed not to think, nor to act. Her man would handle everything. Qinyang picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhao Tianhai downstairs. Let them in. Then he took Yi Qingzhu's hand, leading her to the living room sofa. Sitting down with an air of tranquility, as if an impending storm were merely an ordinary afternoon tea. Upon receiving the command, Zhao Tianhai promptly waved his hand to all security personnel. The encirclement dispersed. A cruel smile flickered across Bai Wuji's face. At least you know your place. He adjusted his attire, striding towards the entrance of Building A alongside several elders. He had already scripted the scene in his mind. First, to break the man's limbs. Then force him to kneel and admit his worthlessness, before taking Yi Qingzhu away before his very eyes. The exclusive elevator ascended directly to the top floor. With a chime, the doors opened. Bai Wuji instantly beheld the scene within the living room. Qinyang, the man he longed to obliterate, lounged leisurely upon the sofa. Yet Yi Qingzhu, the woman who rightfully belonged to him, was gently nestled beside that man. Qinyang's hand intimately clasped hers. This scene was painfully glaring. Boom. A surge of uncontrollable fury surged to Bai Wuji's head, incinerating all his reason. Scoundrels! He roared, his figure swaying as a tempestuous wind swept through him, propelling him forward. Wujia ceased this. Behind him, the elder at the forefront intervened, his iron grip firmly pressing down on his shoulder. The family head has instructed that we clarify matters first. The elder intoned gravely. They represented the dignity of the Baihu clan and could not act like brutes, resorting to violence at the outset. Bai Wuji's chest heaved violently, his eyes blazing crimson as they bore into Qinyang, his expression one of primal wrath, wishing to rend him asunder. Yet, Qinyang could not be bothered to glance his way. He merely picked up a red apple from the fruit platter, methodically peeling it with a knife. Under the sharp blade, the apple skin spiraled into a perfect, unbroken crimson arc, gently cascading down. This utter disregard stoked Bai Wuji's fury more than any insult could. You are the one called Qinyang, the bastard? The third elder of the Baihu clan stepped forward, scrutinizing Qinyang with an appraising gaze. His countenance bore the ingrained arrogance of one in power. You are unworthy of Qingzhu, unworthy of the divine phoenix blood coursing through her veins. Now, I present you with two choices. First, you may end your own life. We shall ensure your remains are intact and guarantee your family's future well-being. Second, an ominous grin flickered across the third elder's face. We shall personally administer to you the 108 tortures of the Baihu clan before turning you to dust. Your family will also suffer for your foolishness, descending into boundless hell. He paused, adding in a patronizing tone, I personally suggest you choose the first option. It would be for the best. The air in the entire living room became oppressively heavy following these words. Yi Qingzhu instinctively tightened her grip on Qinyang's clothes. Qinyang continued his leisurely task of peeling the apple, unfazed. Only when the last strip of peel fell did he present the impeccably peeled apple to Yi Qingzhu's lips. Try it, is it sweet? Yi Qingzhu obediently opened her mouth and took a large bite. Crisp, sweet, sweet. Having completed this act, Qinyang finally lifted his gaze, his eyes meeting those of the few elders who seemed to hail from another world. His face bore no expression. Are you finished? The flatness of the 3 words momentarily stunned the Baihu elders. They had envisioned various reactions from Qinyang, perhaps terror and pleading, or blustering threats, or even foolish defiance. What they had not anticipated was this unsettling calm, a calm that sent shivers down their spines. "It seems you are done speaking," Qinyang nodded to himself. He picked up a wet napkin from the table and meticulously wiped his fingers before standing up. He walked towards Bai Wujie, step by step. Though he exuded no palpable aura, Bai Wujie felt an indescribable pressure bearing down upon him, causing him to involuntarily retreat half a step. This action filled him with overwhelming shame and rage. He was being forced back by the aura of a mere mortal. "You seek death," Bai Wujie yelled in fury. Launching an attack, his white tiger gale claw, honed over 2 decades, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Qinyang's throat. This claw could pierce steel. He intended to make this man pay dearly for his insolence. Yet, in the next moment, his assured strike halted mid-air. A hand, Qinyang's hand, casually raised, it seized Bai Wujie's wrist. Bai Wujie's pupils constricted to pinpricks. How could this be? He exerted every ounce of his inner strength to break free, only to find his wrist held fast, as if clamped by an industrial-grade hydraulic press, immovable. The strength emanating from that hand was beyond human comprehension. "Is this all the strength you possess?" For the first time, Qinyang's voice carried a hint of emotion. It was disappointment. The kind of pure disappointment one feels when a deity gazes upon ants, finding them too feeble. The moment the words fell, crack. A sound so crisp it sent shivers through the still room echoed. Bai Wujie's wrist was brutally crushed. Chapter 35. The ancient martial arts family, unworthy of a blow. A chilling scream shattered the silence of the penthouse. Bai Wujie's face, twisted with rage, was now filled with sheer horror. He looked down at his wrist. Bent at an unnatural angle. Broken bones pierced the skin, blood oozing forth in a frantic rush. Agony surged through him like molten iron, flooding every nerve, washing away all pride and confidence he had built throughout his life. He emitted a cry akin to a dying beast. "Wujie!" Only then did the Baihu elders, who had been enjoying the spectacle, snap out of their stupor. The leading third elder flickered to Bai Wujie's side, gripping his shoulder, channeling a powerful surge of internal energy to try to numb his pain. The other 2 elders swiftly dispersed, encircling Qinyang with a formidable aura. A heavy, oppressive pressure materialized out of nowhere. The air thickened, and the glass on the table emitted a faint, strained hum under the weight. Each of them was a master of ancient martial arts capable of splitting stone. The combined pressure of the 3 was enough to instill terror in any intruder. Bai Wujie, with his remaining hand trembling, pointed at Qinyang, his bloodshot eyes wide as his voice twisted. What are you? You dare touch my woman. I will make you understand the meaning of heaven and earth." The 3 elders' auras surged to their peak, like 3 invisible mountains crashing down upon Qinyang. They intended to crush this audacious mortal into dust with sheer force. Yet, standing at the center of the storm, Qinyang's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even spare a glance at the furious elders. He merely turned slightly to check on Yi Qingzhu, who appeared pale from the oppressive atmosphere. She felt the unmasked killing intent emanating from Bai Wujie and the palpable malice radiating from the 3 elders. Her small hand anxiously tugged at Qinyang's clothing. Qinyang patted her hand, drawing her closer to him, speaking softly to reassure her. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." This single gesture, this soft utterance, was perceived by Bai Wujie and the 3 elders as the utmost humiliation. The lethal aura they had collectively unleashed, capable of intimidating an army, was treated with utter disregard by the other party. He even had the composure to comfort the woman beside him. What audacity! The 3rd elder's laughter was laced with icy malice. Bai Wujie believed Qinyang had been rendered speechless by fear, feigning calmness as a manic glee spread across his face. "You crippled my hand, and I shall sever your limbs." He bore the excruciating pain with remarkable fortitude, channeling all his internal energy into his left palm, transforming himself into a fleeting white specter as he struck down towards Qinyang's crown. The technique, known as White Tiger's heart extraction, was executed with malevolent precision. Designed to penetrate protective qi, a hidden gem in his arsenal, the force of his palms surged like a tempest, arriving in an instant. Just as the wind from his strike was about to graze Qinyang's hair, Qinyang moved. There was no block, no evasion. He merely took a single, measured step forward. This solitary motion was enough. The fierce gust of Bai Wujie's palm, capable of piercing steel, dissipated into thin air. All power, all murderous intent, all internal energy seemed to collide against an invisible wall, instantly disintegrating and reverting to the most fundamental particles. Immediately thereafter, an irresistible and unfathomable force transcended the space between them and bore down upon Bai Wujie. The sensation was not one of impact, but rather as if the entire world had turned against him, crushing him underfoot. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body propelled backward as though struck by a colossal battering ram. Yet he could scarcely fly far before that overwhelming force pinned him down, causing his knees to buckle. With a dull thud, Bai Wujie collapsed to the ground, mere inches from the three elders who stood in stunned silence. The hard marble floor cracked spiderweb-like where his knees struck, and a wretched scream erupted from his lips, more harrowing than when his wrist had shattered. Every inch of his arms, from shoulder to fingertip, endured the torment of being repeatedly crushed by a mountain of stone, rendering them utterly useless as they hung limply at his sides. He yearned to struggle, to rise. But that intangible pressure bore down on him like the weight of a primordial mountain, leaving him unable to move save for his kneeling position. In that elevated apartment, one could hear a pin drop. The two elders who had previously encircled Chunyang now stood frozen, resembling eroded statues. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, not from rage, but from the purest form of primal fear. They had not even comprehended how the attack had unfolded. Merely a single step had devastated the once-in-a-century prodigy of the Baihu clan. What power was this? This was not martial prowess. It was the might of gods and demons. The once mocking grin of the third elder had frozen into a mask of ashen despair. He gazed at Bai Wujie, who knelt and writhed, blood spilling from his mouth, then shifted his gaze to the young man who had remained unfazed throughout. Understanding dawned upon him. They had not provoked a mere fortunate mortal, but a colossal beast cloaked in human guise. As Chunyang stood there calmly, he glanced down at the tips of his shoes, seemingly dusted with an invisible layer of grime. He gently tapped his foot, a motion that made the hearts of the three elders race, as if that very action had struck at their core. Slowly he lifted his face, directing his gaze towards the three ancient martial masters, now stripped of all will to fight. He spoke not a word, yet his tranquility and indifference served as the most merciless of verdicts. Yi Qingzhu peeked from behind him, observing the prostrate Bai Wujie and then the three elders, whose faces were as pale as parchment. In her beautiful phoenix eyes, there was no trace of fear, only an increasingly profound admiration and infatuation. This was her man. Before her, he was the gentlest of harbors, and before their enemies, the sole deity who governed life and death. Sensing her emotions, Chunyang turned and offered her a smile. Then, he redirected his attention to the now utterly terrified Baihu. His voice, devoid of any tremor, resonated. You of the Baihu clan, have you come to meet your demise? In chapter 36, with a single finger, I can render your Baihu clan's century of hard work null. Chunyang's voice, though soft, pierced the eardrums of the Baihu clan like a heated steel needle. Bai Wujie's face turned a deep shade of purplish red, humiliation flooding from his neck to his forehead. The shame. It was a humiliation far deeper than having his arms rendered useless or his wrists crushed. He, the once-in-a-century prodigy of the Baihu clan, the future heir to its power, was forced to kneel before what he perceived as an ordinary person, like a defeated dog. I will kill you. Bai Wujie summoned every ounce of strength, letting out a primal roar, his muscles tensing as he attempted to rise. However, the invisible force pressing down on him felt as heavy as a mountain. Each rebellious thought met with an even more oppressive weight. His bones cried out in protest, his will being ground to dust inch by inch. He realized that even moving a finger had become an unattainable luxury. He was firmly nailed to the pillar of shame, utterly immobile. The three elders of the Baihu clan, witnessing this, felt their hearts race, a chill creeping up from their feet to the crown of their heads. We can wait no longer. The leading elder exchanged a resolute glance with the other two. If they hesitated further, Bai Wujie's martial spirit, along with the Baihu clan's centuries of dignity, would be crushed to powder in this very place. Form the formation, the third elder shouted, his voice sharp and resolute, filled with the desperation of one who would rather perish than lose. The three ceased their hesitation, their forms shifting abruptly as they stepped into a mystical arrangement, moving at breakneck speed within the confines of the small living room, leaving behind flickering afterimages. In an instant, their energies converged through a special footwork technique. A force, many times more potent than before, coalesced with a thunderous roar, causing the air in the apartment to thicken like mercury. The priceless crystal chandelier above vibrating and chiming without the slightest breeze. White Tiger Killing Array. The Baihu clan's ultimate joint technique. Only a master could wield it. Once unleashed, it would not cease until death. The moment the formation took shape, the three transformed into blurred shadows, attacking Chunyang's vital points from three distinct positions simultaneously. There were no gusts of wind, no howling sounds. All their strength was reined in to the utmost degree. Their lifetimes of cultivation converged in their fingertips, primed to unleash a terrifying strike capable of cleaving mountains upon making contact with their target. This was an attack that gambled the entire honor of the Baihu clan. Yet, in the face of this lethal array that would instill despair in any pure-level master, Chunyang remained steadfast, rooted to the spot. He did not even make a move to shield Yi Qingzhu. He merely whispered in her ear to cover her ears, and then leisurely lifted his head. Just before the three elders' assault was about to land, he released a soft hum from his throat. A simple syllable, a deity's final judgment on a mortal's trivial antics. In the next moment, the world seemed to be muted. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no booming clashes of energy. The three elders, charging forward with all their might, abruptly froze, their expressions locked in the most grotesque moment of their desperation. In their perception, an indescribable will descended from the void. The soft hum seemed not to resonate through their ears, but to reverberate directly within the depths of their souls, instantly freezing the surging energy within them. Immediately, their pride, cultivated through decades of arduous training, turned against them as if betrayed by a rebel army confronting their sovereign. The once finely honed lethal strike redirected itself, erupting within their meridians with a ferocity tenfold greater than before. Splurt, splurt, splurt. 3 jets of blood simultaneously erupted from the mouths of the 3 elders, intertwining in midair to create a haunting tableau. The 3 figures were hurled by their own power, crashing violently against the opulent Italian wallpaper, producing 3 resounding thuds, leaving behind 3 human-shaped indentations. They resembled tattered paintings, sliding down the wall to collapse helplessly onto the ground. Blood gushed continuously from their mouths, their bones shattered, and their dantian lay utterly barren, ruined, completely and utterly incapacitated by their own strength. The 3 men gazed in horror at the young man who still stood unruffled, his garments untouched, their minds blank, filled only with an indescribable sense of confusion and dread. With a single step, a once mighty prodigy was rendered powerless. With a mere hum, a master was subdued. This was not martial arts. This was the divine power of spoken command. The force that had suppressed by Wuji dissipated. His body regained its freedom, yet he felt not a shred of relief. Instead, a chilling dread seeped deep into his marrow. Trembling, he raised his gaze towards the family elders sprawled against the wall, then to the figure approaching him with deliberate slowness. Qinyang walked with a measured pace. His handcrafted Italian leather shoes echoed softly against the marble floor, each step resonating like the footsteps of death upon Bai Wuji's heart. He advanced until he stood less than half a meter away and, under Bai Wuji's terrified gaze, slowly lifted his foot. Plop! The sole, neither heavy nor light, pressed against Bai Wuji's chest. This action shattered the last vestige of dignity that remained to him as the scion of the White Tiger clan. Qinyang looked down upon the so-called genius, now utterly reduced to a mere wretch, his face devoid of any extraneous expression. My woman, he finally spoke, is she someone you, a pitiful wretch, can covet? As the words fell, Qinyang's toe lightly flicked, sending a nearby safe filled with gold bars tumbling open. The brilliant gold rolled across the floor. Is this your betrothal gift? Qinyang's foot gently ground against Bai Wuji's chest. You think to exchange these worthless scrap metals for my woman? A hint of pure curiosity laced his voice. Do you, of the White Tiger lineage, truly believe you are worthy? Bai Wuji felt as though his lungs were about to explode. Blood foam spilled from his mouth, yet he could not utter a single coherent word. The 3rd elder, sprawled at a distance, summoned his last vestige of strength and rasped, Sir, who exactly are you? Behind my White Tiger clan lies the hidden ancient martial alliance. Are you not afraid of inciting calamity today? He attempted to wield the ancient existence behind their clan as a means of intimidation. However, Qinyang merely turned his head, casting a glance at him. Noisy. The words fell like a hammer. He snapped his fingers. An invisible force traversed several meters, precisely lodging itself in the 3rd elder's throat. The elder's voice was abruptly silenced, his eyes bulging as he clutched his neck, only able to emit a wheezing gasp, unable to utter a word. The world fell into complete silence. Qinyang withdrew his foot as if repulsed by some filth on his sole, lightly rubbing it against the pristine floor. He turned and returned to Yi Qingzhu's side, the cold aura of death dissipating in an instant. He took her soft little hand, pulling her into his embrace, and softly inquired, Did I disturb you, darling? Yi Qingzhu shook her head, nuzzling her small face against his chest. In her beautiful phoenix eyes, there was not a trace of fear, only an unwavering adoration and infatuation. Her man was a deity of unparalleled prowess. Qinyang smiled, bending down to retrieve the so-called marriage contract that lay scattered on the floor. He casually flipped through it, then, before the few remaining conscious members of the White Tiger clan, methodically tore the ancient contract into shreds, piece by piece. The confetti of paper fluttered down, blanketing Bai Wuji's ashen face. Having completed this act, Qinyang produced his phone and, before all present, dialed a number. The call connected swiftly. Mr. Zhao. Qinyang's tone was as flat as if he were assigning a trivial task. Send up a few cleaners to the top floor, Unit A. There are a few bags of trash that need handling. Today, I must make a grand statement. Do not obstruct me. Chapter 37. The arrival of the Yi family ancestor? Kneel. The paper scraps swirled, akin to snow mourning a decayed betrothal. Each fragment struck by Wuji's pallid face like an invisible slap, smiting the proud legacy of the White Tiger clan. Qinyang could scarcely be bothered to cast another glance at the puddle of filth on the ground. Such refuse, to gaze upon even for a second, was a waste of time and would taint the air, affecting his wife and child. He lifted his foot. The tip of his Italian leather shoe aimed precisely at Bai Wuji's lower abdomen, the site of his dantian. Since he had initiated violence, he intended to eradicate any lingering threats without leaving any traces. Bai Wuji, kneeling on the ground, felt the oppressive aura of death hovering above him. Trembling like a leaf in the wind, his pants rapidly growing damp, emitting a foul stench. He wished to beg for mercy, but his throat felt as though it were cemented shut, unable to produce a single sound. It was over. This was the singular thought coursing through the minds of the elders of the White Tiger clan. Just as Qinyang's shoe was poised to descend. Stop! A voice, aged yet robust, thundered from outside, reverberating like a clap of thunder. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse buzzed with the force of the shout. Before the words had even fully left his lips, a figure clad in traditional attire rushed into the room, the gust of wind scattering the paper scraps into a whirlwind. It was none other than Yi Qingtian, the venerable patriarch of the Yi family, who had been in seclusion for many years, a figure revered in the ancient martial world. He had sensed the clash of master-level energies near his granddaughter and had broken through his seclusion in a frenzy. Yet, upon entering, the scene before him rendered his mind blank, his steps faltering. The living room lay in disarray. The three elders of the White Tiger clan lay crumpled in the corner like dead dogs, unaware of their fates, their entire cultivation utterly obliterated. The once promising prodigy Bai Wuji knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, a pitiful sight. And that young man, Qinyang, with no discernible background, was poised to crush Bai Wuji's dantian. Most crucially, his precious granddaughter, Yi Qingzhu, stood unscathed behind the young man, her little hand affectionately gripping his garment, her face devoid of any fear. Yi Qingsong, after all, has been the formidable leader of the Yi family for decades. The tempest of emotions within him was instantly quelled, replaced by a grave and comprehensive contemplation of the situation. The process bore little significance. The outcome was already laid bare before him. The White Tiger family, utterly vanquished. Should this matter be mishandled, the Yi family would irrevocably sever ties with this ancestral ally, a bond that has endured for centuries, and might even descend into enmity. Such a rift would deliver a catastrophic blow to the strategic positioning of the Divine Phoenix Group. Young man, Yi Qingsong's voice regained its steadiness, imbued with an undeniable authority. Regardless of the reasons, this must come to an end. He was not negotiating. He was issuing a command. To incapacitate Bai Wuji would serve no one's interests. Grant the Yi family this favor and spare him. This reflected his unwavering confidence as the Yi family's steadfast anchor and his customary approach to affairs throughout his life. However, Qinyang's steps showed no sign of hesitation. He did not even glance back, as if the elder behind him, capable of shaking the very foundations of the magic city with a mere stomp, were a figment of imagination. Yi Qingsong's complexion darkened to a shade of iron. Had he been disregarded? Since entering the realm of masters 60 years ago, no one had ever dared to treat him thus. Preposterous. Yi Qingsong's hair bristled, and the unrestrained aura of a peak master erupted forth, causing the very air in the room to feel as though it had solidified. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, fingers curling like talons, propelled by a force capable of rending steel, aiming for Qinyang's shoulder with the speed of lightning. He sought to employ absolute strength to forcibly subdue this reckless upstart. He intended to demonstrate to his adversary the true pinnacle of ancient martial arts. Yet, just before his fingertips were about to graze the fabric of Qinyang's clothing, the young man's foot descended. A faint, almost imperceptible sound echoed, akin to the squashing of a ripe tomato. Bai Wuji's body arched violently, emitting a sound that resembled a choked moan, before collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, completely unconscious. His dantian was shattered. Simultaneously, Yi Qingsong's formidable claw halted a mere centimeter from Qinyang's shoulder, unable to advance any further. An indescribable force emanated from Qinyang, not merely an aura or inner strength, but a tangible manifestation of rule itself. Yi Qingsong felt as though he was no longer reaching for a mere individual, but attempting to sway the very fabric of the universe. His lifetime of pride in his cultivation felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in the presence of that power. He found himself immobilized in mid-lunge, unable to move a muscle, drenched in cold sweat that soaked through his traditional attire. At that moment, Qinyang finally turned slowly, casting his calm gaze upon him. Just that single glance made Yi Qingtsong feel as though his jaw was uncontrollably chattering. What sort of gaze was that? It bore no emotion, no intent to kill. It was as hollow as the abyss of the cosmos. Within that gaze, he saw his own insignificance. Yi Qingtsong's throat constricted, but he found his voice hoarse and trembling. Qinyang scrutinized him, as if pondering something. You wish for me to grant you favor? He spoke flatly, as though inquiring about an everyday matter. Is the Yi family's face truly so valuable? Boom. This inquiry struck like an invisible hammer, shattering all of Yi Qingtsong's dignity and pride. He understood. He comprehended everything. This was neither a martial prodigy nor a hidden master. This was a being that transcended their very understanding of existence. Thud. Amidst the astonished expressions of the remaining elders of the White Tiger family, Bai Wuji, who had collapsed, seemed to awaken, his eyes, once filled with malice, now consumed by boundless terror. The venerable figure, revered as a deity within the realm of ancient martial arts, crumpled to his knees before Qinyang, adopting a posture of utter submission. His hardened forehead struck the cold marble floor with a resounding thud. Senior, no? Immortal. Yi Qingtsong's voice, laced with a quavering desperation, reverberated throughout the desolate room. It is I, Yi, who is blind. The Yi family is utterly foolish. Our face is worth nothing, merely a fart. I implore you, Immortal, spare my life. Grant the Yi family a reprieve. He fervently prostrated himself, each bow infused with all his strength, causing his forehead to become a gruesome mess of blood. He was terrified. He was genuinely afraid. Afraid that his earlier foolish command would bring catastrophic ruin upon the entire Yi family. Just then, a sudden, melodious chime of the doorbell resonated through the air. Ignoring the kneeling ancestral figure of the Yi family, Qinyang strode over to open the door. There stood Zhao Tianhai, the property manager, along with several cleaning staff, respectfully awaiting his arrival. Upon witnessing the bloodied elder kneeling in the room, Zhao Tianhai's eyelids twitched, yet he dared not utter a word. Mr. Chunyu. Qinyang stepped aside, his tone as tranquil as someone who had just partaken in an afternoon tea. Zhao, you are quite prompt. Please, come in. There's a bit of a mess. I appreciate your hard work. Chapter 38. The Ancestor knelt. The Divine Phoenix Group, please accept our humble offering. Silence. Within the apartment, an absolute stillness prevailed. The only sounds were the dull thuds of Yi Qingtsong's forehead striking the marble floor, echoing monotonously in the spacious living room. Thud, thud, thud. This elder of the Yi family, whose mere stomp could send tremors through the realm of ancient martial arts, now lay prostrated, trembling uncontrollably. Fear, the most primal and purest form of fear, had obliterated and ground to dust his centuries of pride and cultivation. He dared not raise his head, nor cease his fervent prostrations, for the young man remained silent. The oppressive aura enveloping him, shattering his very soul, had not dissipated in the slightest. The fate of the Yi family rested solely in the hands of this being. The two elders of the White Tiger family, fortunate enough to remain conscious, were completely petrified, their minds stalling as they beheld the sight before them. Yi Qingtsong kneeling? This world had utterly gone mad. Finally, Qinyang moved. He did not acknowledge the humble elder bowing before him. He merely lowered his gaze, gently reaching out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind Yi Qingzhu's ear. His touch remarkably tender. This action caused Yi Qingtsong's heart to seize in an instant. He halted his prostrations, his body stiffening like a condemned prisoner awaiting his final verdict. Once Qinyang completed this gesture, he finally allocated a modicum of attention to the litter scattered on the floor. He remained silent. Yet, in that moment, Yi Qingtsong felt a sudden surge of clarity. This was a directive for him to clean up. Yi Qingtsong abruptly turned, still maintaining his kneeling posture, facing the now dumbfounded members of the White Tiger family. His wrinkled visage bore no trace of celestial grace, only a grotesque distortion of resolve and ferocity. Bai Wuji, he bellowed at the unconscious wretch, and then turned towards the two elders, each word seemingly extracted with great effort from between clenched teeth. From this day forth, the betrothal between my Yi family and your Baihu clan is rendered null and void. This proclamation struck the two elders of the Baihu clan like an invisible thunderbolt, leaving them reeling. Yi Qingtsong, how dare you? One elder instinctively shrieked, his face a mask of absurdity and disbelief. Does your Yi family intend to wage an all-out war against my Baihu clan? The betrothal is the cornerstone of our century-old alliance. To annul it is tantamount to publicly declaring war. War? Yi Qingtsong let out a chilling, hollow laugh as he slowly rose from the ground, his body still bent. Too timid to stand upright before Qinyang, he pointed at the two blustering elders, then at the motionless Bai Wuji on the floor. You think you can intimidate me? Or is it your reclusive elder that you rely upon? Let me tell you this. Today, not even your ancestors could stand before this immortal and avoid kneeling. Yi Qingsong's words shattered the last vestiges of psychological defenses the Baihu clan harbored. They finally grasped that Yi Qingsong's fear was not a facade. They had provoked a being so formidable that even someone of Yi Qingsong's stature had to grovel in submission. Amidst the pain and humiliation, Bai Wujie slowly regained consciousness. The agony of his crippled dantian paled in comparison to the words he had just heard. The betrothal is annulled? Struggling to lift his head, he fixated his bloodshot eyes on Yi Qingsong with venomous resentment. He could not comprehend it. Why? Why would the ancestor of the Yi family bow so low for a nameless nobody? However, Yi Qingsong's next words provided him, and everyone present, with an even more shocking and paradigm-shattering answer. Ignoring the Baihu clan members, Yi Qingsong turned once more to face Qinyang, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. In a voice that resonated with an undeniable authority, powerful enough to penetrate walls and echo through the heavens, he declared, "My granddaughter, Yi Qingzhu's husband, from this day forth, can only be Mr. Chun. Any petty scoundrel or family that dares to harbor covetous thoughts shall face the wrath of the entire Yi family. No mercy shall be shown." This declaration left the faces of the Baihu clan members ashen. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingsong unleashed a bombshell that could potentially upend the entire commercial landscape of Modu and even the whole of Yansha. The control of the Shenhuang group shall henceforth be entirely in the hands of Mr. Chun. Silence enveloped the room. Time and space seemed to stand still. If annulling the betrothal severed one of the Baihu clan's arms, relinquishing control of the Shenhuang group was akin to Yi Qingsong himself placing the supreme crown of the Yi family reverently upon Chunyang's head. Bai Wujie was utterly stunned. He stared blankly at Chunyang, the one he had dismissed as an insignificant insect, a disgrace to the Shenhuang bloodline, now suddenly transformed into the future ruler of the Shenhuang group. How could this be? The two elders, collapsed on the ground, felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. They finally belatedly understood whom they had come to claim with their so-called gifts. They were not merely proposing. They were assaulting the future empress of the Shenhuang Empire. The conservatives of the Yi family, who might have been monitoring the situation through various channels, were likely already in a state of panic. They now realized that Chunyang's background was beyond their wildest imaginations, not rooted in mundane power and wealth, but in an absolute strength that transcended worldly comprehension. Yi Qingsong, trembling, straightened his back, gazing at Chunyang, his face etched with humility and trepidation. "Mr. Chun, no, immortal," he carefully chose his words, fearful that a misplaced syllable might bring calamity upon the Yi family. "I beseech you, please overlook the rudeness of these insignificant pests." He gestured towards the Baihu clan members, his eyes reflecting disdain akin to that reserved for repugnant flies. "I will have them removed immediately." Qinyang, however, remained unfazed. He merely held Yi Qingzhu's hand. The delicate warmth of her palm slightly chilled from the earlier events. He enveloped her hand within his, using his body heat to dispel the world's impurities and coldness. Then, he cast a faint glance at the prostrate Bai Wujie. Just that single glance, devoid of emotion, devoid of malice, as serene as moonlight on snow, struck Bai Wujie like a thunderclap. All his resentment, all his unwillingness, all his pride evaporated under that gaze, leaving behind only an endless void and chill. He knew, in that moment, he was finished. Completely and utterly finished. That glance sealed his fate, condemning him to eternal insignificance, never to rise again. Yi Qingsong, witnessing this scene, dared not afford even a moment's delay. He whirled around, unleashing a thunderous roar at the two elders who were still in a daze. "Leave. Take your useless heir and get out of Modu at once. I give you 10 minutes. If even one of you from the Baihu clan remains in Modu after that, do not blame the Yi family for showing no mercy." The two elders, as if granted a reprieve from the gallows, paid no heed to their shattered bones as they scrambled to their feet. One supporting the unconscious companion while the other dragged the dazed Bai Wujie, hastily escaping the apartment. They dared not even glance back at the scattered gold bars. The so-called betrothal gifts. The once chaotic living room fell into a profound stillness. Chunyang's status within the Yi family had been solidified like a mountain due to this confrontation. Yet he remained indifferent to it all. He looked down at the beautiful face of his wife, flushed with admiration. "Wife." His voice was gentle enough to melt ice and snow. "The air here is unpleasant. Shall we return home?" Chapter 39. His bloodline surpasses the Shenhuang. The chaotic living room had finally reverted to a deathly silence. The unwelcome guests vanished like refuse swept away by a hurricane, leaving behind only their disarray and fear. The mundane gold bars lay scattered on the floor, reflecting the cold light and silently mocking their former owner's arrogance. A faint trace of a bloody scent lingered in the air. Qinyang paid it no mind. He simply held Yi Qingzhu close. using his warmth to dispel all the filth and chill of the world. Wife, his voice was tender, capable of transforming solid ice into spring water. The air is polluted. Let us return home. Yet, some dared not move. Yi Qingtsong, the steadfast anchor of the Yi family, remained rooted in place, deliberately suppressing his breathing. He gazed at the couple in an embrace, a scene so beautiful it seemed otherworldly. Yet the backdrop of this painting comprises 3 discarded masters and a scion of a family. The horrifying contrast forged by blood and tenderness leaves his heart still in spasm. Chun Yang's movements came to a halt. His gaze, tranquil yet piercing, settled on Yi Qingtsong. Instantly, Yi Qingtsong's body tensed. The final judgment had arrived. Chun, exalted immortal. Each word that escaped Yi Qingtsong's lips was wrought with difficulty, lest any misstep render his prior submission utterly futile. Today's events were brought about by my lax governance. The Yi family's short-sightedness nearly culminated in an unthinkable calamity. Once more, he bowed deeply, his once proud head nearly brushing the ground. He implored the immortal for a chance for the Yi family. I, an old fool, have a question I dare to pose. Observing that Qin Yang did not immediately dismiss him, a flicker of hope ignited within him, and he spoke with a tone bordering on supplication. I have lingered at the pinnacle of mastery for over 30 years, confident in my solid foundation, yet I remain unable to glimpse the higher vistas. Might the exalted immortal offer a word of guidance? This was his true intent for shamelessly lingering. Having witnessed such divine power, all notions of familial glory and worldly authority paled in comparison. The innate yearning of a martial artist for higher realms had consumed all his rationality. In Qin Yang's embrace, Yi Qingzhu raised her curious little face. Though she understood little of ancient martial arts, she yearned to know the heights her man had attained. Qin Yang leaned down, planting a kiss on Yi Qingzhu's smooth forehead as a gesture of reassurance. Then, he diverted a sliver of his attention back to the yearning elder. Your path has narrowed. His voice was unadorned, yet it struck Yi Qingtsong like a decree, causing him to tremble all over. He perked up his ears, unwilling to miss a single word. The practice of ancient martial arts, cultivating inner strength and refining the body, is ultimately a process of self-tempering aimed at transcendence. Yet the human body is finite. Chun Yang's words penetrated deep into the heart of Yi Qingtsong's martial aspirations. What you deem a solid foundation is merely filling a water tank once it overflows. Any excess is of no consequence. Yi Qingtsong froze entirely. This statement tore apart the bloody truth behind decades of his confusion. He had long felt that his vessel was full. No amount of arduous training could yield further progress. Then, how do I break this impasse? His voice trembled with urgency. Change your water tank. Qin Yang's response was so simple it rendered Yi Qingtsong speechless. Change my water tank? What does that mean? Qi disperses through the meridians. Intent hovers on the surface, spirit wanders outside. Qin Yang provided no further explanation, casually adding a few more phrases. If you cannot even maintain yourself, how can you hope to perceive the universe? With that, he ceased to elaborate. Yet those few brief words crashed into Yi Qingtsong's ears like a tidal wave. Qi disperses through the meridians, intent hovers on the surface, spirit wanders outside. He numbly mulled over these 12 characters. Each word struck like a divine hammer, shattering his ingrained understanding of martial arts. What he had pursued all his life was merely stronger inner strength and more formidable techniques, never considering that the issue lay above the fundamental elements of qi, intent, and spirit. If one cannot maintain oneself, how can one glimpse the universe? Boom. In Yi Qingtsong's mind, it felt as if the universe had just been born, chaos exploding. A magnificent gateway leading to the supreme realm thundered open before his eyes. So it is like this. So it is like this. He trembled with excitement, his aged face flushed crimson. The shackles that had bound him for 30 years seemed on the verge of shattering. The few casual words from this young man surpassed 30 years of his solitary retreat. Thank you, exalted immortal, for illuminating the path. Thank you, exalted immortal. Yi Qingtsong knelt heavily, this time in complete and utter submission, reverence, and gratitude emanating from his very soul. He bowed 3 times with resounding thuds. Bang, bang, bang. Each bow was laden with immense force. After finishing, he lifted his face, elation mingling with deeper awe. He tremulously inquired, exalted immortal, that supreme might which suppressed us earlier, was it beyond the realm of ancient martial arts? I dare to guess it pertains to the divine phoenix bloodline within the girl Qingzhu. This was the greatest enigma in his heart. While the Yi family's divine phoenix bloodline grants their descendants extraordinary talents, it has never exhibited such world-altering power. The only explanation he could fathom was that this power resulted from an unknown transformation combined with the divine phoenix bloodline. Upon hearing this question, Qin Yang's gaze shifted. He lowered his head, gazing upon the exquisite visage of Yi Qingzhu in his arms. The divine phoenix bloodline, the key to activating the system. After a moment of silence, he spoke. My bloodline is somewhat different from the divine phoenix. Yi Qingsang's heart leaped to his throat. Qinyang paused before completing his thought. But it shares a common origin. Boom. Yi Qingsang's mind exploded. Common origin. The same origin as the divine phoenix bloodline. How could this be possible? The divine phoenix bloodline has been the foundation of the Yi family's existence for millennia, a unique heritage. He had never heard of any bloodline in the world that could share its origin. This revelation struck him with greater horror than the earlier suppression. What does this imply? It signifies that Qinyang's lineage is far more terrifying than he could ever imagine. Perhaps he is backed by an ancient existence on par with the divine phoenix, or even of a higher status. In an instant, all of Yi Qingsang's schemes and careful thoughts turned to ash. In their stead, a sense of relief washed over him, a profound apprehension intertwined with gratitude. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he knelt quickly. Thank goodness Qingzhu has already been secretly bound to him. This is not tarnishing the bloodline. It is the Yi family reaching for a celestial dragon they never dared to dream of. I understand now. Yi Qingsang's voice quivered with emotion. Rest assured, exalted immortal. From this day forth, the Yi family shall follow your lead. The Divine Phoenix Group stands ready for your command. He dared not inquire further. To know this secret was already a tremendous fortune. To ask more would be courting death. Qinyang did not respond to his pledge of loyalty, merely waving his hand dismissively. Take your belongings and leave. Yes, yes, I take my leave. Yi Qingsang felt as if he had been granted a great reprieve. Scrambling to his feet, closing the several password boxes, and even picking up the scraps of paper scattered on the ground. Then, with his body bent, he retreated step by step until he disappeared beyond the door. The door closed. The entire world was finally left with only Qinyang and Yi Qingzhu. Husband. Yi Qingzhu nestled her small head against his chest, her voice soft and sweet. Is my bloodline really that remarkable? She knew her bloodline was special, but had no idea of the astonishing secret it concealed. Yes, indeed, it is remarkable. Qinyang smiled as he playfully brushed her pert little nose. It is a unique treasure in this world. In his heart, it truly was. Without the divine phoenix bloodline, there would be no system, and consequently, no him. Yi Qingzhu's face flushed with praise, her shyness causing her to bury her head deeper. Meanwhile, a portion of Qinyang's consciousness sank into his own being. Bloodline, of the same origin. But what, precisely, was his own bloodline? Ding. Detection has revealed that the host's origin bloodline resonates with the external divine phoenix bloodline, and has been initially activated. Bloodline resonance level elevated. Your physical attributes are undergoing comprehensive enhancement. Your sensory perception has received a permanent augmentation. The system's alert resonated abruptly within his mind, yet this time, the content of the notification stirred a tumultuous wave within Qinyang's heart. Origin bloodline. Is this truly the authentic name of his bloodline? He had always believed himself to be merely a fortunate individual chosen by the system. Now it appeared that his very existence might be the root of it all. Qinyang closed his eyes. An indescribable warmth surged from the depths of his heart, gradually enveloping his limbs and bones. His sinews, muscles, and even every single cell underwent a wondrous transformation under the influence of this warmth. His strength had become more solid than ever. The world around him sharpened into unprecedented clarity. He could even hear the sound of a moth fluttering its wings in the garden below, returning home at night. Chapter 40. For my child, forge a technological kingdom. The door closed soundlessly. The interior and exterior appeared severed into two distinct realms. The obsequious countenances, the crushed pride of a century, all transformed into inconsequential dust of the past with the hurried departure of the elderly figure. The disarray in the living room silently narrated the tale of a one-sided conquest. The lingering stench of blood and the sensation of fear were swiftly supplanted and purified by a warm and tranquil aura. Qinyang's gaze never fell upon the scattered gold bars and shattered porcelain. He merely held Yi Qingzhu tighter in his embrace, gently resting his chin atop her soft hair. The girl in his arms trembled slightly. Husband. Yi Qingzhu's delicate face was deeply nestled against his chest, her voice muffled, tinged with a sense of reliance born from surviving calamity. I was so scared. It's all right now. Qinyang caressed her back, a gentle power flowing from his palm, silently soothing her startled spirit. This was the exquisite mastery of his own strength following the preliminary activation of his origin bloodline. The warmth coursed through her, and miraculously, Yi Qingzhu's tense body relaxed, enveloped by a sense of security potent enough to reshape her entire world. In his embrace, she resembled a cat that had found its sanctuary, nuzzling against him with dependence. Then, she tilted up her face, untouched by the hues of blood, yet still capable of diminishing the very heavens and earth. I am not afraid they will hurt me. I fear they might bring danger to you. Qinyang's heart was gently struck by her words, softening it profoundly. He lowered his head and kissed her cool lips. In this world, no one can put me in danger. His tone was calm, as if stating a physical law. Yi Qingzhu felt the absolute confidence in his words fill her heart with an emotion known as happiness. She nodded emphatically, no longer speaking, merely nestling quietly against him, greedily savoring this warmth and tranquility that belonged solely to her. Qinyang held her close and sat down on the sofa. He paid no heed to the remnants of chaos in the house. Nor did he contemplate how the Baihu clan would react or the storm of bloodshed the Yi family would unleash. Those matters were merely trifling aftershocks. He retrieved his phone with one hand. The screen illuminated, reflecting his unperturbed visage. He did not open any social media apps. Instead, he accessed an application bearing a single black ancient script character, Qi. His fingers did not touch the screen. A thought flashed through his mind. Command: liquidate the Divine Phoenix Group, Yi Tianxiong faction. Target: all illicit accounts, all illegal transactions, all related individuals. Time limit: 3 minutes. Result: generate a piece of evidence that Yi Zhantian cannot refute and must execute. As he issued his will, the character on the phone screen suddenly glowed. Akin to a black sun, in a realm unseen by anyone, an unstoppable torrent of data surged to life. It disregarded all firewalls, pierced through every encryption protocol. And like a deity surveying its domain, it precisely extracted all sins related to Yi Tianxiong from the vast sea of data within the Divine Phoenix Group servers. Yi Qingzhu could not comprehend, but she adored watching her man in deep concentration. That calmness, that air of control over everything, entranced her. 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Ding. A soft sound. An encrypted file was generated, its data volume immense enough to instantly fry any supercomputer-esque processor. Qinyang was even too lazy to preview it. His second thought emerged. Send to Yi Zhantian. Having completed these tasks, Qinyang put away his phone, as if he had merely deleted a spam email. Yet he knew that from this moment forth, the conservative faction within the Yi family, which coveted his wife, had met its demise. Physically, socially, utterly obliterated. Yi Qingzhu's father, Yi Zhantian, would employ the most brutal and bloody means to expunge these barnacles from the grand vessel of the Divine Phoenix. For this was the divine edict bestowed by his esteemed son-in-law. The next moment, the phone rang urgently. Caller ID, Yi Zhantian. Qinyang motioned for Yi Qingzhu to be silent, gently tapping the screen to answer, and pressed the speakerphone button. On the other end of the line came a wave of suppressed, labored breathing, as if he were drowning. Mr. Chun. Yi Zhantian's voice carried an ingrained awe and trepidation. He had evidently learned of everything that transpired at the penthouse from Yi Qingcang. Speak. Qinyang uttered a single word. Report, Mr. Chun. I have received the divine punishment you sent. Yi Zhantian struggled to organize his words, the fears stemming from the suppression of his life, class utterly unmasked. I never expected that those beasts under Yi Tianxiong would dare to harm Qingzhu. His voice erupted with overwhelming fury. This rage stemmed more from a sense of foreboding. He feared that these fools' actions had sealed the fate of the entire Yi family in a catastrophe. The Divine Phoenix needs to sweep away the dust. Qinyang declared calmly. Yes, I understand. Yi Zhantian responded decisively. Rest assured, Mr. Chun, within 3 days, all individuals on the list, regardless of blood relation or position, will completely vanish from this world. All assets will be restored in full. I do not concern myself with their fate. Qinyang's tone remained unwavering. I only inquire about one matter. You speak. Yi Zhantian replied with utmost sincerity. In the future, who else would dare to use Qingzhu's marriage as leverage? A single sentence. On the other end of the line, silence reigned. In the stillness that followed the silence, it was Yi Zhantiong's oath, imbued with boundless resolve and an air of bloodshed, that echoed forth, each word seemingly forged from the very essence of life itself. Mr. Chun, I, Yi Zhantiong, swear in the name of the head of the Yi family. Qingzhu, you are the sole husband of this life, and you alone. From this moment henceforth, should there be any individual or voice within the Yi clan or the Shenhuang group that dares to entertain even a modicum of doubt regarding this life, there shall be no need for your intervention. I, Yi Zhantiong, shall personally cleanse our ranks, ensuring their utter annihilation. This declaration signified that Qinyang's will had ascended above the clan's regulations and the authority of the family head. He had become the de facto emperor of the Yi family, crowned without the necessity of a formal coronation. Excellent, Qinyang remarked as he hung up the phone. A bloody purge, capable of sending shockwaves throughout the business realm of Yansha, had been casually orchestrated within that brief conversation. He cast his gaze downward. In his embrace, Yi Qingzhu looked up at him with bright, sparkling eyes brimming with adoration and wonder. Her man had, with a mere snap of his fingers, determined the future landscape of a commercial empire. Husband, you are so handsome, she whispered, her genuine admiration coaxing a smile from him. He playfully tapped her delicate nose. Are you not afraid now? Not at all. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Yi Qingzhu nodded vigorously against his chest. With the troublesome distractions dealt with, Qin Yang felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. His every endeavor had always been directed toward a singular purpose, to create an utterly secure and flawless sterile sanctuary for his wife and their unborn child. Husband. Yi Qingzhu suddenly spoke again, her soft hand instinctively resting upon her still flat abdomen, her eyes radiating a maternal glow. What do you think? Will our baby be a boy or a girl? Either is perfect, regardless of gender. I shall raise him or her to be the happiest child in the world. And what about schooling? Should we start planning their future now? The thoughts of a soon-to-be mother drifted far into the distant future, 20 years ahead. Yet, it was this innocent statement, filled with maternal love, that acted as a key, unlocking an entirely new grand portal within Qin Yang's consciousness. Ding! The long-dormant system notification rang out like the resounding chime of creation, shattering the silence. Detected that the host is planning the future growth blueprint for a descendant of supreme bloodline. The initial phase of the Magic City fame has been vastly exceeded. The God-level all-purpose daddy system, version 20, future era chapter, is officially activated. Qin Yang's mind sharpened with focus. It had arrived. He understood that as the child continued to develop day by day, the system's tasks would inevitably evolve into grander and more unfathomable realms. Epic main quest released, laying the foundation for the future. Quest background. Your descendant represents the supreme union of origin and divine phoenix, destined to stand atop human civilization. Any ordinary growth environment is a desecration of their bloodline. It is your duty to pave a golden path directly to the divine throne for them. Quest requirements. Prior to the child's birth, you must personally create a unique ecological growth sphere for them. First phase objective. Acquire or establish at least 3 core enterprises with global disruptive potential in the fields of artificial intelligence, bioengineering, and aerospace technology, securing a 100 stake. Second phase objective. Using these 3 enterprises as a foundation, establish a future academy that transcends all existing global educational philosophies, with you serving as the inaugural dean. Quest rewards. To be assessed based on completion. Basic rewards. Panoramic blueprint of future technology. God-level scientist summoning privilege. 3 times. Chapter 41. Dare to lay hands on my pregnant wife? I shall make you vanish without a trace. At the headquarters of the Shenhuang Group. In a top-level confidential meeting room, the atmosphere was as suffocating as if the air had been utterly siphoned away. Seated in the main chair was not the family head, Yi Zhenxiong, but rather his eldest son, the group's second-in-command, Yi Tianxiong. His fingers lightly tapped on the cold surface of the table, his gaze dark and piercing. Esteemed uncles, he began, breaking the oppressive silence. I have just received word. My father has acknowledged that wild child's identity. Even our reclusive ancestor has bowed to that boy at the Tang Chenyi Pin. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Those present were among the most venerable elders of the Yi family, staunch guardians of bloodline purity, the pillars of conservatism. Tianxiong, is the news credible? How could the ancestor possibly? One elder expressed disbelief. Absolutely true, Yi Tianxiong replied, a twisted smirk curling his lips. But I suspect either the ancestor has lost his wits, or my father is exaggerating that boy's capabilities to shield Qingzhu from shame. His words dripped with insinuation and incitement. What can a penniless student in his 20s possibly achieve? With merely a pretty face, he has bewitched my sister, and now he aims to ensnare the entire Yi family? Our Yi family's divine phoenix bloodline, which has endured for millennia, shall not be sullied by such lowly pretenders. My father's leniency and the ancestor's senility cannot allow this family to continue its decline. He abruptly rose, slamming his palm against the table. Bang! The luxurious rosewood table emitted a resounding thud. From this moment forth, we must ensure he understands who truly wields authority within the Shenhuang Group. Does he not have some money? Is he not concerned about that bastard child of Yi Qingzhu? Yi Tianxiong's eyes gleamed with malicious intent. I shall mobilize all the resources of Shenhuang to obliterate him. I will ensure he lacks even the qualifications to hire an obstetrician for Yi Qingzhu. Grasping the encrypted phone on the table, he dialed without hesitation. This is Yi Tianxiong. His voice was cold and unyielding. Immediately notify all medical institutions and suppliers globally that anyone who dares provide any service to a person named Qin Yang from Huaxia shall be deemed an enemy of the Shenhuang Group. Yes, to the death. After hanging up, he surveyed the crowd stirred by his rhetoric, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. In his eyes, the so-called ancestor bowing was merely a farcical exaggeration. True power resided in the authority and wealth within his grasp, and he was poised to use that power to crush the audacious young man into dust. He could almost hear the sound of Chun Yang begging for mercy. Meanwhile, at Tang Chun Yi Pin, within the tranquility of the apartment, Yi Qingzhu lay nestled in Chun Yang's embrace, sleeping soundly, her breaths as gentle as a feather. The day's earlier fright had long been soothed by her man's protective hold. Chun Yang, however, remained awake. He cradled his entire world in one arm while the other silently scrolled across his phone screen. The display revealed information on a company named Deep Blue Singularity, an artificial intelligence firm on the brink of bankruptcy, a perfect target for acquisition. This would be the first toy he prepared for their unborn child. At that moment, his private phone vibrated softly. An encrypted number from Switzerland appeared. Chun Yang swiped to answer, remaining silent. Mr. Chun, came the voice from the other end, that of Dr. Hansen, the world-renowned obstetrician he had retained at great expense. His voice carried a weight of gravity and confusion. We encountered some resistance. A force identifying itself as the Divine Phoenix Group is exerting immense pressure, forbidding any institution from providing us with services. Even our scheduled flights have been canceled. On the other end of the line, Dr. Hansen continued to articulate the intricacies of the situation. Chun Yang's gaze fell upon the serene face of the girl nestled in his arms. Her small hand instinctively safeguarded her still flat abdomen. Where his bloodline and future were nurtured, Chun Yang's expression turned icy. I understand. He uttered 3 words, his tone unsettlingly calm. Stand by. I will handle it. He hung up the phone. The apartment was so silent that one could hear the heartbeat. There were insidious forces attempting to strike at his vulnerabilities, threatening even the slightest well-being of his wife and child. Very well. Chun Yang picked up another mobile device. The screen illuminated, displaying only an ancient and profound black character. His will transformed into invisible commands through this portal, swiftly enveloping the globe. Lock. Yi Tianxiu. Command. Within 30 minutes, sever all his financial channels, connections, and information sources worldwide. Command. Freeze, liquidate, and reduce all his legal and illegal assets to 0. He did not pause. Chun Yang dialed the highest-ranking official at Tian Shield Security. Boss. The voice on the other end was filled with unwavering respect. Chun Yang's gaze remained fixed on Yi Qingzhu's face, his words barely above a whisper, yet chilling to the bone. Yi Tianxiu. I do not wish for any trace of him to remain in this world when tomorrow's sun rises. There was a moment of silence on the line. Understood. No questions. Only execution. Finally, Chun Yang looked at the woman in his arms. She seemed to sense something in her dreams and nestled closer to him. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Subsequently, he dialed Yi Jinxiong's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Chun. Yi Jinxiong's voice trembled with barely contained fear. Chun Yang did not grant him any pleasantries. Your good son is targeting my people. Just one sentence. The other end fell into an eerie silence. Then came Yi Jinxiong's terrified, distorted roar. He seeks death. Mr. Chun, please calm down. I will handle it immediately. I will make him. No need. Chun Yang interrupted him, his voice devoid of warmth. Do you still desire the position of chairman of the Divine Phoenix Group? Boom. This statement struck Yi Jinxiong like a thunderclap, instantly clarifying that Chun Yang's patience had been exhausted. I do. I want it. He screamed with every ounce of strength, his voice laced with sobs and boundless dread. Very well, Chun Yang replied. In 30 minutes. I want to see an announcement from the Divine Phoenix Group regarding Yi Tianxiong's suicide in fear of punishment, along with your assumption of all his duties. Furthermore, transfer all liquidated assets under his name into a company called Deep Blue Singularity. Can you do that? Yes. Yes. Mr. Chun, rest assured. I will make it happen. Chun Yang ended the call. The entire world once again descended into the tranquility that belonged solely to him and Yi Qingzhu. He casually discarded the phone stained with bloodshed, as if casting aside a piece of refuse. Everything he did was solely to ensure that the girl in his arms could peacefully enjoy her slumber. As for the one named Yi Tianxiong, who was he? He had already forgotten. Chapter 42, Medical Lockdown? A joke. In a luxurious sanatorium by Lake Geneva, Switzerland, Dr. Hansen had just completed a surgery when his phone vibrated silently. A number from Stockholm illuminated the screen. He could not refuse. Hansen. The voice on the other end lacked warmth, yet carried an irresistible authority. The Nobel Prize Committee, Department of Physiology or Medicine. Dr. Hansen's heart tightened suddenly. Mr. Chairman, I have learned that you and your team are serving a private client from the East. Yes, I advise you to terminate this contract immediately. The voice was flat, yet constituted an unequivocal decree. Your client has provoked an entity that should not be angered. Should you persist, the committee will reassess all your past academic achievements and your future qualifications. This was a threat, an unassailable ultimatum from the pinnacle of the global academic hierarchy. Dr. Hansen's breath became labored. I understand. Upon hanging up, he felt as if all strength had been drained from his body. Almost simultaneously, Every member of his team received their own pronouncement. Germany's top anesthesiologist received direct orders from the National Health Department. The American gene editing expert received warnings from the largest financial backers. Japan's nutritional authority was informed that if he did not return to Tokyo immediately, the national laboratory he oversaw would be permanently sealed. A colossal web of control was cast from around the globe. The target was precise, the methods ruthless. This force surpassed mere commerce, wielding the authority of nations and global organizations. The power of the Divine Phoenix Group was terrifyingly immense. Half an hour later, in the living room of the Tangchun Pin apartment, Dr. Hansen and several key experts stood before Chen Yang, each face marked with struggle, humiliation, and guilt. Mr. Chun, Dr. Hansen mustered the courage to speak, unable to meet Chen Yang's eyes. We have encountered insurmountable obstacles. He recounted the events, the Nobel Prize Committee's ruling, pressures from various governments, and warnings from top financial groups. Each word fell like a heavy hammer in the silent living room. The power of the opposing side exceeded our imagination. All of our itineraries and flights have been canceled, and even our channels for returning to our respective countries have been restricted. Mr. Chun, we deeply apologize. We did not intend to breach our agreement. But he did not continue. The implication was clear. They dared not confront the entire world behind Chen Yang. Yi Qingzhu's small hand instinctively clutched the hem of Chen Yang's shirt, her knuckles paling. Her delicate face had drained of color. She had not anticipated that Yi Tianxiong's retaliation would arrive so swiftly and mercilessly. This was not mere business competition. It was an attempt to isolate Chen Yang completely, rendering him a global pariah. She tilted her head to gaze at the profile of her husband. Darling, her voice was soft, bearing a barely perceptible tremor, filled with concern. Perhaps we should just let it go? I'm fine. I can manage in the domestic hospitals. She feared not for her own discomfort, but for her man. Standing on the opposing side of the entire world because of her. Chen Yang remained silent. He simply extended his hand, gently pulling Yi Qingzhu into his embrace. Then, he smiled. That smile was faint, yet it seemed to tread upon the tempestuous storms above. He caressed her silky long hair with an utmost gentleness. Do not worry. They are merely a swarm of flies. If they choose not to come, it is for the better. We shall create our own, 1,000 times superior to theirs. His words left Dr. Hansen and the others utterly bewildered. Create our own? What did that imply? Did he intend to conjure a medical support system that would surpass the most formidable team on Earth? Was this madness? However, at the very moment Chen Yang's voice fell silent, as Yi Qingzhu's anxiety reached its zenith, a sound echoed in his mind like an oracle. Ding. The dormant system prompt resounded within his consciousness. Detected that the host's wife, due to the nefarious tactics of hostile forces, harbors profound concerns regarding her prenatal medical care. To ensure the mistress enjoys an experience of absolute safety, absolute privacy, and absolute excellence during her pregnancy, and to thwart all vile conspiracies, an urgent mission is hereby issued. Mission name, Divine Protection. Mission requirements. Within 1 hour, construct a medical support plan that surpasses the current civilization of Earth, ensuring the mistress feels a 200% sense of security. Mission rewards, being dispensed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Divine Skill, God of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70 absolute controlling stake in the world's premier life sciences group, Sacred Heart. Boom. 2 torrents, ineffable in description, surged through Chen Yang's consciousness instantaneously. One was the vast and profound essence of Eastern medicine, spanning millennia. Diagnosis, observation, inquiry, and pulse-taking. The duality of yin and yang. The 5 elements, meridians and acupoints. The relationship between monarch and minister. Countless ancient remedies long lost to time. Miraculous acupuncture techniques. And even the profound mysteries of qi and the essence of life that transcend modern scientific comprehension. All coalesced into his instincts at that moment. This was not learning. It was awakening. It was as if he had been born as the sole sovereign of traditional Chinese medicine in this realm. The other torrent represented the full authority of the Sacred Heart Group. This prehistoric giant, typically shrouded in secrecy and rarely seen, had already grasped the lifeblood of global life sciences. Over 80% of the world's elite biological laboratories were funded by it. Countless national medical policies were influenced by its presence. The patented technologies it possessed were an era ahead of the rest of the world. The biopharmaceutical company that the Yi family took pride in seemed minuscule, no more than dust, in comparison to the Sacred Heart. The so-called global blockade? Before the true master of the Sacred Heart Group, it was nothing more than a thoroughly childish joke. All information was received within a mere 1/100th of a second. Chen Yang's consciousness returned to reality. He gazed at Dr. Hansen, whose face was filled with guilt and awkwardness, a smirk of amusement gracing his lips. He released Yi Qingzhu from his embrace and strolled towards Dr. Hansen. Professor Hansen. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an invisible power that made everyone present instinctively hold their breath. I am grateful for your long journey here. Thus, I have decided to bestow upon you a gift. A gift? Dr. Hansen and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of it. Please, do not rush to depart just yet. Chun Yang extended a finger, gently placing it upon Dr. Hansen's wrist pulse point. In a moment, I invite you to witness the ancient medical arts of the East. Perhaps it will open a door to a new world for you. His fingertip was warm. Yet to Dr. Hansen, a gentle yet formidable energy coursed through his pulse, instantly penetrating every corner of his body. His chronic heart condition from years of toil, the old joint injuries he could do nothing about, and even a forgotten ailment from a youth accident were all laid bare before him in that instant. Dr. Hansen's expression froze, his entire being petrified. Chapter 43, A Silver Needle, Judging Global Western Medicine. Dr. Hansen's expression had solidified. No, it was as if his very life signs had momentarily stagnated. His blood felt as though it had congealed, and his breath had ceased. His mind was ablaze. The medical sanctum he had built over a lifetime trembled under an incomprehensible, mysterious power. The slight fibrosis of his heart valves was a secret diagnosis he had never shared with another soul. The chronic damage to his left knee, a consequence of skiing 20 years ago, haunted him with every rainy day, a reminder of his youthful recklessness. As for the forgotten accident from his youth, it was a memory sealed for over half a century. Yet, all of this was comprehensively penetrated by the fingertip of this Eastern man within 3 seconds. This was not a diagnosis, it was a divine revelation. A higher dimension of life scrutinizing his mundane corporeal form in a manner he could not fathom. Chun Yang withdrew his hand, his expression indifferent, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Before him, the so-called strongest Western medical experts wore expressions that could hardly be described as anything but astonishing. It was a mixture of shock, confusion, fear, and the visceral sensation of faith being violently shattered. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Qingzhu's small hand had slipped from Chun Yang's clothing and had firmly wrapped around his arm, pressing her soft body against him. The worry on her petite face had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pride and tranquility. Her man was her sky, capable of anything. At that moment, the colossal television wall in the center of the living room was abruptly interrupted by a blaring red news alert. Breaking news. Prince Albert of the Principality of Baden, currently on a state visit in Magic City, suffered an acute heart failure during a banquet 15 minutes ago and has been urgently transported to the First Central Hospital of Magic City for rescue. It is reported that His Highness suffers from the rare familial hereditary heart disease, Farrell syndrome, and the situation is exceedingly critical. This news detonated like a deep-water bomb in the silent living room. It's Farrell syndrome. Professor Klaus, the authority on heart diseases within the team, turned pale, exclaiming in disbelief, I've studied this case. Modern medicine is utterly helpless. Once it acutely manifests, the mortality rate is 100%. Oh God, that is a death sentence from genetics. Several experts engaged in fervent discussion, their words imbued with a profound sense of powerlessness in the face of human medical limits. Meanwhile, in a certain location in Magic City, the despondent Yi Tianxiong, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on the screen. Just moments ago, he had plummeted from cloud 9 to the depths of despair, yet he was unwilling to succumb to such a fate. Upon seeing this news, a frenzied glimmer ignited in his vacant gaze. An opportunity. If I save the prince, the immense favor from the Principality of Baden would be enough to turn the tide. He seized the last satellite phone, shouting frantically, immediately organized the Yi family medical department. At all costs, lead the treatment for Prince Albert. This is your only chance to redeem yourselves. He believed he had grasped a lifeline, yet unbeknownst to him, it was a talisman hastening his demise. At Tangshan Yiping, Chen Yang cast a glance at the news before lowering his gaze to the proud little woman nestled in his arms. The fate of a foreign prince held no significance for him. However, the ludicrous medical blockade imposed by Yi Tianxiong was an eyesore. Since you exalt Western medicine as a deity and wield it as a weapon to suppress my wife, I shall personally, in front of the entire world, trample your god into the dust. Husband, Yi Qingzhu sensed the subtle shift in his demeanor. Chen Yang leaned down and pressed a kiss upon her smooth forehead. His voice tender yet imbued with an undeniable authority. They wish to intimidate you with the world's hospitals. I shall demonstrate to them who truly holds the pinnacle of medical expertise. He nodded toward Dr. Hansen and the others. Let us proceed. To the hospital. A live demonstration. At the First Central Hospital of Magic City, outside the ICU emergency room, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt almost liquid. The most distinguished team of experts in Magic City now resembled a group of helpless apprentices, floundering before the incessant alarms blaring from the life support machines within the resuscitation room. Cardiac activity was plummeting. The adrenaline shots were ineffective. Prepare for defibrillation. This was their final chance. Amidst the chaos, Qinyang and his entourage arrived slowly. The appearance of Dr. Hansen immediately stirred a commotion, as the prince's attending physician, a dignified European elder named Karl, hurried to greet him. Hansen, my friend. The situation is dire. It's Farron Hill. Karl's gaze swiftly bypassed Hansen and fell upon Qinyang, who was cradled by Yi Qingzhu, his brow furrowed in concern. This is a critical resuscitation area. All unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. His tone bore an innate arrogance and scrutiny. Qinyang disregarded him and stepped directly to the massive glass window of the resuscitation room. He gazed at the monitor displaying a nearly flatline electrocardiogram and calmly stated, "You are wasting time." His words rendered the entire corridor instantly silent. All eyes, filled with fury, fixed upon this excessively youthful Eastern man. The physician Karl's face turned ashen. "Young man, this is not a stage for your theatrics. I don't care who you are, leave at once." "Leave?" Qinyang turned, his indifferent gaze sweeping over all the white coats present. "Only those capable of saving lives have the right to stand here. You are merely spectators to a death." Each word he uttered was clear and resonated deeply within everyone's heart. "You cannot save him." "I can." Boom. "Audacious." "Ignorant." "Madman." These were the words that erupted simultaneously in the minds of all the Western medical experts. "What are you babbling about?" Karl trembled with rage. "Do you understand what a genetic defect is? Do you think this is merely a cold?" "Security. Throw him out." Security personnel closed in, but Dr. Hansen extended his arm to block them. To everyone's astonishment, this world-renowned surgical maestro bowed slightly to Qinyang, adopting a humble posture. "Mr. Qin, I believe in you." The impact of this statement was far more shocking than Qinyang's proclamation. Karl was utterly bewildered. "Hansen, are you mad? You trust an Eastern sorcerer?" Qinyang no longer paid attention to the buzzing flies around him. He pushed open the door to the resuscitation room. "Stop. You're committing murder." Karl bellowed frantically. Qinyang did not halt in the slightest. Amidst a multitude of mixed expressions of anger, mockery, and confusion, he withdrew a time-worn cloth roll from his pocket and unfurled it. A row of silver needles of varying lengths glimmered coldly under the surgical lights. Without conducting any examination, he merely glanced at the prince's ashen complexion. With 2 fingers, he grasped a 3-inch silver needle. Without the slightest hesitation, his wrist flicked, locating the heart's original point. The Shinmen. He pierced it. In one seamless motion, the instant the silver needle penetrated the skin, the sharp and persistent alarm signaling the imminent end of life within the resuscitation room ceased. Replacing it was a steady, powerful heartbeat. Rhythmic and perfect enough to be immortalized in textbooks. The monitor, previously displaying a flat line, suddenly surged upwards, delineating a miraculous life curve. Outside the glass window, the world fell into a profound silence. All Western medical experts, including the raging Karl, stood frozen in place. Their eyes were glued to the monitor. Expressions shifting from anger to shock, from disbelief to utter incredulity, ultimately transforming into sheer terror, as if they had witnessed a divine miracle. Dr. Hansen and his team were also shaken to their core. They gazed at the young figure standing by the bedside, needle in hand. That was no ordinary person. That was a deity of medicine walking among mortals. Chapter 44. Dare to sabotage my wife? I'll buy the entire hospital as a maternity ward. Time twisted in that moment. Within the reflections of dozens of pupils, Qinyang's fingers delicately pinched the silver needle embedded in the Shinmen point. Without any extraneous movement, he withdrew the needle and stowed it away, so swiftly it left only an afterimage. From the moment he entered through the door to the completion of treatment, less than 10 minutes had elapsed. In the now silent resuscitation room, the life monitor, representing the pinnacle of global technology, faithfully illustrated a miraculous scene of life. Heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen. Each parameter was defined in a manner so perfect that textbooks could scarcely capture its essence. The body on the hospital bed resembled not a dying patient, but rather an astronaut at the pinnacle of life. A soft cough shattered the stillness. The prince of the Principality of Baden, Albert, who had been condemned by modern medicine, felt his eyelids twitch violently. He opened his eyes. The gaze that had been clouded by illness was now as clear as the melting snow atop the Alps. Albert began. A surge of warmth unlike anything he had ever experienced coursing through his chest. The suffocating sensation that had plagued him throughout his life vanished entirely. He felt rejuvenated, reborn. Turning his head, his eyes pierced through the crowd, landing precisely on Qinyang. In the next moment, this prince, who could shake the political landscape of Europe with a mere stomp of his foot, disregarded all else and propped himself up, his movements infused with exhilaration and primal reverence. A god, an Eastern divine healer. His physician Karl rushed forward to support him, but was forcefully pushed aside. Albert's gaze remained locked onto Qinyang. embodying immortals, offer the divine. Quick, bring the golden Lionheart badge. He bellowed at the flustered attendant outside. The attendant scrambled to fetch a velvet box. Albert personally opened it, revealing a pure gold badge intricately carved with a roaring lion, resting within. Dr. Chun. Albert held the badge in both hands, offering it to Qin Yang with an almost reverential demeanor. This is the highest accolade of friendship from the Baden royal family. Behold this emblem, and it is as if I stand before you in person. From this day forth, you shall be my most esteemed brother, Albert, he solemnly proclaimed before all present. Your enemies are the enemies of the entire Baden royal family. Outside the glass window, Dr. Hansen and his team were utterly numbed. Professor Klaus murmured, the heart of the Golden Lion, the last time it was awarded was in gratitude to the general who ended World War II. This world has gone mad. Yet, Qin Yang merely cast a fleeting glance at the badge capable of stirring tumult across Europe without extending his hand to accept it. His gaze returned to Dr. Hansen beside him. Your troubles remain unresolved. Qin Yang's words were soft, yet they struck Prince Albert like a jolt of electricity. He instantly comprehended that the wrath of the divine physician had yet to subside. My oversight. Albert promptly ordered his aide. Bring me my satellite phone. The call connected. It is I, Albert. His voice was commanding and frigid, devoid of any trace of illness. Relay this message. I care not who the Phoenix Group is or what background they possess. From this moment forward, any organization or individual that continues to execute their directives and harass the friends of Physician Chen shall be placed on the permanent adversarial list of the Baden royal family. Yes, permanently. Furthermore, connect me to the Nobel Committee, the German Ministry of Health, and the American Hillman Foundation, and inform them that I grant them 3 minutes to rectify their errors. Otherwise, they shall bear the consequences. He uttered not a word more and abruptly ended the call. The will of the highest authorities requires no explanation. It merely needs to be conveyed. Almost instantaneously, as his words faded away, a cacophony erupted. Dr. Hansen's phone, along with those of his team members, vibrated violently, as if possessed. It was a call from the chairman of the Nobel Prize Committee. Dr. Hansen, my God, this is a colossal misunderstanding. The voice on the other end was fraught with panic and obsequiousness. Please convey our most sincere apologies to Mr. Chun. The committee has decided to immediately award you and your team a special contribution award. The second call came from the German Minister of Health. Hansen, my friend, please forgive our foolishness. The highest spec private jet is on standby. What do you and the esteemed Mr. Chen require? The third call, the fourth call. Those who had previously looked down upon them, issuing decrees from their lofty positions, now groveled in the dust. Apologies, contrition, and frantic promises of additional resources flowed forth. Members of Dr. Hansen's team, holding their phones, exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a canvas of astonishment and shock. Their gazes ultimately converged upon one figure. That young man from the east simply stood there calmly, cradling his beloved woman in his arms. He did not cast another glance at Prince Albert. All the earth-shattering changes bore no relation to him. Yi Qingzhu's delicate face was buried in Chun Yang's sturdy chest, her shoulders quivering slightly. She was smiling. It was a smile born of genuine pride and happiness. Her man had taken care of everything for her. Chun Yang felt the joy of the woman in his arms, and a smile graced his lips. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. CEO of the Sacred Heart Group. Boss. The voice on the other end was filled with utmost respect. Qin Yang gazed at the ceiling, his tone nonchalant. The Phoenix Group has a biopharmaceutical company. Mobilize all the resources of Sacred Heart to execute a comprehensive patent strangulation and market assault. Before dawn tomorrow, I do not wish to hear the name of this company again. Understood. In a certain clandestine location in the Magic City, a sealed-off secret stronghold. Yi Tianxiong was still engulfed in the immense panic of the prince's revival. His last shred of hope had turned into the noose that would condemn him. His phone rang with a piercing shriek. It was a trusted confidant he had planted within the biopharmaceutical company. Uncle, it's over. It's all over. The voice on the other end was filled with apocalyptic despair. A group called Sacred Heart has launched a patent war against us globally. All suppliers have breached contracts. The stock price has plummeted to 0 in 3 minutes. Forced delisting. All accounts frozen. Uncle, we are bankrupt. With a thud, the phone slipped from Yi Tianxiong's hand, shattering into pieces. The last glimmer of light in his eyes was extinguished completely. At the Magic City's First Central Hospital, Qin Yang hung up the phone as if he had merely dealt with a trifling matter. He paid no heed to the royal members and medical experts behind him who were still petrified. Hand in hand with Yi Qingzhu, he strode directly to the trembling hospital director who had arrived. He pointed out the window at the latest, largest, and most advanced independent medical building. I have purchased this building. The director's mind went blank. Mr. Chun, that is our newly completed International Surgical Center. Not anymore. Qin Yang did not pause. From this day forth, it shall be transformed into the world's only private maternity center. He turned back, gazing tenderly at Yi Qingzhu, and announced before all present, "This place is exclusively for my wife." As his words fell, he operated his phone a few times. An astronomical sum, sufficient to purchase 10 such hospitals, was instantly transferred. The entire corridor fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. To convert an entire state-of-the-art medical building into a private maternity ward for a single individual. What sheer indulgence! What madness! Qinyang no longer paid any mind to the shock of these mortals. He lowered his head, gently smoothing Yi Qingzhu's hair from her forehead. "Are you tired? Let us go see the new room I have prepared for you." Chapter 45. Dare to touch my wife's milk money? Prepare to be zeroed out. The top floor of the Magic City's first central hospital. Once the International Surgical Center, it has now been renamed the Qingzhou Maternity Center. The entire building was cleared at Chunyang's command, dedicated solely to one person. The top suite was transformed into a space more warm and comfortable than home, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framing the dazzling lights of the Magic City as the backdrop for Yi Qingzhu. "Husband, do you think this little bed looks nice?" It is made of pure raw wood, with no paint at all. Snuggled in Chunyang's embrace, with her delicate, fair feet bare, Yi Qingzhu eagerly scrolled through a tablet, planning the nursery for their future baby. She gently rested her head on his shoulder, a blissful flush coloring her cheeks, as she whispered, "And this carpet? It must be made of lamb fleece, so the baby won't hurt when crawling." Qinyang wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin atop her head, listening to her chattering plans, saying nothing, simply holding her a little tighter. "My woman, my child, deserve the very best this world has to offer. It is not a matter of worth, it is a necessity." Meanwhile, in an untraceable overseas safe house, bang! An expensive encrypted communication device was smashed against the wall by Yi Tianxiong, shattering into pieces. His chest heaved violently, each breath weighted down like a broken bellows. The medical blockade had been utterly defeated. The biopharmaceutical company had evaporated in an instant. Within mere hours, he transformed from the formidable second-in-command of the Phoenix Group into a wretched pariah, reviled by all. He was unwilling to accept this fate. "Chen, Yang." He forced a primal roar from his throat, lunging towards the table to grasp the last remaining encrypted satellite phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed a number. The call connected, revealing a hawkish old man with a prominent nose against the backdrop of Wall Street's iconic charging bull. "Joel Hunter, the ruthless head of the most ferocious vulture fund on Wall Street." "Yi, I hear you've landed yourself in quite the predicament," Hunter drawled, swirling his drink with a mocking tone. "Enough with the pleasantries." Yi Tianxiong's eyes blazed crimson. "I intend to short a certain individual. An Oriental lad named Qinyang." "Oh." Hunter raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "He owns several nascent companies, and there's a shell company called Panga Technology." Yi Tianxiong's voice was hoarse, brimming with the madness of a gambler. "I want you to unleash your full might, employing the highest leverage, to obliterate him, drive him to bankruptcy, reduce him to a beggar unable to afford a loaf of bread." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Hunter's eyes. "Sounds like a slaughter without suspense. However, Yi, this will require substantial funds. 200 billion from my personal account, plus the last 300 billion from the Yi family's overseas vault. Mobilize it all." Yi Tianxiong made his final vow. 230 billion? Hunter whistled dramatically, licking his lips. "It's akin to using an aircraft carrier to sink a small fishing boat. But I relish this bloody artistry." The call ended. Thus began a silent financial strangulation war against Chunyang in the international capital market. Hundreds of billions in colossal funds transformed into ghostly undercurrents, silently surging towards the Dragon Kingdom. In the eyes of Wall Street's giants, this was destined to become a textbook case of a perfect and effortless hunt. At the top-floor suite of the Qingzhou Maternity Center, a colossal television screen displayed a financial news channel. Yi Qingzhu had been selecting styles for baby cribs when an urgent news flash interrupted, causing her fingers to halt on the tablet. Breaking news. Within just 3 minutes of opening, Tianyang Group's stock price has come under malicious short-selling by unidentified international capital, plummeting catastrophically. Currently, the decline exceeds 98, teetering on the brink of a trading halt. On the screen, the candlestick chart representing the stock price plunged vertically in a gruesome manner, painted in a glaring green. Following that, a securities analyst appeared on screen, articulating sharply, "We have noted that this short selling is accompanied by a plethora of negative reports targeting Mr. Qinyang, the founder of Tianyang Group. The reports accuse him of having an unclear background and dubious asset origins, with Panga Technology denounced as a complete PPT company. This is no mere capital contest, but a media execution." Yi Qingzhu's delicate face instantly lost all color. She may not understand finance, But she comprehended that terms like unclear background and dubious asset origins were openly slandering her man. Money did not concern her. Yet, she could not bear to see her hero besmirched by these despicable individuals. Husband. Her small hand instinctively clenched the hem of Chunyang's garment, her voice betraying a tremor of unrecognized hurt and grievance. It was this fleeting hint of distress that the system accurately captured. Ding. The long-dormant system notification echoed in Chunyang's mind like the thunder of the heavens. Detected that the host's wife, due to a dual assault of finance and public opinion from hostile forces, has developed deep concerns regarding their future family's wealth security and her husband's reputation. The ultimate responsibility of a nurturing father is to provide an environment rich enough to buy the entire galaxy for the baby, and to uphold the father's magnificent image in the child's heart. Any aunts attempting to touch the baby's milk money and slander the baby's father shall be utterly crushed by the torrent of wealth. Emergency mission issued. Financial judgment. Mission requirements. Within 1 hour, shatter all enemy conspiracies and cause all their short-selling funds to evaporate to zero. Utilize absolute monetary power to forge an unassailable wealth barrier for the mistress. Mission rewards. Being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level title, God of Investment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level item, absolute trend chart for the global market in the coming month. Boom. A torrent of cognition surpassing human comprehension instantaneously reshaped Chunyang's consciousness. The candlestick charts, Bollinger Bands, quantitative models, all the crystallized wisdom of human finance devolved into mere childish doodles in his sight. As he gazed back at the television screen, the ghastly descending candlestick chart instantly deconstructed before him. He no longer saw the price, but rather the source of every sell order behind it. The flow of funds from Hunter's Fund's myriad ghost accounts, their setup of interconnected short positions at 9 different price points, and the complete details of their plan to unleash a second wave of media bombs once the stock price fell below 20 yuan. Every step they took unfolded like a poorly scripted movie playing in slow motion before him. Simultaneously, the absolute trend chart for the global market in the coming month unfurled in his mind. It was not a prediction, but a predetermined future, clearly marked upon it. The stock price of Tianyang Group will hit rock bottom at 2,134 yuan in 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Subsequently, stimulated by significant positive news, it will consecutively hit 30 upper limits. Information received, complete. Chunyang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound as the cosmos. He observed the analyst on the television still alarmingly dramatizing the situation, scrutinizing the short schematics where Yi Tianxiong and Joel Hunter fancied themselves clever. How tragically laughable. He lowered his head to see Yi Qingzhu gazing up at him, her eyes filled with concern. Chunyang reached out, gently caressing her cheek, drawing her into his embrace, whispering soothingly in her ear, "Do not worry." After calming the little woman in his arms, he picked up the phone and dialed Tianyang Group CEO, Zhang Beihai. The call was answered almost immediately. "Chairman, we can't hold out any longer. Their firepower is too fierce." The voice on the other end, Zhang Beihai, was filled with panic and despair. Yet, Chunyang's tone remained calm and unperturbed. "Old Zhang, don't panic." He glanced at the clock on the wall, his voice resonating clearly throughout the room. "Inform the traders to buy in fully in 3 minutes. Not a single cent left." Chapter 46. The Stock Market Deification. Trapping turtles in a jar. Chunyang comfortingly patted Yi Qingzhu's back, gently pressing her head against his sturdy chest. "Be good, don't look at these dirty things. They might affect the baby's mood." He held his phone with one hand, the screen's faint glow illuminating his unfathomable eyes. The oracle named absolute trend chart for the global market in the coming month silently unfolded. It was not merely a chart, but a river of time already solidified. Cold data inscribed the unalterable fates of every stock, futures, and bonds for the next 30 days. Among them, a crimson curve representing Tianyang Group's stock price was locked in fate by countless tiny coordinates. In the 9th minute of trading, it would hit the lower limit. In the 15th minute, a capital influx would create a false rebound, enticing buyers. In the 23rd minute, Yi Tianxiong would inject an additional $300 billion, launching a second round of strangulation. In the 37th minute, Joel Hunter, in a state of extreme exhilaration, loaded the final bullet and toppled his glass of rare whiskey. The image displayed even the precise moment of Hunter's heart palpitations due to ecstatic joy, meticulously annotated. What a ridiculous yet profoundly real perspective of the divine. Chunyang's fingertips glided over the screen with effortless grace, as if brushing away an inconsequential speck of dust. Deep within his mind, the voice of AI, Qi, resonated devoid of emotion. "Sir, the enemy has completed the first round of attack deployment. Shall we initiate the absolute barrier defense program?" The so-called absolute barrier was a financial firewall that could be instantaneously generated by mobilizing a portion of Chunyang's funds, capable of firmly halting the deluge of the opponent's hundreds of billions. However, that would be too merciful. The greatest pleasure in the cat-and-mouse game lies in watching the mouse revel in its delusion of stealing the cheese, unaware of its impending doom. No need. Chunyang issued the command within his consciousness, his tone calm. Activate the bait plan. Align with their rhythm, actively crash the market, and lend them a hand. I intend to shatter this stock's price through everyone's psychological defenses, compelling them to sacrifice their souls to short it. Command confirmed. The voice of Qi exuded unwavering certainty. The bait plan has been initiated. Wall Street, Hunter Capital headquarters. On the enormous trading screen wall, the candlestick chart representing Tianyang Group plunged vertically with a fierce and merciless resolve. Unstoppable. Ha! Joel Hunter raised his glass, unleashing a greedy and hearty laugh. His face contorted with excitement. Do you see? This is the mysterious Eastern lad you spoke of. Utterly fragile. He hasn't even put up a semblance of resistance. He is panicking and selling off. He is cutting losses. On the other end of the screen was Yi Tianxiong, his face flushed with blood. He fixed his gaze on the cliff-like plunge on the screen, feeling that everything he had lost was returning to him at double speed. It's over for him. He has certainly been liquidated. Yi Tianxiong's roar was laced with the thrill of vengeance. No, not enough. A serpent-like glint flickered in Hunter's eyes. I desire not merely his bankruptcy. I wish to burden him with debts he could never repay in 100 lifetimes. He turned to his frenzied trading team behind him and issued the final command. Leverage. Max it out for me. All in. Bet all our funds, everything, right now? Immediately. I want to utterly pin him to the pillar of financial disgrace before the close of the Dragon Kingdom stock market. The frenzied orders were given. Hundreds of billions of dollars, bolstered by the lethal leverage, coalesced into a capital black hole capable of devouring a small economy, surging towards the seemingly beleaguered lamb. They envisioned completing the easiest and most flawless hunt in history within the next few minutes. They would divide all of Chunyang's assets and then relish in his despairing wails. At the Qingzhou Maternity Center, in the penthouse suite, the external bloodshed and chaos were completely severed from this sanctuary. Chunyang had turned off all financial news, and soothing, ethereal prenatal music played softly on the tablet. Yi Qingzhou nestled in his embrace, her small hand unconsciously caressing her belly, the worry on her face having dissipated significantly. Darling, are you really sure everything is all right? She could not help but tilt her small face upwards and whisper. Of course. Chunyang lowered his head and pressed a kiss on her smooth forehead. I promise, tomorrow. The baby's crib can be crafted from pure gold. Yi Qingzhou chuckled at his jest, playfully punching his chest with her soft fist. No way, that's so tacky. At that precise moment, the AI cheese prompt chimed accurately in Chunyang's mind. Report, sir. The fish have all been caught in the net. The enemy has a total of 491.7 billion in funds, all fully shorted at the maximum leverage. The timing aligns perfectly with future trend projections. We can now reel it in. Here it comes. Chunyang's movements remained unaltered, still gently cradling his wife, feeling her warmth and heartbeat. Yet, in the depths of his unseen consciousness, he issued that judgmental command. Qi, proceed. In an instant, it merely required a fleeting moment. The global capital markets seemed to echo a sigh. An unfathomable sum of money, incomprehensibly vast enough to purchase a medium-sized nation, surged into the Dragon Kingdom stock market without warning, like the Milky Way crashing down from the heavens. The target was singular. The Tianyang Group. The green stock price curve, once firmly pressed against the limit down, remained motionless, as if gripped by an invisible divine hand. There was no rebound, no tugging. It ascended in a manner that defied the laws of physics, finance, and all human comprehension, rising vertically from the abyss of -10. 1 second. It took merely 1 second. The stock price soared from the limit down to the limit up. From 10 to 10. All trading software in the market experienced a complete logical collapse at that moment. That unfathomable red line shooting from the floor to the ceiling froze on the screen, becoming an indelible nightmare for countless traders for the rest of their lives. Yet, this was merely the overture. Almost simultaneously with the stock price reaching its limit up, the Shengxin Group, a colossal entity in the global biopharmaceutical sector under Chunyang's control, convened an emergency online press conference across all mainstream media platforms. The CEO of the group personally addressed the cameras of hundreds of media outlets, proclaiming with a tone that declared history. It is my honor to announce to the world that Panga Technology, a subsidiary of Shengxin Group, has successfully developed a broad-spectrum targeted drug for the apoptosis pathway of cancer cells. This means that from today onward, humanity will officially conquer cancer. This news was not a bomb. It was a nuclear explosion. It detonated a sun directly over the financial market. Wall Street. The smile on Joel Hunter's face froze and shattered. The traders behind him became statues. The trading hall fell into a deafening silence. Everyone's eyes widened. Transfixed on the miraculous red line that soared from hell to heaven on the screen, their minds rendered utterly paralyzed. No, it can't be, Hunter murmured, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Then, the piercing alarm blared madly from every trading terminal. It was the forced liquidation alarm, the harbinger of bankruptcy. Their hundreds of billions in short positions were firmly pinned to the floor by that limit-up candlestick, immovable. Attempt to flee? No chance. Because of Panga Technologies' announcement. The entire market went berserk. Trillions in buy orders surged in like a tide, sealing the limit up without a crack. They were buried alive. Every second. Their accounts were evaporating at an astronomical rate, descending into madness. It was over. A young trader's legs buckled beneath him, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes vacant. The satellite phone slipped from his grasp. On the other end of the screen, Yi Tianxiong's eyes bulged wide, his face ashen, emitting a hoarse, gasping sound from his throat, his body convulsing violently. This was his last glimmer of hope. Everything he had built. Before that crimson line, it was utterly crushed. Completely. Reduced to nothingness. Chapter 47. The Plea for Mercy on Wall Street. Wall Street, headquarters of Hunter Capital. Silence reigned. The piercing alarm was the only sound in this stillness. Akin to a blunt knife, relentlessly slicing through the nerves of everyone present. Warning. All accounts margins have fallen below the critical threshold. Forced liquidation procedures initiated. Account ID 7701, value. Reduced to 0. Triggering maximum leverage protocols. Transitioning to debt liquidation. Final tally. Total liabilities. $132 billion. The cold, synthetic voice echoed clearly throughout the vast trading hall, reminiscent of a judge pronouncing death sentences upon all. The wine glass in Joel Hunter's hand had, unbeknownst to him, slipped to the floor. He felt as if his bones had been extracted, and had it not been for his hands gripping the cold console before him, he would have surely collapsed. Defeated? No, this was not defeat. This was an erasure from the face of the earth. The financial empire he had painstakingly constructed, alongside those once mighty allies, had been uprooted and reduced to ashes in mere minutes by an incomprehensible Eastern force. Thud. A young trader, not far from Hunter, rolled his eyes back, froth spilling from his mouth, and fell straight backward, crashing onto the floor with a dull thud. But this sound resonated like a signal. The devil. We have provoked the devil of the Magic City. No, this cannot be real. This cannot be real. My money. All my money. The suffocating panic erupted instantaneously, screams, wails, and the sounds of destruction rising in a cacophony. What was once a symbol of financial supremacy had transformed into a dismal scene of despair. The satellite phone that Hunter had carelessly tossed on the table remained lit. On the other end, Yi Tianxiong's face, twisted from blood congestion, was fixated on the chaos unfolding. He heard that deadly alarm, heard the pronouncement of zero and debt. That towering red candlestick did not merely obliterate Hunter's capital, it shattered his last flicker of life. Huff, huff. Yi Tianxiong's throat emitted a wheezing, windbag-like sound. He wished to scream, to curse, yet not a single word escaped his lips. The world spun around him, transforming into a blinding crimson haze. Suddenly, a surge of scalding blood erupted from his mouth, staining the cryptographic device before him a deep red. His body succumbed, collapsing lifelessly before the camera, utterly devoid of sound. Minutes later, in the office of the chairman of Hunter Capital, Joel Hunter and several other fund magnates, who had moments ago been brimming with confidence, now sprawled on the sofa, their faces as pale as corpses. They had finally grasped a sliver of the truth that sent shivers through their very souls. This was not a financial war. It was a dimensional strike. They were not hunting a mere Eastern lamb. They had foolishly provoked a prehistoric behemoth that had just opened its eyes. What do we do now? What do we do? A fund manager known for his cold-bloodedness and greed trembled uncontrollably. It's all Yi Tianxiong's fault. He has doomed us all. What good is it to say this now? Over $100 billion in liabilities. How can we repay that? Even if we sold all of us together, it wouldn't be enough. Joel Hunter abruptly shot up from the sofa, his bloodshot eyes scanning the room, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against itself. No, we still have one last path. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him, like drowning men clutching at a final straw. To the Magic City. Hunter enunciated each word slowly, as if extracting them from between clenched teeth. Beg him. Beg him. The others paused in shock, their expressions morphing into something more grotesque than tears. Indeed, faced with such a godlike entity, they could conjure no thought of revenge, only the desire to kneel and plead for mercy. Quick, contact the airport immediately. Get the fastest plane, not back to New York, to the Dragon Kingdom's Magic City. Utilize all our remaining connections. Spare no expense. We must reach that gentleman, Mr. Chen. We must repent before him in person. These financial titans, who could collapse the economies of small nations, were now consumed by a singular thought: to pilgrimage, or rather, to atone. At the top suite of the Qingzhou Maternity Center, Chen Yang held Yi Qingzhou, who had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing her lips, as if dreaming of something joyous. He carefully cradled her, his movements tender as if handling fragile glass. Gently, he laid her upon the soft bed, pulling the thin blanket over her. Buzz. The mobile phone on the bedside table vibrated inopportunely. An unfamiliar overseas number. Chen Yang, wary of waking Yi Qingzhou, stepped quietly to the massive floor-to-ceiling window before answering the call. Mr. Chen. The voice on the other end was Joel Hunter, trembling with fear, his English distorted by terror. His tone bore none of the arrogant bravado of a Wall Street wolf, only the panic of a schoolboy before a headmaster. We were wrong. We are fools. We have offended you. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please, please have mercy. We are willing to surrender all our personal assets, only begging you to grant us a way to survive. Voices clamored over one another, each pleading, desperately confessing their guilt. Chen Yang listened in silence, his expression unwavering. To him, the significance of this call paled in comparison to the serene visage of his sleeping wife. He did not wait for them to finish before speaking with indifference. I accept the money. He paused, then added, your company holds no interest for me. With that, he hung up the phone. Glancing at the notification of funds deposited into his mobile banking app, the long string of zeros barely stirred any ripple within him. The wealth extracted from the Wall Street magnates was merely a set of numbers to him. He swiped the screen, dialing another number. The call connected instantly, and a voice filled with utmost respect greeted him. Boss, what are your instructions? Chen Yang gazed out at the dazzling nightscape of the Magic City, its brilliance sprawling like a galaxy at his feet. His gaze settled upon the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower. Book it for tonight, he commanded, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. There was a brief silence on the other end, as if grasping the weight of his command. Clear the area, Chen Yang specified. My wife longs to quietly gaze at the stars for a while. Chapter 48. The Duel of Connections. Who becomes the fool? The Shenhuang Group. The secret rehabilitation facility. Within the sterile confines of a white hospital room, the top-tier life support machines emitted a rhythmic beeping sound. Yi Tianxiong's eyelids trembled violently as he struggled to open them. He had not succumbed to death. After evaporating hundreds of billions of dollars in the financial markets and shouldering an insurmountable debt that would haunt him for a lifetime, he had been forcefully dragged back from the brink of the underworld. Were it anyone else, they might have either succumbed to madness or leapt from the rooftop. Yet, Yi Tianxiong remained resolute. Lying on the hospital bed, a searing pain tore through his chest, yet the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a grin, resembling the arc of madness. Money may be lost, but it can be earned again. However, in this city of magic, there exists something far more formidable than wealth. That is connections, social circles, and the intricate web of power woven over generations. He strained to grasp the specially designed encrypted communicator beside him and dialed a number. It's me. His voice rasped like a broken gong, grating against the receiver. How are things with the summit? On the other end of the line, a sycophantic yet respectful voice responded, that of Mr. Wang, the organizer of the commercial summit. Rest assured, sir, the invitations have all been delivered. From the richest Zhang Zonghai to Governor Zhou and Commander Wang Dinghua, all the notable figures are accounted for. Moreover, as per your instructions, I've placed that Chen Yang on the highest level of the blacklist. He won't even be able to approach within 100 meters of the venue. Excellent. A sickly flush crept onto Yi Tianxiong's face, his muscles twitching slightly with excitement. Send out another message. Inform them that on the day of the summit, anyone who dares to miss it is showing disrespect to me, Yi Tianxiong. They are opposing the Shenhuang Group behind me. I want Chen Yang to be treated like a stray dog, barred from entry, forever unable to integrate into this circle. I will show everyone in the city what he amounts to without his wealth. This time, he intended to use power, reputation, and the unspoken rules of high society to nail Chen Yang to the pillar of shame, making him comprehend the true essence of despair. In the luxurious duplex apartment of Tang Chen Yiping, the enormous living room housed a 180-inch home theater, which was not playing any financial news, but rather a vibrant children's cartoon, Peppa Pig. Mummy Pig and Daddy Pig were taking Peppa and George for a picnic. Yi Qingzhou sat cross-legged on the soft wool carpet, cradling a gigantic Totoro plush toy in her arms, engrossed in the show, occasionally erupting into peals of laughter. Chen Yang sat beside her on the floor, wielding a Swiss Army knife, methodically peeling a snake fruit. The dark red peel unraveled into a delicate, translucent string under his deft hands, yet it remained unbroken. Darling, isn't there some commercial summit in the city today? The news is raving about it, claiming that all the most powerful figures are attending. Aren't you going? Yi Qingzhu's gaze shifted from the cartoon, her fair face tilted up in curiosity. She didn't understand business intricacies, simply believing that her man should not be absent from such occasions. Not going. Chen Yang did not lift his head, his hands moving with mechanical precision. What is the point of a bunch of old men gathering to feign smiles and boast? After finishing the last apple, he expertly sliced it into perfectly uniform pieces, each resembling a work of art. Then, he picked up a piece, skewered it with a silver fork, and offered it to Yi Qingzhu's lips. Here, open wide. How could it be so boring? Yi Qingzhu obediently opened her mouth to eat, her cheeks puffed out, mumbling indistinctly. I saw on the news this morning that even the rarely seen Governor Zhou attended. Oh, Chen Yang handed her another piece. So what? His tone was as flat, as if discussing the plot of the day's cartoon. Do any of them matter more than a single hair from my wife? His words filled Yi Qingzhu's heart with sweetness, almost overflowing with joy. She gleefully hugged Chen Yang's arm, nuzzling her cheek against him like a well-fed kitten. Always so cheeky. Humph. Just then, Chen Yang's phone, resting nearby, vibrated gently. He picked it up with one hand and glanced at the screen. It was a message from Zhang Beihai, CEO of Tianyang Group. Boss, all personnel have arrived at the venue as per your instructions. Chen Yang's fingers casually tapped a few words on the screen. Commence as planned. After sending the message, he flipped the phone screen down beside him, as if nothing had transpired, and returned his focus to feeding his little pregnant wife apples. In his view, the unfolding drama that was poised to overturn the power dynamics of the city paled in comparison to the simple joy of watching a cartoon with his wife. At the Magic City International Exhibition Center, the highest-profile commercial summit of the year radiated opulence, with a multitude of distinguished figures gathered. Any one of them, if singled out, could send ripples through the city. Although Yi Tianxiong was not physically present, his holographic projection loomed above the podium. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, his complexion was flushed, and he exuded vigor. The technological enhancements rendered him more formidable than ever. He reveled in the awe and flattery directed at him from the audience, basking in the unparalleled thrill that power bestowed. The money he had lost was being regained in another form. He even found himself eagerly imagining Chen Yang being barred at the entrance, chased away like a fly, and ridiculed by reporters and onlookers. However, just as the summit's host passionately announced its opening, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the center of the front row sat Zhang Zonghai, the billionaire known as the city's god of wealth. Suddenly, his phone screen illuminated. He glanced down. It was merely a brief message. Mr. Chen, please come over for a cup of tea. No signature was needed. Zhang Zonghai's complexion drained of color in an instant. He sprang from his seat with such force that he knocked over a nearby water bottle. Yet, he paid it no mind, merely nodding absently at the bewildered Zhou Huayan, governor of Jiangnan district, before hurriedly making his way toward the venue's exit as if fleeing from a plague. His abruptness caused a minor commotion. Yi Tianxiong on the podium felt his smile falter slightly. What on earth was happening? Had Zhang Zonghai lost his mind? Before he could ponder further, a cacophony of phone vibrations erupted from the front row, like a bizarre symphony. Zhou Huayan, the governor of Jiangnan district, pulled out his encrypted red phone, glancing at it. His previously official smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Without uttering a word, he too rose and briskly exited. Following him, Wang Dinghua, the iron-willed military leader overseeing the city's garrison, received a phone call. Everyone present watched as he stood to attention upon hearing a single sentence, then roared into the phone with all his might. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. Then, he hung up the phone, casting not even a glance at the holographic projection of Yi Tianxiong on the stage, striding purposefully towards the exit. 1, 2, 10 titans from the financial realm, luminaries from the tech industry, and cultural icons, all of whom had just been engaging in jovial banter with Yi Tianxiong's hologram, extolling him as the steadfast pillar of the Magic City, suddenly seemed to have been activated by an unseen switch. Their expressions turned grave, movements swift, as they hurriedly exited the venue in a manner reminiscent of a panicked escape. No explanations were offered, no farewells exchanged. In mere minutes, the once-packed VIP area, symbolizing the zenith of power in the Magic City, was left eerily vacant. The previously vibrant atmosphere of the event rapidly chilled, morphing into an increasingly bizarre silence that ultimately descended into an awkward stillness. Everyone was in a state of bewilderment. Journalists exchanged perplexed glances, their cameras rendered aimless. The small-time moguls in the back, each worth billions, squirmed in their seats as they observed the growing number of empty spaces beside them, cold sweat cascading down their foreheads. On the podium, Yi Tianxiong's once vibrant visage had frozen completely. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and that once self-assured smile shattered like cheap plaster. He stared in disbelief at the absurd scene below, his mind buzzing with chaos. What has transpired? What on earth has happened? Have these individuals lost their minds? Do they not fear offending me? Do they not fear the wrath of the Shen Huang group? At that moment, the organizer of the summit, Mr. Wang, scrambled to the back row, grasping the arm of a bank president who was attempting to flee. President Liu, where are you going? The summit has just commenced. President Liu wrenched his arm free, his face ashen, and shouted in a hushed tone, What do you mean, commenced? Do you have any idea who just called for people? It was Mr. Chen. Zhang Shoufu and Governor Zhou are all going to pay their respects to Mr. Chen. Do you want to ruin your standing in the Magic City? With that, he turned and dashed away without a backward glance. Mr. Chen. Those 3 syllables struck Mr. Wang like a thunderbolt, finally snapping him into realization. He lifted his gaze in terror towards Yi Tianxiong's solitary holographic projection still hovering in the air. The humiliation stage he had meticulously crafted for Chen Yang had ultimately become his own scaffold of public disgrace. Mr. Wang trembled, no longer daring to hesitate, and bolted towards the exit as if pursued by a flood of ferocity. Reaching the doorway, he saw Yi Tianxiong's projection still there and, unwilling, or perhaps fearful, of being implicated, turned back to the now desolate hall and shouted, his voice quavering, Master, there has been a power outage. The summit is cancelled. Chapter 49. A multitude comes to pay homage, a grand gathering. Magic City International Exhibition Center. With a sudden crackle, as the technician frantically severed the power, the holographic projection of Yi Tianxiong dissolved into a flurry of snowflakes, extinguishing utterly. The world had finally regained its tranquility. Mr. Wang's declaration of a power outage landed like a resounding slap across the faces of those who remained in the vast, empty hall. A few third-rate moguls who lacked the privilege to leave early exchanged bewildered looks, their faces etched with confusion. Is it over? Where are Zhang Shoufu and Governor Zhou? I think I heard President Liu shouting something as he ran. Mr. Qin? Shu, do you want to lose your life? Someone quickly pulled out their phone, stealthily capturing a photo of the vast expanse of empty VIP seats. Moments later, an image ignited a frenzy within the upper echelons of the Magic City. The headline dripped with sarcasm. Annual joke. The Shen Huang's second Master S Networking Summit. Guests fleeing in panic. The stage of humiliation that Yi Tianxiong had painstakingly constructed had ultimately become his own scaffold of disgrace. He believed he had unleashed a trump card. But little did he know, Qin Yang had flipped the table, transforming the entire game in the Magic City to his own arena. Simultaneously, at the base of Building A in the Tangshan Yiping complex, a scene unfolded that could cause any traffic reporter to malfunction on the spot. From the entrance of Building A to the main thoroughfare of the community, then around the corner, a seemingly endless procession of luxury vehicles had formed, nearly blocking the entrance to the community. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs had become the ordinary streetcars here. What was truly astonishing were the license plates. Hu 88888, the vehicle of the Magic City's wealthiest, Zhang Zonghai. Hu G6, the official car of the governor's office. A military vehicle with a white background and red lettering boldly occupied the front, silently asserting its owner's immense power. Ordinary citizens could only glimpse such high-profile figures in the news. Yet, in this moment, not a single one dared to sit within their cars. The wealthiest man in the Magic City, the governor of Jiangnan District, the commander of the military district, and dozens of titans from various industries stood impeccably attired beside their vehicles, each standing to attention. Their demeanor was respectful, even tinged with the awkwardness of students before a board of directors, collectively gazing upwards towards the pinnacle of Building A. The unit revered as the king of 100 million. No one dared to make noise, no one dared to call and rush, and certainly, no one dared to intrude. They simply waited in silence, as if anticipating the descent of an oracle. This extraordinary spectacle of homage left the community's security chief trembling, gripping his walkie-talkie with a quaking voice. Stand straight, all of you. Who dares to show disrespect to these gentlemen? I will personally flay them alive. Look at those license plates. Even if the Jade Emperor himself arrives today, he must stand guard at the entrance. At that moment, Zhang Beihai, the CEO of Tianyang Group, emerged swiftly from the lobby of Building A. Instantly, all the dignitaries converged around him like sharks sensing blood. Zhang Zong. Beihai, it's Zhou Huayan. Would you be able to convey a message to Mr. Chen for me? The governor of Jiangnan District, Zhou Huayan, was the first to step forward, his tone laden with deference. Zhang Zonghai, shedding his airs of wealth, grasped Zhang Beihai's arm in a near plea. Brother Beihai, just tell Mr. Chen that I, Zhang Zonghai, am here to apologize. I implore him to grant me the opportunity for a meeting. Surrounded by these titans whose very presence could cause the Magic City to tremble, Zhang Beihai's countenance remained unperturbed. He nodded slightly, his voice low yet crystal clear for all to hear. I will relay your sentiments. However, the boss currently has more pressing matters at hand. More pressing matters? A collective gasp surged through the crowd. Were they plotting some grander scheme? Zhang Beihai paused before adding. The boss is currently watching cartoons with his wife. He says, no matter how monumental the issue, it pales in comparison to his wife's mood. Please come up in batches. 2 at a time. Do not create too much commotion and startle my boss's lady. Accompanying his wife to watch cartoons? The assembly of powerful figures stood frozen in disbelief. They had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never this one. The terrifying presence capable of obliterating Wall Street capital with a snap of their fingers. The one whose mere words could compel the elite of the Magic City to bow in reverence, was now simply enjoying animated films with his wife. Absurd. After the pinnacle of absurdity lies a more profound, deeply ingrained reverence. Such is the essence of true greatness. They regard others as mere blades of grass and the powers of the world as inconsequential. Understood. Understood. We shall not raise our voices. Form an orderly line. Everyone, get in line. Who dares to cut in? Governor Zhou and Commander Wang exchanged a glance, tacitly stepping back to grant the first position to Zhang Zonghai. In terms of status, they were officials and military leaders. Yet, in matters of personal favor, they were acutely aware that Zhang Zonghai owed Mr. Chen a life. Within the luxurious duplex apartment, the cheerful theme song of Peppa Pig played merrily. Yi Qingzhu, still immersed in joy, clutched a gigantic Totoro plush toy and turned to Qin Yang, her little nose wrinkling in curiosity. Darling, why is it so noisy downstairs? So many cars. She had just peered out the window in curiosity and was startled by the extravagant parade of luxury cars. It's nothing, just a group here to offer gifts and apologies. Qin Yang replied casually, feeding her the last piece of sliced snake fruit with a silver fork. Oh, Yi Qingzhu nodded, somewhat understanding. Gifts and apologies? What kind of people could create such a parade reminiscent of a military review? As she pondered this, the doorbell rang. Zhang Beihai entered, accompanied by 2 others. The slightly plump middle-aged man at the forefront was someone Yi Qingzhu had seen countless times on the cover of financial magazines. The richest man in Magic City, Zhang Zonghai. Upon entering, Zhang Zonghai barely glanced at the lavish decor of the living room and strode directly towards Qin Yang. Then, under Yi Qingzhu's astonished gaze, he bowed deeply before Qin Yang, who sat cross-legged on the carpet watching television, performing a standard 90-degree bow. His posture was more reverent than his son's bow during the new year. Dr. Chen. Zhang Zonghai's voice trembled with the intensity of someone who had just survived a calamity, his eyes instantly reddening. Thank you for saving my life. Without you, I would have been nothing but a handful of ashes 6 months ago. Dr. Chen, a life-saving grace. Yi Qingzhu's small hands tightened around the Totoro plush toy, its ears contorting under her grip. Her mind buzzed, utterly bewildered. Yet, Qin Yang simply patted the carpet beside him, indicating for Zhang Zonghai to sit down. Mr. Zhang, you're being too polite, he responded with the casual tone of someone who had just assisted another with carrying a bag. Before Yi Qingzhu could recover from this overwhelming influx of information, a second wave of guests arrived. Governor Zhou Huayan from Jiangnan District and Commander Wang Dinghua. These 2 were figures who existed only in news broadcasts, colossal personalities. Upon entering, Zhou Huayan strode forward and grasped Qin Yang's hand firmly, his palm broad and strong, radiating sincere warmth. Mr. Chen, I cannot thank you enough for what you did last time. Had it not been for the swift response of your Tiandun security, my entire family might have. He left the rest unsaid, but everyone present understood. Tiandun security? Yi Qingzhu caught another key term. She remembered that name as the global security company previously rewarded to Qin Yang by the system. Beside him, Commander Wang Dinghua was even more direct. Standing tall like a pine tree, he saluted Qin Yang with an impeccably standard military salute, the sound of his heels striking the floor echoing like a thunderclap. Chairman Chen. His voice boomed. On behalf of the Southeast War Zone, I thank you for your generous financial support of the National Defense Project. This funding is of utmost importance to us. Chairman Chen, National Defense Project? The successive shocks left Yi Qingzhu utterly dumbfounded. She sat on the sofa, clutching her Totoro plush toy tightly, gazing at the surreal scene unfolding before her. A divine doctor, the mastermind behind a multinational security company, the financial backer of a military secret project. These labels, more fitting for characters in a movie, were continuously being attributed to her husband, a university student from a humble background. It dawned on her, albeit slowly, that her understanding of Qin Yang might not even scratch the surface. She observed her husband, effortlessly engaging in conversation with these influential figures who could shake the very foundations of Magic City with a stomp of their feet. An unprecedented, overwhelming sense of security enveloped her, nearly causing her to faint. What he had said about everything being taken care of had a much deeper meaning than she had realized. Time passed, and the guests respectfully departed, the vast living room returning to silence, save for the animated noises from the television. Yi Qingzhu remained motionless, like a beautiful marionette. Qinyang playfully pinched her cheek. What's wrong, dear? Have you been stunned into silence? Yi Qingzhu regained her senses, her long eyelashes fluttering. She looked up at Qinyang, then reached out her small hand to gently tug at his shirt. Her voice was soft, laced with an imperceptible tremor, reminiscent of a dreamlike murmur. Darling, who exactly are you? Chapter 50. At the end of the road, martial arts offering. Darling, who exactly are you? Yi Qingzhu's voice was soft, carrying a hint of morning drowsiness that tugged at the heartstrings. Qinyang halted his steps, offering no reply, merely turning around to gently nuzzle her smooth forehead with his nose, savoring her skin's warmth. Who am I? He gazed into her eyes, filled with confusion yet absolute trust. His voice low but etched into her soul. I am your husband, the father of our baby. He paused, tightening his embrace slightly, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the fragrance of her shampoo. I am also your heaven. Those words made Yi Qingzhu instantly forget her earlier question, her heart feeling as if it were immersed in warm honey, overflowing with sweetness, even tingling at her fingertips. She no longer wished to ask anything, instead burying her face deep into his embrace, greedily inhaling the sense of security that he brought her. Heaven. With him, that was enough. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away at the secret sanatorium of the Shenhuang group, the atmosphere was as frigid as an ice cellar. A $1 million antique vase lay shattered on the floor, and Yi Tianxiong's chest heaved violently, his face, artificially maintained by technology, contorted in a grotesque manner. He had lost his finance, his connections. Everything he took pride in had been obliterated by that young man named Qinyang, along with his life-vest dignity. After a furious roar, silence enveloped the ward. Yi Tianxiong gasped for breath, the rage on his face gradually fading to a chilling resolve. He seized a specially designed encrypted communicator, switching to a long-buried channel. Initiate the divine retribution plan. His voice was hoarse, as if forced out from his throat. On the other end, silence stretched on for a full 10 seconds before a hesitant, aged voice responded. Sir, the offering is solely for the protection of the family, not to interfere in external disputes. This is a rigid rule set by the elder. Now, I am the rule. Yi Tianxiong enunciated each word with venom. Do not forget, the child in Yi Qingzhu's womb bears the highest lineage. As long as Qinyang is dead, that child remains a member of the Yi family, the only future of our clan. What is it you are safeguarding? On the other end, the breath quickened in response. After a prolonged silence, the aged voice finally responded. As you command. Upon disconnecting the call, Yi Tianxiong collapsed onto the bed, a morbid yet satisfied smile gracing his face. Qinyang, in the civilized game, you have triumphed. Now, let us see, in the most barbaric manner, whether your life is resilient or if the blade of my Yi family, honed over a century, is sharper. As dusk settled, the rooftop garden of Tangchun Yipin was bathed in the warm golden hue of the setting sun. Qinyang strolled along the pebble-paved path with Yi Qingzhu, attentively listening to her animated plans for their baby's future appearance. Darling, our baby must have eyes like yours, dark and bright, a nose like mine, delicate and well-defined, and as for the mouth, it should resemble yours. So the smile will be truly enchanting. With her arm intertwined in his, Yi Qingzhu's slightly rounded belly glowed with a radiant maternal essence, illuminating her entire being. Qinyang listened with a smile, occasionally nodding, his eyes full of adoration. Everything is perfect, as long as it is our child, it matters not how. They relished this rare moment of tranquility, surrounded by the fragrance of blooming flowers and the crisp melodies of chirping birds. However, as they ventured deeper into the garden, reaching a pavilion encircled by a rockery and bamboo grove, Qinyang abruptly halted. Why have we stopped? Yi Qingzhu sensed his sudden tension and looked up in confusion. Qinyang remained silent, subtly pulling her behind him, shielding her with his towering presence. Almost simultaneously, a butterfly, which had been fluttering among the flowers, froze mid-flight, plummeting like a lifeless leaf into the earth below. The cacophony of cicadas from the distant rockery was abruptly severed, as if cut by an invisible scissor. The wind stilled. At that moment, all sounds vanished, plunging the entire rooftop garden into an eerie, suffocating silence. Though Yi Qingzhu was unversed in martial arts, an instinctive dread surged within her, causing the hairs on her body to stand on end. She instinctively clutched Qinyang's garment, feeling as if the air around them had dropped several degrees, chilling her lungs with its icy bite. Something terrifying was approaching. In the next instant, four figures emerged, as if seeping from ink, silently materializing from behind the rockery. The bamboo grove, the pavilion's apex, and the path's end, converging from all directions. Their movement was not swift, but rather defied the laws of physics. As if they had always stood there, transitioning from transparency to solidity. Before them stood four elderly men clad in archaic robes, with white hair and withered faces. resembling ancient funerary figurines recently unearthed from a tomb, exuding an aura of decay. The leading elder, with hands as frail as chicken claws, bore nails of a sinister bluish-black hue. Upon their arrival, they encircled Chunyang, forming an inescapable deadly trap, their palpable murderous intent locking onto him with unwavering precision. Yi Qingzhu, having never witnessed such a spectacle, turned pale with terror, clinging tightly to Chunyang's arm, forgetting even to breathe. The elder finally spoke, his voice akin to two rough sheets of sandpaper grinding against each other, each word dripping with an aloof indifference. The Yi family's guardians, under the orders of the esteemed master, have come to take your life. His murky eyes reflected no emotion, as if he were discussing the mundane act of eating or drinking. You may take your own life. We will allow you to retain your entire corpse. Self-termination? Yi Qingzhu's mind buzzed, nearly rendering her unconscious. These men had come to kill Chunyang. However, the anticipated panic did not manifest on Chunyang's face. He did not even bother to lift his eyelids to regard the commanding elder. Instead, he lowered his head, extending his warm, dry hand to gently pat Yi Qingzhu's cold fingers, which trembled from fear, leaning down to whisper soothingly in her ear, a voice only she could hear. Do not fear, my dear. Just a few flies have entered. I shall drive them away. With that, he slowly raised his head. The warmth that once enveloped his face had dissipated, leaving it as cold and unyielding as ancient ice. His gaze did not linger on the four so-called guardians of the Yi family for even a second. Instead, it transcended them, peering into the shadows beyond the leading elder. Having observed this commotion for so long, Chunyang's voice was calm, yet resonated throughout the silent garden. Do you not intend to make your presence known? Chapter 51. The Might of a Master, the Onset of Murderous Intent. Chunyang's seemingly casual inquiry fell like a stone into still waters. It stirred no ripples, but caused the ambient sounds of the rooftop garden to vanish instantaneously. The wind ceased. The distant cicada's incessant chirping was abruptly silenced, as if severed by an unseen scissor. The butterfly flitting among the flowers froze, its wings stiffening, dropping to the earth like a lifeless leaf. The once fragrant air, imbued with the warmth of blooming flowers, plummeted in temperature within mere seconds. A chilling aura, reminiscent of a century-old tomb, mingled with dust and decay, permeated the surroundings. Yi Qingzhu, unfamiliar with martial arts, felt her instincts ignite, causing her hairs to stand on end. She instinctively tightened her grip on Chunyang's arm, her entire being nearly pressed against his back, seeking warmth against the encroaching frost. It felt as though a colossal boulder weighed upon her chest, making each breath a Herculean effort. Something dreadful was drawing near. In the following instant, from the rockery, the bamboo grove, the pavilion's apex, and the path's end, for shadows emerged silently, like ink bleeding into a canvas. They did not walk over. It was as if they had always been present, merely shifting from translucence to substance. The four figures, clad in ancient robes, with white hair and gaunt faces, resembled funerary figurines that had just emerged from a tomb. The leading elder, with hands as thin as chicken claws, bore nails of a corpse-like bluish hue, sending a chill down one's spine. Upon their appearance, they occupied all positions, encircling Chunyang in a deadly trap. Their palpable murderous intent coiled around him like venomous serpents, locking him in their fatal embrace. The elder, known as Xianlao, finally focused his murky gaze upon Chunyang. His lips parted, the sound of his voice grating like sandpaper, each word imbued with disdain and judgment. Boy, do you believe that with your earthly wealth and power, you can provoke the might of the Yi family? In the face of absolute martial prowess, all that you possess is but an ephemeral illusion, utterly worthless. He paused, his emotionless gaze drifting past Chunyang to the terrified Yi Qingzhu behind him, as if appraising an object to be disposed of at will. End it yourself. This way, we can grant your woman and the spawn within her a swift release. Spawn. The word struck Yi Qingzhu's heart like poisoned steel needles. She trembled violently, her pallid face turning as white as paper. The baby within her seemed to sense its mother's fear and sorrow, stirring anxiously. A transformation finally graced Chunyang's once tranquil visage. He exhibited neither fury nor rebuttal. Instead, he gently patted Yi Qingzhu's icy hand, which clutched him tightly. He then turned slightly, enveloping her more completely behind him, using his back to shield her from the nauseating gazes that made his stomach churn. After this motion, he gradually lifted his head to meet the gaze of old Xian once more. His expression bore no trace of fear. Rather, it was imbued with a profound pity, akin to one gazing upon the deceased. Old fool, Chunyang's tone was remarkably serene, as though he were merely stating an undeniable fact. At your advanced age, instead of resting peacefully in your coffin, you choose to crawl out and serve as a dog for others. Truly, you seem to have grown weary of life. This singular remark instantly cast a shadow over old Xian's previously impassive countenance. Having lived nearly a century and revered as a venerated elder of the Yi family, an individual whom even the head of the family must treat with utmost respect, he had never before endured such humiliation. Seeking death, old Xian uttered no further words. The sinewy muscles of his sunken cheeks quivered, and a murderous glint ignited in his eyes. Attack! In an instant, the air was rent with a piercing sound that assaulted the eardrums. The figures of the four elders became indistinct, transforming into four indistinguishable afterimages as they converged from the four cardinal directions to assault the encircled Qinyang. The elder from the east, with fingers poised like a sword, unleashed a fierce gust that severed bamboo leaves several meters behind Qinyang, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The elder from the west, with fingers claw-like, sliced through the air, leaving faint black traces imbued with a foul odor, aimed directly at Qinyang's heart. The elder from the south executed a sweeping kick, the resultant wind causing pebbles on the ground to leap, targeting Qinyang's legs with the intent to render them utterly useless. Meanwhile, at the forefront, old Xian advanced directly, his withered palms seemingly slow, yet effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Qinyang. His palm glimmered ominously with an eerie dark light. One individual restrained him, while three sought to obliterate him. Their impeccably coordinated assault formed an inescapable vortex of death, leaving Qinyang no opportunity for reaction. Each strike, every maneuver, harbored the power capable of shattering stone and engraving monuments. Standing behind Qinyang, Yi Qingzhu had never witnessed such a terrifying scene, one that seemed to belong only in nightmares. It felt as though she had been thrust into a high-speed meat grinder, with death's blades surrounding her from every angle. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat, and instinctively, she prepared to shut her eyes in fear. Yet she did not, for she could distinctly sense the broad and sturdy back shielding her, unwavering as a mountain, remaining utterly still throughout. His breathing, his heartbeat, remained eerily calm, as if the impending devastation was merely a gentle breeze brushing past. Just as the four attacks were about to graze Qinyang's garment, at a distance of less than a centimeter from his skin, he finally moved. His motion was delicate, slow, creating a stark contrast against the blurry, lethal strikes surrounding him. He merely raised his left wrist, glancing at the exquisite Patek Philippe watch adorning it, worth millions. The second hand aligned perfectly with the 12 o'clock position. Then, under the astonished gaze of the four master-level experts, he softly spoke, his voice not loud yet distinctly overpowering the wind and killing intent. Time is just right. At the very moment his words fell, a deep, unique engine roar reverberated from afar, drawing closer from above the villa district. This was not a sound produced by any sports car or commercial aircraft. It was the unmistakable sound of a helicopter's rotor blades churning the air. Qinyang lowered his wrist and raised his other hand, gently snapping his fingers toward the void. The crisp sound echoed suddenly in the silent garden. Chapter 52. Your lifetime of training cannot compare to a single snap of my fingers. The moment Qinyang's words coincided with the sound of his snap, the thunderous assault meticulously prepared by the four master-level experts finally reached its climax. The eastern figure's lethal finger thrust, the western figure's fatal claw, the southern figure's devastating kick, and the ominous dark palm of old Xian converged from all directions, simultaneously crashing against Qinyang's body. Contrary to the anticipated scene of blood and carnage, what ensued were four almost simultaneous, excruciatingly sharp cracks. This was not the sound of attacks striking their target. Rather, it was the sickening sound of bones fracturing from within. The attacks from the four masters halted abruptly, just 1 meter from Qinyang's body, as though colliding with an invisible wall, an insurmountable barrier more resilient than tempered steel. Old Xian, leading the charge, felt his deadly grasp shatter before even brushing against Qinyang's garment, his fingers bending back at an unnatural angle. A force more violent than what he had unleashed surged through his arm, violently rebounding. With a thud, old Xian was propelled backward like a ragged sack, his sleeve shredding midair, and his arm, from palm to shoulder, was left a mangled mess of blood and shattered bone. The other three elders met with equally grim fates. The one using the finger thrust found his 2 fingers exploded into a mist of crimson. The one employing the claw had his entire right arm twisted grotesquely. The one executing the kick had his shin bone protruding grotesquely through muscle, the stark white of the bone appearing particularly ghastly in the night. The 3 staggered backward, each step creating a deep indentation in the hard granite ground, their footprints surrounded by web-like cracks, supporting themselves with their remaining functional arms. Their expressions as they gazed upon Qinyang morphed from astonishment to sheer, ghostly terror. How is this possible? In that fleeting moment, they felt not the internal energy, nor any form of protective chi they recognized. No, it was a wall. an absolute barrier constructed from a pure energy they could not comprehend. Their prideful mastery cultivated over nearly a century was rendered fragile before this wall, akin to a paper lantern in a tempest. What manner of monster is this? Yet, faced with the four's abject horror, Qinyang did not spare them a single glance. He simply lowered his gaze, tenderly wiping away the thin layer of cold sweat from Yi Qingzhu's forehead. Leaning close to her ear, he spoke softly, his voice imbued with a soothing power. My dear, do not be afraid. Cover your ears, it may get a bit loud. Yi Qingzhu's mind had gone blank, the earlier terrifying scene nearly halting her thoughts. Yet, Chun Yang's voice flowed through her like a warm current, dispelling all her fears in an instant. She did not even think to question why. She simply nodded obediently, pressing her soft hands tightly against her ears, burying her face into Chun Yang's broad and sturdy chest. Through the delicate fabric of her shirt, she could distinctly feel the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. This rhythmic cadence became the sole sound in her world, barricading all external bloodshed and terror beyond reach. With him by her side, the collapse of the heavens seemed inconsequential. However, Chun Yang's protective gesture towards his wife was perceived by the four guardians of the Yi family across from them as nothing short of utter humiliation. It was a blatant act of disdain, trampling them underfoot. Who were they? They were the Yi family's century-old legacy, a master-level presence whose mere stomp could send tremors throughout the entire martial arts realm of Jiangnan. Yet, here stood this young man, who, despite being besieged by their combined might, remained unscathed and even found the leisure to flirt with the woman beside him. This was more excruciating than being slapped in the face by each of them in front of their eyes. Brat, what sorcery are you employing? Elder Xian struggled to rise from the ground, his left hand propping him up, as black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs surged from his mouth. His aged visage twisted in a grotesque display of extreme rage and fear. I refuse to believe it. How can such sorcery exist in this world? He bellowed, squeezing the last remnants of his internal energy from his dantian without reservation. His emaciated body stirred as if caught in an unseen wind, the air around him crackling with the sharp sounds of his unleashed power. Break for me. Elder Xian expended his final ounce of strength, sending his intact left fist hurtling towards Chun Yang from a distance. This punch encapsulated nearly a century of his cultivation, the force of it grinding the cobblestones beneath into powder. However, this earth-shattering blow, upon encountering the invisible energy field, stirred not even the slightest ripple. It was as if a mud ox had entered the sea, vanishing without a trace. Thud! Elder Xian's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his murky eyes now filled with the ashes of despair. Defeated, utterly vanquished, confoundedly defeated. After a lifetime dedicated to martial arts, he was thoroughly shattered this day. Only at this moment did Qinyang finally allow his attention to drift towards these nearly breathless old men. He slowly raised his head, maintaining a tranquil expression. Yet his tone carried a hint of playful mockery. My security team. Rather attentive, wouldn't you say? Security team? What security team? Elder Xian and the others were momentarily taken aback, completely bewildered by his words. Just then, a series of thunderous booms erupted in the night sky. Boom, 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 boom. These were not bullets, nor cannon fire, but rather the roar of some heavy object tearing through the atmosphere at supersonic speeds. Elder Xian and his companions jerked their heads upwards. They beheld four tiny black dots descending from the armed helicopter hovering 1,000 meters above. They descended without the aid of parachutes or gliders, plummeting towards the ground in a manner that defied the laws of physics. In the eyes of the four master-level experts, those dots rapidly magnified. The next moment, boom. A deafening crash resounded as four figures landed with impeccable timing, precisely in front of the four guardians of the Yi family, completely separating them from Qinyang. The ground of the aerial garden shook violently. At the point where they landed, the solid granite tiles disintegrated into powder, and a ferocious shockwave radiated outward, shredding the surrounding precious flowers and exquisite bonsais into mere fragments. Elder Xian and the others gazed in horror at the four formidable figures that had appeared before them. They were clad in sleek, jet-black combat suits infused with a futuristic aesthetic, revealing not a trace of skin. Their faces were obscured by fully sealed tactical masks, featuring only two flickering azure electronic eyes. They resembled death machines straight out of a science fiction film, exuding an aura of cold, efficient, and pure lethality. This aura starkly contrasted with the primal, emotional killer instinct of martial artists. The energy surrounding these four individuals was one of absolute calm and rationality, the result of countless simulations conducted by supercomputers to derive the optimal method of extermination. A chilling instrument of technology. The four icy electronic eyes simultaneously locked onto the prostrate Elder Xian and his companions. The foremost of these warriors slightly tilted its head, seemingly receiving commands. Qinyang, cradling the ear covering and motionless Yi Qingzhu like a small kitten, paid no heed to the 4 elderly men who had already lost their will to fight. He issued a nonchalant command to the void before him. Dispose of the trash. Be swift, lest my wife catch a whiff of blood. Chapter 53. Beneath the Celestial Canopy. No ants remain. Dispose of the trash. Chunyang's voice was soft, yet it resonated like a final judgment upon the hearts of Elder Xian and his companions. The 4 dark figures that descended from the sky acknowledged the command. The silver-gray emblem on their chests, composed of a shield and crossed swords, glimmered with a metallic cold light in the nocturnal air. The heavenly shield Elder Xian's throat went dry, his voice hoarse as he managed to utter 2 words, unable to articulate the following security. As a guardian of the Yi family, he had encountered realms far beyond the mundane and had naturally heard of this organization that had risen in the global underworld like a myth. The quality of the emblem worn by these 4 was one that existed only in legends, belonging to the highest tier, S-class. How could this be possible? What right did a mere fledgling have to command the S-class might of the heavenly shield? Fooling around. The nearby guardian with a severed leg could not accept this reality. Humiliation and fury consuming his reason. I refuse to believe that a few tin cans can turn the world upside down. He roared, the remaining muscle in his left leg bulging as he launched himself like a cannonball, his intact arm transforming into a claw, channeling all his life's power straight for the neck of the nearest S-class operative. In the face of this desperate strike, the S-class operative did not even budge an inch. The helmet's azure electronic eyes calmly locked onto the rapidly approaching claw, as if analyzing a moth drawn to a flame. Just as the claw was about to tear through his armor, a high-frequency vibration resonated, almost inaudible. The right arm of the S-class operative's armor flowed like liquid metal. A blade as thin as a cicada's wing silently emerged, grasped in his reverse grip. There was no block, no evasion. He merely raised his hand, slicing upwards at an astonishing angle. Swoosh! A faint sound echoed. The claw and the blade crossed paths. The grimace on the guardian's face froze instantaneously. He felt no pain, only the realization that his body continued to lunge forward, yet the attacking right arm had cleanly severed at the elbow, remaining behind. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with blood evaporating instantly from the high temperature, not a single drop spilling forth. His protective true energy, his iron claw honed over 80 years, was rendered no different from a piece of tofu against this high-frequency, vibrating particle blade. Before he could utter a cry of anguish, the S-rank agent had already stepped forward, his other hand splayed, covering the target's crown. The atmosphere was filled with an unsettling noise. Qinyang seemed unwilling to let any scream disturb his wife nestled in his embrace, softly uttering 2 words. With a sharp crackle, the moment the command was given, a surge of blue high-voltage electricity erupted from the palms of the S-rank agent. The target, unable to even utter a sound, convulsed violently twice before transforming into a smoldering heap of charred remains, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. Efficient, precise, and lethal. The remaining 3 members of the Su clan were gripped by terror. This was no battle, it was a slaughter. Scatter! Su Lao screamed in horror, retreating swiftly. The other 2 targets also sought to flee, but it was all too late. The other 3 machines of destruction had already activated. Their movements lacked any semblance of martial artistry, yet they adhered to an optimized logic of killing. 3 shadowy figures traced out 3 deadly trajectories, swiftly closing in on their respective targets. The member wielding a finger sword had just summoned his inner energy, intending to repel the foes with a burst of sword chi. But the S-rank agent was faster than his thoughts, already within his grasp. All he saw was a blur. A sharp pain struck his chest, and when he looked down, a mechanical claw, crackling with arcs of electricity, had pierced through his heart. Meanwhile, the last of the targets, desperate to retaliate, swept a whip kick towards the S-rank agent's head, the gust of wind strong enough to snap adjacent bamboo. However, the S-rank agent did not flinch or evade. He merely raised his left arm, absorbing the devastating blow with his armored limb. A sickening crunch echoed through the air. It was not the S-rank agent's arm that had broken, but the target's lower leg. His leg twisted at an unnatural angle, exposing the stark white of shattered bone to the open air. The S-rank agent did not pause. His right hand's particle blade sliced through the air, severing a head from its body. In the blink of an eye, four masters had been reduced to 3 casualties and 1 injured. Only the fallen Su Lao remained, pouring every last ounce of his strength into a flurry of movements, executing the Yi family's ultimate technique, the cloud and rain hand, creating an impenetrable wall of palm shadows before him. Yet, the S-rank agent responded with nothing more than a single punch, an unadorned, straightforward fist. This punch disregarded all the palm shadows and, with no regard for logic, pierced through Su Lao's seemingly flawless defense, precisely striking at the minuscule flaw that existed for less than 0.01 seconds. The sound that resonated was not that of internal energy clashing, but rather the explosive impact of pure physical force shattering flesh and bone. Su Lao's entire right arm, along with half of his body, erupted into a cloud of blood mist. He was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into the artificial hill behind him, shattering it into pieces. Defeated, utterly vanquished. The lifetime he had dedicated to cultivating martial dignity was crushed today by the overwhelming force of absolute technology. Everything he had once taken pride in was rendered utterly worthless in the face of true power. In Qinyang's arms, Yi Qingzhu had kept her face buried in his chest throughout the ordeal. She had seen nothing, only hearing a few muffled sounds before silence descended. She could distinctly feel her husband's heartbeat, unwavering and steady from beginning to end. "It's all right, my dear," Qinyang spoke gently, sensing the little cat in his embrace had ceased trembling. "It's over." Yi Qingzhu slowly released her hands from her ears, cautiously peeking out. In the garden, the evening breeze remained gentle, and the floral fragrance lingered. The 4 fearsome old men had vanished, leaving only 4 dark figures, standing like the most loyal knights, silently guarding this tranquility. A faint scent, reminiscent of charred meat, wafted through the air. Qinyang did not glance at the debris, but instead reached out a finger to gently scratch Yi Qingzhu's nose. "Were you frightened?" Yi Qingzhu stared at him in a daze, then vigorously shook her head, nuzzling closer into his embrace, her voice muffled yet filled with deep reliance. "With you here, I'm not afraid." Qinyang smiled, lowering his head to plant a kiss on her smooth forehead. Just as his lips met her skin, a chilling system notification reverberated in his mind. Ding. Detected severe emotional fluctuations in the host's wife due to provocation, leading to a drop in the fetus's sense of security to a dangerous threshold. To ensure the absolute safety and stable development of the supreme bloodline, the ultimate protection mission is hereby issued. Mission name: Under the Sky, no threats remain. Mission requirements: within 1 month. Eradicate any organization or individual from daring to harbor any thoughts of threatening the host's wife. Mission rewards: preliminary control rights to the global space-based weapon system. The Sword of Damocles. Activation of the host's exclusive intelligent assistant, the Skynet. Activation condition: when the host's wife's sense of security reaches a perfect score of 100. Qinyang paused momentarily. Space-based weapons? Skynet? He lowered his gaze to the small woman in his arms, who depended on him utterly, and a cold glint finally flickered across his serene face. Yi Tianxiong? It seems that merely bankrupting his enterprises is far too lenient. Chapter 54, The Master's Defeat. Like slaughtering pigs and dogs, cleaning up the debris. Qinyang's voice was soft, yet resonated like an oracle, pronouncing the final fate of Su Lao and his companions. As the command was issued, the 4 dark, demonic figures descended. Their movements betrayed no trace of martial artistry, only the most efficient paths of slaughter derived from countless calculations. Cold, efficient, and strikingly precise. Second Master will take revenge for us. Blood-burning secret technique. The closest member of the Su clan to the bamboo grove was the first to crack, letting out a shrill scream, his face drained of color, as he erupted with a torrent of boiling blood from his mouth. In an instant, he transformed into a blurring shadow of blood, darting towards the mansion's towering walls at an unimaginable speed. This was his ultimate life-saving technique, a desperate chance bought by sacrificing 30 years of his lifespan. He was confident that even if the greatest masters of the era were present, they would be utterly incapable of stopping his desperate escape. However, the nearest S-rank agent did not even make a move to pursue. He simply raised his left arm, fingers splayed towards the retreating blood shadow. With a swift motion, a metallic net crackling with blue electricity sprang forth from his armored arm, cutting through the air like a phantom, reaching its target before the sound even arrived. The fleeing target barely registered the change. An overwhelming force enveloped him. No, he could only muster a distorted scream from the depths of his throat before being ensnared by the net. The violent high-voltage current surged through his body, abruptly halting the extreme speed he had earned through sacrificing his blood. The once swift shadow of blood convulsed and twitched like a moth caught in a high-voltage net, enveloped in thick plumes of smoke, before plummeting to the ground. The thud of his body hitting the earth was accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh and the sickening sound of bones snapping, a discordant symphony. Old Third. I will fight you metal monsters to the end. This bizarre and extraordinary scene utterly shattered the psychological defenses of the 2 remaining masters. In a frenzy, they unleashed the last vestiges of their inner strength from their dantian, preparing to execute a desperate move that would lead to mutual destruction. In that fleeting moment, their violent energy coalesced around them, sending fragments of flowers and grass soaring into the air, while the surrounding atmosphere crackled with the resonance of unleashed power. Yet, what met their fervor was the indifferent right hand of another two S-level agents, raised in calm defiance. Their palms faced the masters, devoid of any light or energy fluctuations. Instead, a low-frequency hum, inaudible to the human ear and reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's sigh, swiftly enveloped the space. The subsonic resonance struck. The masters' frenzied roars were abruptly silenced. The ferocious expressions on their faces froze in an instant, their chaotic energy dissipating like a balloon punctured by an invisible needle, vanishing without a trace. In the next heartbeat, a splatter of blood erupted simultaneously from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Internally, their organs had been reduced to a pulpy mass by the specific frequency of the subsonic waves. They could not even muster a scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Blood streaming from their 7 orifices, vitality extinguished. The entire process unfolded in mere seconds, from start to finish, with Chen-Yang merely patting Yi Qingzhu's back soothingly in the interim. In a flash, 3 formidable masters, capable of dominating the realm of ancient martial arts, lay defeated, one charred and convulsing, the other 2 bleeding from their orifices, stripped of all threat. Only Xian Lao remained, slumped before the shattered rockery, half of his body obliterated into a mist of blood, his remaining left hand desperately clutching the ground, trembling like a candle flickering in the wind. He bore witness to the slaughter of his comrades, observing with a mix of incomprehension and horror as those cold machines, akin to death itself, executed his companions in a manner beyond his comprehension. In his murky eyes, the deep-seated hatred swiftly faded, replaced by a sense of bewilderment and despair following the collapse of his beliefs. He had devoted his life to martial arts, firmly believing in the supremacy of human strength over fate, deeming worldly firearms mere toys for the mundane. Yet today, the harsh reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face. His century-long cultivation, the martial dignity he revered, felt as fragile as parchment before these enigmatic metallic entities. How absurd, truly absurd. Xian Lao let out a nervous, hoarse laugh, blood frothing from his throat. I refuse to accept this. With a sudden surge of defiance, he lifted his head, summoning the last remnants of his strength, and with a flick of his sleeve, a steel needle, thin as a hair and laced with lethal poison, silently shot towards Chen-Yang. This was his final strike, the last vestige of dignity as a martial artist. However, the leading S-level agent merely took a casual step forward, his imposing figure shielding Chen-Yang and Yi Qingzhu entirely. The poisonous needle, capable of piercing through 3 inches of steel, collided with an invisible energy shield half a meter from his armor, dissipating soundlessly into the most fundamental particles of the universe. In a flash, the agent appeared before Xian Lao as if teleporting. In Xian Lao's widened eyes, filled with the ultimate despair, a hand encased in cold metal transformed into a blade, precisely and without flourish, severing his neck's nerve cluster. In that moment, Xian Lao's voice and expression were frozen in time. His eyes rolled back, his head slumped to the side, like a pile of flesh stripped of all bones, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, consciousness extinguished. The battle was over. The entire ordeal had lasted no more than 30 seconds. For masters, capable of establishing their own sects and commanding respect in the Jiangnan ancient martial arts world, lay sprawled on the ground like unwanted stray dogs, their fates unknown. Upon completing this grim task, the leading S-level agent turned to Chen-Yang, halting 3 steps away. In a flawless posture, he knelt on one knee. From within his helmet, a voice synthesized electronically, devoid of emotion yet imbued with utmost respect, resonated, "Boss, the threat has been neutralized. Please provide further instructions." Chen-Yang's attention remained unwaveringly fixed on the trembling Yi Qingzhu cradled in his arms. He gently patted her back in a rhythmic manner, sensing her startled heart gradually calming within his embrace. Upon hearing the report, he did not turn, his voice devoid of any tremor. "Clean it up, leave no traces." "Understood." The team leader immediately rose. 2 agents paired up, one grabbing a head and the other a leg, dragging the 4 once mighty masters off the ground like carcasses, swiftly vanishing into the night. The aerial garden returned to tranquility. Had it not been for the scattered debris and soil, along with the lingering scent of ozone in the air, one might have thought that the one-sided massacre had never occurred. "All right, my love," Chen-Yang remarked gently, sensing the little kitten in his arms had ceased trembling. "It's all over." Yi Qingzhu slowly released her tightly clasped hands from her ears, cautiously peeking from his embrace. The 4 fearsome old men had vanished, leaving only the gentle evening breeze to ruffle Chen-Yang's clothing. "Husband," she gazed at him in a daze, her small head instinctively burrowing into his embrace. Her voice muffled, laced with reliance and lingering trepidation. They were so terrifying just now. Indeed, quite bothersome, Qinyang chuckled, lowering his head to place a tender kiss on her smooth forehead. But they will never appear again. Nothing will ever frighten you again. The moment his lips brushed her skin, a chilling system notification erupted in his mind. Ding. Detecting that the host's wife has experienced intense emotional fluctuations due to provocations, resulting in a decrease in the fetus's sense of security to a dangerous threshold. To ensure the absolute safety and stable development of the supreme bloodline, the ultimate protection mission is hereby issued. Mission title: Beneath the Sky, no threats remain. Mission requirements: within 1 month, ensure that no organization or individual dares to harbor even the slightest intention of threatening the host's wife. Mission rewards: preliminary control privileges for the global space-based weapon system, the Sword of Damocles. Activation of the host's dedicated intelligent housekeeper, Skynet. Qinyang's movements faltered slightly. Space-based weapons? Skynet? He lowered his gaze to the little woman in his arms, who was utterly dependent on him and still reeling from shock. As a chilling expression flitted across his otherwise serene face. The Yi family? It seems merely bankrupting them would be too lenient. Without uttering another word, he bent down and swept Yi Qingzhu into his arms. Ah! She gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushing crimson as she buried her face in his neck. Qinyang held her close, his steps steady as he traversed the disheveled garden. Returning to the brightly lit main residence, he gently placed her on the soft, sumptuous bed, removed her shoes, and pulled the quilt over her. Sleep now. I shall stay by your side. He sat at the edge of the bed, holding her slightly cool little hand. Yet Qingzhu gazed at him, her large eyes filled with reassurance. After all the turmoil, the fatigue and fear surged upon her, and she soon nestled her head against his hand, slipping into a deep slumber. Once he confirmed that she was soundly asleep, her breathing steady, Qinyang carefully withdrew his hand and planted a gentle goodnight kiss on her forehead. He then rose slowly and exited the bedroom, softly closing the door behind him. He arrived at the empty balcony, the evening breeze tousling the hair on his forehead. Taking out his phone, he dialed Zhou Yi's number. The call connected instantaneously, and Zhou Yi's respectful and efficient voice came through. Boss, what are your instructions? Qinyang did not glance at his phone. Instead, he raised his gaze towards the distant direction of the Yi family's ancestral home, the night deep as ink. His voice was soft and calm, as if casually discussing the weather of the day. Initiate the divine punishment plan. Zhou Yi's breath hitched suddenly on the other end. Qinyang's tone remained unchanged as he continued to issue his final command in an eerily nonchalant manner. The second branch of the Yi family, all those involved in tonight's operation, as well as all who harbor hostility towards Qingzhu. I do not wish to see them in this world, hear their names, or find any trace of their existence when the sun rises tomorrow. Chapter 55. The Hidden Hand Behind the Curtain. Confrontation. Zhou Yi's call had already ended. For Qinyang at this moment, these matters were merely dust that he had carelessly brushed aside. His world consisted solely of the tender figure nestled in his embrace. Yet Qingzhu's small head was buried deep against his chest, like a young beast that had finally found its sanctuary, her nose unconsciously rubbing against his shirt. Drawing comfort from his reassuring presence, Qinyang lifted his hand, using his warm palm to cover her icy little hand, gently moving it away from her ears. Were you frightened? His voice was low, wrapped in warmth, and penetrated her ears amidst the tranquil night breeze. Yet Qingzhu's body trembled ever so slightly. She slowly lifted her head, her small face still bearing a hint of lingering pallor. She did not respond, merely gazing up at him, her clear eyes filled with unwavering trust and adoration. After a long moment, she shook her head vigorously. With you here, I am not afraid. Her voice was slightly hoarse, yet resolutely firm. The elderly men she had encountered earlier were indeed terrifying, their callousness towards human life revealing a dark side of the world she had never encountered in her 20-plus years. Yet in this embrace, everything seemed trivial. His heartbeat, his warmth, his calm voice. This man was her entire world. If the sky were to fall, he would bear it. She simply needed to hide behind him, and all would be well. Qinyang gazed into the light in her eyes, his heart softened. He said nothing, merely leaned down, intending to place another kiss on her smooth forehead. However, at that moment, a heavy, labored breathing akin to a broken bellows emerged from the shadows at the other end of the garden, accompanied by the sound of branches snapping underfoot. A figure stumbled out from behind a landscape tree that had been uprooted by the shockwave. Clad in a tailored suit, the expensive fabric was now soiled and wrinkled. The tie askew, his meticulously styled hair disheveled at the temples, sweat mingling with dirt, rendering him a pitiful sight. It was Yi Tianxiong. He had calculated the timing perfectly. Intending to revel in the sight of Qinyang being reduced to pulp, he had even prepared his lines, thinking of how to console his poor sister, who had just lost her husband, in front of Qinyang's corpse. Yet, The moment he pushed open the terrace door, what he saw nearly sent his soul fleeing in terror. The four esteemed masters he had paid a fortune for lay like dead dogs, dragged into the darkness by four faceless black-armored figures. Some of the masters were twitching, others had already lost consciousness. None appeared remotely human. In Qinyang he stood there unscathed, even leisurely holding Ye Qingzhu, indulging in tender moments amidst the chaos of the garden. How could this be possible? Yi Tianxiong's mind buzzed, blanking out entirely. Instinctively, he recoiled into the shadows, his blood running cold. He could not believe, nor did he wish to accept, what he had just witnessed. Only after the four black-armored figures had completely vanished did he muster the greatest courage of his life, moving his leaden legs to step forward. He looked at the unscathed Qinyang and Ye Qingzhu, then down at the horrifying remnants of the battle, the crushed granite tiles, the branches and leaves strewn about as if a beast had plowed through. All of this silently conveyed the sheer terror of the earlier confrontation. Yet the outcome? The four trump cards he had staked everything on had been discarded like refuse, and his enemy had not lost a single hair. Yi Tianxiong pointed a trembling finger at Qinyang, a hand that once commanded empires and could sign billion-dollar contracts with a stroke, now futilely flailing in the air. His teeth chattered, producing a rattling sound. Who were those people? His voice was hoarse, as if ground by sandpaper, each word imbued with incomprehensible fear. Those black figures were not human. They were not any warriors he recognized. What on earth were they? Qinyang slowly straightened, fully shielding Ye Qingzhu behind him. The tenderness on his face vanished, and when he turned to Yi Tianxiong, he wore an expression devoid of any emotion, as if he were gazing upon a lifeless object. He calmly regarded his adversary. They are those you cannot afford to provoke. A statement delivered with such indifference, devoid of emotion. Yet it struck Yi Tianxiong's heart like a hammer weighing 1,000 pounds. They are those you cannot afford to provoke. This phrase acted as the final straw, utterly shattering Yi Tianxiong's tightly wound nerves. All his cunning, calculations, and confidence crumbled in that instant. Impossible. Yi Tianxiong howled like a mad dog with its tail crushed, releasing a shrill scream that distorted his very voice. This absolutely could not be. His eyes bulged with blood, the muscles in his face contorted with supreme rage and fear, plunging him into madness. I am the lord of the Shanhuang Group. I am the head of the Yi family. I control trillions in assets, and with a word, I can make the entire Jiangnan business world tremble. Have you finished? Chun Yang's indifferent voice, though soft, pierced through Yi Tianxiong's hysterical outburst like an icicle, rendering all his self-persuasion stuck in his throat. Yi Tianxiong froze abruptly, his deranged expression freezing on his face. He glared fiercely at Qinyang, his chest heaving violently as he attempted to regain his composure. What are you? You are nothing but a bastard who rose to power through women. A good-for-nothing parasite. How dare you speak to me like this? He bellowed, his arms flailing wildly, spittle flying in every direction, charging at Qinyang like a madman, seemingly intent on defending the last vestiges of his dignity in the most primal manner. He could not accept it. He could not accept that the power, status, and wealth he had painstakingly amassed over a lifetime were rendered as fragile as a sandcastle before this young man. His worldview was shattered this night, trampled underfoot and reduced to mere fragments. As Yi Tianxiong, nearly deranged and lunging towards him, approached, Qinyang's expression remained unchanged. He did not even make a move to protect the woman behind him, Ye Qingzhu, because there was no need. Just as Yi Tianxiong closed the distance to within 3 steps, Qinyang finally made his move. He did not raise his hand or retreat. He simply lifted his eyelids, gazing at this pitiable man, and with a slight parting of his thin lips, uttered a single word, kneel. The voice was soft, as gentle as a whisper carried by the night breeze. Yet that word seemed imbued with an arcane power, transforming into an invisible chain of command that instantaneously ensnared Yi Tianxiong's very being. Yi Tianxiong's forward momentum suddenly halted, the expression on his face freezing in place. He yearned to move, to lunge at this man and tear him apart. But his knees, his legs, his entire body no longer obeyed the commands of his mind. A tremor emanating from the depths of his soul, a primal fear for his very existence, drained him of all strength. His knees buckled. Thud. In the world of Jiangnan's business elite, where Yi Tianxiong could summon storms with a stamp of his foot, he found himself kneeling before Qinyang, his knees crashing heavily against the cold, hard tiles. He maintained the posture of a charge, humiliated as he knelt there, his body trembling like a leaf in a gale. Ah, my legs, my legs. Yi Tianxiong gazed down in horror at his disobedient limbs, his eyes filled with a terror and despair he had never known in his life. This was not martial prowess. This was not any power he could comprehend. This was the work of divine or demonic forces. No, I have not lost. I still possess the Shanhuang Group. I still have the Yi family. If you kill me, you shall not fare well either. The Yi family will not let you go. The entirety of Jiangnan, His final threat collapsed into a scream of sheer terror. For Chen Yang's phone illuminated before him, not directed at him, but casually held in Chen Yang's hand. The screen displayed a frenzy of encrypted news alerts, scrolling rapidly. The stock price of the Shenhuang Group collapsed without warning 3 minutes ago, triggering 7 circuit breakers. With a market value evaporating by over 800 billion. Breaking. Over 300 banks globally have jointly frozen all accounts related to the Yi family, with immeasurable sums of money involved. Tiandun Security announced the highest level of purification list, with the Yi family topping the list, as all 72 core industries across the globe were raided and sealed by local special departments within 5 minutes. A series of chilling headlines, accompanied by harrowing live footage, raced across the small screen of the phone. Yi Tianxiong's gaze was fixated on that screen. He watched as his proud commercial empire, the culmination of a lifetime of toil, crumbled in mere minutes, like a house of cards collapsing in a gust of wind, reduced to ashes. All his trump cards, all his reliance, at that moment became nothing more than a cruel jest displayed on the phone's screen. Yi Tianxiong emitted incoherent sounds from his throat, collapsing to the ground, his body shaking, the last remnants of his spirit completely drained. He lifted his head, looking at Chen Yang with a gaze that mixed endless fear and regret, as if staring at a deity. Then, his head tilted, and his entire being fell backward, lifeless. In the garden, silence reigned. Chen Yang put away his phone, not casting a glance at the heap of flesh on the ground, as if he had merely crushed an annoying insect. He turned, the coldness on his face melting away in an instant, transforming back into the gentle husband that belonged solely to Yi Qingzhu. He removed his coat and gently draped it over Yi Qingzhu's shoulders, which had grown slightly dazed from witnessing the events. Wife, he reached out, tenderly smoothing her wind-tousled hair, his voice soothing. The wind has picked up. We should go upstairs and rest. In the garden, the night breeze carried a faint scent of blood and charred remains. Yi Tianxiong remained kneeling there, like a clay effigy stripped of its soul. His lifetime of commercial endeavors lay on that man's phone screen, akin to a brilliant firework display, once it had burst. Only remnants of paper littered the ground, ignored and forgotten. Chen Yang did not spare him another glance. Not even a sliver of his peripheral vision was wasted on the once mighty titan of the business world, who now seemed no different from the shattered tiles beneath his feet. He turned back, enveloping Yi Qingzhu once more in his embrace, resting his chin gently atop her head. The icy chill that had the power to freeze souls dissipated entirely, leaving only a warmth capable of melting glaciers. He could feel her slight tremors, not from fear, but from the echoes of what had just transpired. Chen Yang's heart ached, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. His precious gem, so delicate, had been disturbed by a swarm of ants. This was his failure. He was about to utter an apology when the woman in his arms suddenly stirred. With a sudden motion, she freed one of her hands from his embrace, not to push him away, but to grasp his collar tightly, pulling him down with force. Chen Yang inclined his head in response to her tug. The next moment, her cool yet incredibly soft lips crashed against his with fervor. The kiss was raw, clumsy, and imbued with a reckless determination. She stood on tiptoe, craning her neck, pouring every ounce of her being into the gesture, as if she were transferring her very soul to him. With this most direct expression, she conveyed, "I am fine. I am not afraid. I trust you." Chen Yang's body stiffened. It was as if the rage and bloodlust that had engulfed him moments ago found its singular antidote in that instant. He let out a muffled sound, and his hand, which had been gently caressing her back, slid down to firmly grip her slender waist, pulling her fiercely into his embrace. The other hand wove through her hair, irresistibly capturing the back of her head. The balance of power shifted in an instant. No longer was he merely a gentle comforter. He became an aggressive force, like a tempest ravaging a calm shore. Their lips entwined, breaths mingling. He voraciously seized every hint of sweetness from her mouth, as though he intended to consume her whole, to entwine her essence within his very being. From a distance, in the shadows, Yi Tianxiong numbly lifted his head. He chanced upon the scene before him, the man embracing his sister, kissing her with an intimacy that disregarded the world around them. He beheld the look of utter trust and immersion on her face. This moment proved more devastating than the cold news on his phone, more lethal than the grim fates of the Four Masters. He had lost. He had lost power, wealth, and life. Yet in the end, he realized the most profound loss was of that which he had always scorned and never understood. In the eyes of this man, that so-called trillion-dollar fortune and overwhelming power truly amounted to nothing. A spurt of dark blood erupted from Yi Tianxiong's mouth, splattering onto the tiles before him like a grotesque flower blooming in despair. The last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished completely. His body swayed and then fell straight back, lifeless and silent. After a long moment, When he was nearly suffocating, his kiss rendered her weak and unsteady. He finally loosened his grip slightly. Their foreheads touched, their breaths intertwined with a searing warmth. Her cheeks flushed red, as if they could bleed, her legs trembling. She clung to his shoulders, barely managing to support herself. Chen Yang's hand had, unbeknownst to her, settled on her slightly protruding abdomen. The warmth beneath his palm calmed his heart, which had been restless due to the violence he had committed. Inside her lay his child, the very source of his strength. He leaned closer, his heated breath teasing her ear, his voice deep and husky, each word like a brand. Remember this feeling. From now on, should anyone dare to frighten you and our child again, they shall face a fate 100 times worse than those wretched old dogs. This gentle proclamation stirred her heart more than any romantic words could. She felt herself melting into a puddle of spring water, a sense of happiness and security threatening to overflow from her heart. Yet, just as she wallowed in this ultimate protection, the man above her shifted the tone of his words. Chen Yang's fingers mischievously pinched her reddened earlobe, his voice laced with playful intent. However, there are accounts to be settled. Dazed, she raised her head to meet his eyes, which danced with a knowing smile. You have some nerve, classmate. He gently brushed her nose with his knuckle. Did you think my words were mere whispers when I asked you to stay upstairs? He leaned closer, his breath warm and ticklish against her lips. What shall we do with this disobedient little spirit who dares to come out and worry about her husband? His voice sank lower. Her face flushed crimson, embarrassment causing her to bury her face into his scorching chest, too shy to meet his gaze, resembling an ostrich. She meekly murmured, laden with dependency and compliance. You decide. I decide. Chen Yang chuckled, the vibrations from his chest reaching her cheeks. He ceased to tease her. In the next moment, he tightened his embrace, his other hand slipping beneath her knees, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Ah! A startled cry escaped her lips as she instinctively clutched his neck. Then I shall punish you. Chen Yang gazed down at the blushing woman in his arms, pressing a heavy kiss upon her lips. Now, come with me upstairs. You are forbidden to leave your bed tonight. Chapter 57. Don't be afraid, my wife. I'll make a call to send him away. As Chen Yang held Yi Qingzhu, that mischievous remark about her being confined to bed echoed in her ears, burning her cheeks with embarrassment. She buried her face into his chest, feeling his powerful heartbeat and scorching warmth, nearly fainting from happiness. Just as he intended to turn and ascend the stairs to enforce his decree. Buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated unexpectedly in his pocket. Chen Yang's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed the disturbance too, letting out a soft whimper, showing her displeasure at this sudden interruption. Be good, just 1 minute. He planted a kiss on her forehead to soothe her, then leisurely retrieved his phone with one hand. Without placing her down, he steadied her waist with one hand and answered the call, activating the speakerphone with the other. Sir. A calm, competent voice with a hint of metallic resonance emanated from the receiver, speaking Mandarin so precisely it could have been synthesized by AI. The emergency board meeting of the Shanhuang Group has commenced 30 seconds ago, with all board members present, including 3 overseas holographic projections. The voice on the other end conveyed no emotion, merely stating a fact. Kneeling nearby, Yi Tianxiong's eyes sharpened at the mention of the board meeting. His previously vacant gaze suddenly focused. He looked up in shock, fixating on the phone in his hand, his ears perked up. An emergency board meeting? How was he not informed? Curiously tilting her head, she may not have understood fully, but she grasped the significance of a board meeting for a corporation. Chen Yang, however, appeared indifferent as if he were listening to a weather forecast, his expression unreadable as he rubbed his chin against her hair and nonchalantly uttered 3 words into the phone. Let us begin. Yes, sir. The woman on the line responded immediately. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Catherine from Panga Bank. I represent the largest individual shareholder of our group, and I propose we convene this emergency meeting. Panga Bank. Chen Yang, the largest individual shareholder. A series of revelations struck Yi Tianxiong like heavy blows, each one landing brutally on his mind. His entire body trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. He recalled that his elder brother, Yi Zhantian, had transferred 5 of the shares to Rise in Power. But that was merely 5. How could he? The secondary market. The thought chilled Yi Tianxiong to the bone. This scoundrel had silently acquired all circulating shares with his incomprehensible financial resources. He had thought himself the hunter. Yet he was merely a fish ensnared in someone else's net. On the line, Catherine's voice continued, cold as a scalpel, precisely slicing through Yi Tianxiong's nerves. The agenda for this meeting is singular: to remove Mr. Yi Tianxiong from all positions within the Shanhuang Group and its affiliated companies immediately, and to establish an independent investigation committee to thoroughly audit his tenure for alleged embezzlement, disclosure of trade secrets, and a series of criminal activities. I oppose. A furious roar erupted from the receiver. It was the voice of elder statesman Wang Zhenhua. On what grounds? Where's the evidence? Hearing this voice, Chen Yang's lips curled in mild amusement, finding the situation somewhat dull. He murmured to her, "There are always flies buzzing around. It's truly bothersome." Her laughter broke the tension, and she playfully poked his chest, signaling him to conduct the meeting properly. Catherine, on the other end, clearly heard the commotion, yet her tone remained unwavering. "Evidence. Director Wang, please examine the documents on your desk." After a brief silence, a cacophony of gasps and the shuffling of furniture erupted from the receiver. Regarding Mr. Yi Tianxiong, there are 371 violations documented over the past 20 years. Along with bank statements, video recordings, and all evidence has been uploaded. This includes a complete record of him leaking the core data of the Group's third-generation biological chip to the overseas Tianyin company last month. Is there anyone left who opposes? Catherine's words fell, plunging the phone call into an eerie silence. Even the previously roaring Wang Jinhua fell mute. In the garden, Yi Tianxiong's face drained of color. Each piece of evidence felt like a dagger piercing his heart, especially when the name of Tianyin company was mentioned. His final psychological defenses crumbled entirely. That was his most clandestine retreat, his ace in the hole that he believed could turn the tide in his favor. How could it be that this was known? Who could it possibly be? He is not merely a man. He is a devil. No. Yi Tianxiong knelt on the ground, dazedly shaking his head, a primal wail escaping his throat like that of a beast. Qin Yang furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by the cacophony. He issued another command through his phone. It was too loud. Silence him. Understood. Catherine's voice remained composed. Voting will commence now. Furthermore, Mr. Chen has instructed that all directors who cast dissenting or abstaining votes will be subjected to a goodwill audit of their personal and affiliated companies' financial statuses by Panga Bank following the meeting. This final, casually uttered phrase about a goodwill audit became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Yi Tianxiong spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed backwards, completely unconscious. Buzz. Qin Yang's phone vibrated again, another call coming through. He glanced at the caller ID. Zhou Yi. Qin Yang casually ended the call with Catherine and answered Zhou Yi's call. "Mr. Chen." Zhou Yi's voice trembled with excitement. The board meeting just concluded. It passed unanimously. Wang Jinhua and those old geezers were the first to cast their affirmative votes, and now they're blocking the conference room door, crying and begging to atone before you. Understood. Qin Yang's response was as calm as still water, as if he were merely discussing the pleasant weather of the day. "Internal matters are yours to handle. By tomorrow morning. I do not wish to hear any unwarranted noise." "Yes, Mr. Chen. I promise to accomplish the task." Qin Yang ended the call. The entire world seemed to have been reshuffled at his fingertips through these few phone calls. And throughout it all, he had not even set down the woman in his arms. He looked down at her, the little woman who had witnessed everything, her eyes sparkling not with fear, but brimming with admiration and infatuation. Her small hand had unknowingly clutched tightly at his garment, as if grasping her deity. "Are you stunned?" Qin Yang chuckled softly, resting his forehead against hers. "It's just a minor affair. Are you frightened?" She vigorously shook her head, then leaned in and planted a kiss on his lips, her voice sweet and soft. "No, my husband is the most formidable." The term husband melted his heart. All the coldness in his gaze instantly evaporated, leaving only a deep-seated affection that yearned to envelop the woman in his embrace. He did not even spare a glance at the puddle of filth on the ground as he strode purposefully towards the main villa. "All right. The pesky flies have been chased away." His voice was low, laced with a hint of dangerous amusement as he leaned close to her ear again. "Now, it is time for us to attend to more serious matters." Her face flushed crimson, her entire being feeling weak. Qin Yang held her close, ascending the stairs step by step, his voice filled with an irresistible authority. "Wife, are you ready to accept your punishment?" Chapter 58. Don't fear my wife. I am here. With a gentle nudge of his heel, Qin Yang closed the master bedroom door, creating a soft click that isolated them from the chaos of the outside world. Cradling the fragrant and delicate woman in his arms, he traversed from the entrance to the soft wool carpet, each step taken with unwavering steadiness. Yi Qingzhu, like a docile kitten, wrapped her arms around his neck. Her face nestled against his strong chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped him. Everything that had transpired in the garden below, the bloodshed, the violence, the upheaval of power, seemed to fade into mere phantoms of another world, distant and unreal. Only the embrace of this man felt genuinely tangible in this moment. Qin Yang gently placed her on the edge of the bed and knelt on one knee upon the carpet, taking her petite ankle into his hands, removing the flat shoes that had become constricting from prolonged standing. His fingers were warm and dry, calloused yet gentle, as they pressed softly against the soles of her feet. "Are you tired?" His voice was deep, tinged with a subtle hint of regret. Yi Qingzhu, feeling the comfort, instinctively curled her toes, her cheeks flushed, shaking her head. but unable to suppress her curiosity. Husband, is it really resolved with Shenhuang Group? In her simplistic view, it was a commercial empire valued in the trillions. Ensconced by numerous intricately interwoven elders, how could it possibly change hands with just a few phone calls? It sounded more fantastical than a fairy tale. It's resolved. Shenyang smiled, his hands continuing their gentle ministrations, his tone as nonchalant, as if discussing what they had for dinner. Just a bunch of old fogies, hardly a bother. Noticing the lingering curiosity in Yi Qingzhu's clear eyes, Shenyang felt it necessary to enlighten his wife about how the toy under her name had been so thoroughly cleared. Would you like to witness a spectacle? He grinned mischievously, pulling out his phone from his pocket. Yi Qingzhu obediently nodded. With a few taps of his fingers on the screen, a holographic projection emanated from the phone, materializing in the air before them, revealing the familiar top-level conference room of Shenhuang Group. Time seemed to rewind half an hour. What is going on? Where is Yi Tianxiong? Get him out here. The projection showcased Wang Jinhua, a senior elder of Shenhuang Group, his face contorted with rage as he slammed his palm onto the conference table, spittle flying. His bloated visage, a result of indulgent living, had turned a deep shade of liver. Does this little pretty boy think he is someone of significance? How dare he forcibly convene a board meeting? He is not worthy. Exactly. Once Brother Tianxiong secures his position, the first thing to do is settle accounts with this ignorant brat. Lu Qingye chimed in. The group of elders united in their indignation. They were merely dogs that Yi Tianxiong had fed, eagerly awaiting to seize the power vacuum left by Yi Qingzhu's abdication. As Yi Qingzhu witnessed this scene, she instinctively clutched Shenyang's garment tighter, her face etched with anxiety and disgust. Shenyang gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to remain calm. A performance is about to begin. As soon as he uttered these words, the massive screen at the front of the conference room suddenly illuminated. A stunning woman with features so perfect they seemed unreal appeared, clad in a silver-gray professional suit, her demeanor chilling as she addressed the assembly of dignitaries in the room with a monotonous tone. My name is Catherine, representing Panga Bank. On behalf of the group's largest individual shareholder, Mr. Qinyang, I propose the dismissal of Mr. Yi Tianxiong from all positions within the group. Nonsense. Wang Jinhua erupted, pointing angrily at Catherine on the screen. What do you think you are? And what is Qinyang? Where's the evidence? Without evidence, this is slander. Observing this, Qinyang smirked at Yi Qingzhu. Look, there's always a dog that barks the loudest. Yi Qingzhu couldn't help but chuckle at his remark. In the projection, Catherine seemed to have heard Wang Jinhua's demand, her lips barely twitching in what appeared to be a standardized expression of mockery defined in a database. Evidence. The next moment, a chime echoed through the meeting room. All the tablets in the room lit up simultaneously. Wang Jinhua scoffed disdainfully, casually opening the document that had been pushed to him. He was eager to see what ridiculous evidence the other side could present. However, a mere glance was enough to freeze the arrogance on his face. The documents were filled with irrefutable evidence against Yi Tianxiong, every instance of embezzlement, every clandestine communication with overseas rival companies, bank statements, encrypted phone call recordings, and surveillance footage from hotels, all shockingly clear. This couldn't be possible. Wang Jinhua muttered to himself, yet his hand moved uncontrollably downward. Suddenly, a folder bearing his own name materialized on the screen. Wang Jinhua's heart skipped a beat. His fingers trembled as if drained of all strength, finally clicking open the folder. There were no lengthy texts. The first document was an audio file. Compelled by an unseen force, he pressed play. A voice, all too familiar, emanated from the tablet. It was his own. Don't worry, darling. Once I help Yi Tianxiong take control of the Shenhuang Group, I'll kick that troublesome old hag to the curb and take you to the Maldives to buy an island, where you can be the lady of the island every day. The voice abruptly cut off. In the conference room, all eyes abruptly turned to Wang Jinhua. Their gaze is a mixture of shock, disdain, and a hint of fear akin to a rabbit sensing its impending doom. Wang Jinhua's face transformed from a shade of deep purple to a ghastly pallor, cold sweat pouring down his brow. This was from last night. The call he made to his mistress in the underground wine cellar of his own home. The signal was jammed, absolutely secure. How could this be? But that was not the end. Catherine's icy voice rang out once more, reminiscent of the grim pronouncement of death. Director Wang, at 1837 last night, you transferred 500,000 euros to an overseas model named Angel through your encrypted Swiss bank account, ending in 7749. The transaction receipt has been sent to your private email. Would you like me to display it for everyone to see? No. Please, no. Wang Jinhua sprang up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shrieking in panic. He scanned the room, realizing that the other elders were also staring at their tablets with expressions of horror, evidently each having received their own damning dossier. Some had seen their records of embezzling funds to purchase mansions for their illegitimate children. Others had caught glimpses of themselves reveling with executives from rival companies in overseas lounges. Each person's darkest, most shameful secrets were laid bare before all, stark and unadorned. This was not a business struggle, it was a public execution. The conference room fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by labored breaths and the sounds of teeth chattering. Everyone. Catherine's voice broke the stillness like a final ultimatum from hell. Mr. Chun has stated that honesty will be met with leniency. We shall now vote to dismiss Yi Tianxiu. All directors who vote in favor will have the contents of their folders immediately destroyed, and previous matters will be forgiven. This is a benevolent reminder. Betrayal, or burial alongside your sins. Even a 3-year-old could answer this question. The silence endured less than 3 seconds. I agree. The first to crumble was none other than Wang Jinhua, who had been the most vociferous just moments before. He fell back into his chair, raising a trembling hand to nearly scream. I agree to the dismissal of Yi Tianxiu. That shameless scoundrel has been exploiting us all along. He is the greatest cancer to this group. I've long wanted to expose him. In a desperate display of loyalty, he clumsily pressed the green button of approval on his tablet. Once the first vote was cast, a second followed. Yes, Director Wang is right. Yi Tianxiu is treacherous and must be punished. Lu Qingye immediately stood in agreement. Agreed. He must be dismissed. The tide had turned. Just a minute prior, allies had embraced one another like brothers, but in this moment, they transformed into the fiercest of enemies, hurling the most venomous curses at the man they had just praised. The projected vote count surged. In favor, 100. In a mere 10 seconds, the motion passed unanimously. The screen faded, Catherine's chilling visage vanished, and the holographic projection dissolved into shimmering stardust, scattering into the air. In the master bedroom, silence reigned. Yi Qingzhu stared in disbelief at the unfolding events, her mouth agape, struggling to close it. Unbeknownst to her, her small hands had tightly gripped Chun Yang's shirt, her knuckles turning white. She finally comprehended the magnitude of the resolution Chen Yang had spoken of, one that was thunderous and merciless. Are you stunned? Chen Yang chuckled softly, pinching her soft cheek. Just a bunch of indecisive little people. They're not worth your concern. He lifted Yi Qingzhu's chin, gazing into her eyes filled with admiration and infatuation, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper. Now, having swatted away the flies, the story is complete. Chen Yang leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Now, Chapter 59, the dust settles, the victor whispers. The master bedroom door clicked shut, sealing off the outside world. Chen Yang wasted no time in reacting to the girl in his arms, striding across the room and depositing her forcefully onto the soft bed. The mattress bounced violently from the impact, causing Yi Qingzhu to gasp in surprise. Before she could steady herself, a searing body descended upon her. Run? Where do you think you're going? Chen Yang's knee forcefully pressed between her legs, confining her. He leaned down, his heated breath enveloping her face with an undeniable dominance. Husband, I. Yi Qingzhu's face flushed crimson, her hands weakly pushing against his chest, only for him to capture her wrists, intertwining their fingers above her head. This position filled her with an overwhelming sense of shame, yet she found herself utterly devoid of the strength to resist. The memory of the bloody scene downstairs and the cold execution displayed in the hologram lingered in her mind. Yet her body was ignited entirely by this man. The intertwining of ice and fire set her trembling. Did you just roll your eyes at me downstairs? Chen Yang's voice was low, like a devil's whisper, laced with a hint of dangerous amusement. I didn't, Yi Qingzhu replied, averting her gaze in guilt, unable to meet his eyes. Still daring to lie? Chen Yang playfully bit her delicate neck, eliciting a sharp gasp from her. Ah! Yi Qingzhu recoiled, her eyes instantly shimmering with unshed tears. Seeing her on the brink of tears ignited an even fiercer flame within Chen Yang, though his actions softened. He released his hold on her, instead propping himself on either side of her body, leaning down to gently kiss away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. All right. I won't tease you anymore. His voice returned to its usual tone of indulgence, his fingers gently caressing her flushed cheek. Just as the atmosphere shifted back to one of warmth and intimacy, Yi Qingzhu unexpectedly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of distress. Husband, what will happen to Yi Tianxiu? Her question froze the warm air in the room. Chen Yang halted his movements, lifting his gaze to study the woman beneath him. In her clear eyes, desire lingered, yet it was intermingled with a trace of unease and confusion. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Heh! Chen Yang suddenly let out a low chuckle, imbued with a hint of coldness. He did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he lowered his head, his nose brushing against hers, and leisurely posed a question. Qingzhu, do you think that after I just crushed an ant, I ought to pause and explain to its nest why I had to step on it? Yi Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback by his analogy. He was not an ant. After all, he was my elder brother. Her voice was soft, lacking confidence. Incorrect. Chen Yang's tone brooked no argument. He extended a finger, gently tapping against Yi Qingzhu's heart, enunciating each word. From the moment he harbored feelings that should not have been stirred, making you suffer, he ceased to be human. He merely became a source of your unhappiness. My duty is to eradicate all that brings you discontent from this world, and nothing more. He spoke with such nonchalance, as if it were a matter of course. Yet, Yi Qingzhu's heart quivered violently. For the first time, she acutely sensed the terrifying coldness and dominance lurking beneath this man's facade of tenderness and indulgence. At that moment, Chen Yang's phone on the nightstand vibrated, illuminating the screen with an encrypted message. Without casting a glance at her, as if aware of her inner turmoil, he casually reached for the phone, glanced at it, and then, with the tone of someone reading the midday news, recited it to her in a flat voice. Report. Subject Yi Tianxiong's mental defenses have entirely collapsed, confirmed as irreversible brain damage, and he has lost all autonomous consciousness. Transfer procedures initiated. Destination: South Pacific Rehabilitation Center. Expected to erase all social information from databases within 24 hours. He paused, seemingly intrigued by something, and added, "Oh, and one more thing." Lip-reading analysis indicates the subject murmured the same question repeatedly before falling into a coma. Why? Why? Indeed, why? How could a man who spent his life cultivating relationships and power fall so swiftly, so tragically, and so inexplicably? Upon hearing Yi Tianxiong's final fate, Yi Qingzhu gently exhaled a long sigh of relief. The last remnants of complicated emotions brought forth by blood ties dissipated entirely. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended everything. What were ants? What were these trivialities? This man was right in all he said. She did not need to understand his world-shattering methods, nor did she need to inquire about the fates of those involved. All she had to know was that this man, powerful enough to make the world tremble, was her husband. Everything he did was solely for her happiness. That was sufficient. With this realization, Yi Qingzhu's once dreamy eyes regained their clarity. She gazed at the man before her, her expression no longer fraught with fear or confusion, replaced instead by an unprecedented fervor and possessiveness. Suddenly, she extended her arms, wrapping them around Chen Yang's neck, drawing him toward herself with force. Husband. Her voice was soft and sweet, laced with an irresistible undertone. Chen Yang was taken aback by her sudden initiative, then he smiled. He knew his little woman had finally let down her guard, fully accepting everything about him. What? No longer conflicted? Not conflicted. Yi Qingzhu shook her head, tilting her face to kiss his lips. What he does is none of my concern. I only care about when you will punish me. This bold invitation ignited like a spark falling into a barrel of gasoline. The flames in Chen Yang's eyes erupted with intensity. Little enchantress, this is your own doing. He enveloped her in his embrace, covering them both with a thin blanket. Just as he prepared to teach this audacious little woman a lesson, his phone, which he had carelessly tossed aside, vibrated again at the most inopportune moment. Chen Yang's movements froze, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Who was the unwelcome intruder? He intended to hang up immediately, but Yi Qingzhu gently nudged him. Answer it. What if it's urgent? With a sigh of resignation, Chen Yang extended his arm to retrieve the phone. However, upon seeing the caller ID, his brow arched slightly. The screen displayed no name, only a single character: old residence. Chen Yang paused, connecting the call. Instead of a familiar voice, an ancient, commanding male voice resonated through the receiver, imbued with an air of authority. Is this Chen Yang? I am Yi Qingzong. Chapter 60. My wife is precious. Tell your grandfather to come over. He promptly activated the speakerphone. After a brief beep, he tossed the phone onto the pillow at the head of the bed. An ancient, powerful voice erupted from the receiver, filling the entire bedroom. Is this Chen Yang? I am Yi Qingzong. Each word struck Yi Qingzhu's heart like a hammer. It was grandfather. It truly was him. Yet, Chen Yang remained unfazed, lazily adjusting his position against the headboard, and even pulling the blanket up for Yi Qingzhu. He addressed the phone with a nonchalant tone. Yi Qingzong? Who is that? He paused, seemingly trying to recall. Oh, right, Qingzhu's grandfather. What is it? His casual tone, as if inquiring about the day's weather, plunged the other end of the line into stunned silence. Yi Qingzhu could almost visualize the expression of disbelief on the face of the elderly man who held absolute power in the Yi family, his mere stamp of a foot sending tremors through the ancient martial world of Jiangnan. After a few seconds, Yi Qingzong's voice suddenly escalated, his anger palpable enough to be felt through the phone. What do you mean, what is it? You've incapacitated Tianxiong, cleansed the group, and you still dare to ask me what I want? When did the affairs of the Yi family become the concern of an outsider? That furious outburst carried an intensity beyond comprehension, leaving Yi Qingzhu's ears ringing and her chest tight, nearly gasping for breath. Yet, Chen Yang merely dug at his ears, a look of disdain on his face. Outsider? You jest. He sneered. Old sir, Have you grown forgetful in your old age? I am Yi Qingzhu's legally recognized husband, the father of the child in her womb. You dare to speak of outsiders to me? Chen Yang's voice remained calm, yet his words pierced like daggers into the other man's heart. He could not fathom why this so-called grandfather was behaving so irrationally, as if transformed from the man he had previously encountered. As for Yi Tianxiong, he had made my wife unhappy, and I ensured he would never find happiness again in his life. My reasoning is that simple. As it stands, I am clearing the way for you, preserving the Yi family's assets. Shouldn't you at least express some gratitude? You, on the other end of the line. The sound of a teacup shattering accompanied Yi Qingsong's heavy breathing. Having ruled the Yi family for nearly a century, he had never endured such defiance and humiliation. Good. What a sharp-tongued young man. Yi Qingsong's voice turned chillingly cold, each word meticulously enunciated. Do you think that by relying on that trifling, substandard technology, you can challenge the prestige of the Yi family? You are utterly ignorant. You have no comprehension of what the bloodline within Qingzhou signifies for us. Bloodline? Chen Yang finally straightened in his seat, casting a glance at the pale-faced Yi Qingzhou beside him, and instinctively drew her into his embrace. I truly do not understand, he murmured, his voice resonating through his chest, clearly reaching Yi Qingzhou's ears and the phone receiver alike. Nor do I need to. All I know is, she is my wife, my child. Whoever dares disturb their peace shall find no solace for the rest of their days. He paused, adding a final remark that sent the caller on the other end into a complete frenzy. Including you, old sir. Impudent. Yi Qingsong's roar caused the phone to emit a crackling static. I do not care what sorcery you have employed. I give you 1 hour. Immediately. Instantly. Bring Qingzhou back to the ancestral home to meet me. A command. An irrefutable decree from a position of power. Yi Qingzhou's body trembled violently. She understood better than anyone that the term ancestral home for an outsider who had provoked the Yi family's dignity was akin to entering a den of dragons and tigers, a place from which one might never return. As she opened her mouth to plead, she was stunned into silence by Chen Yang's next words. Return to the ancestral home? I must ask, old man. Have you lost your wits? He said languidly. My wife is currently with child, and her health is precious. The journey is arduous. What if it endangers the fetus? Can you bear that responsibility? Do you, as a grandfather, truly care more for your granddaughter and unborn great-grandchild than for your precious eldest grandson? The barrage of rhetorical questions, each positioned from the standpoint of the child's well-being, left Yi Qingsong utterly speechless. Indeed, that bloodline was of paramount importance. Before Yi Qingsong could formulate a response, Chen Yang's nonchalant voice rang out again, imbued with an irrefutable finality. If you wish to see them, that is not impossible. You may come yourself. Bring your Yi family's so-called prestige and rules to Magic City. I shall be waiting. This was no longer a mere provocation. It was a blatant invitation for the grandmaster of the Yi family, Yi Qingsong, to personally pay a visit. It was utterly ludicrous. Oh, by the way, just before the volcano of Yi Qingsong's anger erupted, Chen Yang seemed to recall something and lightly added, when meeting your future great-grandchild for the first time, one must, by custom, bring an appropriate gift, no? His words carried an unmistakable hint of mockery. As for the toys from the Divine Phoenix group, spare yourself the embarrassment. I have already packed them up and sent them to my wife. With that, snap, Chen Yang offered no opportunity for a retort, decisively hanging up the phone. The entire bedroom once again fell into a suffocating silence. Yi Qingzhou stared at him, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, worry, fear, and admiration, a complex blend of emotions. Husband. That is my grandfather. Her voice trembled. He is the grandmaster. The grandmaster? Chen Yang turned to her, noticing her startled, doe-like expression, and smiled. He tossed aside the covers and got out of bed, pouring himself a glass of warm water before returning to her, pressing the cup into her icy hands. The warmth of the water seeped through her palms, dispelling a trace of chill. Chen Yang then sat at the edge of the bed, enveloping her soft body in his embrace, holding her tightly, and pressing a kiss to her smooth forehead. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against hers, and softly asked, The grandmaster, can he surpass your husband? Yi Qingzhou was taken aback by his question, instinctively shaking her head. Yes, this man could, with a mere snap of his fingers, shift the balance of $1 trillion empire, and with a wave of his hand, determine the fate of a warlord. Could the grandmaster truly be more formidable than he? Do not fear. Chen Yang gently stroked her back, his voice tender enough to soothe the soul. What the Yi family, what the grandmaster represents, is no different from the refuse that has been cleared away downstairs in my eyes. If he understands the etiquette, he should come bearing gifts, respectfully greeting his great-grandchild. If not, Chen Yang paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I shall teach him the meaning of respect. This declaration offered Yi Qingzhou a sense of reassurance beyond any sweet nothings. The fears and anxieties within her dissipated in an instant. She instinctively wrapped her arms around her man, burying her face deep into his chest, drawing strength from his commanding yet tender presence. Noticing the little woman in his arms had once again become docile and compliant, Qin Yang's face broke into a satisfied smile. Chapter 61. The New Empress and the Old Minister at the headquarters of the Divine Phoenix Group. The towering edifice situated in the financial heart of Magic City felt eerily silent today. A fresh red carpet was laid out, extending from the entrance to the exclusive elevator hall for the chairman. Hundreds of senior executives stood lined up like school children in detention, flanking the sides of the red carpet. These individuals, usually the creme de la creme, dared not raise their heads, all bowing deeply. In the hushed hall, the heavy breaths of a particularly anxious department manager could be heard, along with the sound of another suppressing his nervous swallowing. The atmosphere was thick with an air of impending change. A black Cullinan glided silently to the entrance, its license plate adorned with 5/8. Qin Yang exited first, clad in simple casual attire, starkly contrasting the oppressive atmosphere of suits surrounding him. He moved to the other side of the vehicle, personally opening the door and extending his hand inside. A delicate hand, pale as jade, gently rested upon his palm. Yi Qingzhu emerged, dressed in a pure white maternity business ensemble, her face exuding a cool demeanor. The slight swell of her abdomen added an air of sanctity to her already regal presence, making her seem untouchable. As her gaze swept over the dark-clad crowd, the hand resting in Qin Yang's grasp instinctively tightened. Every person bowing before her was a powerful figure in their own right. Some were individuals she had previously met and addressed with the utmost respect. Yet now, they were all there to welcome her, the new empress. Qin Yang felt the tension in her grip and the sudden rigidity of her body. He enveloped her small hand within his own, leaning in to whisper in her ear, his voice barely audible. "What are you afraid of? The game has begun. You are the queen, and they are merely pawns lining up to offer you tribute." His warm breath, mingled with playful teasing, flowed over her like a gentle stream, instantly smoothing out the wrinkles of anxiety in Yi Qingzhu's heart. She turned her head to look at her man, whose face wore an expression of serene confidence, and all her unease melted away. Indeed, with him by her side, this was merely a game. Realizing this, Yi Qingzhu unconsciously straightened her posture. Qin Yang led her forward, step by step, onto the red carpet that led to the pinnacle of power. Their footsteps, though light, resonated like war drums, echoing in the hearts of all present. As they traversed through the bowing crowd, they made their way directly into the exclusive elevator reserved for the chairman, ascending to the highest level. Until the moment the elevator doors closed, the suffocating crowd in the lobby dared only to exhale discreetly. On the top floor, in the boardroom, a colossal circular conference table was surrounded by a dozen elderly gentlemen. These individuals were the stalwarts who had forged the empire alongside the patriarch of the Yi family, the true stabilizing force of the Shunhuang group. At the helm was an elderly man with graying hair and a ruddy complexion, named Wang Jinhua, the longest-serving board member and leader of this conservative faction. At that moment, he sat with his eyes closed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, seemingly indifferent to the newcomer about to arrive. With a soft ding, the elevator announced its arrival. Qin Yang entered, leading Yi Qingzhu by the hand. Wang Jinhua's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet he could not be bothered to open his eyes, ignoring the intimidation from these old-timers. Qin Yang strode directly to the seat of utmost authority, gallantly pulling out a chair for Yi Qingzhu. As she settled into her seat, her cool gaze swept across the room. Qin Yang casually pulled over a nearby chair, crossing his legs and taking a seat beside her, a smile gracing his face as he shattered the stifling silence. From this day forth, Yi Qingzhu shall be the sole chairperson of the Shunhuang group, he declared in a calm tone, leaving no room for dissent. Does anyone have any objections? The room fell silent for several seconds. Finally, Wang Jinhua slowly opened his eyes, lifted his teacup, leisurely skimming off the froth with the lid before taking a small sip. He then spoke in a tone befitting an elder addressing a junior. Of course, the chairperson is to be Yi Qingzhu, as the family business rightfully bears the Yi surname. He affirmed before shifting his stance. However, Qingzhu is still young and new to the core of the group. With her current condition, she requires tranquility to nurture the child. With the group's vast empire worth trillions and thousands of employees relying on us, we cannot afford any missteps. Setting down his teacup, a benevolent crease appeared on his face. I propose we establish a council of elder supervisors, composed of us old-timers, to assist Qingzhu in overseeing matters. Major decisions of the group will be discussed and decided by the council, and all Qingzhu needs to do is affix her seal at the end. This way, we ensure the stability of the group while allowing you to focus on your pregnancy, a win-win situation. As soon as these words were uttered, the other elders quickly grasped the implication, eagerly echoing their agreement. Indeed, Wang Lao speaks wisely. I concur. The stability of the group is paramount. Qingzhu can comfortably serve as a mere figurehead, waiting for dividends at year's end. What a delightful arrangement. Their words flowed, revealing their avaricious visages that they could no longer conceal. This was not guidance. It was a blatant attempt to render Yi Qingzhu a mere puppet, allowing them to wield power behind the throne. Yi Qingzhu's expression darkened, and just as she was about to speak, Chen Yang's hand gently patted the back of her hand beneath the table. He observed the farcical display of these clowns, his smile unwavering. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Hostess wife's authority has been severely provoked. She is displeased. Task issued. Ensure the wife's peace as the queen of the group. Eliminate all obstacles and silence or remove any dissenters. Reward granted. Extraordinary mental domain, capable of perceiving hearts, analyzing emotions and memories. Command of speech, beginner level, able to influence others' minds through words. An indescribable sensation of coolness surged into his brain. Instantly, the world around Chen Yang was reconstructed within his perception. He glanced once more at the assembly of elders before him. They were no longer ordinary individuals. In his vision, each person was shrouded in a different hue of murky aura. Wang Jinhua was enveloped in a dark red of greed, thick as congealed blood. The corpulent man beside him radiated a noxious dark green of jealousy, reeking and acrid. Others bore a mix of gray fear and yellow opportunism. Every thought and sordid plan coursing through their minds crystallized into clear information within Chen Yang's consciousness. Wang Jinhua, greed. Inner monologue. If I can undermine this girl, the Shenhuang will belong to us. If we lower the account for that mine in South America by another 5 points, we could rake in billions more this year. Lu Qingye, jealousy. Inner monologue. Why should I listen to a woman after 30 years of hard work? Who is the father of that bastard in her womb? A pretty boy dares to sit here? Zhang Deming, fear. Inner monologue. Yi Tianxiong has been incapacitated by him. This young man is not to be trifled with. I must stay close to Wang Lao. The law does not hold the masses accountable. He can't possibly eliminate us all, can he? Understanding dawned upon him. The smile on Chen Yang's face grew ever more radiant. He gently tapped the table, producing a soft sound that instantly silenced the raucous assembly. The proposal for an Elders Supervisory Council, as Wang Lao suggested, sounds quite reasonable, he remarked with a grin. Wang Jinhua felt a surge of delight, believing the young man was capitulating and was about to speak. However, Chen Yang continued leisurely. However, I must admit, I have a personal quirk. I do not prefer to collaborate with individuals of questionable integrity. Wang Jinhua's smile froze on his face. What do you mean? Chen Yang ignored him, instead turning his attention to the corpulent Lu Qingye. Director Lu, if I recall correctly, you oversee the group's overseas logistics? Lu Qingye was taken aback, puffing out his chest. And what of it? Chen Yang smiled. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely inquiring whether the 300 kilograms of flour you smuggled from Colombia last month, hidden in the wine cellar of your Canary Villa, is still secure? Boom. Lu Qingye's mind exploded, the color draining from his face as he shot up from his chair, trembling as he pointed at Chen Yang. You're slandering me. Chen Yang didn't even bother to glance at him again, as if he had merely swatted a fly. He turned to a tall, slender director named Zhang, still wearing that innocuous smile. Director Zhang, last week you embezzled funds to purchase a school district property for your illegitimate child in Canada. Should I send the transfer records and property certificate photos to your wife's phone? Chapter 62. Your crimes, I shall judge. Chen Yang's voice was soft, yet it struck like an invisible hammer, crashing into Zhang's chest. With a dull thud, he did not slide off his chair but crumpled to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. His expensive tailored suit wrinkled, failing to conceal his violent trembling. It was over. That child hidden in Canada, the account he believed would never see the light of day. How could this man possibly know? This was more terrifying than a devil whispering in his ear. The air in the conference room seemed to be vacuumed out at that moment. The remaining elders, who had previously reveled in their malicious glee, were frozen in shock, as if a low-quality play had been paused. If they had entertained any hope of luck when Chen Yang exposed Lu Qingye's smuggling, believing it was due to some unscrupulous business investigation, now, even the most intimate secrets were laid bare. This was beyond the realm of investigation. Each of them instinctively straightened their backs, a chill shooting up their spines. Their expressions as they gazed upon Chen Yang transformed from scorn to a blend of incredulous horror. Yu, the leader, Wang Jinhua, whose face was etched with wrinkles, turned a deep shade of purple. He attempted to slam his hand down in indignation, but halfway through, he realized his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Nonsense. Accusations without basis. He forced his voice to rise, attempting to drown out the ever-growing fear within him with sheer volume. We have all fought alongside the old master to secure our dominion. I have shed blood for the divine phoenix. I have contributed to the conglomerate. Who do you, a mere child sprung from nowhere, think you are to dictate terms to us? His words were delivered with a fierce intensity, purposefully emphasizing the word "we" to invoke a sense of collective honor among the elders. Surely, if they banded together, what could one outsider do against them? The law does not punish the crowd. However, this time, the echoes of agreement were sparse. Many began to avert their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Yi Qingzhu's delicate brows furrowed. The ugly facade of these aging scoundrels made her stomach churn. Just as she prepared to retort, a warm, encompassing hand gently enveloped hers beneath the table. Qinyang did not even glance at the agitated Wang Jinhua. Instead, he tilted his head and leaned closer to Yi Qingzhu's ear, softly advising, "Do not let these scoundrels provoke you. It is not good for the baby." After speaking, he leisurely took a sip from the lukewarm water Yi Qingzhu had left unfinished, moistening his throat. Only then did he raise his gaze to Wang Jinhua, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Old Wang, do remain calm. Anger can be harmful to your health. You claim to have bled for the conglomerate. I believe you." "Of course." Qinyang nodded, his sincerity so profound that it evoked no suspicion. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Wang Jinhua and the others, he took his time wiping his mouth. "I am merely curious. When you refer to shedding blood," he elongated his tone, each syllable like a baited hook, tugging at the hearts of all present. "Are you referring to the incident 3 years ago, when you misappropriated the emergency reserves from the North African mining project to cover your darling son's 300 million gambling debt incurred in Las Vegas?" Qinyang paused, as if reminiscing the details. "Ah, yes, I recall now. It was later discovered by the financial director, Zhang Wei. And you had a fierce argument with him in your office, culminating in a fit of rage that caused your nose to bleed, staining your expensive silk shirt. Was that the bloodshed you mentioned?" A profound silence enveloped the room. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The faint hum of the central air conditioning could be heard throughout the conference room. Wang Jinhua's face, which had just moments ago been flushed with anger, drained of color at a visible pace, ultimately turning to ashen gray. He opened his mouth, his throat emitting a wheezing sound as if someone had seized his neck. Yet he could not articulate a single coherent word. His expression was a chaotic amalgamation of sheer horror, absurdity, and the utter bewilderment of a shattered faith. That 300 million deficit. He had utilized the connections amassed over a lifetime, coercing and enticing to cover up all the accounts. The only person privy to this secret, the financial director, had long been incarcerated on a trumped-up charge, still languishing in prison. This matter, aside from himself and the devils of hell, could not possibly be known to a third party. Who exactly is this young man before me? Qinyang reveled in the sight of Wang Jinhua's ghastly visage, his smile widening, yet he showed no signs of halting. His gaze, like a precise spotlight on stage, shifted from the petrified Wang Jinhua to the elder Li, who had been the most vociferous in his agreement. The moment Li caught Qinyang's eye, he shuddered involuntarily, instinctively attempting to shrink his corpulent form beneath the table. Too late, Director Li. Qinyang crossed his legs, the tips of his shoes gently swaying. "You consistently emphasize in the board meetings that the youth lack experience and act rashly, unlike your generation, who are prudent. I would like to inquire whether your prudence pertains to your inept little brother-in-law, who established a shell company called Hongfa Strategic Consulting, only to transform into our conglomerate's exclusive advisor? Over 5 years, through various inflated consulting projects and services never rendered, he has quietly siphoned off 830 million from the group's accounts." Qinyang's figures were precise, to the million. Such a discreetly amassed fortune indeed warrants admiration from us youthful aspirants. Clang. The teacup before Director Li slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. He slumped in his chair, sweat instantly soaking through the expensive silk of his shirt. A potent stench emanated uncontrollably from his trousers. It was over. All was lost. Qinyang's gaze, akin to the scythe of death, began to sweep across the conference room. This was not an examination. This was a verdict. "And you, Director Sunday." His finger gently pointed towards a perspiring, rotund figure. "The private island you rented in the Maldives incurs annual maintenance costs of several $1,000,000. A lavish expenditure indeed. I wonder, is this some drawn from the marketing and public relations budget allocated to the Southeast Asia branch?" Director Sun trembled, his corpulent body shaking. His mouth agape as if to fit an egg, yet no words escaped. "Director Wu." Qinyang's attention shifted to a gaunt elder. "Your daughter's trust fund at the Swiss bank received a sudden anonymous injection of 50 million euros last month. How coincidental, as our conglomerate has just signed a substantial procurement contract with Bayer. And I've heard the procurement price is precisely 30% higher than the market price, neither more nor less. Almost exactly that amount. Wouldn't you agree?" The elder known as Director Wu clutched the edge of the table with white knuckles, trembling like the last leaf in an autumn breeze. Each of Qinyang's utterances sliced through the air like a precision scalpel, cleanly unveiling a bloodied truth. He presented no documents, played no recordings. Yet each individual he named felt as if they had been publicly stripped bare, cast into the square to be exposed to the harsh light. The crimes they believed were impeccably concealed, the black gold with which they indulged in opulence, had transformed into a mark of disgrace eternally seared upon their souls. The conference room descended into chaos. Spare me, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Some crumpled to the floor, weeping profusely, displaying their disgraceful selves. Others sat in a daze, mumbling to themselves, clearly having succumbed to a complete mental breakdown. This was no longer a mere commercial struggle or a power purge. This was a divine reckoning, counting the names of sinners in his realm. Across the conference room, the younger management team, marginalized by Wang Jinhua and his ilk, who could only stand against the wall, had transitioned from initial shock to fervent enthusiasm. They fixated on the man sitting beside the main seat, exuding an air of serenity. Particularly, the project director Zhou Yi, long oppressed by Wang Jinhua, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, typically gentle and refined, yet now his fists were clenched tightly. Nails digging into his palms, his body trembling slightly from sheer exhilaration. This was catharsis. Utterly cathartic. This group of parasitic old-timers, entrenched at the pinnacle of the corporation and having drained it for decades, should have long since departed. How many capable young talents have been suppressed by them? And how many promising projects have been vetoed for their selfish interests? Yet today, this man has, in a manner that they could never even dream of, trampled this seemingly unassailable behemoth into the mud, one by one. Zhou Yi gazed at Chun Yang's silhouette. It was not reverence, but faith. Meanwhile, at the center of everyone's attention, Yi Qingzhu quietly observed her man. Her delicate hand was firmly enveloped by his beneath the table, warm and strong. She watched him speak the most piercing words in the most mundane tone, witnessing the elders, who usually towered above even her father, reveal their disgraceful selves before him. Like ants, there was not a shred of surprise in her heart, only an overwhelming sense of happiness and adoration. For he was Qinyong, her man, the father of the child within her. In this world, there was nothing he could not accomplish. She squeezed his hand gently in return. This man was her sky, her entire universe. Qinyong sensed her sentiment, turned his head, and bestowed upon her a gentle smile that was exclusively hers. Then, he redirected his gaze to the now thoroughly broken Wang Jinhua, who resembled a puddle of muck. He lightly tapped the table, producing a sound that silenced the cacophony of wails in the conference room. Now, do you still believe you have the qualifications to establish that so-called Elder Supervisory Board? Wang Jinhua lifted his head, his eyes vacant, and after much effort, managed to utter a few words. You are the devil. You are the devil. No. Qinyong shook his head, the smile on his face dissipating, replaced by a godlike indifference. I am not the devil. His gaze swept across the room, taking in every face marked by terror, despair, or fervor. I am merely your judge. With that declaration, he no longer regarded the defeated old ministers. Instead, his focus landed squarely on Zhou Yi, who stood by the wall. Zhou Yi's heart raced, and he abruptly looked up, meeting those unfathomable eyes. Qinyong, with an emotionless tone, issued the first decree of the new era. Zhou Yi. Yes, Chairman. Zhou Yi instinctively stood at attention, pouring all his strength into his response. Draft the resignation and settlement agreements for all board members. Qinyong stated calmly. I want to see it on the chairman's desk within 15 minutes. Chapter 63. Words bear weight, piercing the heart. Yes, Chairman. Zhou Yi's voice reverberated through the now silent conference room, loud and clear, imbued with a tremor that spoke of long-suppressed frustrations finally released. He straightened his chest. The gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses was no longer subdued, but transformed entirely into fervent loyalty and absolute devotion to the newly crowned king. 15 minutes. This was the last semblance of dignity the new king afforded to this group of parasitic old-timers. This command was a death warrant, igniting the fuse of despair within the conference room. No, please, don't. Lu Qingya, collapsed on the floor, felt the increasingly pungent odor from his pants. Scrambling with hands and feet like a fat maggot with a broken spine, struggling to crawl away but unable to muster even a shred of strength. The remaining elders, some as pale as paper, others weeping profusely, created a scene of utter chaos, exposing their disgrace. Yet, amidst this wailing and collapse, a hoarse, aged roar erupted. Enough. It was Wang Jinhua. The man who had previously appeared gray and stripped of all dignity was now gripping the table with both hands, struggling to rise from his chair. His entire body trembled violently, his wrinkled face contorted in extreme anger and humiliation, resembling crumpled parchment. He glared at Qinyong, bloodshot eyes ablaze. Nonsense. All of it is slander. He slammed his palm on the table, using every ounce of strength to roar, attempting to reclaim a modicum of his waning authority. We are the cornerstone of Shenhuang. When we fought the world alongside the old master, you were still in your mother's womb. By what right? By what right do you point fingers at us here? He panted heavily, his chest heaving, his disheveled white hair a testament to his agitation. He surveyed his colleagues. Some slumped, others wailing, and pointed a trembling finger at Shenyang, continuing to incite. Everyone, stand up. Can't you see? He is slandering us. He wants to drive us away and monopolize Shenhuang Group. He aims to destroy Shenhuang. We absolutely cannot allow him to succeed. His words were delivered with fervor. However, the only response to his rallying cry was a deeper despair and numbness. Stand up? With what strength? He might even know the color of your underwear from last night. How can we fight? This is not even a battle of the same dimension. Wang Jinhua's incitement appeared utterly pale and laughable at this moment. He looked around the silent conference room, at the fearful expressions that avoided his gaze, and the last vestiges of color drained from his face. He realized the tide had turned. No, from the moment this young man walked in, their era had already been crushed into the annals of history. Yi Qingzhu furrowed her brow tightly. The grotesque visages of these old men churned her stomach, and the life within her seemed to sense her displeasure, stirring slightly. She instinctively protected her abdomen, about to scold them. But suddenly, a warm hand gently squeezed hers beneath the table. Shenyang didn't even glance at the now deranged Wang Jinhua. He merely turned his head and leaned close to Yi Qingzhu's ear, softly advising. Don't get angry with trash, it will teach the baby bad habits. His tone was gentle, a stark contrast to the atmosphere of hostility surrounding them. The slight irritation in Yi Qingzhu's heart was instantly soothed. She looked up at her man's profile, obediently nodding. Yes, as long as he was there, nothing was too daunting. She only needed to be his little woman, a good mother to their baby, and that was enough. Once he had reassured his wife, Shenyang slowly raised his eyelids, finally fixing his gaze on the last stubborn remnant. His voice remained calm, devoid of any ripples. Yet this time, every word was like an invisible chisel, precisely carving into the very soul of his target. Wang Jinhua. Shenyang gently uttered his name. In that moment, teetering on the brink of madness, Wang Jinhua's body froze. The way this young man pronounced his name felt less like a mere address and more like a decree from the heavens, one he could not resist. You just claimed you acted for Shenhuang. A hint of an imperceptible smile graced Chun Yang's lips. Are you truly acting for Shenhuang? This question, light as a feather, caused Wang Jinhua to feel as though his heart was gripped by an unseen hand. He opened his mouth to retort, but found his throat blocked. Unable to utter a single word, Shenyang offered him no respite. He did not even lift a hand. He merely shifted his gaze slightly toward the wall behind Wang Jinhua, adorned with the black and white portrait of the group's founder. Look up. Shenyang's tone brooked no dissent. Wang Jinhua's body trembled uncontrollably, his neck creaking like a rusted machine, stiffly turning inch by inch towards the wall. The imposing visage, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger, coldly scrutinized him through the passage of time. Shenyang's voice continued to resonate, calm yet imbued with the gravity of judgment. Dare you utter, in his presence, the machinations you and Yi Tianxiong devised a fortnight ago at the Jingxin tea house? Word for word, dare you disclose how you plotted, that once Yi Tianxiong seized power, you would immediately conspire to short the stock price of Shenhuang, only to repurchase it at a pittance, thereby fracturing the entire conglomerate and establishing a rival entity? Dare you reveal that Yi Tianxiong promised you the entirety of Shenhuang Group's biopharmaceutical division, along with 30% of the shares in the forthcoming new company? Wang Jinhua, do you dare? The final 3 words, devoid of any fluctuation in volume, sent a jolt through Wang Jinhua, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. His mind crashed entirely. The Jingxin tea house, a fortnight ago. The biopharmaceutical division, 30% of the original shares. These details. Those infernal secrets known only to him and Yi Tianxiong. How could he possibly know? This was inconceivable. Absolutely impossible. In that moment, Wang Jinhua's psychological defenses were utterly shattered by those few heart-wrenching words, ground to dust. All his facades, all his struggles, all his madness dissolved into nothingness. His body ceased to tremble, replaced by an eerie rigidity. He maintained his turned posture, fixated on that black and white memorial portrait, his vacant eyes no longer reflecting anything. His lips moved unconsciously, like a marionette, beginning to murmur. The voice was faint, indistinct, yet distinctly echoed throughout the silent conference room. Yes, it was Yi Tianxiong who sought me out a fortnight ago. At Jingxin tea house, he said the old man was nearing his end, that the Yi family must be under his control. He promised me that if I assisted him in ascending to the position of head of the family, he would grant me the entirety of the group's biopharmaceutical division, as well as 30% of the new company's shares. He spoke as if under hypnosis, divulging the earth-shattering conspiracy capable of shaking the very foundations of the Shanghai business community before everyone present. Every detail, Every figure was articulated with startling clarity. The thoroughness, the authenticity, sent shivers down spines. The room erupted in chaos. If Chun Yang's prior revelations of corruption had merely tarnished reputations, then Wang Jinhua's own admission of this conspiracy constituted an act of treason worthy of the gravest penalties. This was no mere commercial rivalry. It was betrayal. A venomous stab in the back to the entire Yi family and the Shenhuang group. The elders who had previously harbored a glimmer of hope now appeared utterly ashen. It was over. Completely over. They were not merely greedy. They were accomplices in this insurrection. Against the wall, Zhou Yi and the younger management cadre clenched their fists, veins bulging on their hands. Their expressions shifted from shock to an overwhelming fury. So that was it. These decrepit old fools were not merely parasitic leeches. They sought to collude with outsiders to ruin the entire company. The looks they cast at Wang Jinhua were no longer scornful, but rather filled with an insatiable hatred, as if they wished to consume his flesh and wear his skin. At the eye of the storm, Chen Yang quietly orchestrated the entire affair. He then returned to his seat beside Yi Qingzhu, as though he had merely swatted a bothersome fly. He grasped his wife's somewhat cold hand, gently inquiring, "Were you frightened?" Yi Qingzhu shook her head, tightening her grip on him, as she beheld the apocalyptic scene unfolding before her, witnessing the once mighty elders reduced to a pitiful, undignified state. Her heart was devoid of fear, filled instead with an unprecedented calm. This man consistently clears all obstacles from her path, even if it means appending the entire world. No. Her voice was soft yet imbued with unparalleled conviction. "With you here, I fear nothing." Chen Yang smiled, lowering his head to plant a tender kiss on her forehead. "That is good." He lifted his gaze, surveying the wreckage before him, landing on Zhou Yi, who was trembling with agitation against the wall. His tone reverting to its icy calm. "Zhou Yi, Chairman, remove this filth." Chapter 64. With a snap of the fingers, the old god falls, and the new king ascends. Wang Jinhua's murmurs fell like heavy hammers, shattering the last vestiges of hope in the conference room. After he unveiled the conspiracy with Yi Tianxiong, his body rigidly collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, completely unconscious. Yet, no one cared anymore. The room erupted in pandemonium. Traitors. These decrepit old traitors. They were not merely greedy. They sought to sell Shenhuang. Heavens, if they succeed, the young management cadre standing by the wall, filled with righteous indignation, had reddened eyes. Meanwhile, the elders, already crumpled on the floor, now looked utterly pale. Corruption might lead to imprisonment, but if the charges of treason and collusion were substantiated, their entire families would be irrevocably condemned. "Spare me, please." Lu Qingya, whose trousers were soaked through, was the first to react. Straining with all his might, his corpulent body slithered across the expensive carpet towards the head table, leaving a revolting wet trail behind. "Qingzhu, Chairman, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. It was all Wang Jin was doing. He led me astray. I beg you, spare me this once." His desperate cries seemed to trigger a switch. In an instant, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of wails and pleas for mercy, curses and blame cascading into a filthy, grotesque marketplace. Yi Qingzhu's brow furrowed tighter, the baby in her womb seeming to sense the foulness, stirring restlessly. Instinctively, she cradled her abdomen, her face betraying unmasked revulsion. Qinyang held her hand, gently caressing it in a soothing manner. He did not cast even a glance at the grotesque elders. Instead, he raised his other hand. Snap! A crisp snap echoed, piercing through the tumult. The entire conference room fell abruptly silent for a heartbeat. Then, creak! The heavy wooden door swung open silently from the outside. 2 rows of men clad in black combat gear marched in with synchronized precision, entering the room in complete silence. Each stood tall, their expressions stern, wearing tactical goggles that obscured half their faces, revealing only their chiseled jaws. There was no aura of violence, no sound, only an overwhelming sense of frigid order. As they walked in, the temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet several degrees, the air thickening and becoming oppressive. Each step reverberated through the hearts of all present. They stood in 2 rows, perfectly still, their movements crisp and precise, not a sound escaping them from beginning to end, resembling a cohort of lethal machines emerging from a meticulously calibrated assembly line. "Tian Shield Security," a voice cried out in panic. Recognizing the silver shield insignia emblazoned on their combat uniforms, laced with palpable dread. This was the fabled organization, serving only the world's elite billionaires and heads of state. How could they possibly be here? Shenyang finally diverted his gaze from his wife, casting a fleeting glance at the refuse strewn across the floor. "I have already transmitted the evidence to the legal department," he stated flatly, devoid of emotion. "Package these parasites along with their incriminating evidence and send them to their rightful destination." "Understood," The lead agent responded in a monotone, mechanical voice. He then made a swift motion with his hand, prompting the S-level agents behind him to spring into action. No, don't touch me. A director's surnamed Sun suddenly brandished his phone, his voice a shrill bark. Do you know who I am? With a single call. I can. Before he could finish his sentence, the nearest agent surged forward. The onlookers merely caught a blur as the agent materialized before Director Sun. A gloved hand seizing the latest model of the Virtu phone. Crack. A crisp, hollow sound echoed. The phone, worth hundreds of thousands and reputed to be bulletproof, was crushed into a twisted heap in his grasp, fragments and shattered glass cascading through his fingers. Director Sun's bluster ceased abruptly. His gaze fixated on his empty hand and the heap of scrap on the floor. Another director, named Wu, crawled desperately to Ye Qingzhu's feet, attempting to clutch her calf. Weeping profusely, Qingzhu, for your grandfather's sake, spare us. We watched you grow up. We bled for the Yi family. Ye Qingzhu instinctively recoiled a step, evading his filthy hand. Her expression bore no trace of sympathy. Qinyang had taught her that mercy towards adversaries is cruelty towards oneself and one's family. Observing this, Director Wu attempted to grasp Chun Yang's leg instead. Mr. Chun, Director Chun, I was blind to your greatness. I bow before you. Please. His hand barely grazed Chun Yang's trousers when the gloved hand that had crushed the phone clamped down like a vice on his wrist. Ah! Director Wu shrieked in agony as his bones dislocated, his hefty frame lifted effortlessly off the ground, his feet flailing helplessly in the air. He was then dragged out like a lifeless dog. Let go of me. I am a director of Shenhuang. Help! Help! Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across the conference room. These pampered, powerful moguls, so used to wielding authority, found themselves utterly powerless before these biological weapons. A dozen or more titans of the business world, who could shake the very ground with their influence, were unceremoniously dragged out of the very power center where they had once reigned supreme. The entire cleansing process was swift, efficient, and ruthlessly cold. From the moment the agents entered until the last individual was dragged away, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed. When the conference room doors closed once more, the world fell silent. The once crowded room was now half empty, leaving only the young management team who had stood witness to the entire ordeal, their faces pale and slick with cold sweat. Some struggled to maintain their footing, while others clenched their fists, their bodies trembling violently from fear and excitement. They gazed at the man still seated at the head of the table, calmly peeling an orange for his wife. They were not merely observing a man. They were venerating a deity who wielded life and death with a mere utterance. Chun Yang methodically peeled a segment of the orange, meticulously removing the white pith before carefully offering it to Ye Qingzhu. Is it sweet? Sweet, she replied, obediently opening her mouth and savoring the fruit, her eyes narrowing in bliss as if the preceding bloodbath had never transpired. Once he had completed this task, Chun Yang picked up a napkin to wipe his hands. He then rose and descended the steps with deliberate grace. His polished shoes made no sound against the soft carpet. Yet with each step he took closer, the management team, standing against the wall, found their breaths quickening. Instinctively, they straightened their postures, tensing their muscles, afraid to even exhale. At last, Chun Yang halted. He paused before a man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an aura of competence, none other than Zhou Yi, the project director who had been relentlessly suppressed by Wang Jinhua. You are Zhou Yi? Chun Yang inquired. Zhou Yi felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Blood surged to his head in an instant. Here it comes. He realized this was the most pivotal moment of his life. He suddenly jolted, forcibly repressing his overwhelming elation and excitement, standing at attention and shouting, Yes, Mr. Chun. His voice cracked under the strain. Chun Yang appraised him for a moment before speaking in a tone that suggested the announcement of a trivial matter, calmly stating, From this moment forth, you will succeed Wang Jinhua as the group's executive president. The words were light, yet they reverberated through the minds of all the surviving management team members, rendering them momentarily blank. Executive president? Zhou Yi, the very individual who had been a thorn in Wang Jinhua's side, whose numerous excellent projects had been stifled. This was a meteoric rise. Zhou Yi himself was utterly dazed, his mouth agape, his eyes behind the gold glasses written with disbelief. The abrupt and fierce arrival of happiness left him momentarily breathless. He had envisioned the possibility of promotion, yet he could never have dreamed that the first decree of the new king would elevate him to the highest position in the entire group, second only to the chairman. Observing Zhou Yi's flustered demeanor, Chun Yang offered no prompt. His appointment required no validation or scrutiny from others. What he declared was absolute. Only when Zhou Yi's breathing steadied and his gaze shifted from confusion to fervor did Chun Yang speak again, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. What is the matter? Is this position too daunting for you? The rhetorical question struck Zhou Yi like a bucket of ice water, instantly awakening him. He understood that this was the new king's admonition, a final test. Drawing a deep breath, he lifted his head abruptly, meeting those unfathomable eyes. And with the most resonant and resolute voice of his life, replied, "Report to you, Director Chun. You want me to sit? Not only as president, but even through mountains of daggers and seas of flames, I will endure for you." Chapter 65. The Empress ascends, only for you to bow. You want me to sit? Not only as president, but even through mountains of daggers and seas of flames, I will endure for you. Zhou Yi's roar, infused with fervor, reverberated through the expansive conference room. Chen Yang merely cast a fleeting glance at him. The flushed face, aglow with excitement, imprinted itself in his vision for a brief second before being gently brushed aside by a nod. Excellent. He refrained from further words, as if appointing the helmsman of a trillion-dollar conglomerate was as inconsequential as instructing the security guard downstairs to open the door. Yet, it was precisely this extreme nonchalance that tightened the hearts of Zhou Yi and the group of young managers who had just managed to survive, intertwining feelings of reverence and fervor. This was divinity, a true deity, capable of upheaving the heavens with a mere gesture, yet untouched by the mundane. 15 minutes had elapsed. Chen Yang's voice, though soft, caused everyone's nerves to tauten once more. I do not wish to see anyone here who does not belong, nor to smell any scent that ought not to be here. The scent he referred to was the foul odor left by Lu Qingye's collapse, as well as the stench of decay from a bygone era. Clean this place thoroughly. Yes, Chairman Chun, Zhou Yi nearly shouted. His chest stood straight, for this was the first edict bestowed upon him by the new king, and his inaugural pledge of loyalty. Should he fail, all he had just acquired would dissolve into nothingness. Chen Yang paid no heed to the bloodshed and turmoil behind him. He turned and walked back to Yi Qingzhu's side. The icy aura that enveloped the room, rendering the air almost stagnant, melted away like spring snow meeting the warm sun as he approached her. He extended his hand, taking her slightly cool one. Let us go home. Hand in hand, he strode out of the conference room, indifferent to the 90-degree bow of Zhou Yi and the others. In the corridor, silence reigned supreme. The employees who had previously peeked from various corners had vanished without a trace. Only a few secretaries and assistants, who were compelled to remain at their posts, stood like nails driven into the floor beside their stations, heads bowed and bodies rigid. An invisible pressure pervaded the air. No one dared to lift their gaze. No one dared to utter a sound. Even their breaths were suppressed to the barest whisper. They had heard and seen it all. The tempest that had unfolded in the conference room for less than 20 minutes had spread like wildfire through every nerve ending of the entire building via internal channels. Everyone understood that the Shanhuang Group had undergone a transformation. An entrenched era, rooted for decades, had been brutally ground to dust by a stranger, a youth, in a manner that bordered on the miraculous. Chen Yang remained oblivious to it all. He simply held Yi Qingzhu's hand, eschewing the elevator in favor of venturing deeper into the corridor. There, a pair of grand double doors crafted from rare grapefruit would awaited, devoid of any plaque. Yet, within Shenhuang, everyone knew that beyond that door lay the pinnacle of power within the commercial empire, the exclusive office of the chairman. As they approached, the heavy doors seemed to come alive, sensing the arrival of their master, and silently slid open to either side. Chen Yang led Yi Qingzhu inside. The decor within was stark to the point of coldness, an austere black, white, and gray minimalist style, exuding an aura of absolute calm and restraint. However, upon seeing the opposite side of the office, Yi Qingzhu's breath caught momentarily. A colossal wall of floor-to-ceiling glass unfolded before them, showcasing the most resplendent river view of the city, laid bare in all its glory from ceiling to floor. The Huangpu River transformed into a serpentine golden ribbon under the night sky, with boats traversing its surface, leaving behind long trails of light. Across the river, the Oriental Pearl Tower and the Global Financial Center, those towering behemoths which one often had to strain their neck to glimpse, now appeared as if they lay beneath her feet. The entire city morphed into a magnificent tapestry of shimmering colors. Standing here instilled a sense of illusion, making one feel as though they were the sovereign of this city. Yi Qingzhu instinctively reached out, her fingertips brushing against the cold glass, a shiver coursing through her, awakening her from the reverie of power. Just then, a warm chest pressed against her from behind. Chun Yang's arms encircled her waist, drawing her into his embrace, his chin resting gently on her shoulder. His heartbeat, steady and strong, resonated through the thin fabric of her clothing. Do you like it here? His warm breath stirred the strands of hair by her ear. Yi Qingzhu leaned into his embrace, feeling his warmth as she gazed at the magnificent scenery beyond, an expanse unattainable to countless souls in their lifetimes. Yet she felt surprisingly tranquil. The shock and bewilderment of the previous moment dissipated the instant he enveloped her in his arms. No matter how grand the view, it remained cold. No matter how enticing the power, it was but an illusion. Only this man behind her, this embrace, this heartbeat, constituted her most genuine possession. From this day forth, this place, as well as the view beneath your feet, shall bear the name Yi. Chun Yang's whisper carried a hint of mischief. My empress. The title sent a gentle shiver through Yi Qingzhu's body. She did not turn around, but placed her hand over his that encircled her waist. Slowly, she turned to face him, still ensconced in his embrace, lifting her enchanting face to gaze at him. The bustling world outside, with its dazzling opulence, blurred into indistinct light spots, relegated to the background of her vision. In her world, only his clear outline remained. I do not wish to be any kind of empress. Her voice was soft, tender, and laced with a hint of dependence and affection that she herself was unaware of. I do not like it here either. She reached out her arms, eagerly wrapping them tightly around Chun Yang's waist, burying her face deep into his solid chest, inhaling the reassuring scent that enveloped him. I only wish to be your little woman, forever sheltered in your embrace, never to leave. These words struck Chun Yang's heart like the softest of bullets. He had cleared the world for her, presenting a commercial empire at her feet, believing she would accept a crown for it. Yet, his empress only wished to submit to him alone. This feeling, far more fulfilling than crushing Yi Tianxiong and cleansing the entire group, stirred him deeply. This was true conquest. Fool. Chun Yang could not help but chuckle softly, the vibration from his chest causing the little woman in his arms to quiver gently. He released one hand, affectionately pinching her pert nose. You are the empress of this commercial empire, and also the queen of my heart. These two identities are not mutually exclusive. Before his words had fully settled, he offered her no chance for a response, lowering his head to capture her soft lips with precision. Yi Qingzhu let out a soft murmur, completely yielding to his onslaught. After a long moment, their lips parted. She leaned against him, her cheeks flushed, breathing rapidly. Her usually cool eyes now misty with emotion. Observing her captivating visage, Chun Yang felt his own breath quicken. The life within her seemed to sense the fervent emotions between its parents, stirring restlessly. Yi Qingzhu, startled, felt her cheeks grow warmer and instinctively tried to pull away from his embrace. Yet, Chun Yang's arms held her fast, like iron bands. The next moment, Yi Qingzhu felt an inexplicable lightness in her body, emitting a brief gasp as she found herself swept off her feet, cradled in his arms. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around his neck, terrified of the prospect of falling. Chun Yang carried her step by step toward the center of the office, where a massive desk crafted from solid ebony stood, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the lights from the ceiling. This desk symbolized the ultimate power of the Shunhuang Group. Generations of Yi family leaders had, in this very spot, signed countless orders, stirring the tides of the business world. At this moment, Chun Yang approached the desk, bending down with a gesture so gentle that it bordered on reverence, and delicately placed her upon this emblem of supreme authority. Yi Qingzhu perched on the cool, slick surface of the desk, her feet, clad in comfortable flats, dangling slightly as she swayed. The scene, the posture, filled her with such embarrassment that she felt warmth creep from the tips of her ears down to the nape of her neck. This was the desk that had been used by both her grandfather and father. Yet, Chun Yang remained unfazed. He positioned his hands on either side of her, enveloping her petite frame within his shadow, asserting an absolute claim over her. From his elevated stance, he gazed down at her, observing the rosy hue that blossomed on her cheeks from sheer shyness, and the way her eyes flickered, glistening with unshed tears. Leaning closer, he whispered in a voice imbued with mockery and a sense of possession, audible only to her. So, Your Majesty. His breath electrified her ear. Now, it is my duty as your sole subject to pledge my loyalty to you. In an instant, Yi Qingzhu's mind went blank. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she shut her eyes, her long lashes trembling like startled butterfly wings, her body flushed with heat from the exquisite shame and stimulation. Yet, her delicate arms, wrapped around his neck, did not loosen. Instead, they tightened further, almost instinctively. Chapter 66. New policies like fire, affection like honey. The profound silence of the office was pierced by the barely restrained, faint gasps of Yi Qingzhu. She melted into Chun Yang's embrace, her usually cool gaze now misty, with a hint of alluring crimson at the corners of her eyes. He carried her to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, resting his chin atop her head, feeling the slight tremors coursing through her. Do you still like it here? His voice was low, laced with a hint of triumph. Yi Qingzhu buried her face deeper, emitting a muffled sound, akin to a small cat that had been bullied. Like it? The sight of that ebony desk made her legs feel weak. This man was a complete rogue. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Yet, for the tens of thousands of employees of the Shunhuang Group, the world had irrevocably changed. A tempest known as the new policy swept through every corner of the building with thunderous force. The newly appointed CEO, Zhou Yi, A figure who had shot from obscurity to prominence overnight, demonstrated a ruthlessness that starkly contrasted with his scholarly appearance. The Human Resources Department was instructed to have all relatives and connections of the old guard removed within an hour, their employment records marked as never to be hired again. The Procurement Department was to immediately terminate contracts with 27 suppliers, including Hongfa Building Materials and Sanshin Trading, while the Legal Department pursued the recovery of previous illicit gains. The Finance Department froze all non-core project budgets, mandating that every expenditure be personally signed off by him. Orders cascaded from the CEO's office at the highest level, slicing through the corruption clinging to the Shanhuang Group like a scalpel. The entire organization was in an uproar. Those who had relied on connections to enjoy leisurely days filled with tea and newspapers were forcibly escorted out by security, weeping and wailing. Meanwhile, the diligent young employees, long oppressed due to their lack of connections, exchanged fervent whispers, their eyes alight with determination. An old era had been violently shattered yesterday. A new era was emerging today, reborn in a manner that was both more efficient and more ruthless. Everyone understood that Zhou Yi was merely a knife in the hands of the new king. The true master wielding the power of life and death was the elusive Mr. Chun. At that moment, the man who stirred the entire business landscape of the Magic City lounged languidly on the sofa in the chairman's office, leisurely peeling a grape. The storm's epicenter. The chairman's office stood in stark contrast to the chaos outside, suffused with a delicate fragrance mingled with the scent of romance. Yi Qingzhu sat behind the desk she both adored and feared, clad in a sharp white blazer, her long hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her swan-like neck. Striving to embody the role of an empress. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried yet restrained knock shattered the tranquility within. Enter. Qinyang did not look up, continuing to peel his grape. The door swung open abruptly. Zhou Yi burst in, clutching a stack of documents, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His gaze fell upon Chun Yang, reclined on the sofa as if at home, and Yi Qingzhu, who was covertly staring at him, lost in thought. Zhou Yi's heart raced. This was not the right time. He halted, lowering his head, wishing to bury his face in the pile of documents. Chairman, Mr. Chun, I saw nothing. I will return later. With that, he turned to flee. Stop. Chen Yang's voice was calm yet firm. Zhou Yi's body froze, rigidly turning back, his head bowed lower. Cold sweat trickling down his temples. What is the matter that you appear so flustered? Chen Yang inquired. Zhou Yi struggled to maintain a steady tone as he reported, Mr. Chun, we have a grave situation. The purge of the old faction is nearly complete, but during the audit of the North American branch's accounts, we discovered. He swallowed hard, his voice quivering. Last year, our investment in a high-tech chip project in North America was maliciously targeted by the largest local tech giant, Global Technology. They utilized patent traps, not only bringing our project to a standstill, but also colluding with several Wall Street capital firms to maliciously short our stock price on Nasdaq. Just now, our stock price has plummeted by 15%, and initial estimates indicate losses exceeding 30 billion. And it continues to fall. They aim to drive us completely out of the North American market. Zhou Yi's words rushed out, each one tinged with urgency. Global Technology was a true behemoth on the world stage, its market value several times that of the Shanhuang Group, backed by the entirety of Wall Street. To take on such a formidable opponent was akin to striking a rock with an egg. However, upon hearing the report, Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged, as if Zhou Yi were merely discussing the cafeteria menu rather than a 30 billion loss. He leisurely finished peeling the last grape, walked to the desk, leaned down, and offered the translucent fruit to Yi Qingzhu's lips. Yi Qingzhu obediently opened her mouth and took a bite, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Utterly unconcerned about the looming crisis worth 300 billion, Chen Yang observed his wife's satisfied demeanor before turning his gaze to the increasingly frantic Zhou Yi. Global Technology, he murmured, as if recalling something. The CEO, is his name Stephen? Zhou Yi paused, then quickly nodded. Yes, that's him. Stephen Morgan. Very well. Chen Yang nodded, picked up his phone, and dialed a number in front of Zhou Yi. The phone rang only once before being answered. Chen Yang didn't even switch to speaker mode. Zhou Yi could barely make out the sound of a remarkably respectful and slightly trembling elderly voice speaking in a foreign language. Throughout the conversation, Chen Yang communicated in the simplest English, uttering just 3 sentences. Stephen, Phoenix Group, is my wife's company. You have 10 minutes. With that, he hung up, casually tossing the phone onto the table, the entire exchange taking no more than 20 seconds. Zhou Yi was utterly bewildered. Is that it? This is how it ends? That is Global Technology, a titan of Wall Street, a colossal entity capable of swaying an entire nation's economy. And you simply make a call and say 3 sentences? Is this some kind of joke? He opened his mouth, about to inquire, but Chen Yang waved him off, settling back onto the sofa, patting the seat beside him. and gently said to Yi Qingzhu, "Come here, don't tire yourself out. What is so interesting about that pile of documents?" Yi Qingzhu obediently rose and sat beside him. Qinyang picked up an orange and casually instructed the petrified Zhou Yi, "You need tea stand, just wait for 10 minutes. Wait 10 minutes? Zhou Yi felt as though his worldview was being ruthlessly shattered, but he dared not ask or move, standing rigidly like a javelin. The ensuing 10 minutes became the longest and most bizarre of Zhou Yi's career. Qinyang leisurely peeled the orange for Yi Qingzhu, meticulously removing the white pith, while the two occasionally exchanged soft whispers, creating a sweetness in the atmosphere that left Zhou Yi, as an outsider, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. On one side loomed the potential collapse of a business, with hundreds of billions evaporating. On the other was a tranquil world filled with love and intimacy. The absurdity of the scene was overwhelming. Zhou Yi's emotions shifted from initial anxiety to confusion and finally to numbness. He began to question whether he was dreaming. The clock on the wall ticked away, each second striking against his fragile nerves. 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Just as Zhou Yi felt his heart might not withstand the torment any longer, Qinyang suddenly broke the silence. 3, 2, 1. The moment he finished speaking, a buzzing filled the air. Zhou Yi's phone vibrated violently in his pocket, as if something urgent was at hand. In a flurry, he extracted the phone, and on the screen was an urgent international financial news alert, each word of the headline detonating in his mind. Breaking. Global Technology's stock price experiences an epic flash crash, plummeting 70 in 3 minutes, wiping out $300 billion in market value. Zhou Yi's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. He stared at the words, convinced he was hallucinating. 3 minutes? A 70 drop? How could this be possible? This completely defies all economic principles. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a deity. Still reeling from the shock, the phone rang again. It was the North American branch manager calling. Zhou Yi, trembling, swiped to answer. The next moment, a voice on the other end, filled with panic and fear, nearly shrieked, "President, something has happened. The sky is falling. Just now. All of Wall Street is frantically selling off Global Technology stock. Their CEO, Stephen Morgan, was just taken down by the FBI right outside the White House." Chapter 67. A letter from Kunlun, an ancient summons. The desperate wails from the North American branch manager continued, his voice distorted as if something were choking him, each word carrying a sense of apocalyptic dread. Yet Zhou Yi could no longer hear him clearly. All he could focus on was the relentless thumping of his own heart, growing louder with each beat, as if someone were pounding a hammer against his chest. Blood surged to his brain, drowning out the world in a buzzing cacophony. Global Technology. The titan he had to look up to, which required countless sleepless nights to analyze even a fraction of its financial reports. Stephen Morgan. A name that graced the covers of elite financial magazines, a capital mogul able to converse casually with world leaders. All because of the man before him, who made a phone call in front of his wife. Less than 20 seconds passed. 3 minutes, and the stock price collapsed like an avalanche. 10 minutes, and the CEO was arrested, like a stray dog ensnared by a noose. This was not business, nor was it mere political maneuvering. This was divine retribution. Zhou Yi's body began to tremble uncontrollably, not from cold or fear, but from the overwhelming impact of witnessing a miracle firsthand. A physical reaction to the enormity of it all. He clutched his phone tightly, knuckles turning white, as if it were the last fragment of his crumbling worldview. "Mr. Chun," he managed to say, his voice dry as sandpaper, his throat constricting. Qinyang didn't even lift his gaze. He had just finished peeling a slice of orange, his long fingers patiently ensuring every last piece of the bitter white pith was removed, making sure no bitterness would affect the taste. Then, he leaned down, offering the perfect slice of orange to Yi Qingzhu's lips. She obediently opened her mouth to take it, the sweet juice bursting in her mouth, her eyes narrowing in bliss, radiating a sugary aura. To her, the world seemed to consist solely of the sweetness of that orange slice. As for Global Technology or the stock market collapse, she couldn't be bothered to ask a single question. The sky could fall, but with him around, it wouldn't matter. If it didn't fall, he would create a hole in it just to witness a grander spectacle. Qinyang observed the glistening juice at the corner of his wife's mouth and gently wiped it away with his fingertip, then leisurely turned to the nearly unsteady Zhou Yi. "Is there something else?" The two mundane words splashed cold water on Zhou Yi, jolting him back from his stupor. He straightened abruptly, summoning all his strength to keep his voice steady. "And no, nothing. Mr. Chun, the crisis in North America has been resolved. Not just resolved." The voice on the other end was already incoherent. The North American branch's personnel were asking if they should seize the opportunity to initiate a takeover of Global Technology. That behemoth which had left them in despair mere hours ago, now lying like a carcass on the chopping block. Qinyang responded with a brief acknowledgement, rising from the sofa to approach Zhou Yi, seizing the folder in his hand that contained the records of a perilous 300 billion crisis. Zhou Yi found himself momentarily breathless, his eyes wide as he watched Qinyang casually flip the folder over, revealing its blank reverse side. Before extracting a pen from the holder on the desk, with swift strokes, he inscribed a series of lines upon the paper. Once he finished, he returned the document to Zhou Yi, who, trembling, accepted it and lowered his gaze, instantly petrified. What lay before him was neither a staggering directive to dismantle global technology nor an elaborate blueprint for capturing the North American market, but rather a mere shopping list. Australian grass-fed Angus sirloin steak, M9 grade, 2 pounds. French Brittany blue lobster, 2 live. Alba white truffle, 50 grams, Czech aroma. The tone in which Qinyang spoke was as if he were assigning the most mundane household chore. All ingredients were to be of the utmost quality. Zhou Yi's mind went utterly blank. In his hands, the front of the paper represented a commercial war worth 300 billion, while the back was merely a dinner menu potentially worth tens of thousands. In that moment, Zhou Yi finally comprehended, within Mr. Chen's world, ensuring his wife enjoyed a delightful dinner held in equal significance to effortlessly obliterating a trillion-dollar business empire. No, the former might even be of greater importance. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. I assure you, the task will be completed, Zhou Yi declared, his chest puffed out as he spoke with an almost vow-like fervor. He carefully folded the paper with the reverence one would show to a sacred edict, tucking it securely into the safest inner pocket of his suit. Then, bowing slightly, he retreated step by step from the office. Only once the heavy door closed behind him, sealing off that warm and almost otherworldly realm, did Zhou Yi dare to exhale deeply, his back already drenched in cold sweat. The storm had calmed. Qinyang kept his word, and from the following day onward, he entirely barred Yi Qingzhu from returning to the company. Thus, the new sovereign of the Shenhuang Group comfortably embraced a leisurely mode of nurturing at home. This absolute tranquility and warmth of daily life was abruptly disrupted on the third day by an unexpected delivery. The bearer of the package was Zhou Yi, whose expression was graver than when he had reported the North American crisis, not from the anxiety of a business collapse, but rather a mixture of awe and confusion. Mr. Chun, Chairman, Zhou Yi stood at the threshold of the villa's living room, cradling an ancient pearwood box in both hands, hesitant to step over the threshold. This item had been personally delivered to the Group's reception just half an hour prior. He swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. The individual was peculiar. I checked the surveillance. The cameras around the reception were entirely static during that minute. According to the receptionist, the person wore a gray long robe, resembling a costume, placed the box down, uttered the words "a treasure of the Yi family, personally entrusted to Yi Qingzhu," and then vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yi added, not into the crowd, nor hastily departing, but simply disappeared into thin air. The phrase "vanished into thin air" made the air in the living room feel heavier. Yi Qingzhu's complexion drained upon seeing the wooden box. It was a type of pear which he recognized well. Intricately carved with the ancient cloud patterns unique to the Yi family, something only seen at the ancestral home. Qinyang gestured for Zhou Yi to bring the item inside. He took the wooden box, feeling its weight. A faint scent of sandalwood mingled with the aroma of aged wood wafting into his nostrils. Upon opening the lid, he found no gold or jewels, only a letter, crafted from the most ancient rice paper and penned with a brush. The paper had yellowed, its edges frayed. Yet the ink was dark and vibrant. Each character appeared as if etched into the paper with a blade, exuding an air of unyielding authority. Yi Qingzhu merely glanced at it, her breath hitching. "It's from my great-grandfather," she said, her voice strained, her fingers instinctively clutching Qinyang's shirt. Qinyang picked up the letter. Its content was simple, consisting of just a few dozen words, yet each word bore the weight of gravity. "Qingzhu, my granddaughter, I have heard you are with child. The lineage continues, a blessing for the family. 3 days hence, bring your husband to the Kunlun ancestral home to perform the naming ceremony. There must be no mistakes." The signature was a flourish of 3 grand characters, Yi Wentian, the true stabilizing force of the Yi family, an ancient martial master who had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, residing deep within the Kunlun mountains. A naming ceremony. What a powerful assertion. These 2 words conveyed a sense of condescension and unassailable arrogance, as if Qinyang, as the husband, and the child growing within Yi Qingzhu were mere items awaiting approval, requiring an official stamp of competence. The corners of Qinyang's mouth silently lifted. He turned his head to find Yi Qingzhu gazing intently at him, her palms clammy with sweat. "Qinyang," she grasped his hand, "my great-grandfather, he is very traditional. Exceedingly so. In his world, bloodline and social standing are paramount. Will he make things difficult for you?" She was acutely aware of her great-grandfather's temperament. a relic of a bygone era, a man who valued familial honor and lineage purity above all else. In his eyes, Chen Yang's origins might not even merit the honor of serving the Yi family. She feared not for her own discomfort, but for Chen Yang's. Make things difficult for me. Chen Yang chuckled, taking her small hand in his, and kissing it gently before playfully tapping her pert nose with his other hand. Fear not, my dear. I specialize in addressing all forms of adversity. He paused, his tone light, whether in the business realm or the martial world. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID read father-in-law. Chen Yang answered the call and switched it to speaker mode. Chen Yang, you received the letter, yes? The voice of Yi Jinxiong on the other end was thick with fatigue and uncontainable urgency. We did. You mustn't act impulsively, Yi Jinxiong urged. You have no idea about the old man's temper. You won't pass that hurdle easily. He is unfathomably powerful, far beyond what those previous offerings could compare. My advice is to find a reason to defer it. I will think of a way to negotiate. He paused, his voice growing heavier. If all else fails, you should take a step back, lower your stance. Don't confront him directly. He is, after all, Qingzhu's great-grandfather. Step back? Chen Yang chuckled. Dad, I appreciate the good intentions. His voice remained calm, yet bore an unyielding conviction. However, the word step back do not exist in my lexicon. With that, he abruptly ended the call. The busy tone left Yi Qingzhu's heart in turmoil. Chen Yang looked down at his wife, still filled with worry, and embraced her tightly, resting his chin upon her forehead. Silly girl, don't fret. His voice was gentle enough to melt the eternal ice and snow of Kunlun Mountain. He picked up the domineering letter from the table, lightly tapping the words Kunlun ancestral home with his finger. Just right. We haven't even passed our honeymoon yet. He gazed at Yi Qingzhu, a hint of playful amusement glimmering in his eyes. Just consider it a leisurely trip to Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 68, Undercurrents Before the Appointment. The busy tone of the phone echoed sharply in the tranquil living room, tightening Yi Qingzhu's heart in tandem with the sound. She looked at Chen Yang, whose face remained as serene as ever, his action of hanging up the call executed with a swiftness devoid of hesitation. Yet, the more composed he appeared, the more uncertainty gnawed at her heart. After all, that was her great-grandfather, Yi Wentian, a figure revered not only by the Yi family but throughout the entire realm of ancient martial arts. A mere stamp of his foot could send tremors through the hidden families of Huaxia, serving as a steadfast anchor in tumultuous waters. Chen Yang had audaciously spurned her father's goodwill, opting for a confrontational approach. Fool, do not fret. Chen Yang observed the worried expression etched on his wife's face. Pulling her closer into his embrace, his chin gently resting on her forehead, his voice soothing enough to melt the millennia-old snow of Kunlun Mountain. He reached for the letter on the coffee table, its bold handwriting commanding attention, and lightly tapped the 4 characters, Kunlun ancestral residence. Just right. We have yet to enjoy our honeymoon. He looked at Yi Qingzhu, a teasing smile dancing in his eyes. Let us consider it a delightful excursion to Kunlun Mountain. After speaking, he fell silent, merely holding his wife in a quiet embrace, offering her unspoken comfort. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Qingzhu, Chen Yang's consciousness had already descended into an unfathomable realm, impervious to outside intrusion. Initiate. A dispassionate, electronic voice reverberated deep within his mind. Sir, I am here. Accessing the ancestral residence of the Yi family in Kunlun, as well as all highest authority data pertaining to the ancient martial arts families of Huaxia. Authorization confirmed. Chaos bloodline. Data retrieval in progress in an instant. As the command was issued, the reality around Chen Yang faded away. An endless stream of data coalesced into a resplendent river of stars, surging before him. Within a mere milliseconds, a vast and ancient architectural complex unfolded in holographic three-dimensional form. The ancient map, the layered cross-sections of buildings, the secret pathways of energy flow, and even the heat maps of personnel distribution, all was laid bare. Report, sir. The voice echoed once more, delivering a chilling account. The Yi family ancestral residence is located at the core of the Kunlun Mountain Dragon Vein. Having been established for 1,237 years, undergoing 17 major expansions, its structure is a colossal military fortress, safeguarded by an ancient variant formation of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Internally, there are 365 mechanisms corresponding to the celestial cycles. Its energy source is the spiritual essence of the earth. Fully operational, it can withstand saturation attacks from modern tactical-grade weaponry. Chen Yang regarded the magnificent ancient stronghold before him with an expressionless demeanor. To him, it was merely a collection of stones, wood, and relatively primitive energy circuits. Continue. Affirmative. Simultaneously, an abnormal peak in internal communication traffic of the Baihu family has been detected. Their encrypted communications have been deciphered, with keyword searches yielding Yi family, Kunlun, illegitimate offspring. Upon hearing the last term, Chunyang's brow imperceptibly arched. It has been confirmed that the second son of the opposing clan leader, Bai Jingxing, will lead the most elite ancient martial artists of the Baihu family to the Yi family ancestral residence in 3 days. Their clear intention is to publicly humiliate and assault you and your wife in front of Yi Wentian and the elders of the Yi family, thereby coercing the Yi family to sever ties with you and revive the proposed marriage alliance with the Baihu family. Report concluded. As the data constellation faded, Chunyang's consciousness returned to reality. In his arms, Yi Qingzhu seemed to find solace from his warmth, her anxiety gradually subsiding. Yet within Chunyang's heart, a chilling intent for murder had taken root. A marriage alliance? Humiliation? Illegitimate offspring? Excellent. It appears there are always some self-important tigers who have forgotten their true nature. In the bedroom, Yi Qingzhu opened the closet, preparing an outfit for their journey to Kunlun Mountain. The weather in the depths of the Kunlun Mountains is notoriously unpredictable, with extreme temperature variations. She meticulously selected garments of varying thickness, folding each with care and placing them into the suitcase. Her movements were slow and deliberate, yet the slight furrow in her brow and her occasional glances out the window betrayed her inner turmoil. A warm hand suddenly encircled her waist from behind. The familiar masculine scent enveloped her, causing her tense body to relax instantly. Chunyang rested his chin on her shoulder, observing the thick jacket in her hands. No need for these preparations. Yi Qingzhu turned around. I said, we are going on a honeymoon, not a mountain expedition. Chunyang planted a kiss on her fair cheek, then took the jacket from her grasp and casually tossed it back into the closet. He led her to sit at the edge of the bed. Your husband is capable of more than just making money. Holding her delicate hand, he gently kissed it, locking eyes with her, his words brimming with unwavering confidence. I am also quite proficient in combat. This time, consider it an opportunity for you to witness another facet of your husband. As he spoke, a cerulean light screen, visible only to him, quietly materialized in his field of vision. Ding. Detecting an impending family trial. Main quest triggered. Quest name, Blessing of the Family. Quest objective, obtain the ultimate recognition of Yi Wentian, the head of the Yi family, ensuring your wife and unborn child receive the most complete and sincere blessing from the family. Quest hint, true strength is never belittled by explanations. Use the only language they can comprehend to silence them, and then compel them to bow. Chunyang gazed at the provocative hint on the quest panel, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. This system is increasingly attuned to his desires. He relished this task and eagerly anticipated the rewards that awaited him upon its completion. He picked up his phone and, before Yi Qingzhu, dialed an encrypted line. The call was answered in an instant. Sir, a calm voice on the other end belonged to the highest-ranking official of the European branch of Tiandun Security. I require a gift, Chunyang stated in a flat tone. Please instruct. Deliver it to the Baihu family in Huaxia, their stronghold. I will send you the coordinates. After a moment of silence on the line, as if processing the command, the voice responded, Sir, please define the specifications of the gift. Chunyang turned to gaze out at the bright sunlight streaming through the window, then replied with a nonchalant tone, It need not be lethal. But they should certainly feel the pain. They must clearly understand this. The rear end of a tiger is not something everyone can touch. He paused, adding, especially a group of self-important tigers who, in my eyes, are no more than mere cats. The person on the other end immediately comprehended his intent. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. They will learn what it means to be in awe through excruciating pain. After hanging up the phone, Chunyang tossed it aside. Watching Yi Qingzhu's face, which had registered shock at his words, unable to stifle a chuckle, he reached out to pinch her cheek. I told you, do not worry. There are always some foolish flies that insist on colliding with themselves. Since they wish to play, I shall indulge them in a grander game. Let us prepare to embark on our journey. To Kunlun we shall go.